Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to form a contract with the ethereal jellyfish and was holding up the bottle that contained the light green spirit fluid, he suddenly realized the difficulty when forming the contract. This spirit fluid contained highly concentrated spirit qi and was fused with spatial energy. To a certain extent, it was already a monopoly skill of Class 5 creation masters. Only Class 5 creation masters were able to concoct a spirit fluid with such spirit qi concentration. A pinnacle Class 4 creation master might be able to use the hollow crystal shellfish's powder to fuse with the spirit fluid perfectly and release the spatial energy from the hollow crystal shellfish. However, it still wasn't possible to achieve the spirit qi concentration in this bottle of light green spirit fluid. It also meant to say that this ethereal jellyfish could only be contracted with the help of a Class 5 creation master. The individual requirement to form a contract with the ethereal jellyfish wasn't too demanding. However, the sub-requirements were extremely demanding. Firstly, one would need to find a Class 5 creation master, and that Class 5 creation master had to be willing to help. This was an era where even a Class 4 creation master was extremely hard to find. It was imaginable that even if a faction found this strategic class treasure, the ethereal jellyfish, and wanted to use it to expand their faction rapidly, they could only watch and couldn't do anything to form a contract with it. It wasn't only the case. The ethereal jellyfish had an extraordinary trait. After successfully forming a contract with it, the evolution path was rather similar to the acid corrosion queen bee. Once the ethereal jellyfish was contracted, it wouldn't be able to fuse with the contractor's comprehended willpower rune. It could only wait until its grade was at Diamond X/Legend before it could comprehend a willpower rune by itself to become a fantasy breed. In other words, if the ethereal jellyfish wanted to become a fantasy breed, it wouldn't be any different than a wild fae. Actually, the ethereal jellyfish's circumstances weren't disadvantageous for Lin Yuan. It was actually a great advantage. As Lin Yuan contracted more phase, even with his comprehension ability, he still wouldn't be able to comprehend willpower runes faster than the speed of him contracting phase and source-type lifeforms. At present, Genius, Blackie, the spirit-drawing ichthyosaur, and the blue flash purple butterfly had yet to find a suitable willpower rune. If the ethereal jellyfish didn't need to fuse with Lin Yuan's comprehended willpower rune, it would greatly reduce Lin Yuan's pressure to comprehend willpower runes. It might be challenging for phase and source-type lifeforms to comprehend willpower runes on their own, but if the Fae or source-type lifeform's quality could be upgraded to legend quality earlier, it would greatly increase the chances of the comprehension of a willpower rune. As for the ethereal jellyfish, Lin Yuan could use his ability to upgrade the ethereal jellyfish to legend quality at the bronze grade. It would significantly increase the chances of the ethereal jellyfish comprehending a willpower rune. Once the ethereal jellyfish's grade was enhanced to Diamond X, everything would go naturally. The ethereal jellyfish was a source-type lifeform that could use spatial transfer. Once it became a fantasy breed, it would obtain a new exclusive skill, greatly enhancing the spatial transfer ability. However, even if the ethereal jellyfish didn't become a fantasy breed, it would still be able to conduct long-distance spatial transfer if its grade was high enough. It would already be useful enough for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan held onto the glass sphere that contained the ethereal jellyfish and entered the spirit lock spatial zone. Once Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone, he noticed that everything was quiet inside here. Chimey had been sleeping on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree. As for the 130 bundles of mid-grade strange flames sealed within the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, only a third was left. Lin Yuan observed the condition inside of Chimey's body. He reckoned that Chimey would awaken before the remaining strange flames were completely absorbed. At the same time, Chimey would be upgraded from Fantasy I to Fantasy II. As for that grayish crane species Fae, Gray, it was now in a deep sleep while lying on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus. Gray had eaten plenty of white cloud mountain minnows during this period and had bulked up. Thanks to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's pure spirit cheese nourishment, Gray's genetic model was constantly being repaired. Gray was already visibly stronger than before. It was so skinny that it didn't have much flesh in the past. Now that Gray was stronger, it also molted and lost its gray feathers. They were replaced by a layer of fine fluff that was whiter than snow. The layer of snow-white fluff was very soft and dense. Lin Yuan believed that snow-white feathers would start growing out of the fluff soon. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's little butler, the wind-speed rapid antelope, was lying by the Pure Land of Bliss border. Perhaps it was due to the uncomfortable sleeping posture that it shook its little head in a daze. It stirred up the white sand on the Pure Land of Bliss before flipping up. Once it flipped up, the heart-shaped butt, which Lin Yuan had trimmed, was now facing him. Lin Yuan rubbed his nose and could feel the intense love, which was expressed with the wind-speed rapid antelope's butt. Immediately after, Lin Yuan focused his attention on the ethereal jellyfish. Firstly, Lin Yuan took a black feather that was formed with the day and night spirit silver. He then used the black feather to knock on the surface of the glass sphere repeatedly. After repeated knocks, the glass sphere cracked. Lin Yuan then reached out and slightly pressed on the crack. The glass sphere containing the ethereal jellyfish shattered immediately. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that the transparent liquid within the glass sphere wasn't water, but actually the ethereal jellyfish's body. The thing that was thumping was actually the ethereal jellyfish's heart. Lin Yuan quickly poured the light green spirit fluid, which contained concentrated spirit chi and spatial energy, onto the ethereal jellyfish. The elemental shellfish could turn into different elements according to the provided spiritual ingredients. In order to guide the mutation, the only thing required was for the elemental shellfish to have more contact with that specific element's spiritual ingredient. But for the spatial energy required by the ethereal jellyfish, it had to be completely fused within the spirit fluid. The spatial energy had to be fused flawlessly with the pure spirit chi, creating a homogeneous spirit fluid. If it was just the massive amount of pure spirit chi, Lin Yuan could do it. However, when it came to fusing it with the boundless spatial energy, it was something that Lin Yuan would never be able to do. Lin Yuan was cautious as he put one drop of light green spirit fluid onto the ethereal jellyfish. Soon enough, Lin Yuan realized that the light green spirit fluid had vanished from the ethereal jellyfish's surface. It was very obvious that the ethereal jellyfish had absorbed the light green spirit fluid. But after absorbing the spirit fluid, the ethereal jellyfish didn't have any changes. Lin Yuan continued to supply the light green spirit fluid by drops. After the 30th drop of the spirit fluid, Lin Yuan noticed that the originally colorless ethereal jellyfish now had 3 areas where the body was subtly light green. However, the ethereal jellyfish was still transparent as its thumping heart was still visible. Finally, Lin Yuan poured in half the bottle of the light green spirit fluid, but the ethereal jellyfish still didn't have any plans on spitting out its gastric sacs. However, those 3 slightly light green areas had expanded. It seemed like those 3 areas were the locations of the gastric sacs. Finally, once every drop of spirit fluid was used up, the ethereal jellyfish had intense movements. The 3 constantly expanding gastric sacs seemed to be stimulating the ethereal jellyfish from within. The ethereal jellyfish was using all strength to wiggle its body and trying to spit out the 3 gastric sacs rapidly. Once those 3 light green gastric sacs were spat out, the ethereal jellyfish looked as though it was weakened and became sluggish in midair. That faintly visible heart was also beating at a much slower pace. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan disregarded the 3 gastric sacs that were spat out. Instead, he used the black feather formed by the day and night spirit silver to slice across his palm ruthlessly. The moment Lin Yuan's palm was sliced by the black feather, warm and fresh blood dripped onto the ethereal jellyfish's body. Immediately after, the weakened ethereal jellyfish started to absorb Lin Yuan's fresh blood. Due to the loss of its gastric sacs, when the ethereal jellyfish absorbed Lin Yuan's blood, its entire body turned red. At present, the ethereal jellyfish's body was bright red in color. It was only now Lin Yuan was able to see the ethereal jellyfish's true and entire appearance. The current normal ethereal jellyfish looked no different than the regular jellyfish in the sea. The membrane-like body was slowly wiggling while there were 20 or 30 tentacles suspended below. Lin Yuan used his hand to touch those tentacles gently and realized they were extremely soft. The originally weakened ethereal jellyfish seemed to have regained its vigor after absorbing Lin Yuan's blood. The membrane-like body suddenly turned illusory and became real again. As the ethereal jellyfish was floating in the air, it seemed to be constantly shuttling within the spatial zones. With each transfer, it would bring about small waves of spatial energy. As more of Lin Yuan's blood was getting absorbed by the ethereal jellyfish, he realized that the blood was mainly gathered at the heart of the ethereal jellyfish. The ethereal jellyfish's heart was the part with the deepest and most bright red place. By now, Lin Yuan had already supplied his blood for 5 minutes, but he noticed that the ethereal jellyfish wasn't even full after absorbing all that blood. It was still insatiably absorbing Lin Yuan's blood. The 3 gastric sacs locations in the ethereal jellyfish had yet to grow any new gastric sacs. The flow of blood from Lin Yuan's palm was starting to slow down. The huge loss of blood had caused Lin Yuan's arm to turn numb. Lin Yuan gnashed his teeth and used the black feather to slice across his other palm. It caused another huge stream of blood to flow into the ethereal jellyfish. At the moment the new blood flowed into the ethereal jellyfish's body, Lin Yuan noticed that he had already developed a connection with the ethereal jellyfish inside his spiritual spatial zone. At the same time, 3 new gastric sacs started to grow again. However, the new gastric sacs were still light red in color. When floating in the air, the ethereal jellyfish was emitting red light. It was just like a huge lantern that felt very festive. Lin Yuan was rather speechless. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have sliced open his other palm too, as the blood from the first palm was already enough. Lin Yuan felt that he was really a ruthless man as he had actually sliced himself in excess. The jasmine lily on the work table produced a seed of green light that landed on Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan's palm was healing back to normal at a visible speed. Lin Yuan blinked his eyes. It seemed like not all the Fays in the spirit lock spatial zone were asleep as the jasmine lily was still awake. However, even if the jasmine lily was awake, Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to tell. Or should it be said that a plant Fey like the jasmine lily didn't even need to sleep? Lin Yuan could totally feel how difficult it was for Zhang Xiaobai to nurture a leech after feeling the weakness the loss of blood brought. Lin Yuan felt that he should start to include some wolfberries in his diet to start a healthy life. It was fortunate that the jasmine lily's ability, heal, could gradually restore vitality, allowing Lin Yuan to replenish the fresh blood that he had lost. Therefore, Lin Yuan merely felt a few minutes of anemia before he was back to normal. The ethereal jellyfish was already Lin Yuan's contracted Fey. As he attempted to converse with the ethereal jellyfish, he realized that its mind was in chaos. It didn't even have a clear consciousness and couldn't converse. According to the ethereal jellyfish's unclear consciousness, the feedback it gave to Lin Yuan was that Lin Yuan was its contractor, so the ethereal jellyfish was fond of floating around him. The ethereal jellyfish felt very at ease when floating around Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan couldn't help but hold his forehead. It seemed like this ethereal jellyfish should be the Fey with the lowest level of intelligence among all his Feys right now. After forming the contract with the ethereal jellyfish, Lin Yuan didn't leave the spirit lock spatial zone. Instead, he started to enhance the ethereal jellyfish all the way until it reached elite/epic. Lin Yuan was planning to choose one of the 3 exclusive skills that appeared when the ethereal jellyfish reached bronze. Just as Lin Yuan was planning to enhance the ethereal jellyfish to bronze, he suddenly noticed that the 3 light green gastric pouches that it had spat out had turned into light green crystals that contained majestic spatial energy. Although Lin Yuan did not know what the light green crystals were used for, they should be considered very supreme-grade spatial spiritual materials just by looking at the majestic spatial energy in them. Lin Yuan took a brocade box out of his amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box and put the light green crystals into it. He then carefully stored this brocade box back into the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box. After that, Lin Yuan let this pink ethereal jellyfish land on his palm. Its tentacles rested on both sides of his palm, just like a little red cap with its own red wig. Lin Yuan felt that his thinking was really a little dangerous. As he channeled pure spirit chi to the ethereal jellyfish's body, it soon broke through the barrier of elite X/epic and became a bronze I/normal source-type lifeform. At that moment, 3 exclusive skills appeared. Lin Yuan did not immediately check the 3 new exclusive skills and choose one of them. Instead, he first took a closer look at its abilities. Fey name: Ethereal Jellyfish, Fey species. Almerity/floating jellyfish, spirit lifeform grade. Bronze, 1/10. Fey type: spatial, Fey quality. Normal. Abilities: tentacle node. By breaking its tentacles, the broken tentacles are treated as a spatial node. Node teleportation: by sensing a spatial node, it will transport targets toward a certain spatial node. As Lin Yuan looked at its normal ability, tentacle node, and elite ability, node teleportation, suddenly found that this source-type ethereal jellyfish could teleport targets at bronze. Previously, when Lin Yuan had a question-and-answer session with the Moon Empress, he had heard her say that, under normal circumstances, spatial source-type lifeforms that could perform spatial teleportation tended to form their own spatial teleportation system only when they had 4 abilities at gold. However, this ethereal jellyfish had a spatial teleportation system at bronze. Even though it had the most basic spatial teleportation system, every time it evolved, the abilities that appeared would enrich the system it had now formed. However, Lin Yuan did not know how far the ethereal jellyfish's teleportation range reached. He still needed to experiment to know exactly the teleportation range. Nonetheless, it was obvious that now was not the best time to experiment with its tentacle node and node teleportation. After checking the ethereal jellyfish's abilities, Lin Yuan had a rough understanding of its teleportation mechanism. It used its tentacles as a spatial node and fused the broken tentacles into the space as a spatial marker. Then, it would teleport based on searching for the spatial marker. After understanding its 2 current abilities, Lin Yuan began to look at the 3 exclusive skills. The first one was super teleportation. Super teleportation: increase the number of targets that can be teleported within a certain range at a spatial node. When Lin Yuan saw this exclusive skill, his eyes lit up. As the ethereal jellyfish's contractor, he knew that it could not only teleport 1 target at a time. As its grade increased, the number of teleportation targets would also constantly increase. However, the number of targets that it could teleport at one time was still limited. For example, given the bronze eye ethereal jellyfish's strength, it could barely teleport Lin Yuan alone and could not teleport another person. Super teleportation had changed its limited teleportation targets into group teleportation. This exclusive skill had increased the ethereal jellyfish's spatial teleportation functionality, which was a pleasant surprise to Lin Yuan. Even if he could not choose the other 2 exclusive skills, Lin Yuan felt he could also accept super teleportation with pleasure. Nevertheless, he still checked the other 2 exclusive skills. When he looked at the second exclusive skill, he first nodded before shaking his head. Sturdy node: strengthen the spatial node and extend the distance of the spatial node teleportation. It could extend the teleportation distance and allow the ethereal jellyfish to teleport the target farther. However, since it could not teleport many things at once, no matter how far it teleported the target, it was still not as good as the first exclusive skill, super teleportation, which increased the number of teleportation targets. However, when he looked at the third exclusive skill, he slapped his thighs and chose it without hesitation. Space tunnel: breaks off many tentacles or fuses the tentacles with spatial spiritual materials in the space to form special long-distance space passageways. When there are 3 long-distance space passageways, one of them has to be removed to set up a new one. The third exclusive skill, Space Tunnel, could allow Lin Yuan to set up 3 space passageways. It was the same as setting up a space passageway that could always exist between a distance. Although the choice of these 3 space passageways was at the expense of the ethereal jellyfish being able to perform multi-target teleportation or long-distance teleportation, the strategic significance of Space Tunnel was clearly higher than super teleportation and sturdy node. If Lin Yuan's floating island whale ascended into the sky later with the Sky City established on its back, this ethereal jellyfish's space tunnel could directly connect a bridge from the ground to the Sky City on its back for him. He had also thought before that if he did not let the floating island whale land when it ascended to the sky, the people of his private faction, including himself, would have to get on its back with the help of flying phase to high altitude. If that was the case, interested parties would sooner or later notice the floating island whale and the Sky City on its back. They would then discover the floating island whale through the flying phase flying toward it. However, The ethereal jellyfish's space tunnel could now increase the convenience of transportation between the floating island whale and the ground. At the same time, this ability would allow the floating island whale to become an untouchable hidden city in the clouds like a floating cloud. Space Tunnel clearly showcased how important the strategic significance of spatial source-type items that could perform spatial teleportation was to major factions, or how important it was to Lin Yuan's private faction, the Sky City. Lin Yuan looked at this bronze eye/normal ethereal jellyfish and decided to enter seclusion and stay up late in the next few days. He planned to raise the ethereal jellyfish to legend when it was at bronze before raising it to silver. It would take too much time to raise it to gold. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry, and there was still less than a month to go before New Year's. He couldn't stay in seclusion until the new year to enhance the ethereal jellyfish. Therefore, he planned to wait until the new year before raising the ethereal jellyfish to gold. As Lin Yuan looked at the little ones who were still sleeping in the spirit lock spatial zone, he felt a little sleepy as well. He did not immediately go to enhance the ethereal jellyfish but first left the spirit lock spatial zone. He would need a good night's sleep before staying up late. It wouldn't be too late when he woke up the next day, received Gao Feng's package, handed it to Hu Quan, and stayed up late to enhance the ethereal jellyfish's grade and quality. This time, he did not intend to use the spirit chi crystals to enhance it because he had other uses for them. Lin Yuan had exchanged his Star Web Store's flower brocade pearls for strange flames, so that Chimey could reach Fantasy 3 and complete its bloodline evolution before undergoing the Radiance 100 sequence test. At that time, Lin Yuan could use the spirit chi crystals to promote Chimey from Silver Eye to Gold Eye, and let it become a Gold Eye/Fantasy 3 Fae. After undergoing a bloodline metamorphosis, Chimey would be Lin Yuan's trump card to face all challenges in the test. Early in the next morning, Lin Yuan received the gold Fae storage box that Gao Feng had mailed over through Ostrich Logistics at the mansion entrance. After receiving it, he called Gao Feng to tell him about it. Gao Feng's gold Fae storage box contained the 4 completely jade-textured green elm boards and design blueprints. After all, the things that Gao Feng had sent were really valuable. If Lin Yuan did not let Gao Feng know, the latter would always be thinking about it. Lin Yuan returned inside with this gold Fae storage box and saw Hu Quan wiping the carving knife in his hand. He approached Hu Quan and asked, "Uncle Hu, are you interested in the 4 completely jade-textured green elm boards here?" Hu Quan's eyes immediately lit up, and he answered, "Completely jade-textured green elm? Of course I'm interested in such good stuff." Lin Yuan handed the gold Fae storage box to Hu Quan and said, "It's been hard on you, Uncle Hu. This is for a friend of mine. I'll have him discuss the price with you when the time comes." Gao Feng could not find a Class 5 spirit craftsman, but Lin Yuan happened to know about it and did him a favor. As for the price of using these 4 completely jade-textured green elm boards to make objects according to the blueprints, Gao Feng and Hu Quan still had to discuss it. Although Hu Quan had signed a contract with him and did not ask for any sort of remuneration for making any objects for the mansion and his faction, Lin Yuan would not really consider Hu Quan as a toolman. He would not give Hu Quan something that his friend wanted to make without telling him about it and let him work as a laborer without his knowledge. This was akin to disrespecting Hu Quan. When Hu Quan heard Lin Yuan's words, he became a little unhappy instead. "Why are you so polite with me? Go discuss with your friend. I'm fed well in this mansion, and there are endless spiritual materials for me to use. I've long considered myself as part of this mansion." As he said that, Hu Quan looked at the feature wall again. He looked at himself beside Lin Yuan and said very firmly, "Don't talk to me about remuneration next time. The best remuneration is to provide a little more completely jade-textured wood for me to use." Hu Quan then smacked his lips and said, "That friend of yours is lucky. The first thing my fantasy breed wood weaving house centipede is going to make is his object." At that moment, when you came out of the kitchen, saw Hu Quan and said, "Uncle Hu, you really have to sleep at night in the future. Otherwise, after a long time, you simply won't be able to stay up. After all, it's liver detoxification at night. If you stay up late, it'll hurt your liver. Big Brother Lu cooked cinnamon pork liver soup for you again today. Uncle Hu, you just refuse to eat it. This time, you have to eat until nothing is left." When Hu Quan heard Wen Yu's tone of saying it was for his own good, The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch madly. What Hu Quan hated most in his life was the taste of liver. To make things worse, Lu Jie had been cooking cinnamon pork liver soup for him, making Hu Quan, a big old man who had never been taken care of, feel that he was being treated as a pregnant woman. However, it had to be said that Hu Quan got along with the people in the mansion and slowly treated this mansion as a home he had to protect. Nonetheless, this cinnamon pork liver soup was really too hard for him. Hu Quan knew it was to help his body detox, but he couldn't eat it even if he pinched his nose. At that moment, he wondered whether he should change his work schedule. Otherwise, not even an immortal could handle eating this cinnamon pork liver soup every day. When Lin Yuan saw Hu Quan gnashing his teeth, he could not help laughing. Perhaps the only thing that could defeat a Class 5 spirit craftsman like Hu Quan and not let him stay up late was the cinnamon pork liver soup. While eating, Lin Yuan noticed that Endless Summer, which always had a bold dressing style, had become normal after a night. Endless Summer's hair had returned to its original color, and it had a ponytail. It was wearing a very simple pink and white outfit. Endless Summer looked elegant, pretty, and noble with the body weaponization bracelet on its wrist that was full of pink-purple hydrangeas and some simple, grand spirit accessories. It no longer gave people a rustic, non-stream, heavy metal feeling. Lin Yuan glanced at the mother of Bloodbath. It nodded at him, expressing that it had completed its mission, and he gave it a thumbs up. He had never expected it to complete its mission so well. The question was, how had it accomplished this? Could it be related to those vicious cases about the fatty otakus recently? Ever since the scene culture had influenced Endless Summer, its hair had always been like being struck by lightning. When Lin Yuan had last met Endless Summer, it had at least 5 colors on its hair. Its clothing had also been very exaggerated. All kinds of strange clothes made it look crazy. The spirit accessories that Endless Summer had bought before also came in handy. It had almost worn all the spirit accessories it had bought. No matter where it went, sounds of the spirit accessories clanking could be heard. Lin Yuan, Wenyu, Lu Jie, and Hu Quan had all politely tried to talk about the disadvantages of the scene culture and told it to go easy on its style appropriately. But Wenyu, Lu Jie, Hu Quan, and even Lin Yuan were almost introduced to the heavy metal culture. It made Lin Yuan think that wearing 5 colors with a variety of metal chains might make him look better a little. In the end, rationality thrived over that. What puzzled Lin Yuan was how the mother of Bloodbath had completely changed Endless Summer's taste, who was dressed in a very exaggerated manner yesterday, after one night. This made Lin Yuan quite curious. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath said to Endless Summer, "Sister Summer, those otakus like your previous dressing style the most. If you still dress as you did before and they get your picture and post it on StarWeb's forum, there is no telling how many of them will put your picture on their walls. Think about what they will do to your picture at night." Lin Yuan could clearly feel Endless Summer shiver. Then he noticed that Endless Summer glanced at him and asked, "Are really?" Lin Yuan wanted to explain to Endless Summer that otakus were huge and gentle animals. What the mother of Bloodbath claimed was not the otaku's modus operandi. They loved paper cuts, not a photo of someone with a bold style. The otaku's degree of pickiness when looking for paper-cut wives could catch up to emperors choosing concubines. However, Lin Yuan saw the mother of Bloodbath blink its eyes hard at him, the meaning in its eyes obvious. It was clearly telling him that it had completed the mission, and if he was going to screw up again, he would have to find his own way. Couldn't do anything about it. Lin Yuan received the message from the mother of Bloodbath's eyes and first looked at Endless Summer's normal dressing style. He then recalled Endless Summer's non-mainstream dressing style again. He quickly cleared his throat and said, "Endless Summer, the mother of Bloodbath is right. Your photo will turn yellow on the wall in a few days. Otakus are really scary." In order to make otakus sound more terrifying, he added, "Do you know a place is known as a death camp?" Lin Yuan's words made Endless Summer freeze. Besides Endless Summer, even Lu Jie, Wenyu, and Hu Quan, who were all at the table, froze, pondering Lin Yuan's question. The mother of Bloodbath looked closely at Lin Yuan as if it really got to know him for the first time. After thinking for a long time, Endless Summer answered, Is it the legendary Sin cleansing pool? Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, the otaku's bed sheets can be said to be death camps. Endless Summer was a little puzzled and did not understand what Lin Yuan meant. However, when Yu, Lu Jie, and Hu Quan did, then Lin Yuan saw that Endless Summer did not seem to understand his question. So he asked, Endless Summer, do you know what can be called a life predator? Endless Summer thought for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. Given its suzerain/myth 3 power, only creation breed phase should be able to plunder its life. Lin Yuan felt that Endless Summer should really make up for the fact that it didn't even know about such things. The otaku's hands are comparable to a life predator. When Hu Quan, who was still looking at the cinnamon pork liver soup in front of him with an ugly expression, heard Lin Yuan say that, he choked on the egg roll and coughed violently. Endless Summer still looked as if it half understood. However, the mother of Bloodbath looked at Lin Yuan with a very dangerous gaze. He glanced at it as serious as when it had blinked its eyes at him previously and blinked his eyes at it. In Lin Yuan's opinion, this was for Endless Summer's good. Otherwise, why would Lin Yuan make fun of such gentle animals like otakus? The mother of Bloodbath looked at Lin Yuan and suddenly said, what do you know? Quickly cuff and take him away. Lin Yuan felt a little aggrieved. You don't understand, so how do you know what I'm talking about? Both of them should be handcuffed together and taken away. Hu Quan snorted out a laugh. Before he could laugh a few times, when you said, Uncle Hu, if you don't eat the cinnamon pork liver soup while it's hot, it's going to turn cold. Big brother Lu got up early in the morning and boiled it for you for an hour and a half. When you had cleverly changed the topic, shifting it from Lin Yuan to Hu Quan. Hu Quan looked at the lumps of pig liver that appeared in this big bowl of cinnamon pork liver soup and felt bitter. When Lin Yuan saw that Hu Quan was not very interested in the soup, he said to Lu Jie, Big brother Lu, I bought a lot of ingredients last night. If Uncle Hu doesn't like pork liver soup, he can still have beef liver soup or lamb liver soup. Upon hearing that, Hu Quan held up the bowl, pinched his nose, and ate all the cinnamon pork liver soup. Then he hurriedly drank the banana milk on his left side and ate a few mouthfuls of cut fruits mixed with maple syrup before the pork liver taste in his mouth was suppressed. However, the more Hu Quan looked at little Yuan eating his breakfast unhurriedly, the more he felt that little Yuan actually looked kind but was cruel. What was the difference between beef liver soup, mutton liver soup, and pork liver soup? Didn't all of them have liver? Weren't the odor of the beef liver soup and mutton liver soup even worse? This kid must be taking revenge on him for not holding back his laughter when he was talking just now. After eating, Lin Yuan told everyone his plan about entering seclusion for a while. Hu Quan rubbed his stomach and said, I should not be returning to the mansion today and tomorrow. Those old guys from the Spirit Craftsman Association are going to hold a ceremony for me. When I return, I'll be a real Class 5 spirit craftsman. Looking at Hu Quan's joyful expression after he had achieved his life goal, Lin Yuan smiled and said to him, I'll congratulate Uncle Hu in advance. Hu Quan first chuckled and then rolled his eyes at him before replying, If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have become a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Lu Jie, who was cleaning up the tableware on the table, said, Uncle Hu, contact us through the phone when you come back. At that time, I'll make a table of delicious food for you to celebrate. Hu Quan also did not refuse and just subconsciously said, I don't eat liver. Lu Jie looked at Hu Quan's real and unpretentious expression and had some doubts about his cooking skills for the first time. I've eaten a lot of this cinnamon pork liver soup that I made. It tastes quite good. Why does Hu Quan hate eating that so much? Why don't I add some fish head and Sichuan sesame to it when I make it next time, so that it becomes fish head pork liver soup with cinnamon and Sichuan sesame? It can even nourish his mind while nourishing his liver. Lu Jie felt that his idea was simply awesome. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. After sending Hu Quan out, Lin Yuan returned to his room and logged onto StarWeb with his creation master identity. The first thing he did when he logged onto StarWeb was to go to his purchase with no loss store and put up 10 flower brocade pearls for blind trade again. Then he began to check all the messages he had received in his message bar during this period. Among these messages, Most of them were asking if he had more flower brocade pearls that could be traded. Although they were all in the name of individuals, these people should have their own factions behind them. Otherwise, even if the buyer was a pinnacle class 4 creation master, they could not use all the flower brocade pearls after buying so many of them. Lin Yuan kept all the messages because he might do this deal some time after. Of course, some messages were asking Lin Yuan if he had bronze/epic phase. He deleted all of them, since he had established a private faction territory on StarWeb and set its main operation path to customizing bronze/epic phase suitable for the different willpower runes that Spirit Chi professionals had comprehended. He naturally would not let his purchase with no law store overlap with his private faction's operation. Wouldn't he become his own competitor? However, that didn't mean that Lin Yuan wouldn't allow high-quality bronze phase to circulate outside his purchase with no law store. Then he issued the news of the blind trade on his Star Web store. It was not so much of a trade of items but a trade of people. Lin Yuan wrote, "Recruiting king-class experts with 3 willpower runes and above. Give me loyalty and I'll give you a future." Lin Yuan posted such a message that did not hide his purpose. He did not write what kind of future he could give, but he believed that given the strength that his small store had shown so far, king-class experts intending to join a faction to obtain stable resources were bound to come in contact with him. However, Lin Yuan would not entertain general king-class experts. The king-class experts that he wanted to recruit had to have at least 3 willpower runes. Lin Yuan's purpose in releasing this message was not mainly to recruit those powerful king-class experts who were not easy to recruit. Those powerful king-class experts could pay allegiance to the top factions so as to obtain a huge amount of resources. Lin Yuan really wanted to recruit those who had bad initial conditions and could only nurture the main Fae with a lifetime of resources but were talented enough to comprehend multiple willpower runes. Due to their low starting point, these king-class experts had been limited by resources, so their main Fae was often not very powerful. Although having multiple willpower rune on their path of growing could allow them to show their amazing talents, such king-class experts were still not very well treated by the veteran factions. These king-class experts, who didn't have powerful main Faes, could not immediately contribute to the veteran factions by paying allegiance to them. Only when the veteran factions invested high-quality bronze Faes in these experts could they grow. The addition of such king-class experts was almost like constantly sucking the veteran factions' resources, and it would also take a long time for their Faes to grow. As a result, veteran factions were naturally unwilling to do such a deal that sustained losses. The strength-based world was very realistic. No matter how great one's talent was, it had to be piled up with high-quality bronze Faes and a huge amount of resources. For the veteran factions, the best choice was to invest in those king-class experts with powerful main Faes. Therefore, those king-class experts with only one main Fae, low combat ability, but with many willpower runes were in a very awkward position. After all, there were few creation masters in this world, and high-quality bronze Faes were simply precious. Even those king-class experts with powerful main Faes that joined veteran factions for over 10 years might not necessarily be able to obtain a high-quality bronze Fae that was suitable for their comprehended willpower rune. The more such king-class experts were not welcomed by veteran factions, the more beneficial it was to Lin Yuan, as he welcomed them very much. High-quality bronze Faes were difficult for other people, but it was just a matter of a dozen minutes for Lin Yuan. Basically, it could be said that Lin Yuan was going to make a deal with no capital with the items within his reach to exchange for the allegiance of those king-class experts with weak main Fae but many willpower runes. After Lin Yuan poured in the resources of high-quality bronze Faes into such king-class experts, he could completely put them in a free-range state. No matter how weak these king-class experts' main Fae was, they had some savings and could provide the resources needed to nurture their new Fae. Lin Yuan did not need to think too much and could save a lot of trouble, which was simply his project of having white-clothed followers. After Lin Yuan gave these king-class experts with weak main Fae but many willpower runes the high-quality bronze Faes, they might not bring any strong and favorable returns to him in a short period. But after a year or two of nurturing their other Fae, they would be no different from those king-class experts with powerful main Faes. They would even become more powerful than them. Lin Yuan wasn't sure how many of these king-class experts would look for him. However, every such king-class expert would be equivalent to planting a seed in the soil that could bear fruit. As long as this seed could sprout in the soil, then it was destined to bloom into a gorgeous flower. Lin Yuan did not believe that those king-class experts with a low starting point but great talent would be willing to settle for mediocrity. He had a temptation that any spirit chi professional could hardly resist, and he was unlike those veteran factions that only provided high-quality bronze phase. What he could provide were high-quality bronze phase that could be customized according to the willpower rune. Thus, the net had been opened, just waiting for the fish to swim in. When the news that Lin Yuan's store put another batch of flower brocade pearls for blind trade spread, the people who paid attention to it rushed to purchase with no-loss face store. Immediately after that, they were shocked by the recruitment news he had posted. This one-star store simply had a huge appetite. Or rather, how many resources did he have as the bottom line to be able to say, "Give me loyalty and I'll give you a future"? Lin Yuan logged off StarWeb and returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, ready to enhance the Bronze Eye/normal ethereal jellyfish. When he entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone this time, he noticed Gray was playing hide-and-seek with the Windspeed Rapid Antelope. They were running and chasing each other and hiding, bringing a lot of fun to the place. After Lin Yuan got close to these two little fellows, he started to concentrate on enhancing the ethereal jellyfish to improve its grade and quality. For the past few days, Lin Yuan had only slept 4 to 5 hours every day, like when he had entered seclusion in the past. After spending 5 days promoting the ethereal jellyfish from Bronze Eye/normal to Bronze X/legend, he noticed that although this light red ethereal jellyfish still had no change in color, and was still the same color after it had absorbed his blood, its heart would emit a flickering dark red glow from time to time. At the same time, its body became much larger, with many bright silver lines on it. When the ethereal jellyfish contracted its body, it was as if it had traveled back and forth several spaces. Between the dimming and flickering, it was close at hand, but it was as if there were layers of barriers that people simply could not touch. However, when Lin Yuan reached out to touch the ethereal jellyfish, it would transform its body from the layers of space into a solid form, allowing him to touch it. During that period, he found that it always liked to run to his head, felt very warm on his head, as well as cool and comfortable. Due to the ethereal jellyfish's festive color, Lin Yuan had a feeling of wearing a little red hat and red wig. Only after his violent protest and clear opposition did the ethereal jellyfish get off his head. Instead, it started lying lazily on Lin Yuan's neck when it had nothing else to do. Every time the ethereal jellyfish landed on Lin Yuan's neck, it was like he was wearing a red scarf. But in his opinion, it was better to be on his neck than on his head. As Lin Yuan continued to channel spirit chi into the ethereal jellyfish, it broke through the limit of Bronze X and became a Silver Eye/legend source-type lifeform. When the ethereal jellyfish broke through to silver, 3 long spiral-shaped tentacles grew between its nearly 30 short tentacles. These 3 long spiral-shaped tentacles were very thick, nearly twice the length of its short tentacles. They grew in the center of the ethereal jellyfish's body and were surrounded by a circle of short tentacles at the side. This made the ethereal jellyfish look much more magnificent than its ordinary jellyfish look. Then Lin Yuan started to check the ethereal jellyfish's true data. Fey name: ethereal jellyfish, Fey species. Almerity/floating jellyfish, Fey grade. Silver, 1/10. Fey type, spatial, Fey quality. Legend, abilities, tentacle node. By breaking its tentacles, the broken tentacles are treated as a spatial node. Node teleportation. By sensing a spatial node, it will transport targets toward a certain spatial node. Node activation. The spatial teleportation marked by the tentacle node will be activated, and the target of the activated node will be teleported to other tentacle nodes or toward itself. Tentacle node will be invalidated after the teleportation. Exclusive skill. Space tunnel. Breaks off many tentacles or fuses the tentacles with spatial spiritual materials in the space to form special long-distance space passageways. When there are 3 long-distance space passageways, one of them has to be removed before setting up a new one. Lin Yuan saw that after the ethereal jellyfish reached silver, its new ability was called Node Activation. This ability was the ethereal jellyfish's first step to perfect its teleportation system that was just taking shape. Clearly brought Lin Yuan a big surprise. Node activation increased the functionality of the ethereal jellyfish's original teleportation system. It could be said that Lin Yuan, the ethereal jellyfish's contractor, would not be the only one enjoying its teleportation effects. Other people holding its tentacles could also teleport to various spatial nodes. Although the tentacles acting as the teleportation medium would disappear after the teleportation, it made the ethereal jellyfish's teleportation system more flexible. In Lin Yuan's opinion, this silver ability was akin to somewhat compensating for the tension in establishing his private faction, where Space Tunnel could only set up 3 passageways and allow its various spatial nodes to link up perfectly with each other. As long as the people in Lin Yuan's private faction had a small section of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles, they could teleport to any spatial nodes. In case of danger, it would be equivalent to giving the members of Lin Yuan's private faction a chance to escape. There was no need to worry even if the enemy took the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles. Any needed to take out a drop of blood in advance and let the ethereal jellyfish devour it, in order to use its tentacles to teleport once between nodes. The blood that it devoured would be memorized in its gastric pouch. Only those whose blood was memorized could activate the tentacles to teleport between nodes. Lin Yuan cut a tentacle and observed it before he found out that the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles would grow out 2 centimeters in 1 hour. Its tentacles were 30 centimeters long, so Lin Yuan deduced it would take about 15 hours for 1 tentacle to grow. Then he cut off all the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles, and Lin Yuan now had 30 tentacles in his hands. He would have to take these tentacles to the location where he wanted to set up a spatial node. The ethereal jellyfish's ability seemed powerful, but it also had its own drawbacks. If the ethereal jellyfish wanted to teleport, the spatial node would have to be set up in advance, and the range of the spatial node couldn't go beyond the range that the ethereal jellyfish could cover with its strength. Given the silver eye/legend ethereal jellyfish's strength, it could only cover a small half of the royal capital. At present, such a distance was enough for Lin Yuan. As for long-distance teleportation, Lin Yuan could set up a space tunnel, and the distance would be determined by the number of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles that Lin Yuan used. The more tentacles he used, the further the space tunnel could be set up. Therefore, in order not to waste the ethereal jellyfish's teleportation resources, Lin Yuan would have to cut the ethereal jellyfish's newly grown tentacles periodically. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yuan could feel how the tentacles were like hair for humans, where there would be no feelings after it was cut, he really wouldn't want to get his hands on its tentacles. When Lin Yuan exited the spirit lock spatial zone, he noticed it was already late at night. Lin Yuan happened to feel very tired, so he got under his covers, ready to have a good sleep, but the late night in the royal capital was not quiet. Even if black clouds covered the stars and moon in the dark night of the royal capital, they were still illuminated by the lights, full of prosperity. The early winter season had passed and had turned into a real cold winter. Although the weather in the royal capital was not cold in the true north, the cold wind could easily blow through the Spirit Chi professional Spirit Chi clothes. Random snowflakes slowly spilled down from the dark clouds in the sky without changing the lively atmosphere. It was almost the Lunar New Year, so many people were out at night. They gathered in some bars and restaurants, watching the broadcast of the Guild Alliance's tournament. In a very exquisite and stylish single villa in the royal capital's main city, a young man around 29 years old was sitting on a black musk deer leather sofa, with a 3-meter-long black leopard lying next to his feet. The leopard seemed to be a little sleepy at this moment and swept its tail, with blood at the corner of its mouth. Clearly, it had eaten not long ago. The youth was holding a crystal wine glass, but he squeezed it so hard that it seemed it was going to explode at any time. An old man of nearly 80 years old was standing behind the youth. He hunched over, and his waist and legs almost formed a right angle. The old man had a walking stick, trembling as if a gust of wind could blow him down. At that moment, this youth's eyes were gloomy as he looked without blinking at the 2 majestic-looking middle-aged men standing in front of him. These 2 middle-aged men stood there, with beads of sweat on their foreheads, and their eyes were full of caution as well as the fear of this youth. The youth said coldly, "Tell me, you two, how long has it been? The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has not been taken down." One of the slightly younger, middle-aged men hurriedly answered, "Young Master Zheng, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce couldn't withstand our pressure and has moved from Indigo Azure City to the royal capital. It'll withdraw and abandon all of its assets in Indigo Azure City. It has already lost its foundation." The gloomy youth's tone suddenly changed. "So, according to you guys, you are still going to take credit for it, right?" The slightly younger, middle-aged man's expression was obviously relieved upon hearing the words. He did not see the older partner standing beside him, whose expression had suddenly become uneasy, as he said, "Young Master Zheng, we do not dare to take credit for it. However, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources are simply too complicated. We still need some time to target them." The gloomy young man was furious and laughed before he fiercely hit the musk deer leather sofa's armrest, creating a loud bang. The slightly younger, middle-aged man who had spoken just now was so scared that he fell on his knees. The gloomy youth bellowed, "Are you a pig? A Chamber of Commerce's online resources target the various stores on Star Web. Who knows how many stores on Star Web the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has signed contracts with to buy goods? Only a pig would think of targeting the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources." The middle-aged man kneeling on the ground really didn't know what to say. So he blurted out after a long while, "I'm a pig." The gloomy youth almost didn't catch his breath and was so angry that he crushed the wine glass in his hand. He threw the base of the glass on the forehead of the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground, creating a bloodstain. Then he looked at another middle-aged man and said coldly, "My Zheng family supported you brothers. Is that how you two do things? Previously, when you made a move on the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce controlled by your own father, you weren't as soft-hearted as now. Hee hee. Top in the seizure of power? Is it harder to get something done than to eat shit?" The older middle-aged man immediately knelt on the ground and replied in fear, "We brothers are where we are now thanks to your support for so many years. We'll do whatever you tell us to." The gloomy youth kicked the sleepy black leopard that was beside him. It roared due to the kick and revealed its sharp teeth. After it saw the gloomy youth had kicked it, the black leopard continued to lie on the ground without making a sound. The gloomy youth looked at the two middle-aged men kneeling before him and said, "You are all inferior to this stupid leopard. Don't you have any teeth? I thought you all knew when you seized your father's Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce that those who are bitten by sharp teeth are destined never to stand in the way again." When the two middle-aged men heard the gloomy youth's words, they looked at each other. The younger of the two men asked carefully, "Young Master Zheng, I heard that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce found a backer, and the Merchant Guild is just an empty shell now. About that." The gloomy youth's eyes grew dangerous. He looked at the two kneeling middle-aged men and yelled, "Since the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has already shifted from Indigo Azure City to the royal capital, it means they did so before your eyes. Don't tell me you cannot even handle the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, which has already given up their downline resources and is just under your watch. As for the other matters, I will handle them." After receiving the gloomy youth's orders, they quickly retreated from the room while feeling terrified. At that moment, the hunched elder standing behind the gloomy youth suddenly said, "Young master, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's current leader is Listen. I heard that he is rather competent." The gloomy youth stood up and shrugged. He said as though he didn't care, "Elder Nyo, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce is just an ant. So what if Listen is a competent person? If he doesn't even have any chess pieces, how can he play chess?" One could hear from the gloomy youth's tone that he didn't even put Listen in his eyes. The hunched elder originally wanted to say something, but after hearing the gloomy youth's response, he asked, "Young master, do you want me to find out about the faction backing the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce?" The gloomy youth shook his hand and said, "Given the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's current situation, do you think a veteran faction would try to take control of it? Furthermore, what I really want is the Coastal Sea, which the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce controls at Indigo Azure City. My Zheng family wishes to excavate resources at Indigo Azure City's coastal seas. Therefore, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's coastal sea is destined to belong to my Zheng family. If there is a faction truly obstructing us, After speaking to this point, the gloomy youth lowered his head and didn't talk anymore. The hunched elder Nyo stayed silent for a moment before asking, "What does young master plan to do?" The gloomy youth looked at the crushed wine glass on the floor and said, "Listen's backer might not bother about the listening heron chamber of commerce. However, if this backer really interferes with the Zheng family's interests, then let the backer be the wine glass on the ground right now." The hunched elder Nyo responded, "I understand, young master. Let me handle this matter." Before he used almost all of his strength to kick the black leopard on the ground, the gloomy youth nodded. The black leopard never closed its eyes to rest after getting kicked awake earlier. When the gloomy youth kicked it, the black leopard was obviously terrified and didn't even dare to dodge. It endured the kick. The gloomy youth sat on the black leopard's back and said, "I want everything to be over before the dimensional rift's active period. Otherwise, I won't be able to afford it when the main family tries to blame me, a descendant of a mistress." The hunched elder Nyo bowed even lower. "Young master doesn't have to worry." The night wind brought about snow and a bone-chilling air that surged toward the listening heron chamber of commerce. The winter sun was much lazier than before. During summer, the sun would be high up in the sky when it was 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. It was already 7 o'clock, but the sky was only dimly lit. Lin Yuan had been toiling for the past few days as he enhanced the ethereal jellyfish without rest. Normally, after toiling for several days, Lin Yuan would sleep until afternoon in order to replenish all his energy that was lost from the last few days. However, it was only 7 o'clock in the morning, and just as the sky turned bright, Lin Yuan woke up. Lin Yuan could feel that Chimey, which had been sleeping in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree's nest, had already awakened. Lin Yuan immediately summoned Chimey from the spirit lock spatial zone. Once Chimey was summoned out, it immediately let out a few clear chirps. When Lin Yuan heard Chimey's clear chirps, he felt as though it was like a clash of soft jade that wasn't only pleasant to the ears. The chirps felt like they could enter deep into the soul. The voice had now turned into a soul voice. Lin Yuan was speechless. If Chimey used its current voice to sing, wouldn't it be irresistible? After chirping, Chimey immediately landed beside Lin Yuan's ear with fondness and used its beak to peck at Lin Yuan's hair, helping to tidy up his morning hair. Immediately after, Chimey jumped onto Genius' head and used its little talon to hop around its head. Shortly after, Genius was awakened from its dreams. Genius let out a lazy meow. However, once Genius saw that it was Chimey, it immediately became energetic. Genius lifted its 2 fluffy tails and formed a little chair. Chimey flapped its wings and flew over to land on the little chair. Subsequently, Genius wagged its tails, making it feel as though Chimey was seated on a swing. Chimey let out a joyful and carefree expression. Lin Yuan rubbed Genius' cheek and said, "Genius, you are pampering Chimey too much." When Chimey heard Lin Yuan's comment, it chirped twice to express its protest before speaking. "Genis and Yuan both pamper me." When Lin Yuan heard Chimey talking, he was pleasantly surprised. He never expected Chimey to learn how to speak after reaching Fantasy 2. Actually, it should be natural. During normal days, Chimey could already understand what Lin Yuan was saying. In the past, when Chimey had learned how to sing, it was something like parrot talk. Nonetheless, it had helped build Chimey's foundation in speech. Chimey might not be too proficient in speech. Still, after a period of practice, once Chimey's quality reached Fantasy 3, or it went through a bloodline evolution, Chimey would probably be able to converse like a regular person. Lin Yuan extended his finger and said, "Chimey, come over and let me see your changes after the quality upgrade." Chimey flew off from Genius' tails and landed on Lin Yuan's hand. It chirped twice and said, "Yuan, Chimey has become more beautiful. Look." While speaking, Chimey extended its wings to present itself to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan noticed that Chimey hadn't become bigger in size after reaching Fantasy 2, and it still possessed that delicate and exquisite look. However, Lin Yuan could see that the cloud prints on Chimey's feathers were now more intense. Each cloud print seemed to be concealed by a starry halo, making them look brighter. Even if Chimey didn't use Radiant Body, the stars within the cloud prints were subtly emitting a glazed radiance. At the same time, the plume feather on Chimy's head had grown longer, and there were some indistinct patterns too. Lin Yuan couldn't really discern the exact patterns, but the plume feather and the patterns made it look as though Chimy was wearing an avian crown. Lin Yuan could tell that Chimy's bloodline must have been activated to a greater extent. Otherwise, Chimy wouldn't have transformations that were visible to the naked eye. Now that Chimy was awakened after the quality upgrade, Genius was obviously overjoyed. Lin Yuan knew that Genius had a little habit of raising its tail higher and higher as it was getting happier. At present, Genius' twin tails were already lifted high up into the sky. However, Lin Yuan was still going to let Chimy continue to rest on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree to upgrade its quality, progressing from Fantasy 2 to Fantasy 3. Therefore, Lin Yuan said to Chimy, "Chimy, can you continue to upgrade your quality on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree?" When Chimy heard Lin Yuan's request, it chirped twice and blinked its eyes before saying, "Yuan, when I wake up next time, can you teach me to sing more songs?" Lin Yuan rubbed Chimy with his finger in a pampering manner and said, "You quick-witted little rascal. Of course, it is fine to learn more songs. I can teach you as many songs as you want." After receiving Lin Yuan's reply, Chimy flew around the house twice in an excited manner. It felt like it could already see a whole screen of praises for it in the live-streaming room. Chimy suddenly thought, "I, the sparrow-voiced lowly goddess, am going to be busy for some time. Once I am done, I will sing new songs for everyone. Remember to praise me." Chimy didn't know that while it had been missing for such a long time, its fans had all bitterly been waiting in the live-streaming room. Of course, the most miserable fan was the top-ranking one who was still sending gifts frenziedly. At the same time, Chimy was also abnormally excited to be able to upgrade its quality again. A quality upgrade was an irresistible temptation for any fae. Furthermore, after this upgrade, Chimy could obviously feel that it was much stronger than before. Even though Chimy was extremely active and lively, it was still willing to fall into a deep slumber to upgrade its quality and activate its bloodline. On the other hand, when Genius heard that Chimy was going back to sleep, its lifted tails immediately drooped down again. Lin Yuan rubbed Genius' head and said, "Once Chimy is asleep, you still can play with Gray inside the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Furthermore, Gray will be able to come outside to play with you soon after a period." Genius could feel Lin Yuan's concern in his words as it immediately used its head to brush against Lin Yuan's palm. It then nodded like an adult. Lin Yuan looked at Genius and genuinely felt that he should quickly comprehend a willpower rune that was suitable for Genius. He would then be able to allow Genius to become a fantasy breed. However, even if Lin Yuan could comprehend more willpower runes, the content of the willpower rune wasn't something that Lin Yuan could decide. It was still up to fate. Once Lin Yuan made the arrangements for Chimy, he looked at the time and realized it was already 7:30 a.m. However, Lin Yuan felt that his mind was still rather drowsy and didn't have enough sleep. When not having enough sleep, it would make an individual feel very weak throughout the entire day. Therefore, Lin Yuan simply carried Genius and laid back on the bed. The winter sun might be up late, but it was still very warm when it shone through the window. Soon enough, Lin Yuan and Genius closed their eyes and fell into the deep dreamland. Lin Yuan slept until afternoon and gave a huge stretch after waking up, feeling very refreshed. After cleaning up, he carried Genius downstairs, who was still rather drowsy and in a daze. Lin Yuan was wearing a set of matte white spirit chi clothes that had a mix of silk and cotton. The white surface was decorated with light yellow embroidery. Lin Yuan already had a sunshine aura, and when complemented by this set of spirit chi clothes, it allowed Lin Yuan to have an even more amiable presence. When Lin Yuan got downstairs, he saw Hu Quan seated on the leather sofa. The latter was commanding the fantasy breed wood-weaving house centipede to consume the completely jade-textured wooden shavings. He then commanded the wood-weaving house centipede to process the wood shavings inside its belly before spitting out durable jade-textured threads. Hu Quan acted quickly as he delicately weaved the jade-textured threads on a metallic frame. The durable jade-textured threads wrapped around the metallic frame and formed a cloud-like pattern in just a short moment. When Hu Quan saw Lin Yuan walking down, he quickly said, "Lin Yuan, come over here and see if this mask I made is suitable for your size." Lin Yuan walked over and saw that Hu Quan had an item that was almost completed. He looked for a long time before he noticed that Hu Quan was making a mask. The metal frame didn't have enough jade-textured threads weaved around, and there were plenty of gaps. It was truly hard for anyone to associate it with a mask right now. Hu Quan saw Lin Yuan's expression and felt that his spirit craftsmanship was getting doubted. He pointed at the sofa by the side and said, "Sit and wait there for 20 minutes. This mask will be done by then." Immediately after, Hu Quan's hands moved delicately and deftly again, as he pulled out the thread spun by the wood-weaving house centipede and weaved it on the metal frame. As time went by, the metal frame was completely weaved. Finally, Hu Quan took out some jade-textured wooden pieces that were already polished up previously and tied them with the threads. He then used a tessellation technique to embed the wooden pieces onto the metal frame. During the past 20 minutes, Lin Yuan had been watching how Hu Quan created an exquisite mask from just a framework. He truly felt that it was heaven's work when a Class 5 spirit craftsman worked together with a fantasy breed fae. As the only spirit craftsman in the manor, Lin Yuan had naturally discussed with Hu Quan about Sky City's design. This mask just happened to be designed according to Lin Yuan's ideal of the Sky City. Once Hu Quan finished the mask, he handed it over to Lin Yuan and indicated for him to wear it. Lin Yuan received the mask and realized that even though it looked heavy, it was surprisingly light. When worn on the face, it was able to cover Lin Yuan's eyes and nose. However, the light refracted by the jade-textured threads could well hide Lin Yuan's chin and forehead with the halo. His mask was paired with two jade-textured wood protrusions, just like two dragon horns. It made Lin Yuan give off the feeling of maturity and evil. The mask followed the curve of his chin, so people simply could not discern his age. Lin Yuan saw the effect of this mask through the shadow reflected on the completely jade-textured table at the side. He gave Hu Quan a thumbs up and praised him. "Uncle Hu, your spirit craftsmanship is really ingenious. It's simply superb." When Hu Quan heard Lin Yuan's praise, he said with a chuckle, "You can't show your face in public when dealing with matters now that you've established your private faction. It'll be much more convenient with this mask." The mask's jade silk threads outline the pattern of the majestic city in the clouds. At that time, I'll make some similar ones to the style of this mask, with jade silk threads outlined with some white cloud patterns. It'll be convenient for the others to carry when they go out to take care of their affairs. Lin Yuan nodded and asked, "Uncle Hu, is there still enough completely jade-textured wood in the mansion now?" Hu Quan thought for a moment and answered, "Thanks to those 4 pieces of completely jade-textured green elm, there is no shortage. It's enough to make good luck bed couches and weave masks for the period before New Year's. I went to check on the completely jade-textured wood fragments I stored up in the past 2 days and found there were simply too many of them. It's more than enough to supply the goods to the listening heron chamber of commerce. I can rely on this fantasy breed wood-weaving house centipede to make jade-textured silk threads for weaving some objects. I found a total of 27 spirit craftsmen to prepare licensed objects. These spirit craftsmen have already started working overtime in the Spirit Craftsmen Association to make them. The manufactured objects are placed in my private warehouse in the Spirit Craftsman Chamber of Commerce. See when it'll be appropriate to send these objects to listen." Lin Yuan thought about his intention to go out later and set up spatial nodes with the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles in various places within the royal capital. He had already set up a spatial node with a tentacle in his house. Lin Yuan now had 29 tentacles of the ethereal jellyfish, so he could set up 29 spatial nodes in the royal capital. Although he did not intend to set up so many spatial nodes at once, he felt that he needed to visit the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's location in the royal capital to set up a spatial node. Thus, he said, "Uncle Hu, I'm going to make a trip to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce later, and I'll bring these objects made of completely jade-textured wood powder to listen." Hu Quan replied, "I'll now have a Class 3 spirit craftsman take those objects that they worked overtime to make out of my private warehouse before sending them in a platinum Fey storage box." After saying that, Hu Quan made a phone call to the Class 3 spirit craftsman. who was rushing to make the objects at the Spirit Craftsman Association. Lin Yuan could infer from Hu Quan's words how much his words weighed in the Spirit Craftsman Association after becoming a Class 5 Spirit Craftsman. Hu Quan could already deploy the Spirit Craftsman Association's resources to a certain extent as long as he didn't go too far. Hu Quan hung up the phone, and after a moment of silence, he said to Lin Yuan solemnly, "Young master, I want to pull together a group of Class 3 Spirit Craftsmen to establish an organization under your private faction, Sky City. What do you think?" After hearing that, Lin Yuan indicated for Hu Quan to continue talking about his plan. Although Lin Yuan did not express his opinion, he was in favor of Hu Quan's desire to pull together a group of Class 3 Spirit Craftsmen and set up an organization under his own private faction. If Lin Yuan wanted to build his Sky City on the floating island Whale's Back, he would need many Spirit Craftsmen to work for him. Relying on Hu Quan alone would exhaust him, and he clearly could not complete the huge Sky City's construction. Therefore, if Hu Quan could gather many Class 3 Spirit Craftsmen under him, it would obviously be of great use to Sky City's construction. Hu Quan told Lin Yuan very seriously about his plan. "When I was looking for Class 3 Spirit Craftsmen to work on the objects under my name in the Spirit Craftsman Association, many of them expressed that they were willing to attach themselves to my side without charging any fees if they could learn spirit craftsmanship by my side. So I think this is an opportunity." Hu Quan's eyes clearly revealed something called ambition. Most of the Class 5 Spirit Craftsmen in the Spirit Craftsman Association have chosen to do things alone or become a respected guest of the veteran factions. There are many Class 3 and Class 4 Spirit Craftsmen in the Spirit Craftsman Association, but there have been no Class 5 Spirit Craftsmen to use this power. If we can take in these Class 3 and Class 4 Spirit Craftsmen, not only can they earn money for us in the future development, but we will no longer need to worry about manpower in the future, no matter what we want to carry out to build. Lin Yuan could hear from Hu Quan's words that he had been thinking about this big family. Of course, a large part of this was also because Hu Quan had a new goal and ambition after becoming a Class 5 creation master. It was not a bad thing to have ambition, as it could urge people to progress. Lin Yuan was very much in favor of Hu Quan's idea, so he naturally would not go against it. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Uncle, whose strength as a spirit craftsman is ingenious. How about setting up a heavenly craft pavilion? Tell me how much resources you'll need for that. I'll fully support it." Upon hearing that, Hu Quan laughed and replied, "A heavenly craft pavilion sounds good. Young master, I won't let you down when I develop the heavenly craft pavilion." The Class 3 Spirit Craftsmen appointed by Hu Quan arrived at the mansion's entrance in a short while. Hu Quan went to the door and brought back the platinum Fey storage box before handing it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan then stored it in his amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box. When Lin Yuan was about to go out, the mother of Bloodbath, which was originally watching the fish before the fish tank, said, "Lin Yuan, wait for me for a moment. I'll go out with you. Old Hu, make me a mask as well. I'll take it out with me." After saying that, the mother of Bloodbath pulled Lin Yuan to stand next to the red sandalwood longevity fish tank and let him and itself look at the 3 mountain river eternal life carps that were swimming inside. The people in the mansion had long been used to the jaw-dropping good stuff that always appeared inside and were no longer as surprised as they were at first. Lin Yuan was a little confused why the mother of Bloodbath kept looking at the 3 mountain river eternal life carps. Suddenly, a bad thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the mother of Bloodbath was craving for fish? At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath said, "Lin Yuan, the bloodline within the 3 carps is not simple. They have the same bloodline in their bodies that influence and attract each other. When they're together, the 3 bloodlines vaguely fuse into one, as if there is only one bloodline that is 3 times stronger. When the 3 carps evolve to a certain level, it's likely that one will be the dominant one, and 2 will be the supports, forming a special mutation evolution." Lin Yuan was not sure about the special mutation evolution that the mother of Bloodbath was talking about, but he secretly took it to heart. This was because these 3 mountain river eternal life carps had slowly evolved from the myriad form carps, thanks to Lin Yuan. Thus, if a special mutation did occur in the future, Lin Yuan would also have a good idea of what to expect so as not to be too flustered at the time. In less than 30 minutes, Hu Quan threw the newly made mask with cloud patterns to the Mother of Bloodbath. After Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath went out, Lin Yuan ordered a flying fei and went toward the Radiant Moon Palace on the Leaning Moon Mountain. When they arrived at the Radiant Moon Palace's entrance, the Mother of Bloodbath transformed into a fist-sized red spider and landed on that silver stamen gold luster cassia that had yet to reach suzerain in front of the Radiant Moon Palace. After a fei reached suzerain, it would possess a strong sense of territory. If two unfamiliar feis rashly landed on the other's body, it would be akin to a great provocation and offense. Lin Yuan entered the Radiant Moon Palace and went straight to the inner palace. Before he reached the entrance, he smelled a burst of lotus fragrance. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of what his master, the Moon Empress, had said before about making lotus root powder for himself from those suzerain lotus phase roots. He swallowed his saliva and only felt a little sorry for those lotus phase that he usually saw every time he was there. The Moon Empress wouldn't really have laid her hands on those lotus phase that have just been promoted to suzerain, would she? Just after entering the inner palace, Lin Yuan saw his master combing the seven-tailed sun-swallowing fox's fur. Mystic Moon was commanding Kai Cha and Yin Cha to cut the lotus roots in the lotus pool. The lotus phase that had just been promoted to suzerain all looked weak, helpless, and pitiful. The blooming lotus flowers of various colors were drooping, looking very spiritless. Lin Yuan felt that if these lotus phase could make expressions, they would all look like, "Don't you come here." Mystic Moon said upon seeing this, "They're lazy to even bloom. It seems that there are too many lotus seeds. Just in time for young lord. Having lotus seeds inside the lotus powder can certainly upgrade the flavor to another level." The moment Mystic Moon said that, the suzerain lotus phase in the pool immediately spread their huge flowers completely and produced haze. Some of them didn't have to wait for Kai Cha and Yin Cha to cut them. They took the initiative to break their lotus roots by themselves. The Moon Empress waved her hand to Lin Yuan, who had just entered the inner palace. "Try the pollen cream ginger cakes made from the camellias planted in the garden outside the palace. See if they are to your liking." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan rushed forward and saw a plate of very exquisitely made soft snacks. Lin Yuan ate a mouthful of pollen cream ginger cake, which felt fragrant in his mouth. Obviously, the taste of chestnut cream was very soft, sweet, and light. The Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan ate it and was afraid he would choke, so she poured him a cup of spirit tea before saying, "It just so happens that you're here today. I'll let Kai Cha and Yin Cha grind you a bowl of assorted lotus root powder. These dozens of suzerain lotus's root powder will be mixed with water into a bowl, and together with the suzerain silver stamen gold luster cassia's nectar, it should be able to let you wash away the impurities in your body again and really make your body become free of dirt." Lin Yuan reached out and scratched the hair on the back of his head, thinking about how the Moon Empress would always go out of her way to cook delicious food for himself whenever he came to the Radiant Moon Palace. She usually had Mystic Moon send all kinds of things to the mansion. There were food, spiritual materials, spirit chi clothes, and even a strategic spatial source-type item with the ability to perform spatial teleportation. Cold Moon had also not returned to the Radiant Moon Palace for a long time. During this period, Lin Yuan had called Chu Si and learned that Cold Moon had taken her to the most remote place of the 32 large cities, Osmantha City, for training, allowing her scope and strength to greatly improve. Lin Yuan also wanted to send some things to the Radiant Moon Palace, but the Moon Empress did not accept them every time. She only said, "I'm not lacking anything. Tell me if you lack anything." In Lin Yuan's opinion, such a feeling of doing well and expecting nothing in return was actually kinship. Lin Yuan waved his hand, took out the ethereal jellyfish's 3 stomach stones, and said, "Master, these 3 green crystals are what the ethereal jellyfish's stomach had turned into after it spat them out when I contracted it." Upon hearing that, the Moon Empress took the 3 green stomach stones to check and replied, "The energy contained in these 3 stomach stones is almost all condensed from the energy in that bottle of green-colored spirit liquid. It's considered a spiritual material rich in spatial energy. Keep it well. It might be useful in the future." After Lin Yuan put away the 3 stomach stones, he talked about his ethereal jellyfish's space tunnel with the Moon Empress. When she heard that, she obviously also became interested and said, "It might be a good idea for you to build a spatial tunnel within the Radiant Moon Palace and your mansion. It'll be quite convenient to come and go in the future." Lin Yuan also had just this purpose. Lin Yuan summoned the ethereal jellyfish and took its tentacle that he had cut before to set up a spatial node. He ordered the ethereal jellyfish to connect the spatial node he had set up in the mansion with the one in Radiant Moon Palace. After receiving Lin Yuan's order, layers of energy emerged on its light red body. When the spatial energy collided with the node, it vaguely opened a tunnel. Lin Yuan knew that he should put the tentacle of the ethereal jellyfish into it to help the tunnel expand. However, before he could do that, the ethereal jellyfish took the initiative to break off one of its 3 spiral-shaped tentacles, allowing this tentacle to fuse into the new tunnel. Although this tunnel gradually took on a shape, it was clear that the energy was still somewhat insufficient. At that moment, Lin Yuan recalled the information True Data had provided for the space tunnel skill. After using the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle, one could use spatial spirit materials to assist in the space tunnel's formation. He simply took out the green crystal formed by the ethereal jellyfish's stomach and put it into the tunnel that was about to be formed. Then, after this tunnel drew away a lot of energy from the green crystal, he found that he did not need to add the tentacle anymore. This 2-meter-high tunnel had been completely built. Lin Yuan looked at the tunnel formed by the spatial energy and crossed over. He had no special feeling when crossing over the space tunnel. He only felt that he had walked through a door, and when he stepped out of the door, the scene had changed. Lin Yuan was very familiar with the new scene because he was already standing in his room in the mansion. Then he returned through this tunnel. After stepping out of the tunnel, he returned to the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace. The green crystal formed by the ethereal jellyfish's stomach was on the ground, and 1/3 of it had diminished. Lin Yuan picked up the green crystal and fell deep in thought. When he had just let the ethereal jellyfish use space tunnel, 2 unexpected things had occurred. One was that the ethereal jellyfish's spiral-shaped tentacle, which was more than twice as long as ordinary tentacles, could actually detach from its body. After detachment, it would not cause harm to the ethereal jellyfish's body. Another point was that after the ethereal jellyfish used the spiral-shaped tentacle in the middle of its body, it could rely on drawing away a large amount of spatial energy to extend the distance of this space tunnel. Lin Yuan could feel that as long as he marked 2 spatial nodes, no matter how far they were from each other, and as long as he had enough spatial energy to support the tunnel to be opened, he could open a complete space tunnel of an infinite length. The Moon Empress immediately saw the key point to this space tunnel's formation, so she asked, "Can the ethereal jellyfish's space tunnel rely on spatial energy to increase the tunnel's length?" Lin Yuan nodded. She pondered for a few seconds and then asked again, "What are the conditions for setting up a space tunnel?" Lin Yuan thought for a moment and answered, "You need this ethereal jellyfish's tentacle to set up a spatial node, and then connect 2 spatial nodes to form a space tunnel." After saying that, Lin Yuan took out one of the tentacles of the ethereal jellyfish that he had cut before and handed it to the Moon Empress. Thanks to the space tunnel he had set up, he suddenly understood something. Even if True Data could show the abilities and exclusive skills of Phase in detail, their actual effects could only be demonstrated after a real test. Otherwise, it would be just paper talk. At that moment, the Moon Empress' words made Lin Yuan raise his head in shock. "Do you have any intention of going to a continent outside the Radiance Federation to develop?" Lin Yuan instantly understood the meaning of her words and asked, "Master, is it possible that this space tunnel can still be constructed from the Radiance Federation's royal capital to the other continents' federations?" The Moon Empress took out a gemstone that shone with strong silver luster with a flip of her hand and replied to him, "It's possible to construct a space tunnel from the royal capital to the nearest federation with the hollow crystal mother shellfish's shed spatial shell crystals." When Lin Yuan heard hollow crystal mother shellfish, he recalled the hollow crystal shellfish from Ostrich Logistics. The Moon Empress looked at Lin Yuan's inquiring gaze and explained, "You should be thinking about the relationship between the hollow crystal shellfish and the hollow crystal mother shellfish, right?" There's really an inextricable relationship between them. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan guessed. Does the hollow crystal mother shellfish give birth to the hollow crystal shellfish? Lin Yuan thought. According to the rumors that had been going around, the hollow crystal shellfish was known as a fae that Ostrich Logistics' own research had mutated, so it always had a firm grip on the hollow crystal shellfish. Could it have something to do with this hollow crystal mother shellfish? The reason Lin Yuan had guessed that the hollow crystal shellfish and the hollow crystal mother shellfish had a subordinate relationship was that he could sense the spatial energy contained in the spatial shell crystals was obviously 1,000 times more potent than the green spirit fluid that was formulated with the hollow crystal shellfish's shell powder. Lin Yuan's guess made the Moon Empress reveal a gentle smile on her face. Your guess is right but inaccurate. Ostrich Logistics' hollow crystal shellfish is just a skill of the hollow crystal mother shellfish. This hollow crystal mother shellfish is neither a fae nor a source-type lifeform, but a sacred source lifeform. Lin Yuan listened carefully as the Moon Empress revealed information that he had never even heard of before. The hollow crystal mother shellfish should be Ostrich Logistics' secret all along. But what was a sacred source lifeform? Without waiting for Lin Yuan to ask, the Moon Empress explained to him as she did during the previous question-and-answer sessions. The things that appear at the spatial hubs in Class 1 to Class 4 dimensional rifts are known as source-type items. As the class of the dimensional rift becomes higher, the number of source-type items produced also become higher. When a dimensional rift reaches Class 5, it no longer produces source-type items. Each Class 5 dimensional rift produces one and only sacred source item when it's destroyed. When a dimensional rift reaches Class 5, it's like a small complete world inside, and the sacred source item contains the Class 5 dimensional rift's small world's laws. Of course, the condition to form a contract with a sacred source lifeform is the compatibility with a person's soul. Given the strength of a normal person's soul, an individual can only contract one sacred source item in their lifetime. However, there are some beings with strong souls that can contract two sacred source lifeforms. As Lin Yuan listened to his master's explanation, he immediately understood the rarity and power of the sacred source lifeform. Few Class 5 dimensional rifts existed in this world, and its most powerful powerhouse was equivalent to a human's Emperor-class expert. It might even be stronger than Emperor-class experts. The sacred source lifeform contained the laws of one side of the world, which was akin to the Law Rune. That was to say that the sacred source lifeform could command heaven and earth. Although Lin Yuan was curious, he did not ask the Moon Empress too much about the sacred source lifeforms. In his opinion, such lifeforms were far beyond his reach. As for the fact that contracting a sacred source lifeform was related to one's soul strength, Lin Yuan had no thoughts of it. Soul power and spiritual energy were different. The soul had always been the most mysterious and abstruse existence. However, Lin Yuan suddenly thought that as a transmigrator that had lived an extra lifetime, would his soul strength be stronger than ordinary people? The Moon Empress reached out her hand and lovingly rubbed Lin Yuan's hair before saying, "Sacred source lifeforms have a seal of the law power. No one can explore what's inside nor what their uses are. But there is one thing certain. There is no weak sacred source lifeform. Well, disciple, let's not mention the sacred source lifeforms. Have you ever wanted to set up a space tunnel that goes straight from your mansion to outside the Radiance Federation, and then absorb the resources that you need to develop your own faction and train?" When Mystic Moon, who was at the side, heard the Moon Empress suddenly mention the sacred source lifeform, he recalled that the Moon Empress had promised to give young Lord a sacred source lifeform on his 20th birthday. Why did she bring this up now? Young Lord has just reached the age of 19, and if his soul was damaged by rashly contracting a sacred source lifeform, it would affect him for the rest of his life. However, after hearing the Moon Empress change the subject, Mystic Moon was relieved. Lin Yuan felt the Moon Empress' hand rubbing on his head. Her warm and slender fingers were helping him to tidy up his fringe that the wind had blown before entering the inner palace. He couldn't help but recall that his mother would always help him tidy up his fringe like this when he was young. His hair was extremely soft for some reason. When the wind blew a little, the hair in front of his forehead would become messy. However, He would not look blowsy even if his fringe was blown messy by the wind. Instead, there was an unruly handsomeness, and it would make him appear to be a few years younger. As a transmigrator, Lin Yuan already had an adult soul from birth in this lifetime, with more than 20 years of memories of his previous life. The bits and pieces of his early childhood were the most precious memories sealed in his heart. Lin Yuan had been bearing the burden of everything alone since the death of his parents, and no one had ever helped to tidy up his hair. However, it was once again ruffled again by someone. He only felt his eyes heat up a little. As for what his master had said about whether he wanted to go outside the Federation to absorb the resources he needed and develop his own faction as well as to train, he wanted to do so. However, Lin Yuan had never set foot in the world outside the Radiance Federation. Although it wasn't to the point that he knew nothing about the world outside the Federation, what he knew was from the Moon Empress common-sense questions that they had discussed during the question-and-answer session. Lin Yuan thought that with the Mother of Bloodbath, a Suzerain/Myth 2 expert, and Endless Summer, a Suzerain/Myth 3 expert, he had the qualification to set foot in the world outside the Radiance Federation in terms of martial force. The Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer were comparable to Emperor-class experts in terms of strength. In terms of resources, Lin Yuan had control over high-quality bronze phase. As long as there were spirit chi professionals, high-quality bronze phase would be the most scarce resources. Lin Yuan's private faction was just starting now. If it could step outside of the Radiance Federation for development, it would be akin to Lin Yuan being able to eat a huge double-sided cake. The world outside of the Radiance Federation gave Lin Yuan a platform to grow his ambition at will without worries. This was only good for the development of Lin Yuan's private faction, the Sky City, and nothing bad. Lin Yuan had always believed in a saying, "Stand up straight where you can see because you stand still where you can't." If Sky City, a cloud hanging in the sky, wanted to be stable, it needed to be supported by more resources and martial force. Since this was the place he yearned for, he naturally had to go through trials and hardships. Thus, Lin Yuan said seriously and firmly, "Master, I want to open a space tunnel to go to the world outside of the Radiance Federation." His smile on the Moon Empress face grew even bigger. "You've made the right decision. Only when you make your way into the world outside the Radiance Federation will you know how a real faction should really develop. The prestige of a faction is fought out, while the growth of a faction will just be an empty shell in the end if it's not washed in blood." Although the Moon Empress had a smile on her face, she spoke very seriously, and Lin Yuan could feel her guidance and teaching from her words. Before Lin Yuan could speak, the Moon Empress added, "The Radiance Federation has been full of beautiful mountains and rivers and is quiet and peaceful because it occupies a huge continent, one of the 3 major federations. On the other hand, it's because the life and death struggle between spirit chi professionals within the Radiance Federation has never been encouraged. But the outside world is completely different. They fight for resources, and being badly bruised is par for the course." Lin Yuan naturally understood the Moon Empress' words. He had always known that this world was where strength was respected. Strength was fundamental. Without enough strength, one simply could not maintain the corresponding resources. Lin Yuan had been accumulating resources and increasing his strength with these resources. The faction's development would certainly not stop at its current stability. Lin Yuan had begun to plan to forge his own sword in his hands and then sharpen it step by step. However, his plan of white-clothed followers had just begun, so the forging materials were not yet ready. Since Lin Yuan had already planned to connect the space tunnel from his mansion to the world outside the Radiance Federation, he would need to know the connected location on the other side of the space tunnel very well. "Master, you said before that the energy contained in the hollow crystal mother shellfish could support the opening of the space tunnel to the nearest federation. What's the situation of that nearest federation?" Since Lin Yuan wanted to develop his faction and train himself in the world outside the Radiance Federation, the other side of the space tunnel certainly couldn't be opened in a deserted place. Instead of that, he would rather just burrow into the deep forests of the Radiance Federation. Hence, Lin Yuan was destined to open the other side of the space tunnel at the nearest federation. However, whether it should be developed secretly in a remote place from the city or openly in the city would require him to understand the situation before making a decision. As Lin Yuan's master, What the Moon Empress liked to see most was Lin Yuan's inquisitive expression. Every time she saw him like that, she always wanted to tell him everything she knew in detail. The nearest federation is separated from the Radiance Federation by a vast sea, on another continent called the Divine Wood Federation. However, the Divine Wood Federation is unlike the Radiance Federation that dominates a continent by itself. The Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and the Great Lush Federation share the resources of a continent together. The spatial shell crystals that came off the hollow crystal mother shellfish are a bit small. Otherwise, you could have chosen between the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation. The Moon Empress was obviously thinking about something as she spoke. When Mystic Moon saw that, he broke out in a sweat. If the Moon Empress went to find Ostrich Logistics Spacetime Elder for the hollow crystal mother shellfish's shells, he might get depressed again and isolate himself. It was Lin Yuan's first time hearing about the Divine Wood Federation, the Iron Hammer Federation, and the Great Lush Federation. However, as a healing-type spirit chi professional that preferred output, his hasty blood could be seen. His blood was already boiling at this moment. When Mystic Moon saw that the Moon Empress was getting more and more abnormal, he hurriedly said, "Moon Empress, I heard that the Spacetime Elder has been depressed lately, and he usually doesn't speak for a few days. He was very sick some time ago and has yet to get well now. What do you think?" When the Moon Empress heard Mystic Moon's words, she couldn't help but feel a little awkward. She said, "The Spacetime Elder did not do things on the fly because his granddaughter insisted on becoming a courier. Did he become less manly 6 months ago? What does that old man's illness have to do with me?" After Mystic Moon's reminder, the Moon Empress recalled how depressed the Spacetime Elder had looked all day long. The Moon Empress dismissed the intention to go to the Spacetime Elder's place for larger pieces of the hollow crystal mother shellfish's spatial crystals. Thus, the Moon Empress proceeded to explain the situation of the Divine Wood Federation to Lin Yuan. The Divine Wood Federation is warm and humid all year round, which is particularly suitable for the growth of plant phase and spiritual ingredients. The entire Divine Wood Federation is considered a treasure land with abundant plant phase. There are a lot of fruits produced by the Divine Wood Federation's various plant phase, so almost every household there makes wine from the spirit fruits. I don't know if the environment influences the people in the Divine Wood Federation. They are quite fond of poetry, music, dancing, and even some literature. After listening to the Moon Empress's introduction of the Divine Wood Federation, Lin Yuan began to think about how he should develop there. The Moon Empress spoke again. Although the Divine Wood Federation is a treasure land with very abundant plant phase, including rare and powerful plant phase, its creation masters are extremely scarce. There is not a single Class 5 creation master in the entire Divine Wood Federation, and the highest class of creation masters are only 2 pinnacle Class 4 creation masters. The Moon Empress paused slightly and suddenly changed the subject. If you go to the Divine Wood Federation, don't drink too much of the fruit wine there. Their wine is different from ours. The Divine Wood Federation's wines have protein-rich insect species phase innards added to them because they supposedly enhance the fruit wine's flavor. Lin Yuan's expression became complicated when he heard the Moon Empress words. Could the innards of insect species phase really enhance a fruit wine's flavor? What kind of divine flavor did the insect species phase bitter and fishy innards add to the sweet fruit wine? Even if he was curious, he simply could not raise the interest to try it. He suddenly felt that the people in the Divine Wood Federation had their ways. Was this considered the simplified cultural style of having meat with wine? Then the Moon Empress said again, "Since the Divine Wood Federation lacks creation masters, the status of creation masters there is unimaginably high. The Divine Wood Federation is like an aristocracy. Even a Class 1 creation master is considered noble in the Divine Wood Federation. If a Class 1 creation master is walking on the street and feels offended by a poor person, they have the right to execute the poor person on the street at will." Lin Yuan immediately felt the bloody darkness behind the singing and dancing of the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan found the privilege of a creation master executing any poor person in the street at will unpleasant to the eye. He could totally imagine how high-class creation masters did what they wanted to in the Divine Wood Federation without restraint. Since creation masters had a very high status in the Divine Wood Federation, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. His faction was still in the beginning stage and needed a lot of spiritual ingredients. This Divine Wood Federation had a lot of plant phase. Wasn't it a good place for him to collect spiritual ingredients? But then Lin Yuan recalled the two other federations on the same continent as the Divine Wood Federation, so he asked her, "Master, what's the relationship between the Iron Hammer Federation, Great Lush Federation, and the Divine Wood Federation?" The Moon Empress suddenly looked at her palm and answered, "A world where strength is respected is inherently full of dangers everywhere. Although the three federations appear to be harmonious on the surface to outsiders, the open and vile strife among them is no less than the collision between the waves and rocks at sea. The Divine Wood Federation is warm and humid, so it naturally has plenty of food resources. The Iron Hammer Federation is the exact opposite. It's dry, and almost their entire territory is dominated by undeveloped land. Even plants like the needlepoint ironbark trees, which can survive extremely well with one rain per year, also have a record of dying in the Iron Hammer Federation. On the other hand, the Iron Hammer Federation has very rich ore resources, so it has many metal resources to exchange for other resources." Lin Yuan was a little puzzled after listening to the Moon Empress's words. "According to what you've said, the Iron Hammer Federation and the Divine Wood Federation form a perfect equilibrium. It's destined to have a large amount of material exchange between the two federations. In my opinion, these two federations should have an extremely close relationship. Why is there tension between them?" The Moon Empress smiled faintly and did not directly answer his question. Instead, she asked, "What you said is true, but people always have ambition. The Iron Hammer Federation is stronger than the Divine Wood Federation in terms of martial force. If you were from the Iron Hammer Federation, what choice would you make when it came to a land with abundant resources?" "Plunder," Lin Yuan answered without even thinking about it. "That's right." The Moon Empress gave him an appreciative glance. She then said, "The Iron Hammer Federation's denizens are very tough and have tried to seize the Divine Wood Federation's land many times, but the Divine Wood Federation resists tenaciously. But for this reason, the Divine Wood Federation had also paid a great price, so it hates the Iron Hammer Federation to the core. Therefore, the Divine Wood Federation won't let their plant phase enter the Iron Hammer Federation to help improve their environment. At the same time, the Divine Wood Federation has always been eyeing the Iron Hammer Federation's ore sources and has secretly attacked its ore base countless times." Lin Yuan immediately understood that this was a game being played between the two major federations. At that moment, the Moon Empress said, "You should be now thinking that these two federations should have reached the point of no return. But why do they still maintain the calmness on the surface, right?" Lin Yuan nodded. He somewhat did not understand this. "Then it's time to talk about the third federation on that continent, the Great Lush Federation." The Moon Empress smiled and explained, "The Great Lush Federation is rather interesting. They are a nation of scholars and benevolent merchants. The merchant guilds on the continent are mostly controlled by the Great Lush Federation's citizens. It's the reason they formed the supply chain, allowing for the Iron Hammer Federation and the Divine Wood Federation to make trades even though they refuse to contact each other. However, the Great Lush Federation also has the greatest ambition. They have tried using the massive resources to control the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation. However, they are also silently getting smashed up by the two federations. The Great Lush Federation is merely superior in terms of resources, but what they lack the most are top-class experts. As a result, the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation send spies to the merchant guilds of the Great Lush Federation to plunder its controlled resources. After the Moon Empress finished explaining the three federations' relationship, Lin Yuan couldn't help but rub his head. It seemed like the three federations were like old foxes trying to scheme against each other. Each party wanted to devour the two other parties. However, it was how they formed the mutual triangular tug-of-war. They would be biting each other mutually, forming a subtle balance. On the surface, it might be a pool of calm water, but there were turbulent currents underneath. However, this made Lin Yuan even more interested. After all, one could only catch a fish in muddy waters. The more chaotic it was, it would give more meaning for it to stir up the waves. When the Moon Empress noticed Lin Yuan's excited and interested expression, she was astonished. She didn't think that her disciple was actually a little boor. The Moon Empress suddenly had a thought that if she sent her disciple to the Iron Hammer Federation, would her disciple be using the iron hammers just like those muscle-headed brutes in the Iron Hammer Federation to negotiate or smash them on the head? The Moon Empress was really afraid that once Lin Yuan teleported through the space tunnel, he might act violently with the factions on the other continents. She wasn't afraid that Lin Yuan might create trouble, but it might cause Lin Yuan to fail on the objective of developing on the other continent. But immediately after, when Lin Yuan asked his question, it dismissed the worries on the Moon Empress' mind. Lin Yuan asked, "Master, I have decided to set up a foothold in Divine Wood Federation City that is nearby. I will then slowly make contact with the Divine Wood Federation." The Moon Empress was filled with approval after hearing Lin Yuan's question. But she asked, "Wouldn't it be better to reveal your identity as a creation master in a major city of the Divine Wood Federation?" Lin Yuan didn't even consider and replied, "Creation masters have such noble status in the Divine Wood Federation. Even a Class 1 creation master already possesses the authority to decide one's life or death. In such an environment, the amount of contribution and reward is always equal. I can imagine that it isn't easy to survive as a creation master in the Divine Wood Federation. The Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation were all connected together on the same continent. For creation masters who had such esteemed status, it would be easy to develop in any of the federations. The Divine Wood Federation was lacking heavily in creation masters, so they treated them particularly well. They would certainly make sure that the creation masters were under their control and forbidden from moving out. As such, creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation were destined to lose their freedom. Perhaps they weren't just losing their freedom. They might also be in danger of losing their lives. The Divine Wood Federation had an abundance of Fey resources. As long as they had more high-class creation masters, the Divine Wood Federation would be able to develop rapidly. But even after so many years of preferential treatment to creation masters, the number of creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation never increased. It was evident that the Iron Hammer Federation and the Great Lush Federation had been making moves on the Divine Wood Federation's creation masters in the dark. It was probably that most of the creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation had hazily walked into the underworld while they were developing. Back when Lin Yuan had been training in the controlled Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, he had already experienced firsthand the chaotic hearts of humans. The lack of creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation allowed creation masters to hold such esteemed status in the Federation. Therefore, Lin Yuan couldn't help guessing that the stagnant number of creation masters in the Federation was probably related to the current creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation. But the more Lin Yuan contemplated, the more he wanted to train himself in the Divine Wood Federation. No one in life was born a genius without learning. It was the same for Lin Yuan. Even though Lin Yuan had lived one lifetime before, Lin Yuan still had plenty of things to develop. Therefore, the more chaotic the place was, the faster Lin Yuan would develop. Seeing that Lin Yuan had a clear objective, the Moon Empress didn't give him any more pointers, allowing Lin Yuan to do as he pleased as long as there wasn't any danger. The Moon Empress knocked on the table with her finger and asked in a serious tone, "Do you know what a carcinoma Fey is?" Seeing the Moon Empress' stern look, Lin Yuan sat straight and was also particularly serious. Lin Yuan truly didn't know anything about carcinoma Feys, so he simply shook his head. But seeing how the Moon Empress was so stern, it was obviously something he had to pay attention to. It isn't a formidable Fey, but once it appears, it will bring devastation to low-grade Feys, making it known as the carcinoma Fey. Just like the sawtooth devour ants and the poison dust locusts that appeared 3 years ago in Golden Edge City. Carcinoma lifeforms aren't famous because they are rare mutated individuals in the natural world. The carcinoma phase occasionally appear in the Radiance Federation too. However, whenever a carcinoma Fey appears, the spirit guards will subdue it before it can have time to become a danger. However, the Divine Wood Federation doesn't have an organization like the spirit guards. Many individuals with a hidden agenda collect the carcinoma and use them as weapons. Lin Yuan felt the chills as he heard the Moon Empress' explanation. Back when the sawtooth devour ants and the poison dust locusts had appeared in Golden Edge City, they had caused the ranked 7th Golden Edge city among the 32 major cities to drop last in the ranking. It was simply a disaster, and Lin Yuan never expected the disaster's culprit to be the sawtooth devour ant and the poison dust locust, the two carcinoma phase. At the start of the disaster, the adventurers outside the Golden Edge City had merely felt there was a sudden increase in ants that they seldom encountered. When these ants appeared individually, they were very fearful of humans. Even if they formed groups, they might not run far away from humans, but they would always do their best to make a detour. Therefore, most of the adventurers hadn't noticed them. Even the members of the spirit guards hadn't really paid attention to the ants that were the sizes of a green bean. But just after 3 days, when the residents of Golden Edge City had woken up, they were shocked to notice that Golden Edge City had been surrounded by an ant horde, turning the surrounding area black. When the spirit guards had reacted, it had already been too late. Once those green bean-sized sawtooth devour ants couldn't find anything else to eat on the city's outskirts, they had started to invade Golden Edge City due to hunger. The sawtooth devour ant would start to devour anything it saw with the sawtooth-like mouth. It would then swallow the scraps that had dropped off from the sawing. It had caused most of the buildings in Golden Edge City to collapse. Of course, the sawtooth devour ants didn't just devour buildings. They also devoured the normal people and low-ranked spirit chi professionals. The disaster had come so suddenly that the spirit guards didn't have time to prepare. However, the spirit guards had reacted by immediately starting the rescue. In the natural world, the ants would always be produced by a queen ant. Various types of ants would be given different roles to maintain the ant colony to survive. However, the spirit guards hadn't been able to find the queen ant based on the movements of the sawtooth devour ants. Therefore, they had requested for a high-class scholar. After some research and experiment, they found out that when a sawtooth devour ant devoured enough food, it would activate the queen ant genes within their bodies, causing their bodies to produce 100 ant eggs. They would then use their bodies as nutrients to nurture those 100 eggs. The entire process wasn't decided by time but by how much food the sawtooth devour ant ate. After eating enough food, the sawtooth devour ant would be able to complete the awakening of the queen ant genes within 3 hours. It would then sacrifice itself to hatch 100 of its same kind, completing the breeding that happened at a pace of 100 times. This discovery had sent the spirit guard experts in the pits of despair. The sawtooth devour ant was different from the alien insects that came from the alien insect dimensional rift. The alien insects might be numerous, but each individual alien insect would be at least the size of a domestic cat, allowing for effective attacks. Furthermore, once an expert entered the alien insect dimensional rift and extracted the source type item, the dimensional rift would be closed. 100 of the sawtooth devour ants didn't even have the strength that was comparable to a single normal fae. A child would be able to stomp several sawtooth devour ants to death with force. However, the sawtooth devour ants were just too many. Once they grouped up, they would be devouring everything in sight. According to the sawtooth devour ant's reproduction method, even if a single sawtooth devour ant remained, the disaster wouldn't be considered to have ended. How was it possible to finish killing every single one of these tiny ants? If they could find an absolute expert in the Radiance Federation to conduct a carpet-style attack on the sawtooth devour ant's active area, it might be possible. However, if they really did that, Golden Edge City would be turned into dust, and all the wealth would be destroyed. Misfortune didn't come alone for Golden Edge City. As another carcinoma fae, the poison dust locusts appeared. But these newly emerged poison dust locusts were considered the saviors of Golden Edge City, which was in imminent danger. When the poison dust locusts had appeared, they had immediately treated the sawtooth devour ants as food. During the battle between the two types of carcinoma phase, the poison dust locusts had ended up as the victor. Due to the sawtooth devour ants' counterattacks, the poison dust locusts had also been nearly eliminated. The spirit guards immediately had been waiting for that moment to make their moves to contain the remaining sawtooth devour ants and poison dust locusts. The high-class scholars and fae observers had indicated that the carcinoma phase poison dust locusts were Golden Edge City saviors. They had noticed that the poison dust locusts could release poison dust from their wings while flying in the sky. But after some research, the scholars and Fey observers were shell-shocked. The poison dust locusts were releasing poison dust that contained emotional toxins, turning love into hatred. If the love was deep, the toxins would turn it into pure hatred. If the people and spirit chi professionals in Golden Edge City were infected on a large scale, then Golden Edge City would turn into this world's most horrifying purgatory of hatred. A Class 5 scholar had once published an article saying that it was fortunate that the sawtooth devour ants and the poison dust locusts had appeared together. Otherwise, it would have been a city-destroying disaster. According to what the Moon Empress said, people in the Divine Wood Federation collected the carcinoma phase to use as weapons. Lin Yuan understood the insanity of the spirit chi professionals on another continent. While thinking through, Lin Yuan's thoughts were suddenly clearer. Perhaps, without the protection of a powerful federation, the world of spirit chi professionals was supposed to be in this way. Seeing how the Moon Empress was serious and concerned, Lin Yuan knew that his master wasn't just trying to explain the situation of the Divine Wood Federation to him, but also for him to take care of his safety. Lin Yuan let out a bright smile that revealed his white teeth. "Master, don't worry. I will pay attention to safety." After living 2 lifetimes, Lin Yuan knew how precious life was as compared to others. Only by continuing to live would one be able to carry the burden of kinship, friendship, and responsibility. Therefore, Lin Yuan had always been very cautious when doing anything and wouldn't easily put himself at any risk of danger. After hearing Lin Yuan's response, the Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan understood the hidden meaning of her words. Just as she wanted to bring another piece of pollen cream ginger cake to Lin Yuan, Kai Cha just happened to bring over the assorted lotus root powder, which was freshly grounded. Kai Cha placed the assorted lotus root powder in front of Lin Yuan and said, "Young lord, the Moon Empress asked me to prepare the lotus root powder for you." Lin Yuan could see Kai Cha serving a bowl of lotus root powder with tender colors. There was a tinge of gold and silver luster, obviously because of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar's addition. The refreshingly sweet fragrance coming from the assorted lotus root powder entered Lin Yuan's nose, causing Lin Yuan to feel that flowers were blooming in his mind. Just the smell of the lotus root powder was enough for Lin Yuan to feel that someone had cleaned up his mind. There was an extremely light feeling as though Lin Yuan was lying on a cloud. Seeing the clean lotus flowers is enough to clear the heart of impurities. Lin Yuan looked at the lotus root powder and took another glance at the suzerain lotus flower phase on the pond, causing him to feel immense pressure. If I drink this bowl of lotus root powder in front of these suzerain lotus flower phase, what would they feel? Would they feel agitated? This was the same as chopping down the trotters of a blackback mountain boar, barbecuing it in front of the boar, and then asking if it was hungry after cooking it thoroughly. This was the same as pulling aggression. The Moon Empress saw Lin Yuan sneaking a peek at the lotus flower phase and feeling awkward, so she smiled and said, "Later on, you can drink this lotus root powder in your pavilion. By then, your body will receive another cleansing. The previous cleansing was to clean your physical body's impurities, and this cleansing is to clean your soul's impurities. The silver stamen gold luster cassia is able to cleanse the flesh and the soul. However, it isn't that easy to cleanse the soul as compared to the flesh." Lin Yuan recalled in his head when he had consumed the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. He didn't even have the time to carefully feel the osmanthus flower's sweet fragrance among the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. He felt as if a lightning bolt had exploded in his stomach, and a kind of intense pain swept along the abdomen toward his internal organs. Finally, this intense pain was then transmitted from the internal organs to the limbs, as if it was going to tear his body into pieces inch by inch. Although it was akin to his entire body being reborn after taking the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to cleanse himself, the pain he had to experience in this process was 100 times more torturous than death. His master had said that washing away the soul's impurities was not as easy as washing away the flesh's impurities. He knew that after drinking this lotus root powder made from the suzerain lotus phase lotus root and the suzerain silver stamen gold luster cassia's osmanthus's nectar, he would certainly suffer unbearable torture. Lin Yuan had no way to understand the soul and what would happen after washing away the soul's impurities. He couldn't help but very much look forward to it. The Moon Empress instructed Shi Cha, who was carrying the assorted lotus root powder next to her. Take this bowl of lotus root powder over to little Yuan first, and then put the water in the hot spring. Shicha responded and bowed before retreating from the inner palace. She hurriedly went to help Lin Yuan clean up and set up the hot spring in that pavilion. The Moon Empress told Lin Yuan some secret stories about the Divine Wood Federation for a while. Then, seeing that it was almost time, Lin Yuan left the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace and went toward the pavilion where he usually lived. There were many rare fays outside the Radiant Moon Palace, all running around like they were free-range in nature all over the Leaning Moon Mountain. At present, many rare fays were frolicking and playing outside the Radiant Moon Palace unrestrainedly. However, Lin Yuan did not have the heart to look at the surrounding scenery as usual. He covered his stomach with his hand in preparation for enduring a new round of sweet torture. When Lin Yuan walked to the entrance of the pavilion where he lived, he saw a squirrel fay holding a nut half the size of its own body and kept knocking it for a long time but still did not crack open the nutshell. At that moment, Lin Yuan's line of sight and its line of sight intersected. Lin Yuan saw the squirrel fay and immediately recognized it. It was the healing-type pine needle spring return rat. The huge nut was a gold iron pine, which was planted on the Leaning Moon Mountain. This pine needle spring return rat was only a silver fay, so it obviously couldn't crack open this pine nut. The pine needle spring return rat was very humane and had high intelligence among the rodent fays. When it saw Lin Yuan rubbing his stomach and looking at the huge pine nut in its hands, the pine needle spring return rat somewhat reluctantly rubbed the pine nut on its big fluffy tail. Then it looked at Lin Yuan's hand that was covering his abdomen and picked up this huge pine nut before scampering to his feet and raising the pine nut. It had the look of, "I watched you rub your stomach, and you look very hungry. I'll give you this treasure to eat." Lin Yuan squatted and took the pine nut from the pine needle spring return rat. He had seen its little actions earlier clearly. It obviously wanted to eat it badly, but when it saw him rubbing his stomach, it shared the pine nut with him. He understood that a large part of the reason for this situation was that there was a lot of food on the Leaning Moon Mountain. However, he had to admit that the pine needle spring return rat had warmed his heart. Upon seeing Lin Yuan take the pine nut, the pine needle spring return rat turned around and scampered into the distance. It intended to find some nuts to eat on the Leaning Moon Mountain. Lin Yuan let the amber button-shaped source-type source sand on his sleeve transform into a wisp of fine sand that crushed the pine nut shell into pieces with force. He took this huge pine nut and ran toward the pine needle spring return rat's route before throwing it with force. The pine needle spring return rat immediately experienced having something fall into its lap. It was a little confused. It had given away its iron pine, but why was it a pine nut kernel now? When it turned around, it found nobody behind it. Lin Yuan had already walked into the pavilion. Shicha was waiting for his return at the entrance. When she saw him enter, Shicha hurriedly bowed and said, "Young lord, the hot spring is ready. I've also added some morning lotus clear dew into it, which can help you wash your soul in the hot spring and calm your mind when removing the impurities on your soul." The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. How painful was washing away the impurities on the soul. The morning lotus clear dew was the dew condensed by the lotus leaves of the high-grade lotus phase when the morning sun arrived. The effect of calming the mind was comparable to the anesthetic of physical surgery. After Shicha left, Lin Yuan took the bowl of assorted lotus root powder that contained the suzerain silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to the hot spring and drank it. Then he entered the hot spring. Once the lotus root powder entered his mouth, he felt an intoxicating pleasure. It felt warm and very comfortable in his stomach, and such a comfortable feeling spread from his stomach to his internal organs and then finally to his limbs. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be a little confused. Wasn't this relaxing? This comfortable feeling was simply too good. Just as this comfortable feeling rose in his brain, he suddenly felt like he had turned into Crazy Dave, and a huge wave of zombies was gnawing on his brain like crazy. Such a feeling was not the kind one would experience if their head split open or skull shattered. Rather, it was a stabbing pain of the deepest part of his brain. It was as if being churned and squeezed to the verge of shattering. The intense stabbing pain made Lin Yuan unable to find the pain's specific location, so he could only grit his teeth to endure it. The pain dominated all his nerves, causing him to not even be able to scream in the hot spring. Lin Yuan could only empty his mind to passively feel the painful sensation in the deepest part of his mind. At that moment, under this extreme pain, Lin Yuan seemed to have seen the soul world that he had never had a glimpse of from the deepest part of his mind. He only saw two cloudy illusory figures there with black and brown fragments constantly floating on their surface and were stripped away. As these fragments were stripped away, the two cloudy illusory figures became more and more translucent and solid. When Lin Yuan felt these black and brown fragments being stripped out of these two illusory figures, he felt the memories of his past life and present life in his mind became clearer and clearer. Even those fragments that were suddenly lost in the years all appeared clearly before his eyes. It was like a revolving door in Lin Yuan's mind. He walked the path again that he had walked in his 2 lifetimes. The moment he finished doing that, he only felt that the depths of his mind suddenly became clearer than ever. This feeling of clarity made him only feel that looking at everything in the world had become refreshing, and his thinking had become clearer. But due to the earlier intense pain, Lin Yuan had long been completely exhausted and now had no strength to move. The lotus flowers in the lotus pond in the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace had actually just reached suzerain. Only then did they comprehend a willpower rune and woke up from their slumber. The fact that their lotus roots were cut off at this time was something that affected their foundation. The Moon Empress was currently pouring a bottle of dark green spirit fluid into the lotus pond. Once it entered the lotus pond, the lotus vase, whose roots had just been cut off, immediately absorbed the energy in the dark green spirit fluid to replenish their damaged roots. Moon Empress, the portions of the lotus root powder and silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar have been doubled in young lord's bowl of assorted lotus root powder as you've instructed. When Shicha said this, she did not understand what the Moon Empress' intention in doing so was. 1 serving of soul cleansing was enough, and double the amount was akin to wasting it. Even if the Moon Empress spoiled Lin Yuan, it was simply a pity to waste such good stuff. The Moon Empress replied coldly, "Well done. This extra portion will allow little Yuan to immediately replenish his body's overtaxed energy to its optimal state after cleansing his soul. At the same time, it can also form a protective barrier in his soul." Shicha did not say much after hearing the Moon Empress' words, as she understood that the Moon Empress was not just spoiling their young lord. Why would such good stuff be needed to restore his overtaxed body to its best condition? He could also restore his health by eating some nourishing spiritual ingredients and recuperate for a period. The protective barrier formed in his soul was only temporary. Perhaps in less than a year it would naturally dissipate. Although one could prevent damage to the soul once per year, Shicha felt that such a way was simply appalling. Lin Yuan was lying in the hot spring weakly, helplessly, and pitifully. Even after an hour of alleviation, Lin Yuan felt that there was still no significant effect. This was because his body had been too overtaxed in the process just now. Fortunately, he still had the strength to move his fingers. Lin Yuan took the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar that his master had given him out of the diamond phase storage box. Fortunately, he had divided the large jar of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, which could be called a barrel, into groups of 10 drops each. Otherwise, if he took out the large jar of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar now, he really couldn't move it, given the fact that he only had the strength to move his fingers. When a small bottle of 10 drops of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar entered his mouth, Lin Yuan just felt alive. However, despite taking these 10 drops of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar, he still felt that his overtaxed body was not completely better, which surprised him a little. It had to be known that every drop of diamond silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar contained abundant energy. Lin Yuan didn't dare to think how much of his energy the intense pain had depleted just now. Only after he took out another 10 drops of nectar and drank it did he feel that the overtaxed energy in his body was finally replenished. When Lin Yuan began to try to enter the depths of his mind again to see his soul, he found that he couldn't do so no matter what. Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head. Theoretically, a normal person should only have 1 soul, but he had 2. What was going on? Lin Yuan changed into his spirit chi clothes and went straight to his master. Then he left one of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles for Mystic Moon. After a while, Mystic Moon would bring this tentacle to a more suitable place in the Divine Wood Federation. At that time, he could open a space tunnel to the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan then left the Radiant Moon Palace. When he walked to the front of the palace next to the silver stamen gold luster cassia, the mother of Bloodbath jumped from the top of the silver stamen gold luster cassia to Lin Yuan's shoulder. The mother of Bloodbath was suddenly surprised to see that Lin Yuan was different from when he had just entered. Even though there was not the slightest change in his appearance, his vital energy or aura seemed to have been raised to another level. This kind of aura that gave off a sense of harmonization and genuineness made the mother of Bloodbath feel that even if it did not know him and was not his path protector, this would also let Lin Yuan give off a good natural feeling. Because of Lin Yuan's natural and genuine aura, it was very easy for Phase to approach him. After leaving the Leaning Moon Mountain, the mother of Bloodbath transformed into its human form and put on the cloud pattern mask. Lin Yuan also put on the mask engraved with the pattern of the majestic sky city on his face. The mother of Bloodbath's strange and peculiar voice sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Are you personally going to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce because it has encountered some trouble? Lin Yuan looked at the mother of Bloodbath in surprise and asked, Didn't you comprehend the Blood Law rune? How come you still know how to read minds? The mother of Bloodbath rolled its eyes at Lin Yuan and thought with a snort, If everything's fine, would a homebody like you leave the house? After returning from the depths of the endless forest, how long has it been since you have not gone out, staying in the mansion instead? Lin Yuan had been keeping in touch with Listen in the past few days over the phone and knew that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was facing the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's suppression. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had started as a chamber of commerce, but it had now begun to get involved in other areas. In terms of scale, it was over 10 times larger than the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, and it could be considered a rising faction. According to Listen, there were only 2 king-class experts in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in its heyday. However, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had 6 king-class experts, and 2 of them were pinnacle king-class experts. However, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce did not even have a single king-class expert now. Listen could only struggle whilst at death's door under the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's suppression. He had no room to fight back. Lin Yuan had previously helped Listen promote those 2 bronze/flawless phase into bronze/epic phase, which was considered helping the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce survive the calamity. Even if the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had left Indigo Azure City, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had a stronger grasp on it now. When Lin Yuan had been on the phone with Listen, he could clearly feel that Listen was completely hanging in there in the current situation, but there was no denying that he was very motivated. Since Listen and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had paid allegiance to him, and Listen had sworn an oath with the willpower rune, Lin Yuan had to be responsible for them. Soon, Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath arrived at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's location. He only saw a rather large white house where the periphery was simply arranged without any decoration. From time to time, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's employees could be seen taking out or moving in various Fey storage boxes. Then they completed the supply of goods online through Ostrich Logistics' exclusive courier. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce now had no offline resources at all. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had swallowed its offline resources through commercial competition. Fortunately, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had many online resources, and the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce could not do anything about it for a while. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard the 2 employees, who came out to move the Fey storage box, whispering, Old Zhao, do you think we can get through these difficult times? The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce is aggressive. It looks like it won't give up until it reaches its goal. We'll just do our job well. Anyway, we can't help. I believe the president will have a solution. Has anyone from the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce come to poach you? Those bastards from the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce came to me several times, but I've refused. I've worked here for half of my lifetime. Old president and young president have been kind to me. I won't go to the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce no matter how much they give me. Upon hearing the 2 employees' conversation, the mother of Bloodbath that was beside Lin Yuan exclaimed slightly, These employees are quite loyal. Lin Yuan shook his head. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce has even poached the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's ordinary employees. So I guess those who are still here should be those who are unwilling to leave or have other purposes. The mother of Bloodbath frowned slightly. Spies. Lin Yuan's expression sank. Since the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce has cut off the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's offline resources, the only thing that they can get their hands on is on the online resources. Seeing Lin Yuan's expression sink, the mother of Bloodbath asked, Why? Are you worried about the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's future? Lin Yuan shook his head. He was not worried about the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's future, but about the safety of those employees staying behind. Those objects made of completely jade-textured powder were simply in short supply in the market. If objects made of jade-textured wood were said to be loved by the affluent families, then objects with jade-textured powder were a favorite of the wealthy families with a foundation. Therefore, even if the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce lost all its online and offline resources, as long as it was a Chamber of Commerce recognized by the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan could ignore the obstacles. He would immediately get the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce back on its feet by pouring in these scarce resources. It was just that, as the saying went, when the map is unrolled, the dagger is revealed. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce has been plotting against the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Since it had now involved the ordinary employees, it was clear how determined the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce was to bring down the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. In terms of strength, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce was a faction that suppressed the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce by several times. If it lost the patience to slowly devour the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, would it do it by force? A loud sound exploded out of nowhere in the quiet room. A full-bearded middle-aged man hit his hands on the table hard, and he was yelling, Big brother, I don't know why young Master Zhang is so attached to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. We've eaten up the offline resources. I even find it too little, even with the remaining framework and various online resources. Don't you think young Master Zhang is crazy? Another slightly older middle-aged man was holding a wine pot with a dragon beast pattern on it and pouring wine into a glass. Even his face, which was still calm after the loud noise, suddenly changed, and he snarled, Impudent! Is young Master Zhang a name you can call? How many times have I told you to be careful with your words? Why don't you take it to heart? The older middle-aged man glared fiercely at the middle-aged man with a beard. Big brother, it's just the two of us. I won't say such things if there are outsiders. The older middle-aged once again growled. You should be more careful when it's just the two of us. Otherwise, if it becomes a habit to say such things, and word spreads, can our Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce still get the resources from young Master Zhang? The bearded middle-aged acknowledged that fact and then said indignantly, Big brother, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce is weak. It has nothing, and it's so hard to devour it. Why do we bother so much? Why don't we just go through to the end and finish it off cleanly, so that it'll be easy for us to report this matter back? This bearded middle-aged man had a nasty look. He was just like a small blind bear in the mountains that was hungry for half a month and eager to hunt. The older middle-aged man was calmly sipping his glass of strong wine, picking up the wine pot with the dragon beast pattern and carefully tasting it. He unhurriedly said, Force is definitely something that has to be used, but not now. Don't always think of using force. Use your brain more. There are a lot of things you should learn. The bearded middle-aged stepped forward, picked up a wine glass on the table, put it in front of the older middle-aged man, and said, I'm thirsty too. Pour me some. The older middle-aged man took the wine pot and poured a glass of strong wine for his brother, saying as he poured the wine, Aren't you curious why young Master Zhang is putting so much effort into the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce that even you and I don't have an eye on? The older middle-aged man's eyes flashed slightly as he spoke, and a planning gaze flickered in his eyes. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by the man at the door shouting, President, Second President, the news from Elder Fei has arrived. The bearded middle-aged man replied, Bring it in. The person who came to deliver the news handed in a paper envelope and immediately retreated. The older middle-aged man took the paper envelope, opened it, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The bearded middle-aged man put his face over, looked at the text, and exclaimed, "Big brother, is this the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources?" The older middle-aged man slapped this paper correspondence on the table and said, "Now I'll see how the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce can still hold on." The middle-aged man with a full beard picked up this piece of paper as if he was in disbelief, and after scanning it, he asked in confusion, "Big brother, how come this is still a paper document?" The older middle-aged man had a sarcastic smile on his face. The person who sent the message was afraid of leaving evidence and didn't want to lose his loyalty to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce on the surface. The middle-aged man with a full beard coughed in dissatisfaction and said, "Big brother, don't leave me hanging." Seeing that his brother was very impatient, the older middle-aged man just replied, "Besides listen, the only person who can know such important information about the Lingerie Chamber of Commerce is the old butler, Chienda. He has been serving the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's presidents for 3 generations. Tell me, who told me this piece of news?" The middle-aged man with a full beard became more and more surprised. "Chienda is very loyal. I promised to give him 2 bronze/flawless phase and 200,000 radiance dollars, but he refused to tell me about listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources. I told him to quote a price, and this old man was still unrelenting. For someone like him who's unafraid of death, how did you do it, big brother?" The older middle-aged man rubbed over the wine pot with the dragon beast pattern and answered calmly, "I had Elder Faye capture Chienda's son and 2 grandsons and transplant the mind-controlling silkworm goo larvae into his son's body. Then, I had Elder Faye let Chienda's son return. After just 3 days, Chienda delivered the information himself, saying that he wanted to hand over the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources to me. Chienda is not afraid of death, but he's afraid of his son's death and that I'll lay my hands on his 2 grandsons." The more the middle-aged man with a full beard listened, the more his eyes lit up. After listening to the older middle-aged man, the middle-aged man with a full beard could not help but say, "Big brother, since we have already gotten listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources, why don't we have Elder Faye put Chienda's?" Before he could finish his words, the older middle-aged man interrupted what his brother was going to say next and said with resentment for failing to meet his expectations, "How many times have I told you? Reputation is the most important for our Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to develop. Why haven't you understood that yet? If word spreads out about this, even the Zheng family will have scruples when investing resources in our Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce, let alone the other faction excluding us." Seeing that he was being lectured by his big brother again, the middle-aged man with a full beard raised the wine glass in his hand out of habit and said, "I've noted down your words, big brother. I know I was in the wrong. Cheers." As soon as the older middle-aged man heard this, he put the wine pot in his hand on the table with force. He only felt that there was nothing more to see in this wine pot with a dragon beast pattern. Lin Yuan looked at Listen, who was standing beside him, and asked, "Are you going to be unable to hold on this week?" Listen's eyes were red from staying up all night for the past few days, and his expression was full of fatigue. However, after seeing Lin Yuan, a relaxed smile appeared on Listen's face. "It will take another 3 days before I can't hold on. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce should have just grasped the resources from my side, which it can't devour within 3 days." Upon hearing Listen's words, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "How do you know that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has lost all of its online resources?" When Listen heard that, his expression became somewhat sullen and cold. "Grandpa Chen has been supporting me all this time. I went to look for him 3 days ago, but he was not at the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. After returning the next day, he started looking at me with a pang of faint guilt in his eyes, and he didn't say much. Only Grandpa Chen and I know about the online resources." Listen made a point without going into details. However, Lin Yuan did not speak after listening. Instead, he looked toward Listen, indicating for him to continue speaking. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's eyes, Listen understood what he meant and added, "After this is over, I'll send Grandpa Chin away from the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to retire in Indigo Azure City. All matters regarding the Chamber of Commerce will have nothing to do with him in the future. Lin Yuan slightly raised his hand. A platinum Fey storage box landed in front of Listen, and Lin Yuan said, "Here are 1,350 objects of various sizes. Can you hold on without the online resources and with these objects?" Listen picked up the platinum Fey storage box, and the fatigue on his face was swept away. Although Listen had not slept and had red eyes from staying up late in the past few days, he had unparalleled confidence in his eyes at this moment. These 1,350 objects are akin to an injection of 13,500,000 radiance dollars. These objects are even top resources. If I still can't hold on, how will I dare to make a promise of letting the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce become a rising faction in 4 months? The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth curled up. Hu Quan has found 27 Class 3 Spirit Craftsmen. They can create 70 pieces more than the expected 200 pieces that can be produced every day. You just need to develop the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce well, and I'll solve the problems regarding martial force for you. Lin Yuan proceeded to start the plan of white-clothed followers. Before opening a space tunnel to the Divine Wood Federation, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was the best place for the white-clothed followers to return to. Given the current situation, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would be advancing toward becoming a rising faction by relying on these objects made from completely jade-textured wood powder within 4 months. He didn't know how many eyes were eyeing in the shadows and how many hungry wolves wanted to pounce on them and tear the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's flesh to share the gourmet feast in the cup. At that time, without the martial force support of king-class experts, the cold stream mixed with wind and rain would soon blow the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce into pieces. When Listen heard Lin Yuan's words, his eyes lit up instantly, and he said quickly, "If you can ensure that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has enough combat power, I'm confident of letting it hit the threshold of a rising faction in 3 months." Lin Yuan did not reply. In his opinion, even with so many resources injected, it was already extremely difficult for Listen to achieve the transformation to a rising faction within 4 months. The 3 months that Listen had proclaimed was really a bit harsh. At that moment, the peculiar and nice voice of the mother of Bloodbath that had not uttered a word suddenly sounded, its tone cold. "A king-class expert dares to eavesdrop? Do you really think that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has no one?" The mother of Bloodbath's voice had faded for a long time, but no one responded. Lin Yuan scanned the empty room and did not discover anything. Nonetheless, he knew that since the mother of Bloodbath had said that, there was certainly a king-class expert eavesdropping on their conversation. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath's voice sounded again. Lin Yuan could clearly hear the mother of Bloodbath's words this time were laced with strong killing intent. "Why? Since you're not coming out voluntarily, do you need me to invite you out?" A black figure appeared by the window. It was a thin, black-robed old man with white hair and a beard. It was as abrupt as a bat suddenly appearing in front of a window at noon. The old man kicked the window and jumped down into the room, looking superior. An ugly and hideous-looking insect species Fey was lying on each side of his shoulders. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check the 2 ugly insect species Fey's attributes. Fey name: Mind-controlling silkworm goo, Fey species. Bombicides/mind silkworm, Fey grade. Diamond, 4 out of 10. Fey type: dark/poison, Fey quality. Fantasy 2. Fey name: blood-toothed cricket, Fey species. Wingless grillis/toothed cricket, Fey grade. Diamond, 3 out of 10. Fey type: blood/poison, Fey quality. Fantasy 3. Lin Yuan looked at their attributes and then at this black-robed old man. He couldn't help but say inwardly, this old man's strength is not bad. One of his 2 poison-type insect species Fey is good at cursing, while the other is good at assassination. At the same time, they're high-grade fantasy breeds. Before casting curse abilities, the Diamond 4/Fantasy 2 mind-controlling silkworm goo must devour a large number of hearts to be able to enhance the curse effect. The Diamond 3/Fantasy 3 blood-toothed cricket was an insect species fae that usually needed to drink a lot of blood. From the pairing of such insidious and poisonous insect species faes, it could be seen that this old man was not someone nice. Fuck! You have discerning eyes, little girl. You're able to detect my presence. After the old man finished speaking, Lin Yuan inwardly said, "This is bad." Although the mother of Bloodbath was a glutton and extremely friendly to the people in the mansion, it was undeniable that it was an insect species fae and the cruelest spider fae. The mother of Bloodbath possessed the blood law rune. Only when it truly understood the nature of blood could it dare to say that it could see through the law of blood. Therefore, how could the mother of Bloodbath master the blood law rune without staining its hands into bloodbaths? Surprisingly, this old man was speaking to the mother of Bloodbath like a monk being hanged. The mother of Bloodbath stepped forward with a clearly interesting expression on its face. "Hee, you called me little girl?" The black-robed old man had already known that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce wasn't presided over by any king-class experts. Although he did not know how the woman with the strange mask with dark patterns of flowing clouds in front of him had found out about himself. So what if he had been discovered? They were just a bunch of trash. This black-robed old man had a teasing face. He looked at Lin Yuan, Listen, and the mother of Bloodbath like they were three funny toys. "You're so young, yet your ears don't work well. Are you maybe not a little girl but a sissy dressed in female clothing?" Lin Yuan had actually wanted to tell the mother of Bloodbath not to launch a vicious attack. But since this old man had spoken like that, he could no longer stop the mother of Bloodbath. After all, dignity was always what mattered to experts. The old man's words had obviously touched the mother of Bloodbath's bottom line. The mother of Bloodbath suddenly laughed. However, its nice voice was filled with extreme evilness. The frequency of this laughter was vaguely the hissing sound spider fays let out when they were hunting for food. For some reason, this black-robed old man with a white beard and hair felt a chill in his body after hearing the mother of Bloodbath's laughter. Goosebumps immediately crawled all over him, and even the age spots on his face were uneven due to the goosebumps. An inexplicable sense of crisis emerged in his heart, and the old man shouted, "Blood-toothed cricket, kill this woman with blood-poison stabbing teeth." The blood-toothed cricket was only half the size of a palm, with a blood-red color throughout its body. However, its blood-red body was covered in black patches and brown-green prickly hair, which was very ugly. When the blood-toothed cricket received the old man's command, it stared at its powerful hind legs, thinking of pouncing at the mother of Bloodbath. At the same time, two fangs formed by blood energy appeared in front of the mother of Bloodbath. The front end of the fangs also contained green venom that emitted a dark black glow. At that moment, the aura that the mother of Bloodbath always restrained dispersed the blood-toothed cricket's blood-poison stabbing teeth in one blow. An aura of a sovereign descending the world radiated from the mother of Bloodbath's body. However, it controlled this aura within the house. At the same time, the aura also emitted a kind of evil coldness. It was as if this bright house had instantly turned into a dark crypt for a spider to hunt all of a sudden. The blood-toothed cricket landed on the ground from mid-air and twitched violently. A blood-red luster flickered on its body, and a will similar to blood suddenly appeared. Hee, this fantasy breed blood-toothed cricket and this blood-poison willpower rune really match. It's interesting to have a small fantasy breed insect attack me with its blood-type ability. When the mother of Bloodbath's words just fell, this blood-poison will energy was stripped away from the blood-toothed cricket's body. Then it slowly fused into the mother of Bloodbath's body. The mother of Bloodbath's body swirled with a scarlet blood-like luster. After the blood-toothed cricket's blood-poison willpower was stripped away, it fell from a fantasy breed into a Diamond 3/Legend Fae. This black-clothed old man suddenly exclaimed, "A suzerain/myth breed Fae." The old man's words were filled with astonishment and fear, and even his voice trembled. The mother of Bloodbath approached the fallen blood-toothed cricket step by step and said, "You're a little knowledgeable. You even know about law stripping and same-type control." When this old man had ordered his blood-toothed cricket attack the mother of Bloodbath, Listen's heart had tightened. He couldn't be any more familiar with this old man. He was precisely the iron wall chamber of commerce's third authoritative figure, Fei Qianxiong. Fei Qianxiong could definitely be called a veteran king-class expert. As someone with the third highest ranking in the iron wall chamber of commerce, he had a notorious reputation outside. Just as the mother of bloodbath had suddenly revealed its aura, Listen and Fei Qianxiong were shocked as well. However, Listen's shock was different from Fei Qianxiong's. Fei Qianxiong was in panic and fear, while Listen was pleasantly surprised. Listen looked at Lin Yuan and realized that he was sitting there indifferently, without the slightest change in his expression. It was as though the king-class expert's sudden attack was merely the wind brushing past and wasn't worth mentioning. Previously, Listen had only seen Lin Yuan inadvertently reveal the foundation of his resources. However, when Fei Qianxiong shouted, "A suzerain/myth breed Fei," it was enough to prove that Lin Yuan's foundation in terms of martial force was even deeper than that of resources. Listen moved his gaze away from Lin Yuan and once again glanced at the mother of bloodbath and the blood-toothed cricket, which was twitching and struggling on the ground. Although Listen had never heard of a myth breed Fei's law stripping and same-type control toward a fantasy breed Fei, his grandfather had shared some things with him. Law stripping referred to the law rune stripping away the willpower within the law that belonged to a fantasy breed Fei. Same-type control referred to the superior same-type Fei dominating the inferior one. Although Listen did not know what species of Fei the mother of bloodbath was, from the fact that it could strip away the blood-toothed cricket's bloodline and was able to use same-type control, it was evidently a suzerain/myth breed insect species Fei that controlled the blood law. Fei Qianxiong could now clearly sense that he had lost control of the blood-toothed cricket, but the mind-controlling silkworm goo on his other shoulder was still under his control. He vaguely glanced at the youth sitting on the sofa without uttering a word. At the same time, he took a heartbreaking glance at the blood-toothed cricket on the ground. Its willpower rune had been stripped away, and its quality was no longer fantasy breed. A hint of madness flashed in Fei Qianxiong's eyes. He did not know about the identity of the youth sitting on the sofa. However, just by looking at the style of the mask on his face, he could tell that his status was clearly higher than the suzerain/myth Fei in its human form. Just then, Fei Qianxiong heard a peculiar and pleasant voice ring beside his ear. "You've raised the blood-toothed cricket well. Even if it has been demoted, this Diamond 4/legend blood-toothed cricket is still somewhat useful. So destroy your spiritual energy fragment to break the contract and let this blood-toothed cricket become a wild Fei." The tone in which the mother of bloodbath said this was as if it was talking about a very common thing. However, these words were like a command to Fei Qianxiong that carried weight. Although Fei Qianxiong had been prepared not to leave this room alive and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes, he couldn't help but shiver after hearing the mother of bloodbath's words. What was the difference between self-destroying one's spiritual energy fragment to break a contract with a specific Fei and letting a spirit chi professional die? After the Fei and the contractor formed a contract, it was akin to a lifetime bond. However, if a spirit chi professional destroyed the spiritual energy fragment in their mind with a specific Fei, it would be akin to breaking the bridge of the previous contract with the particular Fei, and the contracted Fei could regain its freedom by doing so. Furthermore, it would be akin to him seriously injuring his spiritual roots, which couldn't be healed. This meant that the spirit chi professional could never contract a Fei again in the future. In serious cases, it might even affect the contract of the other Feis. It wasn't unheard of for spirit chi professionals to destroy the spiritual fragments with a particular Fei and break the contract with it. However, this was usually the case when a spirit chi professional was facing a desperate situation and knew that they couldn't survive. Thus, they would destroy the spiritual fragment with the contracted Fei, allowing it to revert to a wild Fei. This would prevent the Fei from losing its life due to the contract when he died. However, how could Fei Qianxiong be willing to destroy the spiritual fragment between him and the blood-toothed cricket obediently? When the mother of bloodbath saw that Fei Qianxiong was not moving, it reached out toward the air and gently touched it. The moment it did that, its nails turned as red as sticky blood plasma. While the mother of bloodbath reached out to touch, Fei Qianxiong's miserable howl sounded in this room. It was unusually harsh, as if he had been subject to the cruelest punishment in the world. It only lasted for a moment, and Fei Qianxiong could no longer howl as his body continued to twist into a strange arc on the ground. The mother of Bloodbath walked up to Lin Yuan and said, "This old man still has a mind-controlling silkworm goo that can be used. Just now, he refused to destroy the spiritual fragment obediently, so he must still be thinking of using the mind-controlling silkworm goo for ill intentions." After saying that, the mother of Bloodbath grabbed the fat red gold mind-controlling silkworm goo. Its red gold body looked very smooth, covered with dark red spots. Every time the mind-controlling silkworm goo used its larvae to parasitize the target's body to control their lives, a dark red spot would appear on its back. The red spots were packed together, almost in patches. There were at least 1,000 of them. In other words, thousands of people's lives were in the hands of Fei Qianxiong now. If he wanted those controlled people to die, he would only need to give the mind-controlling silkworm goo a command. The larvae lurking in the target's body would penetrate through the target's heart. Lin Yuan looked at the rolling Fei Qianxiong, whose body was twisting into a strange shape on the ground, without feeling the slightest pity for him. If the mother of Bloodbath were not more powerful than Fei Qianxiong, it would have died thanks to the blood-toothed cricket's abilities. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had been targeting the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, and the latter had always been in a passive position. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be doubtful. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce was already a rising faction, so it would be more profitable just to do something than to target the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Why did the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce continue to pursue the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, which had only an empty shell left? If the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce did not have any feud with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to the bitter end, it would be a losing deal to spend so much effort to target its online resources. Since the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's third highest ranking person was now before them, this was clearly an excellent opportunity to know why. Lin Yuan glanced at the mother of Bloodbath that was standing beside him. The mother of Bloodbath was playing with the mind-controlling silkworm goo that was struggling violently in its hand, and its fingertips exerted force from time to time. The mother of Bloodbath watched the mind-controlling silkworm goo with interest as it was slowly being on the brink of death. Upon seeing Lin Yuan look at it, the mother of Bloodbath said, "This old man is now experiencing the pain of the blade condensed by blood carving into every bone, and he no longer has the slightest possibility of being able to resist." Lin Yuan turned to listen and said, "Why has the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce been targeting the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce? I guess you should have a lot of things to ask, right? You might as well ask about it." Listen's expression froze, and then he looked at Lin Yuan with a grateful gaze. Lin Yuan didn't say anything else. He just gently patted Listen's shoulder and gave him an affirmative look. When Listen glanced at Fei Qianxiong, his gaze became sharp, while his expression was becoming gloomier and gloomier. But during this month or so, it was the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's relentless suppression and harsh attacks that had almost put the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce on the verge of collapse. Without Lin Yuan's support, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would no longer exist in this world when the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce controlled its online resources 3 days later. After receiving Lin Yuan's encouragement and tacit consent, Listen approached and looked at the struggling Fei Qianxiong at his feet with mixed feelings. He had countless questions to ask Fei Qianxiong. Why did the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce not let the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce off and forced it to a dead end? What kind of benefits had the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce given his uncles that they left Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce without even saying goodbye? However, all these words were stuck in Listen's throat when he wanted to ask. It was now his first time to have a condescending look at someone from the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce as someone powerful, and this person was the third highest ranking person. Listen was not a fool. He knew that the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce must be scheming against the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce by treating it this way for this month or so. No matter how Listen thought about it, he didn't know what he possessed that made the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce covet them. Listen watched Fei Qianxiong struggle for a long time with a cold expression, not uttering a word. When Listen showed a condescending look, Fei Qianxiong's eyes betrayed his pleading emotions. At that moment, Listen said coldly, "Fei Qianxiong, do you have anything to say about the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce?" Fei Qianxiong was unable to make a sound due to the intense pain, but he nodded vigorously as if in a frenzy. When he nodded madly, the mother of Bloodbath's eyes flashed with a blood-red luster. At that moment, although Fei Qianxiong was still in pain and could not stand up, he was able to suppress the pain and speak barely. I don't know why the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce is targeting you. I take orders from the two brothers, Bai Chenghu and Bai Chengxiong. As soon as Fei Qianxiong spoke, he heard a peculiar and pleasant voice speaking playfully. Hee. Take orders? So it seems that you're just an underling who does what you're told to do. In this case, you're no longer useful. The feeling of the blood carved on each bone still seems too light. Why don't? Before the mother of Bloodbath could finish speaking, Fei Qianxiong's last trace of mental defense collapsed. It's young Master Zheng. It's young Master Zheng of the Zheng family who's behind all this. When Listen suddenly heard the name young Master Zheng, he subconsciously asked, Indigo Azure City's Zheng family? Fei Qianxiong hurriedly nodded. Since he had divulged the matter, he also had no worries. Although I don't know why young Master Zheng wants to lay his hands on the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. This order was issued a month and a half ago. Don't you know exactly why people in Indigo Azure City are targeting the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce? As he spoke, Fei Qianxiong only felt a little aggrieved. Listen's eyebrows furrowed. Lin Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Young Master Zheng? Zheng family? Lin Yuan had also been caught up on the information about the large and small factions in the Radiance Federation at Wen Yu's place during this period. Although he had finished cramming up on the larger factions, there were simply too many small factions. Thus, he hadn't had the time to start going through the information. The information related to the small factions was simply too much. Lin Yuan intended to let Genius write down the information of those small factions. This was no different from him understanding the information. Although Lin Yuan had only gone through the information of the larger factions, he was aware of the Zheng family. The Zheng family was one of the three major families in Indigo Azure City that equally shared 3 parts of the city. Could be said that they were all equally excellent. The Zheng family was a rich and powerful family and a veteran faction without a deep foundation. In terms of martial force, all the veteran factions had Emperor-class experts. Therefore, Lin Yuan had no advantage compared to the Zheng family in terms of top combat power. Other than the 2 top experts, Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath, Lin Yuan didn't have other powerhouses. He only had a king-class expert at the moment, and that was Hu Quan. However, Hu Quan was only good at spirit craftsmanship, and his contracted phase were all meant to assist a spirit craftsman. If they were really to fight, Hu Quan would not be able to beat Lu Jie. It could be said that Lin Yuan had weak king-class combat power or not even any. In terms of resources, although the Zheng family, a family that could preside over a third of Indigo Azure City and was inferior to the Gao family, when Lin Yuan recalled that the Gao family could take out resources like the island whale and the elemental shellfish, the Zheng family's foundation became evident from the comparison. Lin Yuan didn't expect this hot potato to land in his hands after taking over the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. However, Fei Qianxiong had said that the Zheng family's young Master Zheng was behind all this, rather than the Zheng family. The Zheng family and the Gao family were different, as the Gao family's only descendant was Gao Feng. It could be said that Gao Feng would be able to have an absolute say in the family after a few decades, but the Zheng family had many descendants. In the Zheng family's younger generation were 9 fellows that could be called young Master Zheng, of which there were only 3 direct descendants. Any rich and powerful family valued one's background very much. The direct descendants' words could represent the family, while indirect descendants could only represent themselves. Fei Qianxiong, is the young Master Zheng that you're talking about the direct descendant of the Zheng family of Indigo Azure City? Lin Yuan's clear voice sounded next to Fei Qianxiong's ears. Fei Qianxiong did not dare to be the least bit slow, but he felt somewhat awkward due to Lin Yuan's question. Only the 2 brothers, Bai Chenghu and Bai Chengxiong, have seen young Master Zheng. I've not seen what he looks like, so whether he's the Zheng family's direct descendant, Fei Qianxiong knew that the youth who had asked him was the most significant person in this room. When the mind-controlling silkworm goo was still under Fei Qianxiong's control, crazy ideas had flashed in his head, but the blood-toothed cricket was now struggling on the ground without being under his control at all. The mind-controlling silkworm goo was also on the brink of death in the hands of the suzerain/myth breed humanoid Fei. Fei Qianxiong simply did not have the ability to go crazy even if he wanted to. It was an instantaneous decision when one was unafraid of death. However, when making this decision and after experiencing the line between life and death, almost everyone would change their mind and become afraid of death. Fei Qianxiong was no exception. What he wanted most now was to be able to live. When Fei Qianxiong finished speaking, Lin Yuan pondered. When he looked up, he saw Listen's eyes looking at him, clearly waiting for him to make a decision. Lin Yuan knew what was in Listen's mind. When facing a veteran faction, most people would not hesitate to leave behind an empty shelf with nothing like the listening heron chamber of commerce. Listen was now like a deer that had just found its way in despair. However, this deer was worried that the direction it was searching for would regard him as a burden and leave him behind. Just as Listen felt that the air was getting thinner and felt vaguely stuffy in his lungs, he saw Lin Yuan throw over something. Listen hurriedly went to take it, which felt warm in his hands. At a glance, he found that it was a piece of wooden token made of completely jade-textured wenge, carved with quan on it. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "In the future, I won't send those objects mixed with completely jade-textured wood powder. Take this token and pick them up at the Spirit Craftsman Association at a certain time every day." Listen tightly clenched the token in his hands. This token and Lin Yuan's words showed Lin Yuan's attitude toward himself and the listening heron chamber of commerce. Fei Qianxiong suddenly held his breath. He could sense from the masked youth's words that he had not given up on supporting the listening heron chamber of commerce because of young Master Zheng. This at least showed that he was unafraid of young Master Zheng. People with extremely high emotional intelligence like Listen were rarely emotional. However, after hearing Lin Yuan's words, Listen needed a long time to calm down before whispering, "Okay." After a moment of deliberation, Listen said, "The only thing left in Indigo Azure City's listening heron chamber of commerce is an old mansion that has been emptied and a shallow coastal sea that is extremely windy. Could the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce be coveting this shallow coastal sea? Although this sea is on the coast, it has a deep water level, and great dangers lurk underwater." Listen's heart sank upon mentioning this shallow sea. It was this shallow sea that had taken the listening heron chamber of commerce's core members away, leaving behind only him. Lin Yuan felt that Listen's speculation was more reasonable. The listening heron chamber of commerce was now completely an empty shelf, and the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce was spending a great deal of effort for nothing by dominating it, let alone a behemoth like the Zheng family. The only thing left that the listening heron chamber of commerce could now call as resources was this shallow sea area. This shallow sea area might also be what the Zheng family coveted. Lin Yuan couldn't help but have a trace of interest. "Before the dimensional rift is active, I'll go with you to Indigo Azure City to explore this shallow sea." Although Red Thorn's ability to breathe underwater had yet to fully mutate, it no longer had any problem surviving in the water. Lin Yuan could not test how strong Red Thorn's ability to breathe underwater was in the mansion's man-made lake. Thanks to this opportunity to explore the listening heron chamber of commerce's shallow sea area, he could test the limit of Red Thorn's ability to breathe underwater. Listen didn't want to face the listening heron chamber of commerce's coastal shallow sea in Indigo Azure City again. However, since Lin Yuan had said he wanted to go explore, Listen hurriedly replied, "Young master, you can call me to depart whenever you have time." Fei Qianxiong's face was getting paler and paler. The more he heard the masked youth and Listen's unrestrained conversation, the more he knew that these two were either talking about unimportant matters or the presence of an outsider like him didn't matter. However, how could this matter be trivial since it involved the Zheng family? This also meant that this masked youth was simply unafraid that he would hear the secrets, implying that he was actually equivalent to being a dead person in the eyes of others because only a dead man couldn't talk. Fei Qianxiong hurriedly crawled 2 steps forward and said with difficulty, "I've told you everything I know. Can you guys spare my life? I can swear by the willpower rune to submit to you." At that moment, Fei Qianxiong heard the mother of Bloodbath's peculiar and pleasant voice that was filled with insincerity. "You're even going to swear by the willpower rune?" That blood poison willpower rune is good, but unfortunately, this mind-controlling silkworm goo's willpower rune is a dark type. Otherwise, I could taste it again. The mother of Bloodbath's words made Fei Qianxiong's body tremble. He shouted, I can swear by the willpower rune to become a servant. Also, I've killed no one from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. As Fei Qianxiong said this, he couldn't help but break out in a sweat. He had never killed the people from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, but he had abducted the son and grandsons of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's butler, Qianda, and used the mind-controlling silkworm goo to control Qianda's son in exchange for the online resources. It could be said that he was the culprit who had made the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce lose its online resources. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows when he heard Fei Qianxiong. Taking in Fei Qianxiong was considered a good thing for Lin Yuan at present because he currently didn't have any available king-class experts. Even though Fei Qianxiong's blood-toothed cricket had dropped from a fantasy breed to a Diamond 4/Legend Fei, it still had strong combat power. Moreover, Fei Qianxiong's Diamond 2/Fantasy 2 mind-controlling silkworm goo was still around. Nonetheless, Fei Qianxiong was still a member of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce and was considered Listen's enemy. Since Lin Yuan had taken over the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, he didn't respond to Fei Qianxiong's submission. Instead, he said to Listen, who was standing next to him, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce doesn't have any king-class experts now. Since Fei Qianxiong wants to submit, keep him if you want. Otherwise, just kill him. Lin Yuan uttered those words lightly, but he had taken Listen into consideration. A person's perception could be easily seen from how said person handled a matter. Often, a person's perception could determine the scale of his stall and how big he could manage. It was often said that those with a wider perception must have the elegance of tolerance. If Listen had a wide perception, he would accept Fei Qianxiong. Although Lin Yuan's current attitude toward Listen would not change regardless of whether he let Fei Qianxiong live or die, the wider Listen's perception was. Thus, the more Lin Yuan would be willing to put the resources to him for operation. He would even let Listen have comprehensive management of Sky City's external resources. When Fei Qianxiong heard Lin Yuan's words, an abnormal fear crept up in his heart, and his body trembled. He had always felt that he was a king-class expert, after all. As long as he was willing to swear allegiance with the willpower rune, it would not be a problem to exchange his strength for his life. However, this masked youth had casually thrown his life. Listen. The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had caused the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to end up like this. If he were Listen, how would he give him a chance to live? Listen didn't expect that Lin Yuan would throw Fei Qianxiong's life to him. He knew the ways of the world and could understand that Lin Yuan didn't accept Fei Qianxiong's allegiance because he was concerned about his feelings. Otherwise, a king-class expert volunteering to become a servant was akin to offering all of himself. Such a benefit was right in front of him, yet Lin Yuan didn't accept it. Listen had previously sworn by the willpower rune to rely on Lin Yuan mainly because of finding a way out for himself and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. But now, Listen had a deep sense of belonging to Lin Yuan. Listen narrowed his eyes at Fei Qianxiong, but before Fei Qianxiong could fall in despair, Listen turned to Lin Yuan and answered firmly, I'm willing to take Fei Qianxiong. He's more valuable alive than dead. Lin Yuan was a bit amazed at how quickly Listen had chosen. This showed that Listen was not vindictive and that he treated Fei Qianxiong as a valuable piece of standard weight. Such a perception couldn't be considered narrow. Lin Yuan nodded and said, This way, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce will have a king-class expert stationed from today onward. Fei Qianxiong, who was on the ground and still in a state of despair, only felt that his emotions were changing too quickly, and his brain couldn't take it. Listen glanced at Fei Qianxiong and said word by word, In the future, if you can contribute to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, I won't treat you poorly because of what you've done before. Listen's words had made Fei Qianxiong, whose mind was in turmoil, immediately feel that he had become much closer to Listen. After Fei Qianxiong used the willpower rune to swear allegiance as Listen's servant, he officially became Listen's servant and also the first real combat class king-class expert in Lin Yuan's faction. Lin Yuan got up from the sofa and said, You decide whether you'll keep Fei Qianxiong at the listening heron chamber of commerce, or use him as a mole, and let him return to the iron wall chamber of commerce. After saying that, Lin Yuan took out a tentacle of the ethereal jellyfish and set up a spatial node in the listening heron chamber of commerce. Then he left with the mother of bloodbath. Listen thought about his future plans with his mind racing. He was now calculating that the 270 objects made of completely jade-textured wood powder that Lin Yuan would be giving him every day were equivalent to a capital injection of 2,700,000 radiance dollars. So for 3 months, it would be a total of 243 million radiance dollars. Fei Qianxiong stood respectfully beside Listen as a feeling of absurdity rose in his heart. I can't believe that my life has changed in just an hour, and I even came back from the gates of hell. Fei Qianxiong stood beside Listen but did not know what Listen was thinking currently. How to rely on this mole and a capital injection of 243 million to devour the iron wall chamber of commerce within 3 months. Big brother, why isn't Elder Fei back at this time? This old man actually let us wait for him here. The older middle-aged man, Bai Chenghu, had an ugly expression on his face and said while expecting better from him, "Will you starve to death if you eat dinner a little later? When will you mend this problem of implicating someone? When you have nothing to do, think about what you should say and what you should not." The full-bearded middle-aged man, Bai Chengxiong, subconsciously raised the wine glass in his hands and replied, "Big brother, I was wrong. Cheers." Bai Chenghu's face suddenly turned red, and he couldn't help but rub his temples. He felt the fire in his heart surging up, making his head a little swollen. At that moment, Bai Chengxiong saw Fei Qianxiong walk in and shouted at the top of his voice, "Elder Fei, why did you take so long to take care of such a small matter?" Fei Qianxiong could not stand Bai Chengxiong's words. "What do you mean by such a small matter?" "Fuck. It was such a small matter that almost cost my life." Bai Chengxiong stood up, fiercely glared at Bai Chengxiong, and went forward to say, "Elder Fei, thank you for your hard work. Try the dragon tiger blood tendon wine I specially prepared." Bai Chenghu enthusiastically pulled Fei Qianxiong to take his seat, and Bai Chengxiong was eating a meal with a big fuss. When Fei Qianxiong was eating, he seemed to be talking to Bai Chenghu as usual, but he had complicated feelings. The last time he had been eating with them, he was still the third highest ranking person in the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. Surprisingly, he had now become the listening heron chamber of commerce's mole. Fei Qianxiong had sworn with the willpower rune and become Listen's servant, so he had no other choice. As long as he broke the oath, he would die. At the same time, Fei Qianxiong had to let nobody in the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce see through his flaws. His biggest flaw now was the blood-toothed cricket's demotion from a fantasy breed. Bai Chengxiong might not think much about it if he found out, but if Bai Chenghu, a sly old fox, found out, he would definitely be wary. Then it wouldn't be easy to do certain things as a mole. If he was exposed, not only would Bai Chenghu and Bai Chengxiong not let him off, but the Zhang family's young master Zhang would also take action to put him to death. Fei Qianxiong felt bitter at this moment. But likewise, he also knew that it was time to perform his real acting skills. Fei Qianxiong recalled the task that Listen had given him, so he said to Bai Chenghu while drinking wine, "Chenghu, we've too many online and offline resources in the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce that don't make much money. Why don't we sell off some of them and instead tread on the path of luxury objects? That way, there'll be profit." Fei Qianxiong's words made Bai Chenghu ponder, obviously contemplating the feasibility of Fei Qianxiong's opinion. However, Bai Chenghu looked at Fei Qianxiong with a somewhat strange gaze. When Bai Chengxiong, who was chucking meat into this mouth, heard Fei Qianxiong's words, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Elder Fei, when have you started to care about the Chamber of Commerce's operation? In the past, when I let you manage the Chamber of Commerce's operation, didn't you say that you only love to do things that don't require your brain, such as killing?" Fei Qianxiong felt somewhat bitter. Bai Chengxiong wasn't very smart, so he could just find a random reason to justify himself. But Bai Chenghu was not so easily fooled. Fei Qianxiong couldn't be bothered to manage the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's affairs because Bai Chenghu's desire to control was too strong. Another reason was that Fei Qianxiong preferred to improve his strength if he had time and not put his energy into the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's operation. Fei Qianxiong knew that it was indeed a little abrupt for him to rashly raise the issue of the Chamber of Commerce's development now. But the task that Listen had given him was his first step as a mole. Therefore, he had to say what he should. He couldn't be bothered with Bai Chengxiong's attitude. When Fei Qianxiong glanced at Bai Chenghu, he found that Bai Chenghu looked at him with some scrutiny. Fei Qianxiong took a deep breath and brought himself a glass of wine. His emotions were brewing as he held the wine glass. After downing the wine in one gulp, Fei Qianxiong turned and looked at Bai Chenghu seriously. Even if Bai Chenghu had deep thoughts, he was also caught off guard by Fei Qianxiong's next move. Bai Chenghu never thought that Fei Qianxiong's eyes would turn red. Fei Qianxiong was not an actor, but he showed true feelings because he was thinking over and over again about his blood-toothed cricket's stripped willpower rune. The more he thought about it, the more he felt aggrieved. In less than 5 minutes, a few drops of tears streamed down from his eyes. The more he thought about the blood-toothed cricket, the sadder he felt. Fei Qianxiong used this instance of sadness and said, "Chenghu, I've been following you for years. Although I'm a dozen years older than you, I've always treated you as a brother. These years in the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce are the happiest years of my life. Now, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce has been promoted to a rising faction. Chengxiong usually doesn't help you much, and you have to take care of everything by yourself. Now I'm thinking that I can try to help you handle some of the work that does not require racking brains." Although Bai Chenghu was caught off guard when he saw Fei Qianxiong's red eyes, he calmed down immediately after that. Bai Chenghu was very wary and had never treated Fei Qianxiong as one of his own people. He had also never let Fei Qianxiong interfere with the operations of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's core aspects. When Fei Qianxiong had hinted many times before that he wanted to go to meet young Master Zhang together, Bai Chenghu had refused him with the excuse that young Master Zhang didn't like to meet outsiders. It was because Bai Chenghu wanted to completely have control over Fei Qianxiong and regard him as a sharp weapon of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, if Fei Qianxiong defected to young Master Zhang behind his back and went to develop in the Zheng family, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce would have one less sharp weapon. Bai Chenghu could see that Fei Qianxiong's tears were not fake. Otherwise, his eyes would have dried up after a few tears, and it definitely wouldn't remain like this. Bai Chenghu was a little surprised that Fei Qianxiong was so considerate of himself. When he looked at his younger brother, Bai Chengxiong, who was eating and drinking, Bai Chenghu felt that the more he looked at this old man, the more he was pleasant to the eye. However, Bai Chenghu felt somewhat strange to suddenly have a brother who had a white beard and hair. Bai Chenghu felt that Fei Qianxiong's suggestion made some sense. Although the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had become a rising faction, it had not yet opened a private faction territory on Star Web, nor did it have a clear direction for private faction operations. At present, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce still had a large amount of cumbersome online and offline resources like the basic spiritual materials and ordinary phase. The ordinary spiritual materials were fine. Even though a lot of manpower was required, they could also bring a certain amount of stable income to the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce every day. However, the offline and online resources of ordinary phase were different. Not only did they require manpower to take care of them, but they also needed to be fed regularly daily. At the same time, there was the risk of ordinary phase dying. There were no valuable spiritual materials on the dead ordinary phase, so they could only be fed to other phase as meat. Such online and offline resources were already dispensable for the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. Even if these ordinary phase could screen out a lot of mutated phase in the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce each year, they could only resell these mutated phase. There were benefits for the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to have connections with the Zheng family, but the Zheng family strictly controlled the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's creation masters. Thus, the entire Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce did not have any creation masters. As a result, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce could only depend on the Zheng family. At the same time, it was useless for the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to have these mutated phase. Bai Chenghu saw Fei Qianxiong pouring wine for himself and thought about giving Fei Qianxiong a chance. Thus, he said, "Elder Fei, don't touch the ordinary spiritual materials first. I'll hand over the ordinary spirit beasts to you." Fei Qianxiong hurriedly toasted by Cheng Hu and replied, "Cheng Hu, see if those high-end luxury objects." Bai Cheng Hu refused him without even thinking and said, "I'll think of a way." Bai Cheng Hu's heart, which had been somewhat moved before, instantly became firm. His gaze at Fei Qianxiong immediately became wary. The Zheng family's main business direction was high-end luxury objects. Bai Cheng Hu couldn't help but think, Fei Qianxiong isn't trying to let me give him the chance to get close to young Master Zheng, right? Bai Cheng Hu had already made up his mind that Fei Qianxiong could help take over some iron wall chamber of commerce matters in the future. However, he had to keep a close eye on Fei Qianxiong and not give him any chance to have any connections with young Master Zheng. Fei Qianxiong secretly exhaled and thought, the task that Listen assigned to me can be considered complete. As Fei Qianxiong saw Bai Cheng Hu's gaze at him turn from scrutinizing him to becoming close and then wary, he felt unusually excited. Somehow, Fei Qianxiong suddenly felt that as compared to enhancing his strength and using the mind-controlling silkworm goo to control a human's heart, acting seemed more exciting. At the same time, he couldn't help but scold Bai Cheng Hu in his heart. My neck is wet from the tears, and I even cried so sincerely. I didn't cry this badly even when my wife died. You're even wary of me. Watch me screw you up. In the study on the second floor of the Return from Faraway mansion, a huge wooden shelf was placed on each of the two walls. A pile of information about each faction was placed in each of the small compartments on the shelf. When you had only organized a small part of the information about the veteran factions during this period, and this small part of the information filled half of the shelf. Obviously, if the information on these large and small factions were completely organized, these two sides of the shelf would not be enough in any case. Young Master, one of the 3 direct descendants of the Zheng family, is a Radiance 100 sequence member, and has been busy with the S tournament for over a month. This direct descendant of the Zheng family has established a guild club of his own, and is seeking to qualify as a B-level guild club this year. According to the tight schedule of the S tournament, he shouldn't have the time to arrange for the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to deal with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. One of the other 2 descendants was born with a serious illness that caused both legs to be severely atrophied and is unable to walk. Thus, he has been recuperating in Indigo Azure City. The 3rd direct descendant is a creation master that the Zheng family had poured in a lot of resources to nurture. I'm sure the Zheng family wouldn't let a creation master who is being nurtured waste time on something as trivial as the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan didn't expect that he had only come to ask Wen Yu's opinion about the Zheng family's situation, but she had actually grasped such detailed information about the Zheng family without leaving anything out. Lin Yuan had some doubts whether genius was living in her head. At that moment, Wen Yu suddenly thought of something and said, the Zheng family's 3rd lineage bought Indigo Azure City's offshore coastal resources 5 years ago. They've occupied more and more of the offshore coast over the years, but have not begun to work on the development of these offshore coastal resources. If the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has an offshore coastal resource in Indigo Azure City, it should have blocked the way of the Zheng family's 3rd lineage. Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, what's the difference between the Zheng family and its 3rd lineage? When you explained, the Zheng family is thriving, and the main family is the direct descendants. There are 4 lineages under the main family, each of which is a collateral branch of the main family. The main family will selectively inject resources into the 4 lineages based on their development. In a sense, the main family is considered the real Zheng family. In terms of identity, although the main family's direct descendants and the 4 lineages' descendants born from mistresses are all the young masters and young ladies of the Zheng family, the direct descendants have absolute dominance over the 4 lineages' descendants. After Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully, he then said, since the main family of the Zheng family will selectively pour resources into the 4 lineages, then the relationship between these 4 lineages shouldn't be very good. When you said with a smile, the Zheng family's 4 lineages don't have any open rivalry, but there is a constant fight in the dark. Since the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's matter is related to the 3rd lineage of the Zheng family, then this matter shouldn't involve the 1st lineage, 2nd lineage, and the 4th lineage. Lin Yuan chatted with Wen Yu for a while more before returning to his room. He had asked her about the Zheng family to have an accurate understanding of his possible enemies in the future. Lin Yuan did not have a clear conflict with the Zheng family yet, but if the Zheng family made a move on him, then he would have to take appropriate measures. Lin Yuan thought for a while and looked for Endless Summer and asked it to stay at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in secret for a period. He had poured resources into the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, and it was a bone that the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce couldn't gnaw. In that case, the Zheng family's third lineage could not achieve its goal. A rabbit bit when it was anxious, let alone a rabid lion. After the arrangement, Lin Yuan logged on Star Web to harvest the proceeds from the previous blind trade of flower brocade pearls. Lin Yuan found that he had gotten more mid-grade strange flames from the blind trade than the first time. This time, his 10 flower brocade pearls were exchanged for a total of 127 mid-grade strange flames through the blind trade, which was 27 more than the last time he had gotten 100. In Lin Yuan's amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box, in addition to the 30 flower brocade pearls that he had exchanged for the blind trade, he still had 170 of them in stock. The next batch of flower brocade pearls would also mature again in the Spirit Lock spatial zone after over 10 days. Lin Yuan hadn't chosen to use the flower brocade pearls in his hands to exchange for resources with other factions because he didn't have any urgent material needs at the moment. On the other hand, he wanted to gain a reputation for his purchase with no loss store over time and let people think of his store when thinking about the flower brocade pearls. He checked his Star Web Store's fan club and found that through the accumulation of blind trade 3 times, the number of creation masters in the fan club had now reached almost half of all members, and the lowest among these creation masters was also a Class 3 creation master. Lin Yuan had never spoken in his own fan club before, but he took the initiative to send a message in his fan club this time. Deep Mountain Elder Lin, Group Welfare, 30 flower brocade pearls for sale to the highest bidder. Only for members. When Lin Yuan sent this message, the already active purchase with no loss stores fan club exploded into a frenzy. Stream in the cloud. Fuck! The admin has actually become active again. Violent-tempered woman. Congratulations to the group admin for his first words after creating the group. You've unlocked the achievement of I'm not dumb. Fanji. 30 flower brocade pearls? What great welfare. Jealous me. So many flower brocade pearls are enough for me to use for years. Brothers, you guys should take it easy on the bidding and give me a chance. Time to take medicine. It's so damn thrilling to be called brother by a Class 4 creation master. Noble evening painting. Admin. How are the spiritual materials exchanged? If it's the market price, it would be too much of a loss to exchange the rare spiritual materials. When Lin Yuan saw Noble Evening Painting's message, he thought for a moment and replied, I'll exchange the rare spiritual materials at a premium of 2% of the Rare Life Form Pavilion's transaction price. If the Rare Life Form Pavilion doesn't have a transaction price on it, then I don't think you'll be able to take it out in exchange for these flower brocade pearls. After reading Lin Yuan's answer, Noble Evening Painting, 2%? Admin, you're impressive. Rare spiritual materials were not cheap. Although 2% seemed relatively little, if one took out rare spiritual materials worth 10 million radiance dollars for trade, one could at least save 100,000 radiance dollars. Anyway, these rare spiritual materials were auctioned in the Rare Lifeform Pavilion, so one could always collect them back after about a year. 100,000 radiance dollars was not a small amount of money. Lin Yuan found that Listen was now in the group, so he mentioned him. Deep Mountain Elder Lin. Listen, help me take note of the group members' bids and let me know the highest one. After saying that, Lin Yuan then lurked again. The reason Lin Yuan would mention Listen was very simple. He usually didn't have the time to take care of the purchase with No Loss Stores fan club. Listen was very active in the fan club and had good interpersonal relationships. Furthermore, Listen was one of his own people. So Lin Yuan intended to establish Listen's prestige and status in the fan club through this. In the future, he would let Listen help maintain the purchase with No Loss Stores fan club. It was still very harmonious in the fan club now, but as the number of people slowly increased, it was inevitable that some discordance would arise. As such, someone needed to regulate or manage. Given Listen's talent, he was obviously very suitable to take up this job. In fact, Lin Yuan was also giving him a chance to use his connections within the purchase with no loss store as much as possible so that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, which had thousands of things to do, could rise a little. After Lin Yuan left the fan club, he put another 10 flower brocade pearls in his Star Web store for display. At the same time, he set to exchange them directly through a blind trade after a day. His previous welfare of 30 flower brocade pearls in the fan club was just the first bait he threw that could attract more attention and let more factions and high-class creation masters that needed many flower brocade pearls to want to join his fan club urgently. Lin Yuan knew that there were only 2 ways to enter his Star Web Store's fan club: buy these 10 flower brocade pearls through the blind trade to get the qualification to enter, or grab those usnias in his purchase with no loss store that were sold in limited quantities. But now, he had stopped the sales of those silver usnias in his Star Web Store. So the only way to get into the fan club of his Star Web Store was by grabbing the 10 flower brocade pearls through the blind trade. The news on Star Web spread very quickly, and the news in his store's fan club was now probably buzzing. Lin Yuan set aside a day, which was enough for those factions and creation masters who wanted to obtain many flower brocade pearls to prepare. He intended to see how many unexpected gains he could obtain through the blind trade of the 10 flower brocade pearls this time. He thought that after the end of this blind trade, the mid-grade strange flames that Chimey needed to advance from Fantasy 2 to Fantasy 3 should be sufficient. The purpose of throwing bricks was to draw jade. Moreover, what he threw out was solid gold brick. Lin Yuan believed that the gain from this brick he had thrown would not be small, and if the gain was too little, Listen would probably become the buyer of this brick. After that, Lin Yuan clicked on the trade message that he had issued in his Star Web Store and checked on the messages he had received inside. He realized that he had received quite a few messages. However, most of these messages were inquiring about what kind of resources they could invest in and what kind of future could be given. Some people even called him stupid, saying that he had issued this trade message purely for pretense, which rendered Lin Yuan speechless. At the same time, based on the feedback, he knew that people despised the foundation of his purchase with no loss store. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said such things. However, Lin Yuan didn't feel sad. On the contrary, as these 30 flower brocade pearls were being auctioned as welfare, he believed that more king-class experts would rush to join his private faction in the future. After sifting through the messages, he found that only 3 king-class experts had sent their personal information among so many messages, and only one of them met Lin Yuan's requirement. Of the remaining 2, one of them had only comprehended 2 willpower runes and had a weak main phase. Even if such a king-class expert obtained Lin Yuan's high-quality bronze phase, he would still be weak among the many king-class experts after enhancing it. This was because a king-class expert would need at least 2 stronger main phase for cooperation in a battle in order to be able to reveal enough strength. Therefore, Lin Yuan had screened out this king-class expert. The other king-class expert had 2 extremely powerful power offense-type main phase. In terms of strength, it was not much different from Fei Qianxiong when he was in full strength. However, the other king-class expert made his own request in his message, stating that he needed a bronze/epic lizard Fei. Lin Yuan could easily fulfill such a request. Hence, he sent a message to these 2 king-class experts at the same time and arranged to meet them in his Star Web Store at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. After sending the messages, Lin Yuan went to the Rare Lifeform Pavilion, wanting to pick up a lizard Fei that was superior in all aspects. Regarding the request from the king-class expert, who had 2 powerful main Feis and comparable strength to Fei Qianxiong, Lin Yuan needed to prepare in advance before the appointment with him. This would show Lin Yuan's sincerity and also give this king-class expert a guarantee. After searching in the Rare Lifeform Pavilion, he found a lizard Fei with a trace of dragon species Fei bloodline awakened in its body when it was at elite and bought it, ready to enhance it before tomorrow's meeting. Young Master, Old Master has just sent word that the coastal resources that our 3rd lineage developed have received the main family's 2nd Young Master's support. A hunched old man, almost bending over at a right angle and leaning on his walking stick, lowered his voice and said to a youth with sinister eyebrows beside him. The youth immediately revealed an ecstatic expression on his face when he heard that. It took our 3rd lineage 3 years to finally obtain the main family's 2nd Young Master's support. This is a good opportunity for us to be able to surpass the second lineage, fourth lineage, and the first lineage. There must not be the slightest mistake. The youth with sinister eyebrows turned ruthless in a flash. Since father's side is ready, then I don't have the time for the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Elder Nyo, go tonight and let the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's owner become the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's food. After the hunched old man heard the words of the youth with sinister eyebrows, he immediately replied, "Young master, I'll get it done immediately." Elder Nyo thought for a while and tapped the ground a few times with his walking stick before turning to say, "Young master, I heard that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's owner is extraordinarily talented. I wonder if you would like to take Listen under your command, young master. If you're willing to reveal your identity to Listen, as long as he is not stupid and knows about the current situation, he certainly won't refuse your recruitment." The youth with sinister eyebrows was admiring the boundless night outside the window at this moment. Upon hearing Elder Nyo's words, he didn't even turn his head. He raised his hand and replied, "This matter involves the plans of our third lineage. Even if Listen has extraordinary talents, it's not worthwhile for me to reveal my identity. Moreover, he's nothing more than a powerless person with an empty frame and is stubbornly resisting." Elder Nyo stopped talking after hearing the youth's words and exited the room. He summoned a black shadow with a wave of his hand and then disappeared into the night together with it. The youth with sinister eyebrows had joy in his eyes, clearly in a good mood. He mumbled, "I wonder what price father paid to get the support of the main family's second young master. With a connection to second young master, the offshore coastal resources that our third lineage developed can finally be called proper." The night was coming to an end in Ascending Dragon City. At the entrance of Ascending Dragon City's Creation Master Association, a woman wearing a Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest said rudely, "My teacher said that if you want to evolve your iron bone iguana's bloodline, you can't succeed just by relying on those spiritual materials you brought to induce its dragon species bloodline. At the very least, you'll need a gold dragon's mouth orchid flower." There was an evident trace of disappointment on the face of the man standing opposite to the woman. But immediately afterward, his expression returned to normal, and he answered, "Thank you, Master Duan Li, for being willing to help nurture my iron bone iguana. When I can find a gold dragon's mouth orchid flower, I'll come back to ask you to help enhance my fae." The woman with the Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest then said, "My teacher took your payment before and didn't enhance your iron bone iguana's bloodline due to your lack of preparation of spiritual materials. So the next time you come to find him, you only need to prepare half of the payment as last time." A bitter smile appeared on the man's face, and he thought, "Although I have outstanding talents and an affinity toward lizard fays, I only have one main fae, a defense-type lizard fae, the iron bone iguana. I've already spent 3 years of savings to ask Master Duan Li to help me enhance my fae. Even if I have to pay half of the last payment for Master Duan Li's help, I will have to save up for at least a year and a half. A defense-type spirit chi professional is a shield standing in front of the team. But given my iron bone iguana's strength, I simply can't assume the duty of that." Despite the bitter smile in his heart, he replied very respectfully, "Thank you for your generosity. Express my gratitude to Master Duan Li on my behalf." After saying that, the man was prepared to leave the Ascending Dragon City's Creation Master Association. The woman with the Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest thought for a moment and said, "It's not only a matter of the bloodline for this iron bone iguana of yours. Even if this iron bone iguana's dragon species bloodline is stimulated with the gold dragon's mouth orchid flower, it still wouldn't be powerful. I heard from my teacher that the flesh bump on the side of this iron bone iguana's head belongs to a kind of mutation." The man hurriedly turned around and said nervously, "Didn't Master Duan Li say before that this flesh bump won't affect its health? And it's been over 10 years. This flesh bump has never changed much." Upon hearing that, the woman wearing the retainer crest didn't care much about the urgency and impudence in the man's words. She answered, "That's why my teacher said it's a mutation." The man also realized that he had been a little too agitated. But just as he wanted to apologize, the woman with the retainer crest said, The flesh bump on the neck of your iron bone iguana is a prototype of a nascent head. My teacher has tested this flesh bump and found that the attributes in it differ from the ones in the body. They're fire attributes. If this flesh bump develops into a head, it can turn the iron bone iguana from an earth type into an earth fire type fae. You're lucky. After the head grows out, the iron bone iguana will turn into a powerful defense type fae. After hearing this, the man revealed an ecstatic look on his face. However, he had some doubts as to why Master Duanli hadn't shared this piece of information about the flesh bump just now inside. Before the man could be happy for a while, the woman with the retainer crest added, "However, if you want to develop this iron bone iguana sarcoma into a head, you'll need the elemental pearls produced by the fire-type scorching elemental shellfish mutated from the elemental shellfish." The man's heart sank after hearing that. He might be able to save the money with a few years of frugal efforts to get the gold dragon's mouth orchid. However, were the elemental pearls produced by the elemental shellfish something that he, an A-rank spirit chi professional with a fantasy breed fae that could barely be called a king-class expert and couldn't even beat many non-king-class experts, could have delusions about? The woman with the Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest said seriously, "The elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish are divided into many grades according to the purity of the elemental energy contained in them. My teacher said that the elemental pearls that are useful to this iron bone iguana of yours must be of the highest grade, the heavenly maiden grade. The purity of the elemental energy in the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls is 99% to 100%. My teacher couldn't even get such elemental pearls. Moreover, you'll need 5 heavenly maiden grade pearls containing the fire element energy produced by the scorching elemental shellfish for your iron bone iguana to grow a second head." The man's hope was squashed. He couldn't afford to even ask Master Duanli to enhance his fae once, let alone the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls that even Master Duanli couldn't get. The woman wearing the Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest looked at the man's expression and added, "My teacher didn't intend to say this to you, but I told you because, without the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls for its metamorphosis, this iron bone iguana's growth has already reached the limit now." The woman wearing the Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest didn't care about the bitterness on the man's face. She just continued to say what she felt should be said. "It'll only be a waste of spiritual materials to continue nurturing this iron bone iguana, and this would be a waste of your potential. You might as well pour the resources from nurturing this iron bone iguana into your other phase." The man's expression became even more bitter. He only had one main fae, the iron bone iguana. Although he had comprehended 3 willpower runes, with one of them fused with the iron bone iguana to allow it to become a fantasy breed, the other 2 willpower runes were flying around the spiritual energy in his spiritual spatial zone. Even if he nurtured the other phase instead of the iron bone iguana, he could only contract a bronze/flawless fae at most since the resources he could get were limited. How many years would he need to accumulate the resources needed to raise the bronze/flawless fae to legend? The man thanked the woman wearing the Class 4 Creation Master's retainer crest seriously and walked firmly in the night. This world had always been a one where it was hard for successful people to come from poor families. The children of rich families had an advantage over the children of poor families right from the first fae they contracted at a young age. It was just like a gap in the sky. Even if the children of poor families were fortunate enough to become king-class experts, they would have to pay an unknown amount of blood and tears as compared to those born in rich families. A king-class expert born from a poor family would always be at the bottom. Zhou Luo had long seen through this word. Despite being desperate earlier, he was very calm now. The children of poor families always needed to face troubles and despair on the road of growing up and step over all the hurdles one by one. Despite enjoying life through sorrow and adversity, he actually wanted to change his fate. Zhou Luo felt he was a hero along his journey. In his opinion, there was only one kind of heroism in the world: recognizing the truth about life and still loving it. Zhou Luo had planned to go to the Guild Alliance to see if there were any suitable missions for him. Suddenly, he recalled the application he had submitted when he saw the trade message of the small store he followed on Star Web before. Listen was in his room, thinking about how to help the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce develop with the 270 pieces of objects mixed with completely jade-textured wood powder every day while recording the bids of the members for the 30 flower brocade pearls in the purchase with no loss store. Although Listen had known that most of these people were big shots, their offers still alarmed him. He couldn't help but sigh. These big shots are really too rich. At the same time, he could sense that after Lin Yuan mentioned him to manage his fan club's welfare auction, these big shots' attitude toward him had changed. Listen knew his strengths and wanted to get along with the others in the group. Thus, he was very popular in the group, but that was just a relationship where they could help each other with postings. Listen could clearly feel that some big shots in the group were trying to rope him in. They wanted to exchange for more flower brocade pearls from Lin Yuan through him. Since Lin Yuan hadn't been replying to the star web messages, many people wanted to get a chance to contact Lin Yuan through Listen. Due to their solicitation and goodwill, Listen didn't refuse them. Instead, he was happy to accept. Lin Yuan had taken out the resources for bidding, and Listen naturally had to help him maximize the benefits of these resources with all his might. However, Listen also had to make good use of these derived benefits to subtly help the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's development. Otherwise, if he wasted this network resource, Listen would feel that he would disappoint Lin Yuan for thinking highly of him. At that moment, he heard 3 knocks on the door, and he rhythmically knocked on the table with his fingers 3 times. Fei Qianxiong pushed open the door and came to Listen's side before saying to him respectfully, "President, I didn't fumble the ball. Bai Chenghu has already handed over all the online and offline Fei resources of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to me. Please let me know what I should do after that." Upon hearing that, Listen asked doubtfully, "How can the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce give up the Spirit Beast resources that can select high-quality mutated Feis?" Fei Qianxiong replied bluntly, "President, the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce has now become a rising faction, but it doesn't even have a single creation master. Bai Chenghu was even forced to transfer their Class 1 and Class 2 creation masters to the Zheng family. He loathes the Spirit Beast resources, which don't have the support of creation masters, but he hasn't made up his mind to dispose of them." Fei Qianxiong couldn't help but praise his excellent acting skills before Bai Chenghu and Bai Chengxiong. After Listen pondered for a while, he replied, "Since the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce wants to let go of the Spirit Beast resources in its hands, we'll secretly take them." Fei Qianxiong remembered Bai Chenghu's expression when he had talked about the spirit beasts and spiritual materials. He said, "After the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's online and offline spirit beast resources are sold, Bai Chenghu will shift the direction of the business to high-end luxury resources through the Zheng family. I reckon it won't be long before the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's spiritual materials are sold." As Fei Qianxiong spoke, he admired the red phoenix-eyed youth with a mole at the corner of his eye sitting in front of the table. Based on what Listen had taught him, he had chatted with Bai Chenghu for an hour before Bai Chenghu firmly decided to shift the development of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to high-end luxury resources. Otherwise, based on just his acting skills and without what Listen had taught him, even if he could fool Bai Chenghu, he would never have been able to influence his ambition and thoughts. Listen gently tapped his fingers on the table as he was rapidly calculating in his mind. The investment required for high-end luxury resources is not a small amount. If Bai Chenghu is bent on developing into that direction, then he'll inevitably collect supplies and constantly throw out the other resources in his hands, bit by bit. So you must do a good job when throwing out the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's online and offline spirit beast resources for Bai Chenghu. Only when you let Bai Chenghu taste success will he be assured to let you do such things in the future." Fei Qianxiong felt goosebumps, feeling somewhat creeped out. How big a game of chess was Listen playing? Was he going to devour all of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce? Previously, Fei Qianxiong had listened to the conversation between Listen and Lin Yuan and vaguely learned that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would also be heading in the direction of high-end luxury resources in the future. They would definitely clash with the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan would deliver hundreds of luxury items to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce every day. Even if the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce was willing to sacrifice everything it had, how long could it resist? Fei Qianxiong felt that he was much stronger than Listen in terms of strength, but no matter how powerful his battle prowess was, he could only maintain his morals at most when facing the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. However, Listen's strategy could turn the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's advantageous position into nothing. At that moment, Listen asked, "How's the Zheng family's attitude toward the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce?" Fei Qianxiong was carefully thinking about Listen's question when he heard an unusually old voice inside the room. "The Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce is just a dog of the Zheng family. What do you think its attitude is?" Listen's eyes instantly widened, and they stared at the shadow that suddenly appeared in the room. It slowly condensed into a strange, fierce black tiger. It wasn't big and was only 2 meters long, but it had 3 pupils that were like black holes. Its entire body was covered with body armor, which belonged to an insect species Fei. The most surprising thing was that it had a thick scorpion tail high up that was even longer than its body. The stinger on its scorpion tail was wrapped in black mist, which was not distinct. Only a sharp cold flash could be faintly seen from the black mist. On the back of the strange, fierce tiger stood an old man, who was hunched almost at a right angle. The hand that was holding onto the walking stick seemed to be trembling, but he stood on the fierce tiger's back firmly. Upon sensing this old man's rising aura and then comparing it to Fei Qianxiong's during the day, Listen could feel that this hunchbacked old man's aura was clearly stronger than Fei Qianxiong's. Listen quickly calmed down and said, "Your Excellency knows the Zheng family so well, so I guess you should be from the Zheng family. But I wonder what the people from the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce will feel when they find out that the Zheng family treats them like dogs." As Listen spoke, Fei Qianxiong felt he was speechless. Fei Qianxiong, who wasn't superstitious, couldn't help but want to find someone to do divination for him and see whether he was the reincarnation of the god of bad luck. Why had he encountered so many unlucky things in a day? The strange, fierce tiger's black shadow circle was clearly the prototype of a domain. Although it hadn't formed the domain yet, it was infinitely close. This meant that this hunchbacked old man was a true king-class expert. Even Fei Qianxiong, at full strength, couldn't handle a few moves from a pinnacle king-class expert, let alone the fact that his main Fei, the blood-toothed cricket's willpower rune, had been stripped away, and it was no longer a fantasy breed. The hunchbacked old man looked at Listen, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Then he glanced at Fei Qianxiong and said, "What the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's dogs think has nothing to do with me. If they're disobedient, they'll obey with more training. Our Zheng family trains them well, unlike the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce that train their own dogs to betray them. You have to take note that such turncoats cannot be tamed." The hunchbacked old man, also known as Elder Niu by young Master Zheng's side, was puzzled. The listening heron Chamber of Commerce was just an empty shelf. How blind was Fei Qianxiong to betray the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce to help Listen instead? Was it because of the news he had released that the listening heron Chamber of Commerce had found the support of a major faction? If that was true, would the listening heron Chamber of Commerce still be suppressed so badly by the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce? Was Fei Qianxiong stupid? Did he believe such rumors? If he told Fei Qianxiong he could quickly comprehend a willpower rune by burying himself in the soil, would he really do so and suffocate? When Fei Qianxiong heard this hunchbacked old man's words, he suddenly felt some sadness. If he hadn't chosen to live between life and death previously, he wouldn't have used the willpower rune to swear to become Listen's servant and betray the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. He had been working for the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce for so many years, and both his merits and hard work were definitely above Bai Qingxiong's. However, Bai Qingxiong had to suspect everything, and Fei Qianxiong had to endure his inflexibility. In the eyes of the Zheng family, he was just a dog from the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. This explained the attitudes of Bai Qinghu and Bai Qingxiong toward him when facing the Zheng family. At that moment, Listen said, "Since the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce and the Zheng family love dogs so much, I guess your surname is not Zheng, right?" Listen's words immediately made Elder Niu's expression change. The regret in his eyes was replaced by gloominess. Listen added, "I listen, and the listening heron Chamber of Commerce never raise dogs. Since Fei Qianxiong has joined the listening heron Chamber of Commerce, he is one of our own from now on." Fei Qianxiong glanced deeply at Listen and took a step forward before summoning his two Feis. After summoning the Diamond 2/Fantasy 2 mind-controlling Silkworm Goo and the Diamond 4/Legend Blood-Toothed Cricket, he assumed a defensive stance in front of Listen. Elder Nyo tapped his walking stick on the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's back. It could sense the anger in its owner's heart, so it let out a violent yet silent roar. Then a strange dark energy ripple swept Fei Qianxiong and Listen. Fei Qianxiong immediately shouted, "Mind-controlling Silkworm Goo. Use Goo Poison Whipping Touch. Blood-Toothed Cricket. Use Sound of Cricket." As Fei Qianxiong shouted, the Diamond 2/Fantasy 2 mind-controlling Silkworm Goo shot whip-like light from its antenna that collided with the dark energy ripple and dispersed a part of it. However, this dark energy ripple regained its form while rippling. Then the blood-toothed cricket instantly let out a violent buzzing sound, and layers of invisible and massless violent sound waves crashed into the dark energy ripple. Unfortunately, it was like a stone thrown into a stream. Although the dark energy ripples rippled, it couldn't stop the dark energy ripples from heading to the two people. Fei Qianxiong couldn't help but sigh. The blood-toothed cricket had always been his main Fei. However, its willpower rune had been stripped away, and it had dropped from Fantasy 3 to a regular Fei. Even if he still had the Diamond 2/Fantasy 2 mind-controlling Silkworm Goo, he couldn't even reach 30% of his previous battle prowess. Fei Qianxiong hurriedly channeled a large amount of spiritual power from his body into the mind-controlling Silkworm Goo, causing a red-gold luster to quickly light up on its body. The silky and dazzling red-gold silk threads quickly shot out of the mind-controlling Silkworm Goo's body and then tightly entwined, forming 3 red-gold ribbons covered with dark red spots. Mind-controlling Silkworm Goo. Use 1 strand of Mind Wall ribbon in front of me and 2 in front of Listen. The mind-controlling Silkworm Goo obviously hesitated a little when it heard its owner's words. It didn't understand why its contractor wanted to protect one of those people who had made a move on itself and the blood-toothed cricket during the day. However, due to its absolute obedience to Fei Qianxiong in a battle, the mind-controlling Silkworm Goo didn't hesitate to do as it was told. At that moment, the dark energy ripple approached and sent Fei Qianxiong and Listen flying. Thanks to the mind-controlling Silkworm Goo's mind wall ribbon's double protection, Listen felt that his blood energy was surging. Since Fei Qianxiong had a layer less of protection from the mind wall ribbon, crimson blood flowed out of his nose, staining his white beard due to the erosion of this dark energy ripple. Fei Qianxiong stood up and said softly to Listen, "I'm ready to give it my all. I wouldn't dare to guarantee how long I can hold this off. Summon your Feis out and smash through the wall to escape." When Listen heard Fei Qianxiong's words, he also looked at him deeply, just like how Fei Qianxiong had looked at him earlier. However, Listen didn't intend to escape. The king-class expert opposite of Fei Qianxiong was clearly much stronger than him. Fei Qianxiong could barely handle the dark energy ripples created from the hunchbacked old man's Fei's roar. Even if he ran, how could he escape? The appearance of this hunchbacked old man was different from Fei Qianxiong's. The mother of Bloodbath had discovered Fei Qianxiong's traces, and he had shown up because its words had enraged him. However, this old man had shown up after hearing the conversation between himself and Fei Qianxiong. The purpose of his appearance on behalf of the Zheng family should be to reap Listen's life. Although Listen wasn't planning to run away, he still summoned his two Feis. One of them was the Pain Illusory Fox that he had previously exchanged with Lin Yuan for source-type items and the Day and Night Spirit Silver, while the other was a 3-tailed Crimson Fox with a very beautiful fur color. Its 3 fluffy tails at the back were like a blooming 3-petaled crabapple. At that moment, the hunchbacked old man said regretfully, "A silver 7/fantasy, I Pain Illusory Fox, and a silver 3/fantasy, I 3-tailed Crimson Fox. It seems you did spend many resources on yourself during your time in control of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce is such a small chamber of commerce. It should have taken a lot of effort to nurture a Fei like yours." Listen's expression remained the same, but he recalled his dead relatives. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was now a small chamber of commerce, but not in the past. He had been able to get a high-quality fae such as the three-tailed crimson fox because of his family's unreserved devotion and care. Listen also understood the importance of his strength for the listening heron chamber of commerce's development. Therefore, after Listen had seen Lin Yuan's trade message, he had been willing to take out source-type items in exchange for suitable high-quality bronze faes. Listen took a step forward toward the hunchbacked old man standing on the back of the dark-eyed scorpion tiger and said, "You came supposedly to kill me. Why don't I give you the listening heron chamber of commerce, and you let Fei Qianxiong go?" Fei Qianxiong widened his eyes and looked at Listen in confusion. Listen faintly raised his eyes at Fei Qianxiong and then at the Diamond 2/Fantasy 2 mind-controlling silkworm goo. He took a step forward and looked at the hunchbacked old man. Fei Qianxiong understood what Listen meant. He was Listen's servant. When he had sworn with the willpower rune, he had sworn a death contract for loyalty. If Listen died, Fei Qianxiong would also lose his life because of the willpower rune's backlash. Based on Listen's instructions, Fei Qianxiong secretly channeled all the spirit qi in his body into the mind-controlling silkworm goo's body without a trace, ready to wait for Listen's next instructions. The corners of Elder Nyo's mouth suddenly formed a smile as if he was mocking. His gaze at Listen also carried scrutiny and playfulness. "Are you showing your master-servant relationship in front of me? It's my first time seeing a master who would say something like being willing to die for his dog. Hehe, you guys don't need such cheap tricks. The flow of spiritual power is as conspicuous as a splendid ribbon in front of my eyes." After saying that, Elder Nyo threw his walking stick up, which changed its shape in midair and turned into a strange tadpole that was not even half the size of a palm. There were 7 or 8 nerve ducts at its sides, with compound eyes growing on each of them. With this dark spirit eye tadpole, not even the slightest change in spiritual power cannot escape my perception. Dark spirit eye tadpole, use dark spirit confinement. Just as this old man standing on the dark-eyed scorpion tiger spoke, the compound eyes on the dark spirit eye tadpole's nerve ducts flickered, and the light in the entire room went dark. Listen and Fei Qianxiong, who was channeling spiritual power into the mind-controlling silkworm goo, found that the spiritual power in their bodies seemed to have been confined. Listen felt as if the spiritual power in his body had turned into a crystalline substance that simply couldn't be used. Fei Qianxiong also felt that although the confined spiritual power in his body was not as difficult to use as crystals, it was no different than sticky asphalt. At the same time, the flow of spiritual power in the mind-controlling silkworm goo's body was so slow that the use of its previous instantaneous abilities now required a few seconds of preparation time. Upon sensing this situation, Fei Qianxiong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It's another Fei that's about to reach suzerain. How can this battle still be fought? There's simply no way. The hunchbacked old man, Elder Nyo, stroked the dark spirit eye tadpole in his hand, looked at Listen, and said, "Your spiritual power has been sealed, so don't resist anymore. Realize the last value of life. Dark-eyed scorpion tiger, treat those 6 units over there as your midnight snack tonight. Eat them quickly so that I can report it back to young Master Zheng." Upon receiving its contractor's order, the sharpness hidden in the shadows of the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's scorpion tail poked out, and its black tail hook flashed. 6 hooked shadows with a layer of dark domain prototype launched an attack toward the 4 Feis that Listen and Fei Qianxiong had summoned. Fei Qianxiong's face turned pale. The dark-eyed scorpion tiger's attack even contained a layer of domain power. His spiritual power had been sealed, so he could not even let the mind-controlling silkworm goo use mind wall ribbon again even if he wanted to. Could the mind-controlling silkworm goo really block this attack containing the domain power even if it used mind wall ribbon? Just as these 6 hooked shadows landed on the 4 Feis, a fist-sized pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower appeared in the middle of the room out of nowhere. It gently swirled in the air, looking marvelous. The 6 hooked shadows were pulled into the pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower and crushed by the layers of pink-purple petals. A clear but unusually gentle voice sounded out of nowhere. "What you just said is not right. There are more spirit qi fluctuations that you can't see." Listen and Fei Qianxiong both thought that it was hard for them to escape this calamity but never expected things would take a turn for the better. A pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower had actually saved both of them. Listen instantly thought of Lin Yuan. He looked at this pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower, and his heart was filled with peace of mind. Although it did not block in front of him, it was like an absolute defense. It had even taken away the power he had received from the opposite side while it was rotating beautifully. The hunchbacked old man turned nervous and consumed a lot of spirit chi to control the dark spirit eye tadpole, letting its main eye hidden in the compound eyes light up. However, he found that he simply couldn't see this pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower's spiritual power fluctuation through its main eye. Without even thinking, he drained the spiritual power in his body and provided almost all the spirit chi inside a pinnacle A-rank spirit chi professional's body to this dark-eyed scorpion tiger that was about to reach suzerain. The dark-eyed scorpion tiger's black insect armor instantly lit up and seemed to pull all the light in this room into the darkness before turning the world inside this room into a world of darkness. The dark-eyed scorpion tiger's tail shook with a strange frequency and finally plunged directly into the insect armor on its back. The dark energy that was originally wrapped around the tail at the tip was frantically injected into the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's body, causing the domain around the dark-eyed scorpion tiger to become even more solid. It was as if the back half of the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's body had been hidden in the darkness. Immediately after that, the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's 3 black eye sockets suddenly condensed into 3 strange eyes with black vertical pupils that spun rapidly, as if adding to the domain power around it. The domain power spread out all of a sudden from its original state of constant solidification and surrounded the spinning pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower in the air, trying to pull it completely into the dark domain. An unusually gentle voice once again sounded out of thin air. You don't have a domain until you reach suzerain. Your dark-eyed scorpion tiger is only at Diamond X/Fantasy 4. Even if you reach the threshold of the domain, you can only grasp onto its form, but not its essence. Activating the domain to launch an attack is just attending to the minor, unimportant details while neglecting the essentials. The darkness domain that was constantly expanding had pulled the slowly rotating flower into it. However, based on the feedback from the dark-eyed scorpion tiger in the dark domain, Elder Nyo found that the pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower still seemed to be non-existent in the domain. He stared at it, and his voice was unusually grave. Who's there? Elder Nyo's heart had completely sunk while a feeling of absurdity arose. He was a pinnacle king-class expert. The only things that could escape his contracted Diamond 8/Fantasy 3 Dark Spirit eye tadpole full-strength detection ability were Suzerain/Myth Breed Phase. This Myth Breed Phase must be at least Myth 2/1 good at stealth. Elder Nyo felt that even if the Dark Spirit eye tadpole couldn't find the target's existence, the Diamond X/Fantasy 4 Dark-Eyed Scorpion Tiger's domain could do so. He had clearly been a raging hunter a few seconds ago, playing with 2 insignificant preys, but in the blink of an eye, the world had changed. He was the prey now. An unusually gentle voice carried a hint of laughter. From the time you came into this room, I saw you being blatant. I was here earlier than you, yet you asked me who I am. I should be the one asking you that. Fei Chenxiong swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. What was the background of the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's backer? The youth wearing the strange mask. This Myth Breed Fei was obviously not the one that had followed the masked youth during the day. He was lucky enough to see 2 Suzerain/Myth Breed Feis on the same day. Since when were Suzerain/Myth Breed Feis so worthless? For some reason, the pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower that was spinning beautifully in midair didn't show the slightest bit of aura, but its existence made him feel a suppression like a jack had been pressing on it. Elder Nyo shouted in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce is something that my Zheng family aspires to obtain. Listen is also someone that my Zheng family wants to kill tonight." Just as Elder Nyo uttered these words, a hint of coldness colored the unusually gentle voice. Can't I keep the item that the Zheng family aspires to get and the person who it wants to kill? This unusually gentle voice fell, and the lightly rotating pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower in midair suddenly bloomed into bright pink radiance. Countless pink-purple petals poured out of the embroidered ball-shaped flower and danced in the air. The petals were graceful, like the rainbow-colored clothes worn by the 8 immortals, and had a tinge of deep midsummer. At that moment, a gentle, soft voice sounded. Midsummer Cage. The moment this gentle voice sounded, the pink-purple petals tore this dark domain to pieces, just like the dawn that banished the darkness. Then Elder Nyo found that these pink-colored petals combined with each other, confining him, his contracted dark-eyed scorpion tiger, and the dark spirit-eye tadpole just like a shackle. Under the confinement of this petal, he couldn't move his body or channel the spirit chi in his body. He had no resistance, just like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The unusually gentle voice that appeared out of nowhere had a calm tone, but the words that came out seemed to be mocking. Compared to the spiritual power confinement you just proudly used, how do you find this tactic of mine? A beautiful figure appeared at Listen's side. It raised its hands, lightly shaking the bracelet on its wrist. This bracelet also contained a lot of pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flowers and produced a crisp colliding sound while being shaken. The pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower rotating in the air flew toward the woman's wrist and shrank as if it had found its home. It transformed into a pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower pendant that was the same as the other pendants. Elder Nyo couldn't help but exclaim with indescribable shock in his voice, "Fey weaponization! You're actually at myth 3. Endless Summer ignored his exclamation and snapped its fingers before gently shouting, "The law of enlightenment, the probing of willpower." As soon as Endless Summer said that, Elder Nyo felt a kind of pain, like being pierced by a spike in his spiritual spatial zone. After this pang of pain, it returned to normal. Elder Nyo found that there were no abnormalities in his body. At that moment, Endless Summer furrowed its eyebrows and said, "I heard you talking so much about dogs, but it turns out you're just a servant. How ironic." Elder Nyo's face turned red, but before he could speak, Endless Summer added, "People value themselves, and all living things can be called humans. If you regard others as dogs, then you're truly a dog. Since you've sworn by the willpower rune, there's really no use of keeping you." Elder Nyo had never thought the news that Listen had put out about the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce having a backer was true. This backer was definitely not weak. Otherwise, given his pinnacle king-class strength, he would not have ended up in a hopeless situation, unable to complete young Master Zheng's task. Elder Nyo hurriedly said, "I swore allegiance with the willpower rune to the family head of the Zheng family's 3rd lineage. Before he could finish his words, Endless Summer snapped its fingers again. "What I hate the most are dark-type fays. Such fays deserve to die, especially this black tiger that likes to take out hearts to eat. The law of enlightenment, the mind is calm." Just as Endless Summer uttered the last word, Elder Nyo, the dark-eyed scorpion tiger, and the dark spirit-eye tadpole fell into a state of dead silence, as if they had entered into an endless, long slumber. Then, Endless Summer moved its hand forward, clenched it tightly, and shouted, "Bloom! The shooting spears of summer." The midsummer cage that had confined Elder Nyo, the dark-eyed scorpion tiger, and the dark spirit-eye tadpole turned into 3 pink-purple petal spears in the blink of an eye. The moment the spears condensed, they penetrated through the heart. The pinnacle king-class expert Elder Nyo, the Diamond X/Fantasy 4 dark-eyed scorpion tiger, and the Diamond 8/Fantasy 2 dark spirit-eye tadpole died due to these 3 shooting spears of summer without any struggles in their slumber. Fei Qianqiong was utterly shocked and felt a lot of sweat on his palms that made his palms all wet. Bai Chenghu had also hinted for him to swear with the willpower rune as the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's protector. Although there were usually no restrictions in becoming one, and he wouldn't be like a servant where his life was in the hands of someone's thoughts, the allegiance oath from the willpower rune was different from the trade oath. The allegiance oath could only be done once in a lifetime. If he chose to become a protector to serve a faction or a person, it would be a lifetime thing. Even if the person he was protecting died or the faction was annihilated, the allegiance oath couldn't be taken a second time. Fei Qianqiong was now glad that he hadn't taken the allegiance oath to the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce, even though Bai Chenghu had been hinting at him. If he had really done so, he would have died in the morning. This hunchbacked old man in front of him was an example. Endless Summer shook the pink-purple metal bell hanging on its bracelet. The corpses of the dark-eyed scorpion tiger and the dark spirit-eye tadpole were collected into Endless Summer's pink-purple bell-shaped diamond face storage, and it nodded in satisfaction. The shooting spears of summer had killed the two diamond/fantasy breed phase during their dormancy, so they managed to preserve their maximum integrity. Listen hurriedly bent down to Endless Summer to show his gratitude and said, "Thank you, Senior, for coming to the rescue." Endless Summer turned and looked at Listen before replying gently, "Young Master arranged for me to guard this place during this period. Just continue with your plans without worries." Upon hearing that, Listen no longer worried about his future safety. Since the Zheng family had sent a pinnacle king-class expert to kill him, it was the same as saying that the Zheng family had set its mind on killing him. As long as he was alive, the Zheng family wouldn't have the means to get what they wanted from him. The dangers he would face in the future would never end. Fei Qianxiong couldn't help but have an ecstatic expression on his face. His safety could be considered to be guaranteed with a suzerain/myth 3 that could use body weaponization. He was simply afraid of the feeling of experiencing life and death twice in a day. Fei Qianxiong suddenly felt that the battles of spirit chi professionals were simply too boring and that acting was more interesting. Endless Summer glanced at Fei Qianxiong with a trace of approval in its eyes. It flipped its hand. A willpower rune that contained blood was injected into the blood-toothed cricket. Fei Qianxiong felt this willpower rune, and his body couldn't help but tremble a little. At that moment, the unusually gentle voice sounded next to his ears. "You did a good job just now," Sister Blood said, "to return your blood poison willpower based on the situation. I'll just give it to you directly now." Fei Qianxiong had been excited to the point of incoherence, almost choking up a little. He didn't feel anything when the blood-toothed cricket was a fantasy breed Fei, but only after its demotion did he feel how desperate the feeling of powerlessness was. Fortunately, he had recovered the blood poison willpower. Even though the blood-toothed cricket needed a period of warm nourishment before it could return to its full strength, without this blood poison willpower, Fei Qianxiong wasn't really sure if he could comprehend a suitable willpower rune for the blood-toothed cricket in this lifetime. The sea surrounded Indigo Azure City on 3 sides, and it just so happened that the wind had picked up on this day. The waves rolled against the reefs on the shore, creating the sounds of raging waves. People who lived on the shore tend to be accustomed to this sound. When they slept with this sound, they slept more soundly. There was a luxuriously decorated mansion in the middle of Indigo Azure City. A middle-aged man with a sinister look in his eyes said enthusiastically, "Second young master, are my chess pieces carved from jade-textured ebony and jade-textured white sandalwood to your liking? If they are, I'll have someone send these Othello pieces to you when you go back." This so-called second young master was a slim youth in a creation master long robe. He was standing there, counting the rows of books on the shelves with his fingers. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man with sinister eyes, he said with a wave of his hand without looking back, "I never put jade-textured Othello chess pieces in my study. I only put completely jade-textured ones. Speaking of completely jade-textured Othello pieces, I do have 2 pots there. Third uncle, if you like them, I'll have someone send 1 pot over so that you can widen your horizons." The words of this youth wearing a creation master long robe caused the enthusiastic smile on the face of the sinister-eyed middle-aged man to pause and look embarrassed. Just as he wanted to speak, second young master said, "Third uncle, your third lineage has always been afraid to make a move on the offshore coast resources, afraid of being targeted by the Cho family and the Wei family, as well as the other lineages secretly causing trouble. I, Zhang Kaiyuan, am lending my support to you in the main family, yet you didn't mention the percentage of the offshore coastal resources you want to share with me. Aren't you not taking me, Zhang Kaiyuan, seriously with only a pot of jade-textured Othello pieces as your token of sincerity?" The sinister-eyed middle-aged man had an even more embarrassed look on his face. He hurriedly replied, "Second young master is willing to support the third lineage, so how can we forget about giving you resources? What does second young master think about the third lineage giving you 30% of proceeds from developing the offshore coastal resources?" Zhang Kaiyuan summoned a small sable with 1 black and 1 white tail with a wave of his hand. When it was summoned, it saw the pot of Othello pieces made of jade-textured ebony and white sandalwood. It immediately became nimble and looked at its master with its watery eyes. As Zhang Kaiyuan looked at his contracted little sable, a touch of tenderness appeared on his face. Go on, Sun Luo. Eat more. With its master's consent, the little sable with one black and one white tail scurried straight into the pot containing the Othello pieces, nibbling the chess pieces with a snapping sound. Zhang Kaiyuan gently stroked off a strand of sable hair that was on his sleeve. He looked up at the sinister-eyed middle-aged man and said, "Third uncle, my Inyang Sunluo sable is hungry. I can't control this little thing from eating. I think third uncle won't mind this little thing, right?" The sinister-eyed middle-aged man hurriedly replied with a smile. "It's a blessing of this pot of chess pieces that your Fei loves to eat it." Zhang Kaiyuan seemed to have completely forgotten that he was the one who had asked it to eat a little more earlier. He seemed a little sleepy and rubbed his temples before saying with a yawn, "I want 50%. Without giving the sinister-eyed middle-aged man a chance, he added, "The Radiance Creation Master Youth Conference will start next year. I'm tight. If third uncle is unwilling to give me 50%, the other 3 lineages should be very happy to do so." Upon hearing that, the sinister-eyed middle-aged man's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly responded, "Second young master, why don't we talk it over again?" Zhang Kaiyuan laughed lightly and answered, "Little Sun Luo, let's go. The chess pieces here are not something we should eat." The sinister-eyed middle-aged man immediately turned pale and said in a panic, "Second young master, 50% it will be." Zhang Kaiyuan picked up the pitiful little sable that obviously hadn't yet eaten enough and yawned again. "I'm sleepy. Third uncle, why don't you come to my house tomorrow with your utmost sincerity?" After Zhang Kaiyuan left, the sinister-eyed middle-aged man turned gloomy right away. He sat in his chair for a long time without uttering a word as he clenched his fists tighter and tighter. At that moment, he suddenly became startled before feeling shocked and worried. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang twice and someone picked it up. When the sinister-eyed middle-aged man heard the voice that usually contained a hint of joy, the worry in his heart dissipated a lot. But after that, anger rushed forth, and he asked as he suppressed his emotions, "Where's Elder Nyo?" The youth who received the call replied indifferently, "I arranged for Elder Nyo to do something trivial. Father, how did you persuade second young master to stand on our side?" The sinister-eyed middle-aged man could no longer suppress his monstrous anger. He erupted and scolded him. "A trivial matter? The allegiance oath between Elder Nyo and me has broken, yet you still say it's a trivial matter? Then should I pretend that nothing happened when you die outside?" He poured his rage wildly over the phone, making the sinister-eyed youth fall into a state of dismay. Immediately after that, the sinister-eyed youth's face emerged with unconcealable shock as his hand holding the phone trembled. Elder Nyo had sworn to his father with the willpower rune and become his father's servant. But his father now had said that Elder Nyo's allegiance oath had been broken. Didn't this mean that Elder Nyo had died? Elder Nyo was a pinnacle king-class expert with a Diamond X/Fantasy 4 dark-eyed scorpion tiger. How could someone with such strength have died silently? Elder Nyo had only gone to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, a place where an insignificant person was holding on with an empty frame to kill that person. How could he have died? Before the sinister-eyed youth could make more guesses, he heard his father say in an angry voice over the phone, "Hurry up and get your ass back to Indigo Azure City. How did the third lineage produce such a useless thing like you?" As he spoke, the sinister-eyed middle-aged man felt his lungs were about to explode with anger. What on earth was the reason that he had unaccountably lost a pinnacle king-class expert? After hanging up the phone, the sinister-eyed middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table in front of him, creating a loud bang. At that moment, an expert, who was even older than Elder Nyo but had a straight back, walked in and said, "Master, why are you so angry?" When the sinister-eyed middle-aged man saw this old man, he hurriedly got up and replied, "Uncle Jiao, please go to the royal capital and help me bring back that unfilial son. I'd like to see what kind of trouble this unfilial son has caused there. After Lin Yuan got up in the morning and ate breakfast downstairs, he went back to his room and logged on to Star Web. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw that the 2 messages he had sent last night had both received a reply. However, his brows furrowed deeply when he opened one of the messages. Lin Yuan frowned as he looked at the reply. Freezing cold. 10 o'clock is fine. I'll be there. I need to see the bronze/epic lizard phase in this meeting. I also have some conditions that I need to state in advance. When Lin Yuan had sent the trade message, Freezing Cold was the King Class expert with 2 main phase among the 2 King Class experts. Freezing Cold had 3 willpower runes and 2 main phase, and it was considered a good allocation among the King Class experts. Therefore, Lin Yuan had enhanced a bronze/epic lizard Fey when he had asked him whether he had one. From the personal information that Freezing Cold had sent over, his 2 contracted Fays were a Diamond 3/Fantasy 2 Bucktooth Terror Skink and a Diamond I/Fantasy 2 Swordtooth Lizard Dragon. In terms of strength, Freezing Cold was inferior to Fei Qianxiong. Still, his Diamond I/Fantasy 2 Swordtooth Lizard Dragon had completed the transformation from a lizard bloodline to a dragon bloodline and had a lot of potential. Lin Yuan, who showed an interest in Freezing Cold's potential, didn't have any available King Class experts under him, so he had met Freezing Cold's conditions in advance. Otherwise, given Freezing Cold's strength, he wasn't really qualified to propose such conditions. It was just like how the pinnacle King Class expert squad that Lightning Sparrow King was in needed to gather resources and had spent a small amount of effort for a bronze/epic Fey. As the saying went, one should have respect for the wise. Since Lin Yuan was ready to implement the white-clothed followers plan, he wouldn't be stingy with resources for the capable. However, this plan was not easy to implement. The premise was that he needed absolute control. Lin Yuan had already drawn a question mark in his heart about this King-class expert named Freezing Cold. The white-clothed follower plan was to form the Sky City and sweep the swords in all directions. What all sharp weapons like a sword needed to do was to be obedient. Otherwise, no matter how sharp it would hurt him. However, Lin Yuan didn't directly exclude Freezing Cold as he intended to meet him before making a decision. It was still early now. Since Lin Yuan had nothing to do, he went to his store's fan club, ready to look through the chat records. After flipping through, he found that a night had passed. The members were still enthusiastically discussing the 30 flower brocade pearls that were auctioned as welfare. Thus, every member's bid would be seen by all the group members. Every time someone bid with new prices, they would be praised by the others in the groups and be called big brothers. Over time, other members would increase the bid again, together with the uproar from the braised egghead, the violent-tempered woman, the violent-tempered woman's daughter, the Buddha-tempered person, and Zhou Jiasen. Lin Yuan found that the 30 flower brocade pearls auction, which was used as group welfare, had vaguely turned into a ranking competition for the big brothers in the group. He saw that the current highest bidder was a Class 4 Creation Master with a source-type item, 250 kilograms of the gold metal thorn aluminum ores, and 70 mid-grade strange flames. Lin Yuan looked at this offer and couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. A resource like a source-type item was much more precious than flower brocade pearls. In other words, it was hard to exchange the flower brocade pearls for a source-type item. However, this Class 4 Creation Master was willing to take out a source-type item to exchange for flower brocade pearls now. This could really reflect a Creation Master's wealth and overbearingness. They wouldn't consider the price for something they wanted. The thorn aluminium ores was a kind of very dangerous metal that could hurt people if left alone. They would constantly release sharp metal sword flares that would hurt any surrounding objects. After injecting spiritual power into them, the metal sword flares released by the thorn aluminium ores would become even sharper and stronger within an expanded range. Lin Yuan had once thought of using these ores to fuse with the source sand, but he still chose the day and night spirit silver after weighing the matter. For Lin Yuan at that time, instead of strengthening his attacks, it was more important to strengthen his defense. The thorn aluminium ores were rarer than the day and night spirit silver, and the last time they had been auctioned in the Rare Lifeform Pavilion was 8 months ago. After looking through the group chat records for a while, Lin Yuan found that someone had bid higher than this Class 4 creation master. Lin Yuan was very interested in the 250 kilograms of thorn aluminium ores. He couldn't help but think that even if this Class 4 creation master couldn't win the final bid, this Class 4 creation master should be willing if Lin Yuan exchanged the flower brocade pearls for the thorn aluminium ores with him. Lin Yuan now felt the huge benefits of the network of relations formed by his purchase with No Law Store's fan club members to his own collection of spiritual materials. After feeling this huge benefit, he dismissed the intention of trading out over 100 flower brocade pearls in his hands with other factions. He understood through this group welfare auction the terrifying purchasing power of these big brothers in the group. There was still half a day before the end of the group welfare auction, but the bidding price of these 30 flower brocade pearls had already greatly exceeded the market price. As a result, rather than trading the remaining flower brocade pearls outside, he would auction them through group welfare. This was akin to deepening the toughness and flexibility of the network of relations within the group. Lin Yuan looked at the 10 flower brocade pearls that were on display in his store and could already imagine that they would stir up a reign of terror once tonight's display period was over. He went to check the price for the mid-grade strange flames and found that it had increased a lot compared to before. He blinked his eyes and couldn't help but think whether this was considered as leveraging the price of mid-grade strange flames. Lin Yuan went on the Star Web forum and searched about his fan club's welfare to see if it had spread as he thought it would. Once he checked it, Lin Yuan was embarrassed. The welfare of his fan club had spread out, but half of these posts he had checked were from lifestyle class spirit chi professionals scolding him. The ones who needed the strange flames the most in the Radiance Federation were those lifestyle class spirit chi professionals. They verbally attacked the purchase with No Law Store owner for acquiring mid-grade strange flames without restraint using the blind trade method. This led to a price increase of mid-grade strange flames in the market, which seriously affected the daily consumption of lifestyle class spirit chi professionals. Their accusations made Lin Yuan a little aggrieved. I've only acquired more than 200 mid-grade strange flames. How big an impact could it have? Why do these lifestyle class spirit chi professionals hate me so much? What he didn't know was that some factions and creation masters had privately hoarded a lot of mid-grade strange flames in order to make a deal with him in the future in exchange for the flower brocade pearls. Of course, some factions that didn't need the flower brocade pearls took advantage of this situation and wanted to acquire a large amount of mid-grade strange flames, which were not considered abundant in the market. Then, they would raise the price of the mid-grade strange flames to take the chance to make a big profit. After looking at the time, Lin Yuan logged off Star Web and went downstairs to find Lu Jie. He had already told Hu Quan about the arrangements needed inside his private faction territory on Star Web during the time Hu Quan had been promoted to a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Hu Quan was also working overtime to make it according to Lin Yuan's requests. Lin Yuan knew that he would be busy immediately after his private faction on Star Web announced its function and started issuing fate letters. When he established the space tunnel to the Divine Wood Federation after New Year's, he would still have to attend to the development in the Divine Wood Federation. Naturally, he wouldn't have the energy to manage these white-clothed followers. Lu Jie was his retainer knight, so he was obviously the most suitable to control these white-clothed followers. Lin Yuan had just come downstairs when he saw Lu Jie walking out of the training room. When Lu Jie saw Lin Yuan, he immediately walked up excitedly and said, "Lin Yuan, the genetic model of the bayonet beetle inscribed by my insect queen has evolved. It should now be renamed as the flesh-mincing blade insect." After saying that, Lu Jie circulated his spiritual energy and summoned the half-palm-sized insect queen in front of Lin Yuan. When it was summoned out, it was just the same when it had been in imminent danger. However, a small head suddenly popped out of this wriggling purple flesh cocoon. Upon seeing Lu Jie, this little thing revealed a surprised emotion on its face. A petite figure flew out of the purple flesh cocoon and hugged Lu Jie's neck. Lin Yuan didn't know until now that the insect queen was actually a fairy source-type life form after it had recovered from imminent danger. Fairy source-type life forms were those that were not animals, plants, or life forms. Most of them had a human-like appearance. Lu Jie's insect queen had been hugging Lu Jie's neck since it came out. It looked especially shy and dependent on him, and Lu Jie lovingly rubbed the insect queen with his cheek. At that moment, two words flashed in Lin Yuan's mind: father-daughter love. Lu Jie was not raising a source-type lifeform. He was simply raising a daughter. Then, Lu Jie said to the petite insect queen, "Elegance. Produce a flesh-mincing blade insect." Lu Jie's fairy-like insect queen, Elegance, transformed into a purple stream of light and returned to the purple flesh cocoon. Then the purple flesh cocoon landed on the ground and immediately turned into an insect base. Its body size swelled 3 meters outward, and many sac-like ducts unique to insect species Fae were inserted into the body. The moment the insect queen transformed, a beetle with a protruding shell and 8 long, sharp legs was produced by this huge insect base and appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was quite surprised after carefully examining the flesh-mincing beetle produced by Lu Jie's insect queen. This source-type life form, the cocoon of evolution, was actually so powerful. It had allowed an insect species Fae with a relatively simple genetic model to be so greatly strengthened. The bayonet beetle's attack method was to use the sharp horns on its head to make stabbing attacks and use its 8 legs for assisted attacks. On the other hand, the flesh-mincing beetle, which the bayonet beetle had turned into after being enhanced by the cocoon of evolution, had weakened horns. Although its head was weakened, its body's protruding armor was sharp on every side and played the same role as its horns. While moving rapidly, the 8 sharp, bone-scraping-like legs could quickly cut the skin of Faes and churn the flesh into mush. Although the flesh-mincing blade insect and bayonet beetle attack method hadn't changed, a flesh-mincing blade insect could completely single out 3 bayonet beetles of the same size. Such a change was the process of Lu Jie's sea of insects having a qualitative to quantitative change. Coupled with the insect queen's exclusive skills, swarm frenzy and explosive recycling, Lu Jie had increased his strength to another level just by having another ability. Lin Yuan, who was very happy about Lu Jie's strength increase, said with a smile, "Congratulations to Big Brother Lu on your new sea of insects." Lin Yuan could feel that the current Lu Jie was significantly more confident than before. It was now the time to meet with those 2 king-class experts. So Lin Yuan said, "Big Brother Lu, let's log onto Star Web together and meet at the entrance of a Star Web store called Purchase with No Loss." When Lu Jie heard Lin Yuan say that, he was a little confused. Was Lin Yuan asking him to buy something together? Even if Lu Jie didn't go onto forums, he had heard of the Purchase with No Loss Fae store's explosive popularity. It was a premium store with a mysterious boss and only sold premium items. Despite feeling doubtful, Lu Jie naturally wouldn't refuse Lin Yuan's request. So he replied with a nod, "Okay, I'll go back to my room now and log on to Star Web." Hu Quan had recently stopped staying up late, so he used the daytime to make various objects. When he saw Lin Yuan going to do something on Star Web with Lu Jie, he said, "Wear the masks I made for the 2 of you before going out. Boys should protect themselves outside." When Lin Yuan heard Hu Quan's words, he felt that uncle who was a little strange, as if he had a hidden, unknown story behind him. Why did boys have to protect themselves? Wasn't it always the girls who had to protect themselves? When Lu Jie heard Hu Quan mention that strange yet light mask, he couldn't help but say, "Uncle Hu, aren't we wearing the mask you made only when we go out on behalf of the faction? Wouldn't it look strange to wear it for shopping at the Star Web store?" Before Hu Quan could reply, Lin Yuan smiled brightly at Lu Jie and revealed his small white teeth before saying, "Big Brother Lu, we really have to wear them this time." Lu Jie suddenly became solemn upon learning that Lin Yuan wanted him to go to Star Web to do something related to the private faction. All of a sudden, Lu Jie recalled the rumors on Star Web, saying that the owner of the Purchase with No Loss store was a young man who was not very old. Lu Jie couldn't help but have some doubts. This person wouldn't be Lin Yuan, right? Lu Jie returned to the room 1 step ahead of Lin Yuan. Just when Lin Yuan was also ready to return to his room, Hu Quan said, "I really don't know how you came up with these ideas. Other people who get their hands on this completely jade-textured Phoebe Jinan are afraid of even wasting it slightly. And yet, you made me extract out each thread of the crystallized golden silk in the Phoebe Jinan for you." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head and asked Hu Quan, "Uncle Hu, Are there any difficulties in extracting the gold threads from the completely jade-textured Phoebe Jinan? Huquan chuckled and answered, if I didn't have this fantasy breed would weaving house centipede, I really couldn't have managed these crystallized gold threads. Even if I was able to separate these crystallized golden threads from the completely jade-textured Phoebe Jinan, I wouldn't have been able to do it so completely like this. However, this batch of completely jade-textured Phoebe Jinan that you gave me was really quite a lot. It'll take at least 13 or 14 days to extract all the crystallized golden threads in it. Huquan rolled his eyes and said with a grin, why don't you tell Wenyu to let me stay up late during this period? Also, don't let Lu Jie make pork liver soup for me again. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied without even thinking about it. Uncle Hu, there's no rush. Get it done during the day. Even if I tell Wenyu about you staying up late, it doesn't count. Lin Yuan also objected to Huquan staying up all night. More than Huquan's creativity as a Class 5 spirit craftsman, Lin Yuan would prefer Huquan to be able to create in a healthy state, instead of staying up late and affecting his health to rush his work. Lin Yuan had never treated Huquan as a toolman or wanted to make use of his labor at any time. When Huquan's image was pieced together on the feature wall behind him, he was already a part of the mansion. When Huquan saw that his idea didn't work, he said, okay, I'm gonna get to work. Go back to your room quickly. Don't let Lu Jie wait too long. Lin Yuan now knew what it meant by throwing something away after using it. No, I should say that I was thrown away without even being used. What a scumbag. When Lin Yuan logged onto Star Web this time, he had put on the mask with the majestic sky city pattern that Huquan had created with the completely jade-textured silk threads on his face in advance. When Lin Yuan arrived at the purchase with no law store entrance, he happened to see an acquaintance. He saw the violent-tempered woman and greeted her. Only when Lin Yuan took the initiative to say hello to her did she then recognize him. It had to be said that Lin Yuan really looked a bit mature with just his mouth and chin showing from wearing Huquan's mask. When the violent-tempered woman saw Lin Yuan, she hurriedly said, Sir, why has the store recently stopped selling silver usnias and elite spirit siphon goldfish? Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, it only stopped yesterday, and it's uncertain until when it will be. If you need silver usnias, you can just send me a message directly. Lin Yuan cherished the people he knew when he was weak. Upon hearing that, the violent-tempered woman hurriedly waved her hand and replied, Sir, there's no need to trouble you. I don't know how many benefits I've gotten just from your fan club alone. She was very grateful to Lin Yuan. While Lin Yuan had helped heal her daughter's Faye's damaged roots, he had also helped to promote its quality, which was simply a great kindness. During this period, the violent-tempered woman had met a lot of bigwigs in the purchase with no law store's fan club. By listening to the information that these bigwigs shared during the chat, the violent-tempered woman had exchanged several spiritual materials, allowing her to earn lots of Radiance dollars. The amount of Radiance dollars she had earned in this month was more than what she usually earned in 2 years of hard work in receiving missions in the Guild Alliance. Lin Yuan wanted to invite the violent-tempered woman into the store to sit for a while. Just as he was about to do so, she said, Sir, continue with what you're doing. My roasted chicken is particularly delicious. I'll send you a roasted chicken. After the violent-tempered woman left Lin Yuan's purchase with no loss store, she kept posting in the store's fan club as usual, but she accidentally leaked something. Violent-tempered woman. I saw the group admin of the Star Web store at the entrance. He seems to be ready to enter the store and do something. The information that the violent-tempered woman posted made many bigwigs' eyes light up. The admin had always been mysterious. After she and the others had entered the group, they had only seen him auction 30 flower brocade pearls through group welfare in the fan club. They had never seen him say other superfluous words and usually couldn't even contact him. This was because this mysterious group admin was so aloof that he simply didn't reply to any messages. Now that they heard the group admin had shown up at the store, many bigwigs who saw the violent-tempered woman's post took action. Lin Yuan stood at the entrance for less than a few minutes before he saw Lu Jie walking over wearing Huquan's mask. Lu Jie usually wore the Radiance 100 sequence battlesuit on Star Web that the Radiance Sacred Hall specially made for the members. However, he changed that and wore a red-gold half-body armor. Lu Jie looked unusually valiant with a mask that only showed his knife-sharp chin. Lu Jie saw Lin Yuan. The latter was standing at the store entrance and opening the door to the closed Star Web store. Upon seeing that, Lu Jie knew that he had really guessed right previously. Lin Yuan was the Purchase with No Loss store's mysterious owner. After Lin Yuan and Lu Jie met, they entered the store. Lin Yuan's Purchase with No Loss store was not placed with shelves. Since Lin Yuan had recently taken down the Silver Usnias and Elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish, the Purchase with No Loss store was empty. In addition, the long table that Star Web had sent when Lin Yuan opened the store was still placed inside. This made the Purchase with No Loss Phase store look like a restaurant with only one table rather than a store selling phase and spiritual materials. Lin Yuan had arranged to meet Lu Jie half an hour earlier, which was 9:30, at the store. However, in less than 5 minutes after they sat down, they saw a slim man walk in. When Lin Yuan saw this skinny guy, he asked, "Are you Zhou Luo?" The information of the two King-class experts that Lin Yuan had previously received all had their looks. Thus, Lin Yuan had already recognized Zhou Luo as the King-class expert who had 3 willpower runes but whose main fei was extremely weak. Once Zhou Luo heard this youth with a strange mask in the store call out his name, he was finally sure that he hadn't gone to the wrong place. He was surprised to look at the furnishings around the store, and was somewhat in disbelief that this legendary Purchase with No Loss Phase store didn't have any phase or spiritual materials but only an ordinary table. Zhou Luo hurriedly said, "My name is Zhou Luo. Can my main fei, the Iron Bone Iguana, reach your standard?" Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan flipped his hands and summoned a chair that was the same as the one Lin Yuan was sitting on. Both were gifted by Star Web when he had opened his store. At that moment, Zhou Luo heard one of the youths with a strange mask say, "Take a seat first. There'll be someone in a while. We'll talk when everyone is here." Zhou Luo sat down on the chair and secretly sized up the 2 masked youths sitting not far from him. Based on the masks alone, he could tell that the man in the white and blue long robe was obviously of a higher status than the man in the red and gold half-body armor. The former should be the Purchase with No Loss store's owner. At the same time, Zhou Luo felt dejected. His Iron Bone Iguana was just a Platinum 9/Fantasy I-Fei. It was hard to say who would win if it fought with those Diamond 4 or Diamond V-Feis in terms of strength. Did such strength really have a chance to fight for a future? At that moment, the most beautiful future that Zhou Luo dreamed of was to be able to get 5 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced from the scorching elemental shellfish so that his main fei, the Iron Bone Iguana, could mutate the huge sarcoma on its neck into a second head. Just as Zhou Luo was letting his imagination run wild, Lin Yuan had set up entry access to his Purchase with No Loss store where only freezing cold could enter later. The setting of the entry access was the privilege of a private store owner on Star Web. Of course, except for stores like Lin Yuan's store that were not worried about having buyers at all, other stores might not even use this privilege once in their lifetime. Time flew by, and half an hour passed quickly. Lin Yuan's eyebrows slowly frowned. The time had come to the appointed 10 o'clock, but freezing cold didn't appear during this appointed timing. After another 5 minutes, just as Lin Yuan was ready to remove freezing cold's access from entering the door, a tall and strong man walked in. He was freezing cold. He scanned the room and walked to Lin Yuan before saying carefree, "I was watching the competition video in the Star Web video library, so I was 5 minutes late." When Lin Yuan heard freezing cold's careless tone, his brow furrowed even more tightly. He changed the question mark on freezing cold into a cross in his heart. His careless attitude showed that he didn't take this meeting seriously at all. Not only did it show his contempt toward Lin Yuan's faction, but it also showed that freezing cold was not a punctual person. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Lin Yuan heard freezing cold speak again. "You don't have as much good stuff inside this little store as others have told me. I would like you to show me first. If it doesn't meet my expectations, it's not worthwhile wasting time with you here." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan's furrowed eyebrows relaxed, but he no longer placed his gaze on freezing cold. Lin Yuan asked with a tone no different from usual. Did you come to me intending to exchange this bronze/epic fae for your allegiance? Freezing Cold shook his head and replied, Allegiance? What kind of allegiance? The allegiance oath is definitely impossible, but I can complete missions according to your orders. After completing a certain amount of missions, I'll exchange for this bronze/epic lizard fae. If your mission is harder to complete, I can also find more king-class experts to help you complete it, but you'll need to pay for that. Of course, if you're willing to give me this bronze/epic lizard fae first, I can take 10% less for each mission's payment. Just as Freezing Cold finished speaking, a low voice echoed, Give you the bronze/epic fae first? Are you worthy? Lu Jie, who was clad in red and gold half-armor, had stood up. Based on what Lin Yuan had just told him, Lu Jie knew that the purpose of coming to the Star Web Store this time was to recruit king-class experts and let them become Sky City's white-clothed followers. Essentially, Lin Yuan planned to start expanding Sky City's martial force, and he had also said that he would provide bronze/epic phase to the newly recruited white-clothed followers. This was akin to saying that Lin Yuan was going to make a considerable investment into each white-clothed follower. Probably few people would understand Lin Yuan's wealth and overbearingness clearly more than Lu Jie, who had been with him since the earliest days. However, this tall and strong man in front was talking big and wanted to obtain the bronze/epic phase first, yet he was unwilling to pledge allegiance. He was simply too greedy. If Lin Yuan took out the bronze/epic fae, he could hire a pinnacle king-class expert squad to go on a mission. Rather than hiring such a king-class expert without a sense of time to do multiple missions, it was still better to hire a king-class expert squad. Freezing Cold showed a dissatisfied look on his face. This is just a Star Web Store. If I hadn't heard from someone before that you've sold any species of bronze/epic phase in this store, I wouldn't have thought of coming to your place to do odd jobs. Your Star Web Store is still far from our huge axe mercenaries. Lu Jie's face became even gloomier. On the other hand, Lin Yuan was not angry but just a little dumbfounded. Lin Yuan had always been used to treating other factions as leaks and would always harvest them like crazy with the items produced in his Spirit Lock spatial zone. But this time, a king-class expert, who obviously had a faction that he had pledged allegiance to, wanted to come to his purchase with no law store to take up missions to reap the benefits for himself. Freezing Cold wanted to reap his leaks and also earn the price difference as a broker. Speaking of the huge axe mercenaries, Lin Yuan had learned about all the factions from Wen Yu, but there was really no such name. Lin Yuan glanced at Lu Jie and asked, Big Brother Lu, have you heard of the huge axe mercenaries? Lu Jie shook his head and looked at Freezing Cold with an even gloomier gaze. Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at the man, who had come in first and sat on the chair, before asking, Zhou Luo, have you heard of the huge axe mercenaries? Zhou Luo had always felt that he didn't have the slightest sense of existence, but he didn't expect to be called by the youth with the strange mask now. He quickly answered, Of course, I've heard of the huge axe mercenaries. It's a very powerful faction with 11 king-class experts, the strongest of which is said to be just a hair's breadth away from being a pinnacle king-class expert. Lin Yuan nodded at his words. From the number and strength of the king-class experts, the huge axe mercenaries should be considered a veteran and rising faction. Just by hearing the word mercenaries, it was clear that the role of this rising faction was to be hired to complete missions and obtain supplies. It was a rising faction that relied on martial force. It was now almost New Year's and in time for the Radiance Federation's S-tournament season. The huge axe mercenaries probably could not receive any missions now, so Freezing Cold had begun to come out to do odd jobs as a member. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel that what Zhou Luo had said earlier about the strongest expert in the huge axe mercenaries being a hair's breadth away from being a pinnacle king-class expert was interesting. The pinnacle king-class didn't refer to a specific rank, but all king-class experts who had Diamond 8/Fantasy 3 phase and above could be called pinnacle king-class experts. Therefore, this introduction of being a hair's breadth away from being a pinnacle king-class expert was somewhat confusing. The huge axe mercenaries were probably introducing themselves to the outside world, hoping to take on more missions. Such mercenary factions that gathered king-class experts had very fierce competition because they let their strength speak for them, so it was obvious at a glance which faction had better business. Just as Zhou Luo had just finished speaking, he didn't expect to be immediately targeted by the tall and strong man beside him. A few days ago, my big brother became a pinnacle king-class expert. What do you mean by being a hair's breadth away from being a pinnacle king-class expert? Zhou Luo was rendered speechless. I'm not a member of the Huge Axe Mercenaries. Who would keep an eye on the latest news of the Huge Axe Mercenaries all the time? What has it got to do with me whether your Huge Axe Mercenaries have any pinnacle king-class experts? Lin Yuan looked at Freezing Cold, who was standing there, obviously a bit angry, and said, "Since you can't give me your allegiance, I can't give you a future either. You don't need to waste your time." When Freezing Cold heard that, his expression stiffened, and he immediately became reluctant. My time is also worthless. It doesn't matter if I waste it. I guess he's also a king-class expert that you invited. I'd like to see if I'm unsuitable, or he's unsuitable. You're running a store. You can't drive people away, right? Zhou Luo, who was sitting on the chair, felt a little puzzled. Why is this strong man targeting me once again? Oh my God. This strong man doesn't have any improper thoughts about me, does he? Lu Jie's fists had clenched up, and he glanced at Lin Yuan. His eyes were conveying the message. I'll blast him out if you agree. Lin Yuan shook his head at Lu Jie, and then replied indifferently to Freezing Cold. You can stay as long as you want. Your entry access is open, so you can leave any time you get tired of staying. Lin Yuan thought, I won't drive anyone away from my store. However, I'll set the entry access and block all the customers outside without allowing them to come in. After saying that, Lin Yuan would not spend any more energy on Freezing Cold, who was standing at the side. Since Freezing Cold couldn't become a member of the White Cloth followers, Lin Yuan did not need to put effort into Freezing Cold. Lin Yuan said to Zhou Luo, who was sitting on the stool, You've heard what we said just now. If I can pour resources into you so that you grow quickly, would you be willing to offer your allegiance to me? Upon hearing that, Zhou Luo nodded without hesitation. He had heard the conversation between Lin Yuan and Freezing Cold, so he naturally knew that offering his allegiance meant swearing with the willpower rune and issuing an allegiance oath. Only through this way could he most directly express his allegiance and let the other party pour resources into him without worrying. Although what one gave might not necessarily be proportional to what one received, there would certainly be no returns without giving something. Zhou Luo understood this principle. Given the current situation, if he could find a faction to rely on, he wouldn't have to suffer anymore. However, Zhou Luo didn't know how much resources this masked youth in front of him would pour into him in the future. In fact, he wasn't the most worried about much he could get after his allegiance, but whether the youth wearing a strange mask would accept his allegiance. Zhou Luo was still not confident about the strength of his main fey, the Iron Bone Iguana. He took a deep breath and said with some apprehension, Do you think I meet the requirements with my strength? Zhou Luo clearly understood that he never had the qualifications to be picky when he wanted to join a faction. He could only quietly wait for others to pick him. Lin Yuan didn't care about the weakness of Zhou Luo's main fey, which he remembered was a Platinum 9/Fantasy, defense-type Iron Bone Iguana. The only thing that Zhou Luo had written in his information was that this Platinum 9/Fantasy Iron Bone Iguana had a mutation at its neck that would affect some body movements, thus affecting its strength to a certain extent. Since Zhou Luo was right in front of him, Lin Yuan also wanted to see what exactly had gone wrong with his Iron Bone Iguana. If the strength of Zhou Luo's main fey, the Iron Bone Iguana, was seriously affected by the mutation at the neck, Zhou Luo would be a burden to Lin Yuan. After all, Zhou Luo's main fey was already weak, and the mutation affected it at its neck, so it was hard for him to get the resources to nurture a new fey. In this case, even if Lin Yuan gave Zhou Luo a bronze/epic fey, Zhou Luo would still need Lin Yuan's investment if he wanted to become stronger. Lin Yuan would not do such a losing deal. He said, Summon your main fey out for me to see. Upon hearing that, Zhou Luo clearly hesitated for a moment. Then he took a deep breath, channeled his spiritual energy, and summoned the Iron Bone Iguana. The moment Zhou Luo summoned his Iron Bone Iguana, Lin Yuan's eyes were fixed on its neck. It wasn't that he deliberately stared at its neck. Rather, the sarcoma was too obvious, as it was 1/4 of its head. This made Lin Yuan suddenly think of a dish, potatoes in a pressure cooker. After the iron bone iguana was summoned, it seemed to have felt uncomfortable with its neck and started to habitually shake its neck. Since the huge bump grew on the right side of the neck, it was clearly a considerable burden for it. This situation made the iron bone iguana, a defense-type Fae, unable to quickly respond to attacks on the right side of its body when defending. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check the iron bone iguana's attributes. Fae name: Iron bone iguana, Fae species. Iguanity/huge iguana, Fae grade. Platinum, 9/10. Fae type, Earth, Fae quality. Fantasy Eye. Lin Yuan found that there was nothing wrong with the iron bone iguana's basic attributes. However, his pupils shrank when he saw the true data about the cause of the mutation at the neck of the iron bone iguana. It could be said that this iron bone iguana was giving itself a ladder toward the peak through mutation. But as the iron bone iguana's contractor, Zhou Luo was not in a position to send it to the bottom of the mountain peak and let it climb against the mountain peak. As for the pure fire element energy needed to make this iron bone iguana undergo metamorphosis, as stated in True Data, Lin Yuan had a lot. The scorching elemental shellfish in Morbius Spirit Lock Spatial Zone would produce an elemental pearl containing pure fire element energy every few minutes. However, the main flower of the Heaven and Earth Fae, the Twin Red Pagoda, was not as powerful as the floating island whale at the absorption of the fire element energy. The speed of the elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish was faster than that of the absorption by the Twin Red Pagoda's main flower. So every once in a while, Lin Yuan had to collect these elemental pearls that contained pure fire element energy, and he had collected nearly 500 of them. These elemental pearls were also considered to be his rarer resource reserves at present. At this time, Lin Yuan heard a peal of loud and unrestrained laughter. He saw Freezing Cold pointing at the iron bone iguana with a disdainful face and said, "I didn't expect you to have an affinity toward lizard species phase like me. However, this deformed lizard of yours is too weak. My Fae can bite it to death with just one bite." After saying that, Freezing Cold circulated his spiritual energy and summoned his 2 lizard species main Faes. Zhou Luo's iron bone iguana was 7 meters long because it was a huge iguana genus. However, in front of the 2 Faes that Freezing Cold summoned, the iron bone iguana instantly became very tiny. Although the bucktooth terror skink's body length was also 7 meters, it looked very strong. Its bulging muscles and mouth full of sharp teeth were enough to show its valiant attack power. Even though the other sword-tooth lizard dragon's grade and quality were inferior to the bucktooth terror skink, the sword-tooth lizard dragon was nearly 12 meters long and had an intimidating aura unique to a dragon species Fae. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check these 2 lizard species Fae's attributes. Fae name: Bucktooth Terror Skink, Fae species. Tyrant Lizard/Toothed Lizard, Fae grade. Diamond, 3/10. Fae type: Metal, Fae quality. Fantasy 2. Fae name: Sword-Tooth Lizard Dragon, Fae species. Sword Dragon/Toothed Lizard, Fae grade. Diamond, 1/10. Fae type: Earth/Metal, Fae quality. Fantasy 2. When Lin Yuan was done checking the attributes of the 2 lizard species Faes that Freezing Cold had summoned, he felt that this Diamond Eye/Fantasy 2 Sword-Tooth Lizard Dragon was really good. It had a very high degree of dragon species bloodline stimulation. If it was lucky enough to become a myth breed in the future, it could probably advance into a true ancient dragon species. Freezing Cold saw Lin Yuan looking at his summoned Faes and immediately withdrew them back. Then he also gave Lin Yuan a somewhat cautious look. If one summoned Faes that were gold and above in other people's Star Web stores without the store owner's permission, one would be subjected to punishment if the store owner reported it. The lightest punishment would be to have one's Star Web account banned for 2 days, while the more serious ones would be for a month. Freezing Cold didn't want to bear such punishments. He had summoned his 2 Faes mainly to taunt Zhou Luo's main Fae, the Iron Bone Iguana. When Freezing Cold saw that Lin Yuan had no intention of reporting him, he continued to mockingly glance at the Iron Bone Iguana on the ground. He scanned the bulging sarcoma on its neck twice before he contemptuously glanced at Zhou Luo and whistled. At that moment, Lu Jie, who was sitting next to Lin Yuan, admired Lin Yuan's magnanimity. Even though there had been no news of him for 3 years, and he had been used to seeing the change of human emotions and had humbly felt this real world, he still couldn't control his temper. However, Lin Yuan had a calm expression, as if he didn't care about freezing cold's rudeness and rashness. Zhou Luo was taunted, and his expression turned livid. This undisguised contempt only made Zhou Luo feel a hard stabbing pain inside. However, he didn't fight back with words but glanced at Lin Yuan and said firmly, "If you can really give me a future, so that I have a chance to become stronger, I'm willing to swear with the willpower rune and issue a servant oath." As Zhou Luo said these words, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Should he ask if he could get 5 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish? But when he thought of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, which the retainer knight of the Class 4 Creation Master, Master Duanli, had said before that even Master Duanli couldn't get, he forcibly held back the hope and request of getting the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. When Freezing Cold, who had still wanted to taunt Zhou Luo, heard Zhou Luo's words, he subconsciously froze. There were 3 kinds of allegiance oaths: Protector Oath, Retainer Oath, and Servant Oath. Generally, when King-class experts swore by a willpower rune and issued an allegiance oath, most of them sign a Protector Oath, while few would sign Retainer Oaths. Very few of them were willing to sign a Servant Oath with a willpower rune and put their entire life on a faction or a certain person. Although a person could only issue an allegiance oath once in their life, due to the different types of allegiance oaths issued, the status and degree of freedom in the faction to which one was loyal were completely different. Freezing Cold didn't think that Zhou Luo was really crazy. King-class experts at the bottom were exceptionally shrewd because it was hard for them to obtain resources. Freezing Cold stared at the 2 masked youths for a moment and carefully looked at the empty Star Web store. He couldn't help but suspect that the Star Web store that his huge Axe Mercenaries comrades had introduced to him to try his luck and see if he could get high-quality bronze phase by doing odd jobs had a deep background. When Freezing Cold usually logged onto Star Web, he would spend half of the time on the Celestial Stairway duels and the other half in the Celestial Stairway video library, watching the duel videos. He rarely visited the Star Web forum and never paid attention to some Star Web store's gossip. At that moment, Freezing Cold felt that, after returning to the huge Axe Mercenaries, he had to ask his comrades what the Star Web store was all about. However, he still thought that maybe he was overthinking it. Maybe he should poke and prod a little. Lin Yuan was a little surprised to hear Zhou Luo's words. Zhou Luo actually didn't directly make a request. Instead, he only said that he would be willing to issue the Servant Oath if he could help him become stronger. Although Zhou Luo did not say it, Lin Yuan understood that before Zhou Luo would swear to himself with the willpower rune, he had to show what he could give to Zhou Luo. Just as Lin Yuan was about to give Zhou Luo a promise, Freezing Cold said, "Even if things don't work out for me, you should take out the bronze/epic lizard species phase that I requested before and let me take a look." Hearing Freezing Cold talk about the bronze/epic lizard species phase, Zhou Luo widened his eyes at once, and his breathing became heavier. Lin Yuan ignored Freezing Cold's words. Instead, he looked at Zhou Luo and asked, "Your affinity is also toward lizard species phase, right?" Zhou Luo nodded at his words. Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned a lizard with a body length of nearly 4 meters and 3 huge bone plates on its body. Its huge dark purple bone plate was pointed up. Spirit snake-like black energy was swimming above the huge bone plate like a drawing board. This lizard fae's sharp teeth were like the venomous teeth of a snake fae. However, when the lizard was summoned and erected its 3 huge bone plates and roared, its sharp teeth instantly ejected, and the fine hollow sharp teeth wrapped around its lower jaw. Although the roar was the hissing sound of lizard faes, it was sharper and had the unique intimidation of dragon species faes. The moment Zhou Luo saw this lizard fae, he felt his brain rapidly filled with blood, making him a little dizzy. Such an incredible lizard fae that had awakened its dragon species bloodline at Bronze/Legend was legendary and rare. He was actually lucky to see such a fae in this life. Based on the youth wearing the strange mask, It seemed that he was going to give this fey to himself. Lin Yuan found that after he summoned the dark snake dragon lizard, Zhou Luo's eyes never left it. He knew that Zhou Luo liked this lizard species fey, so he said, "This dark snake dragon lizard is considered a little superior. Its exclusive skill, darkened body, can effectively help it resist physical damage and increase its movement speed. At the same time, it gives some enhancements to its dark-type abilities. Since you've chosen to serve me, this dark snake dragon lizard is the future that I'll give you." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Zhou Luo's heart pounded even more violently. Extreme excitement and ecstasy surged to his heart. Although he had guessed it before, he still felt a bit in disbelief now. This young man wearing a strange mask had actually given such a superior bronze/epic fey after he decided to pledge his allegiance. It was simply a great deal. When Freezing Cold saw this dark snake dragon lizard, he felt that he had managed to give up a small goal and had lost 100 million. He had actually given a superior fey like the dark snake dragon lizard, just like that, to this king-class expert whose main fey was so pitifully weak and deformed. Freezing Cold felt that such behavior was simply a defeat. If this dark snake dragon lizard was given to him, he would be qualified to try his luck at ascending Dragon City's long family with 2 dragon species feys. At the same time, he could be sure that he had underestimated this star web store's background. Zhou Luo had slowly calmed down from his excitement and hurriedly stood up from the stool before he respectfully said to Lin Yuan, "Master, Zhou Luo is at your disposal from now on." When Lin Yuan heard Zhou Luo's words, the corners of his mouth under the strange mask curved up. "Come over right away to the royal capital according to the address I sent you. After you swear with the willpower rune, you can also take this dark snake dragon lizard and nurture it early." As Zhou Luo was about to thank him, Lin Yuan added, "The sarcoma on your iron bone iguana's neck is mutating in a good direction. It just needs extremely pure fire element energy to prompt the completion of its mutation. When you come to the royal capital, I can solve it for you." Zhou Luo's body trembled from the pleasant surprise. At this time, he was far more surprised than he was when he knew he was going to get the dark snake dragon lizard. Zhou Luo could be said to have lived with the iron bone iguana since a young age. In order to survive, it was unknown how many times they had experienced life and death together. Zhou Luo didn't have other feys, so he had poured all his feelings into the iron bone iguana. It could be said that the iron bone iguana was akin to his life. Zhou Luo's face was red with excitement, and his lips were trembling a little as he said, "Master, you have heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls?" Zhou Luo was also bewildered. Master Duan Li had discovered the iron bone iguana's mutation only after some examination. However, that young man wearing a strange mask had seen right through the real reason for the sarcoma on the iron bone iguana's neck with a single glance. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard Zhou Luo talk about the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Then he remembered what Gao Feng had said before. After the elemental shellfish were induced to mutate, the elemental pearls they produced were divided into several grades depending on the purity of the aura absorbed. The heavenly maiden grade was the highest grade of the elemental pearls. Since the elemental pearls in his hands absorbed the spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, it could be said that the purity was almost 100%. The heavenly maiden grade was also a supreme existence. Lin Yuan had previously thought that Zhou Luo did not know the cause of the sarcoma on the iron bone iguana's neck, but he did not expect Zhou Luo to know about it very well. "Yes, I've some heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that contain fire element energy produced by the scorching elemental shellfish." When Freezing Cold saw that the purchase with no law store owner gave the dark snake dragon lizard to Zhou Luo, he couldn't help but sigh that the store was not simple. After all, who knew if the store owner had this bronze/epic dark snake dragon lizard by chance before? However, the concentration of spirit chi needed for the formation of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls could only be achieved by Class 4 creation masters and above. This also meant that this one-star web store must have at least a Class 4 creation master behind it. What shocked Freezing Cold was that the purchase with no law store owner was actually willing to save this deformed lizard with such a rare heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl. He always had deep feelings for the huge axe mercenaries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to issue an allegiance oath to them. However, he couldn't help but think if he hadn't issued an allegiance oath to the huge axe mercenaries with a willpower rune, would all the good stuff be his now? At that moment, Lin Yuan's first recruitment of white-clothed followers was also considered to have ended. He had only recruited Zhou Luo this time, and Zhou Luo's strength was still very weak. However, after his iron bone iguana absorbed the pure fire element energy from the elemental pearls to complete its mutation, it would get a huge boost. When the sarcoma on its neck completely mutated and grew a new head, Zhou Luo could completely rely on the resources earned by the iron bone iguana to raise the dark snake dragon lizard without having Lin Yuan worry anymore. Lin Yuan turned and said to Lu Jie, "Big brother Lu, Zhou Luo will be the first warrior under you from now on." Upon hearing that, Lu Jie replied solemnly, "Leave it to me." During this period, could be said that Lu Jie had been watching everyone in the mansion and was constantly busy with Sky City, but only he had nothing to do. He could now finally take up the responsibility to do his part for Sky City and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to freezing cold and said, "We're leaving. Do you still want to stroll around in the store?" As he spoke, Lin Yuan opened the entry access of his Star Web store. Just as Freezing Cold was a little embarrassed and wanted to speak, he noticed that a lot of people suddenly came into the store, and he knew two of them. These two people were the true bigwigs. Lin Yuan didn't expect that when he opened the entry access, over 30 people would come in at once. Among these 30 people, he found that almost all of them were from the fan club. He immediately knew that the violent-tempered woman should have told the fan club she had seen him in front of the store. Lin Yuan lurked as much as possible in his purchase with No Lost Store's fan club, but he didn't expect over 30 bigwigs would come into his Star Web store. Zhou Luo, who was caught in surprise and excitement, was ready to log off Star Web and go to the royal capital as agreed. Unexpectedly, when he recovered from the pleasant surprise, he was a little confused at the sudden appearance of so many people. Had he lost his memory from being too pleasantly surprised? At that moment, Zhou Luo heard a kind voice. "I can't believe I saw you again after a day, kid." Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Luo turned. He was first surprised before he hurriedly gave a salute and replied, "Master Duanli, I didn't expect to meet you here." The old woman, who was called Master Duanli, also looked at Zhou Luo with some surprise. She seemed to be guessing why Zhou Luo would appear in this purchase with No Lost Store. She had found Zhou Luo's presence when she entered the store. Did he have any connections with this store? Immediately after that, Master Duanli dismissed this thought. If Zhou Luo really had connections with this Star Web store, his main Fei wouldn't be such an iron bone iguana. Zhou Luo felt goosebumps as Master Duanli sized him up. When did he deserve to have an intermediate class 4 creation master spending so many thoughts on him? Zhou Luo hurriedly found a topic and said, "Thank you, Master Duanli, for letting your retainer knight give me some advice." Master Duanli kindly patted Zhou Luo's shoulder and replied, "Your Fey affinity is toward lizard species Feys, and most of them are better at attacking. You might as well find and contract a bronze/flawless power offense-type lizard species Fey first, and nurture more new Feys later on when you have resources." Zhou Luo glanced at Master Duanli gratefully. He knew that she wanted to tell him to stop nurturing his iron bone iguana. As long as it didn't complete its mutation, not only would it not have the slightest potential, but it would also affect its combat power. However, since the iron bone iguana's mutation had been resolved, Zhou Luo looked at the youth wearing a strange mask, who was surrounded by the crowd not far away, for a long time before he said to Master Duanli, "Master, my iron bone iguana's mutation problem has been solved." A touch of shock flashed across Master Duanli's benevolent face. She also looked into the distance along with Zhou Luo's gaze and landed her eyes on the youth wearing the strange mask. Yesterday, Zhou Luo had just learned about his iron bone iguana's mutation problem, but it had now been solved, and it was in this small store. The reason for this was self-explanatory. Lin Yuan felt he was simply going to be emptied by these bigwigs. The number of flower brocade pearls they wanted to buy added up to 200, and there was still a new group of bigwigs applying to trade with him over and over again. Among them, Lin Yuan found that the one who needed the most number of flower brocade pearls were not creation masters. This meant that these creation masters that needed a lot of brocade pearls either had a huge faction behind them, or they purely wanted to store up a batch of goods, sell them at a high price when they were in demand in the market, and become a middleman happily earning the price difference. Lin Yuan didn't promise to trade the flower brocade pearls that these people needed. Since he wanted to solidify the strength of the fan club's connections, the best way was to conduct an auction of group welfare every once in a while. Rare things were dear. Satisfying one person at a time was the best option for dealing with these tight resources. Lin Yuan winked at Lu Jie, who was at the side, indicating that Lu Jie would leave with him later. Then he spoke to this group of bigwigs besides him. Everyone can me or send me a private message in the group if there's anything. There'll be group welfare every once in a while. I hope everyone will bid sensibly. At that moment, a tall woman standing beside Lin Yuan said flirtatiously, Master Admin, you don't intend for your group welfare to always be flower brocade pearls, right? That would be very boring. As this woman spoke, the bigwigs, including Lin Yuan, got goosebumps. Lin Yuan thought, oh my goodness, is this the legendary acting coy to overcome toughness? Lin Yuan cleared his throat and answered sternly, since you think it's boring, we'll change into something else. The next group welfare will be 10 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced from the scorching elemental shellfish. After saying that, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie looked at each other and left the Star Web store together. A hint of dismay appeared on the face of that flamboyant and tall woman. Have I been made fun of? How dare someone do that? I'm a woman who has killed 32 husbands, 16 boyfriends, 27 male besties, and 81 men with ambiguous relationships. Lin Yuan's words sent the bigwigs in the purchase with no loss store into an uproar. The next group welfare turned out to be 10 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Although these 10 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were all fire-type elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish, any type of elemental pearls of the same purity could be exchanged. As long as the news was posted on Star Web, it would be very easy to find the next home for it. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls and the flower brocade pearls were not on the same level. There were actually such unexpected benefits for trapping the group admin inside the Star Web store this time. It seemed that doing it more often greatly benefited the group welfare. At the same time, many people thought of what Lin Yuan had said about bidding sensibly, and they cursed, that's easy for you to say. One heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl is enough to cause people to go crazy. How can we be sensible if you take out 10 of them at once? If we can be sensible in the face of 10 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, then it's really too irrational. Not long after, when the bigwigs in Lin Yuan's Star Web store left, they were all eager, obviously determined to get those 10 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Only freezing cold was left in the store, shivering weakly, pathetically, and helplessly. After Lin Yuan logged off Star Web, he pondered. Given the purchase with no law store's current popularity, it's a bit hard to carry out the plan of white-clothed followers and recruit king-class experts. This was also why Lin Yuan was willing to take out 10 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls for the group welfare auction. He had done so in order to let this matter spread to Star Web and increase his purchase with no law store's popularity. Lin Yuan was also unwilling to sell the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls on Star Web through the blind trade like the flower brocade pearls. For him, the blind trade was now a threshold to enter his purchase with no law store's fan club. After all, he had to reap the better benefits so that he could enjoy them. On a huge island struck by the waves, a radiant light rose even in the day that came from the land on the island, where it was full of various gemstones. 8 different lofty towers stood tall on this land with various gemstones. In front of each sharp tower were 32 chanters kneeling on the ground as they chanted softly, with a lead chanter in front of them leading a pious song. A bridge was erected on top of the 8 different sharp towers, with a floating garden in the air where the 8 bridges converged. The floating garden had a variety of strange-shaped wax figures that were incomplete and even a little badly damaged. Some wax figures were even completely damaged. However, these wax figures seemed to contain some kind of laws. Most of the wax figures were some fays, and there were also a few humans, of course. Each wax figure had a small fountain next to it. The clear water spraying from the fountain landed on the wax figure, making the color of the wax statue more vivid, causing the aura of that law to become stronger. The law in the wax figure was only stronger for a moment, as if the aura of these laws was stripped from these wax figures into the clear water splashes. These clear water splashes landed on the fountain and the cycle repeated. In the middle of the floating garden was a huge round table with 8 seats in pairs placed beside it, and they were on equal footing. A figure was sitting on each seat at the moment, and these 8 figures were different, all with monstrous power. But now, the power of the other 7 was focused on one of them. The person they pointed to had long blonde hair to the shoulders with eyes tightly closed and a solemn look. This woman with long blonde hair suddenly opened her eyes and revealed her golden pupils. There seemed to be a war after war in progress in her golden pupils. The radiance and tragic defeat of the war didn't stir up the emotions in her eyes. Her golden pupils glanced at the other 7 figures without the slightest emotion, and a pitying and mocking voice sounded. The decision that you've made together is nothing but my plan to implement the Tower of War. Speaking of Chang Wu, this mole in the Radiance Federation was buried by third page eternal sin. Not only did he serve no purpose at all, but he also alerted them and foiled my plans. Just as 7th page War said that several peals of Yandere laughter sounded. 7th page War. Chang Wu revealing his identity has nothing to do with me. Don't bring me into this. The short-haired woman with hollow eyes spoke. However, the occasional light in her empty eyes seemed to contain all the evil in the world. 7th page War glanced at the short-haired woman and ignored her words before saying, I'll immediately go and get back that sacred source life form from the Radiance Federation. Just as the hollow-eyed short-haired woman was about to say something, a pleasant, cute prepubescent young boy's voice sounded. However, the voice was coming from a huge mass of strange flesh. Sister third page, you have a filthy mouth. I can smell it from here. Would it kill you if you didn't target others? This most innocent voice spoke the mean words as if they were like the truth, allowing one to feel convinced. The evil light in the short-haired woman's hollow eyes flickered constantly, and she spoke with a delicate laugh. 5th page Truth, you're always in a layer of rotten meat all day long. Can you even smell the stench? Why don't you let me make this rotten meat into a small black house that will trap you forever? The short-haired woman's face had a grim expression as she spoke, making her delicate features terrifying. At that moment, a light cough made 3rd page Eternal Sin and 5th page Truth immediately stern. A young girl wearing thick lenses and looking like a girl next door stood up and said as if chanting, The beings parasitized by the seeds of my gardener konjac in the Radiance Federation can act in cooperation with 7th page War. A hint of disgust colored the voice of 7th page War that contained pity and mockery. 2nd page Revival. I don't need you to cooperate with my actions. The girl next door-like girl glanced at 7th page War with some aggravation, and her chanting tone suddenly changed as if she was chanting a dirge. I'm also afraid that 7th page War's War Knell and Radiance War Chariot will be cracked by the Moon Empress again. Speaking of this, the girl next door-like girl seemed to have a sudden realization. By the way, I forgot. 7th page War's Sacred Source Lifeform, the War Knell and Radiance War Chariot, have already advanced. 7th page War will take back that Sacred Source Lifeform from the Radiance Federation alone. After saying that, 2nd page Revival changed the topic and said to the gloomy man sitting in a twisted snake-like posture next to 3rd page Eternal Sin, The laws in those 300 wax figures in the Sky Garden are already going to be cleaned by the cleansing spring. The materials for the new batch of wax figures are prepared. 8th page Apoptosis. You should get the new batch of wax figures done as soon as possible. The gloomy man who sat twisted like a snake shrugged, and a nervous smile crept on his face. However, he didn't let out any laughter. His mouth opened wide, and he replied silently with an, okay. Lin Yuan was currently sitting on the water rhinoceros leather sofa in the hall while going through his cell phone, ready to log on to StarWeb to check his gains from the blind trade a while later, as well as the auction of the 30 flower brocade pearls for the group welfare. He opened the offline forum on his cell phone that he hadn't been on for a while and found that the foolish online friend who had been bitten by the ghost shadow-bristled spider had sent him a message. People like you will certainly fail Fey observation and spiritual ingredient analysis exams. When Lin Yuan saw this message, he curled his lips. What message did I send last time? Why did I get such a vicious curse? Lin Yuan thought back for a while and found that he couldn't remember at all. However, he was unresigned at her saying he would fail them. When he had taken the Creation Master's exam, he had scored 100 marks for both Fey observation and spiritual ingredient analysis. Although he had relied on genius at that time, he often wore its tool transformation mask and shared the knowledge it learned. He had vaguely integrated that knowledge. Therefore, he couldn't fail those two. During this period, he was also frantically learning some knowledge that a high-class creation master required. He deliberately cultivated the habit of studying, and even if he was busy, he had to learn something new every day. This was because when the knowledge learned was placed in his head for a long time, it would become an experience. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan replied to this online friend, I can pass even if I know nothing about spiritual ingredient analysis and Fey observation. Lin Yuan found that in just a moment's time. This online friend answered back, How's that possible? You guess all of them? When Lin Yuan saw this reply, he replied to her, Anyway, whether it's spiritual ingredient analysis or Fey observation, the multiple choice questions are 60 marks. Also, I have good listening skills, so I can hear the answers of other people's multiple choice questions. Then how did you hear the answers to the multiple choice questions? How do you choose between A, B, C, D? Lin Yuan answered without even thinking, A is 3 strokes, C is 1 stroke, while B and D are 2 strokes. However, D is written faster than B. After Lin Yuan replied, he noticed that this online friend, who had been bitten by the ghost shadow-bristled spider, had sent 6 points and replied, I'll try it on the next exam. After writing that, she ignored him. Lin Yuan was a little dumbfounded that someone would believe such words. If you can hear the sound of a specific person writing in the examination room among so many people writing, then you're simply a god. Even if you can hear it clearly, if the person in front of you has all the wrong answers for the multiple choice questions, that's really a human tragedy. Lin Yuan could imagine this online friend would curse him later, so he decided to blacklist this online friend. He felt he was simply too smart to take precautions. At present, in a large mansion, a short-haired girl was holding a pen, writing in a small book, A is 3 strokes, C is 1 stroke, B and D are 2 strokes, and D is written faster than B. After she finished writing, she felt that the spiritual ingredient analysis course and Fey observation course that she had been reviewing seriously were a bit of an eyesore. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Just as the short-haired girl was about to open the door, she found a head poking in, and she immediately said indignantly, Dad, why did you come to spy on me studying again? The middle-aged man, who was holding a few pieces of clothes in his hand, replied with some aggravation, Darling, your mother asked me to take you out for a meal. How could I possibly spy on you studying? Spying on your studies is your mother's job. I'm only responsible for earning and supporting the family. The short-haired girl couldn't help but roll her eyes. I have to be told off 800 times a year by my mother, and there were at least 750 times that you snitched. The middle-aged man hurriedly answered righteously, Don't be ridiculous. Out of the 800 times you were told off, there were 60 times it was because you didn't wear your hat in front of your mother. That's not me snitching. As soon as the short-haired girl saw the small bumblebee hat in the middle-aged man's hand, she immediately became furious and pointed at her short hair before saying, Dad, the ghost shadow-bristled spider's toxins have long been removed. My hair has also grown out, and I'm not bald. Don't give me a hat anymore. The short-haired girl suddenly said mysteriously, Dad, don't you need heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls? I can get them, but you have to promise me never to snitch on me to Mom again. When the middle-aged man heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Darling is the best. I'm happy that you have this thought. The short-haired girl only felt helpless. Dad, I'm 16 years old. I'm no longer a child. The middle-aged man lovingly packed up the books on the table and said, Darling has grown up. You know how to make Dad happy. The The short-haired girl only felt how good it would be to be bitten to death by the ghost shadow-bristled spider back then, so that she wouldn't have to suffer from this anger. Lin Yuan logged onto StarWeb and checked the gains from the blind trade of 10 flower brocade pearls. At first glance, even though he had already had expectations in his heart, he was still taken aback. The number of mid-grade strange flames he obtained had reached as many as 440. Previously, he had used 10 flower brocade pearls to exchange for 100 mid-grade strange flames, and the price itself was higher than the market price. However, the auction flower brocade pearls price was actually 4 times higher than the previous market price, which gave Lin Yuan a feeling of getting ginseng from cutting leeks. Lin Yuan had deliberately spread the news that the next fan club welfare would be 10 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in his StarWeb store. At that time, the blind trade had just begun. It was unknown how many of these 440 mid-grade strange flames were drawn by the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. After the end of this blind trade, it brought in 10 more bigwigs into Lin Yuan's fan club. The addition of new members made the fan club even more lively. The 30 flower brocade pearls in the group welfare also allowed Lin Yuan to gain a lot of rare materials. The resources that Lin Yuan needed to build his own faction, the Sky City, couldn't be that simple. Thanks to the resources he obtained through the group welfare auction, he could get more rare resources. Each time the bigwigs of the group raised the price, it was equivalent to a screening. After several rounds of increasing the price, it could ensure that the resources Lin Yuan got in his hands were absolutely high quality. Lin Yuan intended to put these resources in the platinum phase storage box to accumulate. He would save it in preparation for building Sky City on the floating island whales back after it hatched in June this year. Lin Yuan silently put 10 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced from the scorching elemental shellfish into his fan club for display. He intended to choose a time afterward to auction off the 10 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls on display as group welfare. It was also a fulfillment of his promise. Then Lin Yuan logged off StarWeb and wore Genius Tool transformation glasses as usual. He started to read the books about creation masters, and by wearing Genius Tool transformation glasses to read them, Lin Yuan could very clearly imprint the knowledge into his mind. Although Lin Yuan couldn't reach Genius retentive memory with its tool transformation glasses, he could generally remember it as long as he read it 3 times. As he read, it was as though an epiphany became clearer and clearer in his mind, as if all the knowledge was closely connected. However, as this epiphany became clearer and clearer, Lin Yuan found that there was a vague layer of fuzziness. No matter how Lin Yuan tried, he couldn't point it out bluntly. Instead of being sad about it, he was very happy. Based on the epiphany that was now becoming clearer and clearer in his heart, Lin Yuan knew that if it condensed into a willpower rune, it should be related to knowledge. In other words, this willpower rune would most likely be suitable for genius. For several days in a row, Lin Yuan kept himself locked up in his room and pored over books. However, the epiphany remained stagnant, which made him give up his intention to continue to bury his head in the books. He couldn't help but sigh. Willpower runes can't be forced. In the past few days, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's online resources had all been plundered by the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce and had utterly turned into an empty shelf. Listen was still not anxious to carry out any huge actions. Instead, he was ready to accumulate some more objects made of completely jade-textured powder and reshape the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's path of business. At the same time, Listen was also using Fei Chenxiong as a mole to secretly devour the online and offline resources bit by bit that the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had given up. The best way for a Chamber of Commerce to develop to the extreme was to have a presence in every kind of field and form a huge business empire in all interlocking fields. Zhou Luo had also arrived in the royal capital in the past few days, sworn an allegiance oath to Lin Yuan with a willpower rune, and become his servant. At the same time, after Lin Yuan gave him 5 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, the second fire-type head of Zhou Luo's iron bone iguana finally grew. This newly grown head activated the fire-type energy in the earth-type iron bone iguana's body, and the fire-type and earth-type energy fused and turned into searing hot lava. The iron bone iguana also mutated into lava iguana under such a fusion of elements. Lin Yuan had also let Zhou Luo contract the bronze/epic lizard species Fei, dark snake dragon lizard, which had its dragon species bloodline activated. There were now only a few days left before the active period of the dimensional rift. Therefore, Lin Yuan felt that it was time to go to Indigo Azure City. He wanted to check the situation of the offshore coastal resources that the Zheng family wanted to seize from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. At first, he didn't intend to let Endless Summer follow him to Indigo Azure City this time. He only intended to bring Lu Jie, the mother of Bloodbath, the recruited Zhou Luo, and listen to explore a bit. However, when Lin Yuan learned that Endless Summer had killed a pinnacle king-class expert while protecting Listen, he decided that it would be safer to bring Endless Summer along in addition to his own path protector, the mother of Bloodbath, on this trip to Indigo Azure City. After all, Indigo Azure City was the stronghold of the Zheng family's faction. The next morning, Lin Yuan booked a platinum flying fae, the long-backed swan. He actually wanted to book a divine travel black swallow, which was a very painful flight but much faster than the long-backed swan, after all. The divine travel black swallow was a small flying fae and could at most only take 2 people. Lin Yuan's party of 6 people needed a larger flying fae, so he chose the long-backed swan, which balanced speed and comfort. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Listen were in a lotus position on the long-backed swan's back. Meanwhile, Zhou Luo was respectfully standing at the side, guarding them like a guard. Listen told Lin Yuan about the recent news that he had about Indigo Azure City. I recently got someone to take a good look at the shallow nearshore sea in Indigo Azure City, which I had not been concerned about before. As a result, I lost contact with the 2 experts I sent there. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan frowned slightly and asked, "How strong were the 2 experts you sent out?" Listen gave a bitter laugh and replied, "At present, Fei Qianqiong has the strongest combat power in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, but I don't want to casually use him since he's a mole. Thus, I sent out 2 experts with platinum phase from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. After sending them out, they only reported to me once before there was no more news from them. I presume they should have died." From what Listen said, Lin Yuan knew that the shallow sea controlled by the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in Indigo Azure City was not safe. If he didn't use his trump cards, his strength shouldn't be much different from the 2 spirit chi professionals with platinum phase that Listen had sent out. If they had gone to the shore of the shallow sea to scout for information and had not gone deep into the sea, it would have been impossible for them to be attacked by marine phase. Hence, these 2 spirit chi professionals had very likely died at the hands of other spirit chi professionals. At that moment, Listen said, "Young master." The first message they reported back was that there were damaged corpses of Goldwater World dimensional lifeforms along the coast. I think there should be a Water World dimensional rift nearby this offshore coast. Lin Yuan needed the Goldwater World dimensional lifeforms' flesh, but he wasn't the least happy after this piece of information. Instead, his brow furrowed even more. Lin Yuan said in a deep voice, "Regardless of whether this shallow nearshore sea is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, or if someone is coveting it, I have to see what kind of foul play is hidden in it." Lin Yuan was currently puzzled. How could the damaged corpses of Goldwater World dimensional lifeforms appear on this shore? After they died, their flesh would soon rot and sink to the bottom of the sea. The marine phase in the ocean consists of animal species, plant species, and insect species marine phase. After the water world dimensional lifeforms' flesh rot, the fishy smell would also become highly toxic. Most of the animal species phase among the marine phase didn't like to eat it. However, the flesh of these dead and rotten water world dimensional lifeforms was a feast for the plant and insect species phase among the marine phase. Therefore, it was unusual that the flesh of Goldwater World dimensional lifeforms would be found on the shore. The only possibility Lin Yuan could think of was that the Goldwater World dimensional lifeforms had been blasted to death at a location very close to the shore. The sudden blast must have made the flesh still carry the strong cell vitality when it was detached from the Goldwater World dimensional lifeforms' bodies. When the Goldwater World dimensional lifeforms' flesh with strong cellular activity was washed to the shore by the waves, it had also happened to be discovered by the 2 spirit chi professionals with platinum phase that Listen had sent out. At the time of discovery, the cellular activity in these Goldwater World dimensional lifeforms' flesh was considered to have completely disappeared. The rotting must have begun to take place, just not yet fully rotten. Lin Yuan had seen with his own eyes the rotting speed of the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh. When the two spirit chi professionals Listen had sent out had seen the gold water world dimensional lifeform's flesh at the shore, the dimensional lifeform should have just died. The marine phase distributed in the coasted shallow sea were weak, so it was hard to completely block the open water world dimensional rift. Hence, the water world dimensional lifeforms would attack the cities on the shore. This required the spirit chi professionals living close to the shallow sea near the shore to step in to fight against the water world dimensional lifeforms that wreaked havoc on the shore. However, what puzzled Lin Yuan the most was that Indigo Azure City's residents were not even aware of the water world dimensional rift. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and asked Listen, "Are there many fays in this shallow nearshore sea under the listening heron chamber of commerce's control that can effectively resist the water world dimensional rift? Have there been any cases of water world dimensional lifeforms attacking the shore?" Listen immediately answered, "Back then, my grandfather and father had chosen to use the listening heron chamber of commerce's entire resources to take control of this shallow nearshore sea because there were extremely many shellfish fays in it. The shells, meat, and pearls these shellfish fays contain are all high-quality resources. The shellfish fays' attacking ability is not strong. Due to their numbers, they are the plankton's predators. Therefore, most marine fays rely on shellfish fays to survive. The beak-billed spiny fish and the shellfish-eating armored turtles have more numbers than the rest marine fays. Although the beak-billed spiny fish and shellfish-eating armored turtles are ferocious when it comes to the shellfish fays, they are the water world dimensional lifeform's prey. However, due to the numerous beak-billed spiny fish, there's also a large group of tail-cutting shadow sharks that feed on them in this sea. When Lin Yuan heard this, he knew that this shallow nearshore sea was very dangerous. Unfortunately, the local marine fays were destined to be unable to effectively resist the fays that emerged from the water world dimensional rift. The tail-cutting shadow sharks were a group of very special ferocious fays in the sea. Their existence meant that there wouldn't be large predators in this sea. The school of tail-cutting shadow sharks would be the first to remove any threats to their own lives in their territory. If large predators existed in this sea, it would mean that they had killed the school of tail-cutting shadow sharks. There was only one school of tail-cutting shadow sharks in the sea, even if they were extremely strong individually. Due to the limited numbers, their suppressive power against the numerous water world dimensional lifeforms was too small. Even if these tail-cutting shadow sharks were to madly kill, they could not wipe out a small half of the water world dimensional lifeforms. At that moment, Listen added, "In the earlier years, this shallow nearshore sea would be invaded by water world dimensional lifeforms once or twice almost every month. As long as the water world dimensional rift remains open, it will not be peaceful." Listen's tone became extremely grave. However, 3 years ago, the invasion of the water world dimensional lifeforms never happened. Lin Yuan felt that everything became more bizarre. He thought for a long time but still couldn't make sense of it. It seemed that he still needed to explore the shallow nearshore sea under the listening heron chamber of commerce's control to unravel the truth. Lin Yuan glanced at the mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer and said, "Endless Summer, mother of Bloodbath, you two hide in the shadows first when we arrive at Indigo Azure City. If no one's life is in danger, you need not make a move." After learning that the two spirit chi professionals Listen had sent out had died, Lin Yuan started feeling that the Zheng family was not the only one coveting the listening heron chamber of commerce's shallow nearshore sea. Since a pinnacle king-class expert from the Zheng family had come to the royal capital and made a move on the listening heron chamber of commerce, attempting to kill Listen, this meant that the Zheng family was determined to get this shallow nearshore sea. The Zheng family did not need to kill these two spirit chi professionals who were scouting at the shallow nearshore sea. These two spirit chi professionals with platinum phase had most likely found a secret that absolutely couldn't be divulged. If they wanted to kill these two spirit chi professionals and not let them have a chance to convey the message back to Listen, that person must be at least at the level of Fei Chenxiong. The Zheng family was in the light, while Lin Yuan was in the dark. Although the Zheng family was strong, they were a visible enemy to Lin Yuan. Often, the enemy in the dark was the most terrifying. It was just like young Master Zheng in the royal capital, who had learned he had lost a pinnacle king-class expert. He would probably not be able to sleep peacefully during this period. What made Lin Yuan feel a little troubled was that if other people were coveting the shallow nearshore sea in the dark beside the Zheng family, then these enemies in the dark were an unknown hidden danger. After the Zheng family had made a move on the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, this faction in the dark still coveted the shallow nearshore sea. In other words, this faction certainly had the power to fight against the Zheng family. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's shallow nearshore sea didn't have legs and wouldn't run. If there was no absolute support of power, they simply couldn't snatch it from the Zheng family. The Mother of Bloodbath replied upon receiving Lin Yuan's order. If we encounter a sneak attack from an Emperor-class expert, it's hard to stop it at once if we're hidden in the dark. Sister Summer is not good at concealment, so she'll hide in the shadows. Although the law I control is blood, my species and exclusive skills are extremely good at concealment. Even an Emperor-class expert will not notice me if I'm by your side. Endless Summer fiddled with the bell on its bracelet that was hidden in the pink-purple embroidered ball-shaped flower and said, Sister Blood and I are both near and far, respectively. While Sister Blood protects your safety closely, I will keep an eye on you guys from a distance. I'll also see how many pairs of eyes are watching you from the shadows. Lin Yuan nodded in response. When the Mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan nod, the corners of its mouth on its expressionless face curved up into a pleasant arc. It relied on the Path Protector contract between it and Lin Yuan and spoke in his mind in a voice that only he could hear. I'm your Path Protector. Your safety must come first. Lin Yuan's heart warmed up upon hearing that. In fact, during the time Lin Yuan had been spending time with the Mother of Bloodbath, he had almost forgotten that it was his Path Protector. However, the Mother of Bloodbath had been silently performing its duties as a Path Protector. At that moment, a scarlet luster flickered around the Mother of Bloodbath that was on the long-backed swan's back. This scarlet luster made one feel as if they saw a sticky blood pool. Everyone could obviously feel the long-backed swan's body trembling faintly, obviously scared. If Endless Summer and the Mother of Bloodbath hadn't used their aura to control the long-backed swan when they transformed, the long-backed swan would have been frightened by the Mother of Bloodbath's aura and fallen to the ground. The Mother of Bloodbath was a bird-catching spider. Besides its quality's mightiness, it also possessed its species' intimidation trait. The Mother of Bloodbath shrunk to the size of a centimeter, just as when it had first become Lin Yuan's Path Protector. However, the Mother of Bloodbath didn't land on the leaf-shaped face storage box hanging on Lin Yuan's chest. Instead, it landed on his hair and hid between it. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Endless Summer, and Listen had long known that the Mother of Bloodbath was a suzerain/myth breed fae. Only Zhou Luo, who was on the back of the long-backed swan, didn't know about the Mother of Bloodbath's identity. When Zhou Luo now saw the Mother of Bloodbath change from human form to a scarlet spider, hidden between Lin Yuan's hair, his eyes immediately widened. He gulped wildly and sighed in his heart. How lucky am I to be able to have an opportunity to join such a strong faction. This legendary suzerain/myth Tufei was actually next to him, and based on the conversation just now between the woman who had turned into a spider and that abnormally gentle-looking woman, although Zhou Luo wasn't sure if the latter was a fae, the latter must have a strength of an Emperor-class expert. Just as Zhou Luo was shocked, Lin Yuan called him out. After we arrive at Indigo Azure City, you don't need to move with us first. When Zhou Luo heard Lin Yuan's words, he immediately suppressed his shock and was ready to receive his orders. At the same time, Zhou Luo was already prepared to face the danger. When making the servant oath, Zhou Luo knew that his life no longer belonged to him while he obtained resources. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan's following words gave Zhou Luo an indescribable feeling. Your iron bone iguana grew a second head and mutated into a lava iguana after using 5 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish. When it mutated into a lava iguana, it was promoted from Platinum 9 to Platinum X. I see that the lava iguana is only one flawless dragon's mouth orchid flower away from the stimulation of its dragon species bloodline. I have one here for you to do that. Lin Yuan had 2 flawless dragon's mouth orchid flowers from the resources he had exchanged with the 30-flower brocade pearls in his purchase with No Lost Stores fan club. Flawless dragon's mouth orchid flowers were not considered very rare in the market and could be auctioned for nearly 1 million radiance dollars on the Rare Lifeform Pavilion. When the lava iguana stimulated the dragon species bloodline in its body, it had a high chance of breaking through the limit of its grade and advancing from Platinum X to Diamond I. This huge increase in its grade would allow the lava iguana to become a diamond/fantasy breed fae. It was the same as saying that it allowed Zhou Luo to step up from the bottom level of a king-class expert to the level of a mid-level one. As a result, he would also be able to complete his mission better. However, if Lin Yuan only had that one epic dragon's mouth orchid flower, he wouldn't have given it to Zhou Luo to use. The epic dragon's mouth orchid flower was the most top-notch dragon's mouth orchid flower that had ever appeared on the market. Such things were not something that could be bought with radiance dollars. Lin Yuan preferred to let the white-clothed followers he nurtured get their own resources. He couldn't afford to pour in all the resources to improve his white-clothed followers' strength. If that were the case, Lin Yuan might as well change his name from Lin Yuan to Big Head Lin. He wouldn't do such a disproportional give and take. However, the flawless dragon's mouth orchid would be harmless. Despite this, it could allow Zhou Luo to feel moved from the bottom of his heart. Although Zhou Luo had been grateful to Lin Yuan for investing a bronze/epic dark snake dragon lizard and 5 heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls on him, he hadn't been moved. This was because such a resource had been exchanged with Zhou Luo's servant oath. However, the flawless dragon's mouth orchid was not. If it was before, Zhou Luo would need to accumulate resources for 2 years to get his hands on the flawless dragon's mouth orchid. Even if the iron bone iguana had mutated into a lava iguana, and Zhou Luo's strength had been boosted, in his opinion, he would now need at least 8 months to earn money for the flawless dragon's mouth orchid. The faction to which he had dedicated all his loyalty had given him such a gift before he had made any contribution during his first mission. This made the emotions of gratitude in Zhou Luo's heart churn even more. At that moment, Lin Yuan glanced at Listen and said, "Listen, what do you think the Zheng family's young master Zheng will feel if he learns that you've suddenly returned to the listening heron chamber of Commerce's old mansion?" When Listen heard Lin Yuan's words, he frowned slightly and pondered. After pondering for a long time, Listen suddenly smiled and said, "The Zheng family is a veteran faction. As one of the 3 major factions in Indigo Azure City, they could be said to be supreme. If I were the Zheng family's young master Zheng and I suddenly found that the target I want to kill returned to Indigo Azure City from the royal capital alive, even if the Zheng family could determine that the pinnacle king-class expert sent out has died, they would at most only suspect that the death is related to me but can't confirm it. The shallow nearshore sea is imperative to the Zheng family. I think the Zheng family will send experts to kill me again." When Lin Yuan heard Listen's words, he asked, "Then what kind of expert do you think the Zheng family will send to attack you?" In Lin Yuan's opinion, the Zheng family would definitely send an expert to attack Listen. But the main purpose of that would not necessarily be for Listen to die immediately. Rather, it was to prove whether or not the death of the pinnacle king-class expert that they had sent had anything to do with Listen. This was frankly a test. Someone who could silently kill a pinnacle king-class expert with Diamond X/Fantasy 4 Fae at least had Emperor-class strength. No veteran faction would casually use an Emperor-class expert. Before the Zheng family was sure how strong the Emperor-class expert that had killed the pinnacle king-class expert really was, they would never let their own Emperor-class experts easily take risks. The loss of a pinnacle king-class expert must have been very painful for the Zheng family. Thus, in Lin Yuan's opinion, the Zheng family's king-class expert shouldn't be too strong and was at most at Fei Qianxiong's level. The Zheng family must have been ready to lose a king-class expert for this scouting attempt. Listen answered Lin Yuan's question. "I can't say what kind of expert the Zheng family will send. It should be either a king-class or emperor-class expert. The king-class expert is more likely." Listen paused for a moment and then added, "But I know young master won't let the Zheng family kill me." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and replied, "That's for sure." Besides the resources that Lin Yuan could invest in Listen, if the Zheng family killed Listen, Lin Yuan would have made ducks and drakes of his previous effort. In addition, Listen had issued an allegiance oath to Lin Yuan and was a part of Lin Yuan's private faction, Sky City. Lin Yuan wouldn't let the Zheng family lay hands on the members of his own faction. Listen, since you've returned to Indigo Azure City from the royal capital, you naturally have to return to the old mansion. After Lin Yuan finished speaking to Listen, he turned to Endless Summer, who was sitting beside him in a lotus position, and said, Endless Summer, when Listen returns to the listening heron chamber of Commerce's old mansion, protect him in the dark just like you did in the royal capital. Endless Summer nodded at his words. Then Endless Summer lifted its pale hands and shook the diamond Fey storage box hanging at the wrist and replied, There are still the corpses of 2 high-grade dark-type Feys in here. When the time comes, Sister Blood will divide the spiritual materials in their bodies properly. When Lin Yuan heard Endless Summer say that, he recalled the time when the Mother of Bloodbath had split the corpse of that pinnacle suzerain/myth 2 crow without any waste. The Mother of Bloodbath pondered for a moment and said, Since they're 2 high-grade dark-type fantasy breed Feys, their willpower should both be relatively strong. I'll carefully divide when we return to the royal capital to see if I can control the blood with the blood law and stimulate their cellular activity to preserve the willpower in their minds to the maximum. As they went on their journey, they were getting closer and closer to the Indigo Azure City. Lin Yuan felt that the surrounding temperature was significantly higher than when he was in the royal capital. The air above the sea also faintly carried a salty sea breeze. On the back of the platinum long-backed swan, Lin Yuan could already faintly see the outline of Indigo Azure City. This city by the sea was too huge. Even when Lin Yuan was high in the sky, the area within his sight could only encompass 1/10 or 2/10 of this huge city. A light blue dragon's mouth orchid only half the size of a palm appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. He handed it to Zhou Luo and said, Let your lava iguana evolve first and wait for me to contact you. After saying that, Lin Yuan thought for a moment and took out another tube of dark gold blood and added, Take this tube of diamond dragon blood as well. If the flawless dragon's mouth orchid can't stimulate the dragon species bloodline in the lava iguana's body, this tube of blood should be able to provide a supplementary effect. Some unknown variations would occasionally accompany the stimulation of the dragon species bloodline in a Fey. So Lin Yuan provided a tube of diamond dragon species Fey's blood for Zhou Luo, which was considered being prepared. Zhou Luo took Lin Yuan's gift and said, Young master, one day is enough time for the lava iguana to awaken the dragon species bloodline in its body and advance its grade. If you don't contact me after that, I'll go to that shallow nearshore sea of the listening heron chamber of commerce to inquire about any news. Lin Yuan suddenly noticed that a determined emotion had appeared in Zhou Luo's eyes during this moment. Zhou Luo had also taken the initiative to undertake the mission after knowing the purpose of his trip. This situation indicated that Zhou Luo had somehow started to devote more than just loyalty to himself. Okay, but since someone is secretly watching that shallow nearshore sea, you shouldn't put yourself in danger by going there. There is a guild alliance branch near that shallow nearshore sea. You should be able to gain something by going there to investigate. Besides the fact that true top-notch factions had their own news intelligence connections, the Guild Alliance's news was undoubtedly considered being the most comprehensive. After all, the Guild Alliance was filled with Spirit Chi professionals, and many of them were from Indigo Azure City. These Spirit Chi professionals lived in Indigo Azure City all year round, so someone might know some useful information. At that moment, Listen suddenly thought of something and said, Young master, there'll be a grand Indigo Azure Sea Market in Indigo Azure City before the riotous period of the Dimensional Rift every decade. Almost all the local factions and individuals in Indigo Azure City will sell spiritual materials and Feys they have collected in the sea during these 10 years at this sea market. Many of the sea spiritual materials and Feys there are rare and odd things. There are always people who buy them, but there are times when even Class 4 creation masters misjudge. Listen paused for a moment and said, I think we should be able to find the flesh of the high-grade marine dimensional life form you wanted before in this sea market. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He took a mask engraved with the pattern of the majestic sky city out of the diamond Fey storage box and put it on his face before saying, The Zheng family should make a move on you on the night you return. Big Brother Lu and I will visit you early the next morning at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's old mansion, and you'll take us to the Indigo Azure Sea Market. As soon as Lin Yuan said that, the mother of Bloodbath, Endless Summer, and Lu Jia all put a strange mask engraved with the pattern of clouds on their faces. At that moment, the eyes behind Lin Yuan's mask displayed a sharpness that had never been shown before. It was time for the Sky City, which had never shown itself before, to appear in the ears of the major factions. In a study room with various platinum phase and plants, a middle-aged man with sinister eyes was standing in front of the table. All of a sudden, he viciously kicked at the youth who was kneeling on the ground with the same sinister eyes as him and snarled, "How did I, Zhang Jianglu, have a son as stupid as you?" The youth who the middle-aged man had kicked lowered his head, not daring to say anything. At that moment, an old man standing beside the middle-aged man heartbreakingly glanced at the youth and said, "Master, Wenba already knows his mistake. Besides, an expert who can kill Elder Nyo without any surge is at least an Emperor Class 1. It's useless for you to blame Wenba." The old man's back was straight, and he spoke with a cedar-like aura. When the youth on the ground heard the old man's words, he hurriedly said, "Father, listen to what Grandpa Jiao said. If an Emperor-class expert really attacked Elder Nyo, what could I have done? Besides, I told Elder Nyo to attack Listen because you said that you have second young master support on your side, and I wanted to quickly complete the mission you gave me. This is so that our third lineage's hard work can finally be paid for after so many years." When the sinister-eyed middle-aged man, Zhang Jianglu, heard that his son was able to talk so much and find so many excuses, he actually wanted to send another kick. Nonetheless, he held back when he heard the later part. The Zheng family's third lineage had constantly been collecting the nearshore coastal resources for several years, but had not dared to really develop the resources. This had also led to the suppression of the Zheng family's third lineage by the other three lineages. The reason that his son had let Elder Nyo attack Listen was to allow the third lineage to have complete control over Indigo Azure City's nearshore coastal resources as soon as possible. He would also have done the same himself. However, Elder Nyo's death had caused the third lineage to have one less Pinnacle King-class expert. Moreover, Elder Nyo was also good at scouting among the Pinnacle King-class experts. Such an ability was very useful to a faction. Such a loss was more heartbreaking to Zhang Jianglu than simply losing a peak King-class expert. Zhang Jianglu glanced at his son on the ground with a lowered head and asked with a snort, "Do you have an understanding of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's background?" Zhang Wenba froze for a moment when he heard his father's question, but shook his head and answered, "The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has no background. If it did, how could it have been played by the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce? Their online and offline resources have been devoured without any ground to fight back." Even after thinking all the way back to Indigo Azure City from the royal capital, Zhang Wenba didn't think that Elder Nyo had died at the hands of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Although Zhang Wenba vaguely remembered that Bai Chenghu and Bai Chengxiong of the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce had told him that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had found a backer, he felt that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was lying. Otherwise, Bai Chenghu and Bai Chengxiong would have suffered a calamity long ago, and it wouldn't have been Elder Nyo's turn. When Zhang Jianglu heard his son's words, he knew that his son had done nothing on the trip to the royal capital. The Pinnacle King-class expert by his side had died. Yet he didn't even know who he had offended. Elder Nyo had really died in vain. Listen has returned to Indigo Azure City from the royal capital. He's now in the former old mansion of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. The person I sent there 3 hours ago has not returned yet. Listen, however, is still alive and well. Zhang Jiangliu's words made Zhang Wenba's pupils shrink. So Elder Nyo had actually died at the hands of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. However, no matter how Zhang Wenba thought about it, he couldn't understand how the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had such ability. Why did they have to endure the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce's trampling? However, all the facts were there, and Zhang Wenba had to believe them. The old man with a straight back suddenly said, "Master, why don't you let me test how strong this Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce is?" As he spoke, the old man's cedar-like aura became even stronger, and it carried an indefinable sense of sharpness that was extremely difficult to distinguish. Zhang Jianglu hurriedly replied, "Uncle Jiao, there's no need to trouble you. Your main fey, the cold snow pine, is now faintly about to break through to Myth 2 and take its human form. Don't let these trivial matters delay your main fey from going to endure the upcoming world cleansing." As Zhang Jianglu spoke, he had a more sinister look in his eyes. The old man with a straight back responded, "Master, if we can't take down the listening heron chamber of commerce's shallow nearshore sea before the dimensional rifts revolt, I'm afraid we won't be able to explain it to second young master." When Zhang Jianglu heard the word, second young master, his sinister gaze revealed scruples and plans. Zhang Jianglu answered in a deep voice, "Since second young master's side wants to have 50% of our third lineage's shallow nearshore sea, I think second young master won't stay by and do nothing if I have difficulties." Lin Yuan was currently sitting side by side with Lu Jie in a special guest house and eating the special barbecued seafood. At that moment, a message notification appeared on Lin Yuan's cell phone. Lin Yuan took a look at his cell phone and found that it was as he had expected. The Zheng family had sent another king-class expert to assassinate Listen. There were just less than 5 days from the next dimensional rift riot period, leaving Lin Yuan not much time to explore the listening heron chamber of commerce's shallow nearshore sea. For Lin Yuan, the easiest way to explore the shallow nearshore sea was to have red thorns spread the sea of flowers underwater. The sea of flowers spread by red thorn's ortet was equivalent to a part of red thorn's body. Lin Yuan could completely use it as his eyes to explore the shallow nearshore sea. Before he could spread red thorn's sea of flowers underwater to uncover the secrets of this shallow nearshore sea, red thorn undoubtedly needed to devour more flesh of gold waterworld dimensional lifeforms so that its water-type exhalation ability could be inherited from the ortet to the child rammet. This all depended on whether he could purchase the flesh of gold waterworld dimensional lifeforms at tomorrow's Indigo Azure Sea Market. Lin Yuan was looking forward to the Indigo Azure Sea Market the next day. He needed to gather the resources that he needed to use before going to bed. Each Indigo Azure Sea Market was the accumulation of 10 years of Indigo Azure City, a giant city by the sea. Therefore, if there were any precious phase or rare spiritual materials in the Indigo Azure Sea Market and he couldn't get any bargaining chips, it would be embarrassing for Lin Yuan. At that moment, he noticed Lu Jie, who was eating the charcoal-grilled octopus balls, frowning more and more. After chewing the last octopus ball on the stick and swallowing it, the corner of Lu Jie's mouth twitched, revealing a hint of disdain. Upon seeing that, Lin Yuan hurriedly asked, "Big brother Lu, is there any problem?" Lu Jie first nodded and then shook his head. Immediately afterward, Lu Jie replied, "The store owner added some seaweed to this octopus ball. If the seaweed was boiled in water, it'd taste better after dipped in sauce. But apart from the octopus fat in this octopus ball, the store owner also added some lard, which makes the freshness of the seaweed fishy. Furthermore, the octopus tentacles in the octopus balls are too shredded. It's not al dente when chewing. Also, in the honey sauce of the barbecue brush, there's obviously too much water added to the flower spot bee's honey, resulting in the honey sauce not becoming mellow enough." Lin Yuan froze as he heard Lu Jie say so much. This special guest house was very famous in Indigo Azure City, and the special barbecued seafood was even its signature dish. Although it didn't feel as good as the meat skewers Lu Jie grilled inside the mansion, it was still okay. Lu Jie was a great chef after all. He could find so many shortcomings in the octopus balls with just a casual tasting. What a good tongue. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed the hand of the lady boss, who was standing near his table and pouring snow clam soup to the customers on another table, had frozen. Apparently, this lady boss had overheard their discussion, and the warm smile on her face had frozen a bit. Lin Yuan didn't think there was anything wrong with the taste of these octopus balls. But after listening to Lu Jie's review and then tasting the octopus balls, Lin Yuan instead tasted the taste of lard within. Based on Lin Yuan's experience of eating blackback mountain boar all year round, the lard inside the octopus balls obviously came from the blackback mountain boar. This made Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel that these octopus balls were more delicious. After eating the special barbecue in the guest house, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie hurriedly soaked in the hot spring and left the lady boss site. The lady boss had been squinting her eyes and smiling like a weasel. Her smile was kind of treacherous. Lin Yuan couldn't help but think of a saying. Those with squinting eyes are either bigwigs or monsters. Lin Yuan and Lu Jia each returned to their rooms, and after the former returned to his room, he entered his spirit-lock spatial zone. As soon as he did that, Lin Yuan felt that he was almost blinded by the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree leaves. Nearly 600 leaves sealed with the mid-grade strange flames were glowing with bright flames, causing the spirit-lock spatial zone to be reflected as if it existed in an illusionary realm of aurora. Chimey was sleeping on the bird's nest surrounded by the branches and leaves of the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree. The speed at which it was absorbing the energy in the nest was obviously much faster than before. The energy transmitted by the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree made Chimey's pale blue feathers dyed with a layer of beautiful light. Just like Chimey, Gray was eating or sleeping on the cinnabar sweet osmanthus for the whole day. At that moment, a trace of gray feathers disappeared from Gray's body. It had white feathers attached to its wings and a smear of red on the top of its head. This red was more splendid than the flowers that the cinnabar sweet osmanthus bloomed. However, this red was very light, obviously not fully developed yet. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It's almost the end for Gray's genetic model and secondary development. It now looks very graceful. I wonder what it will look like after its genetic model is fully developed. After sorting out in his spirit-lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan found that rare resources he could take out were actually completely jade-textured wood and the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. He didn't plan to trade out the source-type items that he had gotten before again. Lin Yuan had previously given all the completely jade-textured wood to Hu Quan. It would take a few days for the new batch of completely jade-textured wood to mature. Thus, what he was able to spend at will now were the 2 large brocade boxes of fire-type heavenly maiden-grade pearls that he had collected recently. He stored them in his amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box and took out 5 feys, which he had previously gathered in the endless forest's depths. Most of the people that peddled supplies in the Indigo Azure Sea Market were the spirit chi professionals living in Indigo Azure City. They lived with the sea, and their flying fays and aquatic fays were the most precious to them. While wild harvesting in the endless forest, Lin Yuan had not obtained any aquatic fays, but he had a lot of flying fays. The 5 flying fays he took out were exactly 5 of the same species, the wind speech sparrows. He had saved these 5 young birds from the mouth of a giant tree-resting viper. While doing so, he had also collected the giant tree-resting viper. When he had saved those 5 young wind speech sparrows, they were obviously dying of hunger. This meant that their parents had not returned to the nest for at least 2 days. When the wind speech sparrows were nurturing their young, they would never leave too far away from the nest. This showed that these 2 adult wind speech sparrows had become food for other predators while foraging for food. After these 5 young wind speech sparrows saw Lin Yuan, they immediately rejoiced and then manipulated the wind element to simulate human-like sounds. It was just like how Lin Yuan heard "Hello, Dad" 5 times now. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan touched the 5 little birds' heads affectionately and said, "Daddy will promote your grade and quality and sell you 5 little guys at a good price." It wasn't easy for fays to interact with humans. Many fays wanted to interact with humans normally and even had to be promoted to suzerain to do so. It was a rare thing for wind speech sparrows to use the wind to simulate sound to communicate with humans when they were at normal. Furthermore, after the wind speech sparrows reached bronze, they would evolve into wind chain sparrows. The wind chain sparrows could manipulate the wind element to form chains to bind and pull on the target. It was considered a kind of support-type fae with stronger control abilities. High-grade wind chain sparrows' wind chains could even help the contractor catch fays or spiritual materials at the bottom of the sea. For spirit chi professionals who made a living at the seaside, it was a rare fae. Even if Lin Yuan could raise these 5 wind speech sparrows to bronze/epic, it couldn't help them grow better. Therefore, finding 5 good owners and 5 suitable willpower runes for them was also a way to find the best future for these 5 wind speech sparrows. Lin Yuan channeled his spiritual power and injected a large amount of spirit chi into their bodies. When these 5 wind speech sparrows' grades constantly rose until they reached elite/epic, Lin Yuan found that his palm was obviously a bit crowded when he held up these 5 little guys. Their feathers were not really gorgeous. All of them had a light greenish hue, with a black line on their back. When Lin Yuan broke through these 5 wind speech sparrows' grades from elite to bronze, they underwent a rapid metamorphosis. Lin Yuan saw that the 4 of the 5 little guys on his palm were still light green, but the feathers on their bodies became as strong as bone plates. Their sharp beak and claws also became sharper. The black line on their backs grew a row of feathers that could greatly enhance their speed like the edge of a knife. However, one of the wind speech sparrow's bodies suddenly turned white when it reached bronze, while the rest of its body was not much different from the other 4 wind chain sparrows. Lin Yuan knew that this wind speech sparrow had mutated when it had been promoted. He raised these 5 little fellows' grades and quality to bronze X/epic and used Morbius True Data to check the white wind chain sparrow's attribute. Fey name: Wind Net Sparrow, Fey species. Plosiades/Sparrow, Fey grade. Bronze, 10/10. Fey type Wind, Fey quality. Epic. After checking the attributes, Lin Yuan realized that the wind chain sparrow had mutated into a wind net sparrow. In his opinion, he wasn't sure whether such a mutation should be described as good or bad. However, its benefits should outweigh the disadvantages. According to its grade, the wind chain sparrow could usually make a varying number of wind chains according to its grade to control and attack. However, the wind net sparrow could throw out a wind net made up of wind chains. Despite the large area of the wind net, it was less powerful than the wind chain. Nonetheless, the wind net sparrow was undoubtedly more practical than the wind chain sparrow for catching fays in the sea. Lin Yuan chose the most suitable exclusive skill out of the 3 that had appeared for these 4 wind chain sparrow and 1 wind net sparrow. Then he dragged his hand, and these 5 little guys flew into the sky. Lin Yuan found that they flew in the same way, with wings flapping so fast his eyes could only see a cloud of shadows, and he noticed something that dumbfounded him. The 5 little guys were quarreling in the sky by using the wind element to simulate the human voice. Lin Yuan was a little dizzy. Where did they learn to curse? Was it maternal genetics? He hurriedly stored them in the diamond face storage box. He originally wanted to find the same buyer for these 5 little ones so that they wouldn't be separated. But now it seemed that he was simply thinking too much. These 5 little guys didn't have a deep relationship. How many grudges had they accumulated in the nest over food? If Lin Yuan hadn't stopped it quickly, these 5 little fellows would probably have started a big fight. When Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he found that the sun had risen in the sky of Indigo Azure City. He could clearly feel the humidity within this Indigo Azure City's guesthouse. However, there was a salty taste of the sea that was unique to the seaside city. Just as Lin Yuan was about to find Lu Jie, he found that Lu Jie was standing at the door fully dressed like a guard. When he saw Lin Yuan come out, Lu Jie handed over the cup of milkshake he was holding and said, "This milkshake is made with the antelope milk of the gold fay, mountain-leaping antelope, with snow rice added inside. It's nutritious and filling. It's much better than the seafood porridge in the guest house. I just saw that the oyster meat of the seafood porridge was at the very least taken out last night and is no longer fresh." While Lu Jie was talking, Lin Yuan noticed that the squinting lady boss and the squinting boss exchanged glances. When the squinting lady boss poured the kanji for a customer, she deliberately poured a few extra pieces of oyster meat. This made Lin Yuan feel a little weird. After hurriedly leaving the guest house with Lu Jie, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie headed to the listening heron chamber of Commerce's old mansion by a flying fay. They were both wearing Hu Quan's strange masks made of completely jade-textured wood silk threads. The completely jade-textured wood silk thread processed from the wood weaving house centipede's body had become somewhat different from the properties of completely jade-textured wood. The completely jade-textured wood would emit a faint jade-textured luster even without spirit chi. In contrast, the completely jade-textured silk threads produced in the wood weaving house centipede's body would not change significantly in a low concentration of spirit chi. When it came to a high concentration of spirit chi, the completely jade-textured silk threads produced from the wood weaving house centipede's body had a stronger jade-textured luster than the completely jade-textured wood itself. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly heard the mother of Bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice. "Help me buy more spiritual materials that contain blood energy in the Indigo Azure Sea market." I'm going to advance to Myth 3 as soon as possible. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied without the slightest hesitation. Okay. Tell me if you fancy any in the Indigo Azure Sea market. He naturally wouldn't refuse the Mother of Bloodbath's request. He remembered that not much time had passed since it had broken through to Myth 2. In such a short period, the Mother of Bloodbath was actually preparing to reach Myth 3. Wasn't this a little too fast? The Mother of Bloodbath lurked between Lin Yuan's hair and made a decision. As Lin Yuan began to form his private faction, the Mother of Bloodbath discovered that it was still a little too weak. There was a clear distinction between Myth 2 and Myth 3. It could only be killed if it faced a Myth 3 enemy. However, as Lin Yuan constantly developed his faction, there might be a day all the enemies were pinnacle Emperor-class experts. At that time, if it was still at this level, it couldn't help Lin Yuan or perform the duties as a path protector. The Mother of Bloodbath had always had a secret. It could enhance its strength by infinitely devouring blood energy. It was for this reason that the Mother of Bloodbath had not remained a Diamond/Fantasy V for long and reached Myth I directly. Such a progression had almost caused it to perish under the world cleansing. This painful lesson had made the Mother of Bloodbath's grade that was higher than Endless Summer fall behind. Now that Endless Summer was at Myth 3, it might have a chance to see if it could pass the world cleansing with Endless Summer's help and advance to Myth 3. If it succeeded in reaching Myth 3, it could become a pinnacle myth breed Fae by quickly devouring blood chi energy. That was also the degree of a pinnacle Emperor-class expert. At that time, it would be qualified to nurture the blood law into a small world of blood. With the body of a myth breed, it would get its hands on creation. It would become a creation breed. Early in the morning in the Indigo Azure Sea market, Lin Yuan was wearing a set of moon-white spirit chi clothing that looked very simple, with only a few subtle designs highlighting its uniqueness. Under a closer look, he found this moon-white spirit chi clothing strung with many moon-white rice beads. These rice beads were coiled together to form 5 kinds of fortune patterns. When Lin Yuan had previously given Hu Quan the completely jade-textured spiritual materials, that earliest batch had a long strip of white sandalwood that was simply too small. Hu Quan could only do a pair of chopsticks. Thus, this completely jade-textured white sandalwood had been left behind. When you had seen the evolution of the Dragon Phoenix landscape carp into the Mountain River Eternal Life carp some time ago and had perhaps found some inspiration, she had taken the remaining completely jade-textured white sandalwood and warm silk and had chosen 5 of the 6 fortune patterns on the Dragon Phoenix landscape carp to make this set of moon-white spirit chi clothes. It looked unusually low-key on Lin Yuan. At the same time, it made his youthfulness graceful. Lin Yuan looked at the many stalls and in front of him and couldn't help but sigh a little. There were simply too many stalls in the Indigo Azure Sea market. These stalls were like a maze, all clumped together. It would take an unknown amount of time to walk out of this sea market. Lin Yuan had thought that the Indigo Azure Sea market would be like most trading markets, which were dirty and noisy. However, this Indigo Azure Sea market not only looked clean, but it also didn't have any strange smell. Although he smelled nothing strange, Genius that Lin Yuan held in his arms scrunched its nose and said cutely, "Yuan, the fishy smell here is so strong. I can't breathe." Lin Yuan hurriedly took a mint leaf out of the diamond Fey storage box, used his finger to whisk out its juice, and put it on Genius' nose. When Listen heard Genius' words and saw that Lin Yuan was twitching his nose, as if he was distinguishing the fishy smell Genius was talking about, he explained, "The Indigo Azure Sea Market is the biggest official event of Indigo Azure City every decade. Thus, the Indigo Azure Guards will set up the venue in advance and let the Shellfish Vapor Corals release shellfish vapor before it opens. This affects the spirit chi professionals who buy, sell, and trade in the Indigo Azure Sea Market and allow them not to smell any odor. Most Fays have a more developed sense of smell than spirit chi professionals and have stronger immunity against the Shellfish Vapor Coral's shellfish vapor, so they can smell what's in the market." After listening to Listen's explanation, Lin Yuan felt that the Indigo Azure City's officials were really talented. However, what was the difference between this and being afraid of smelling in a shithole without using one's nose to breathe but mouth? Lin Yuan looked at Genius's sickly appearance and stored it back into the spirit lock spatial zone. He didn't understand. Genius was clearly a cat species fae but had never liked to eat fish. It would hide far away whenever it smelled the smell of fish. On the contrary, it loved the meat of a blackback mountain boar. At that moment, he suddenly heard several violent hissing sounds. The source was not far away from his ears. Lin Yuan looked in the sound direction and saw 3 blood-red snake species fays locked in an iron cage. They were furiously hitting the iron cage with their bodies. However, when doing so, although the sound was loud, the iron cage was not damaged at all. The vendor of the 3 blood-red snake species fays hurriedly picked up the stone bowl at the side and sprinkled the yellow powder in it on the fays. Upon feeling this yellow powder, the 3 blood-red snake species fays were immediately worn out, and their hissing sounds were weakened a lot. Lu Jie said with a sigh. He actually used realgar to sprinkle on these 3 red water blood snakes. Such fays like them that rely on blood energy to live are most afraid of realgar. A large amount of realgar powder can vaguely damage the red water blood snake's roots in a moment. If he sprinkles such a large amount of realgar 3 times, I'm afraid these 3 young red water blood snakes will die. Lin Yuan frowned. The realgar would enter through the red water blood snake's scales into their blood. They were fays that lived on blood, and the fusion of the realgar into their blood might only have a suppressive effect on other snake fays, but it was fatal to the red water blood snake. Obviously, this vendor was not a creation master and didn't know much about such fays like the red water blood snake. The vendor had probably just happened to catch them in the wild and was just in time for the Indigo Azure Sea Market. As a result, he sold them at the Indigo Azure Sea Market. Although the red water blood snake was very rare, few spirit chi professionals would be willing to contract them. After nurturing them to become stronger, the surface of their scales would carry a layer of strong blood-clotting toxin. It might not be harmful to the contractor, but it would affect the other contracted fays. Hence, the spirit chi professionals who contracted the red water blood snake couldn't contract other species of fays. At that moment, the mother of bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice sounded. Lin Yuan, these 3 red water blood snakes actually have a faint trace of hornless dragon bloodline. Quickly help me buy them. The mother of bloodbath clearly sounded urgent. Lin Yuan didn't react to the mother of bloodbath's meaning when he heard that. If these 3 red water blood snakes had the hornless dragon bloodline, buying them would be a great bargain. If the mother of bloodbath hadn't comprehended the blood law rune, even if there were other myth breed fays of a higher grade than the mother of bloodbath here, they also probably couldn't sense the hornless dragon bloodline of these 3 snakes, just like the mother of bloodbath. If the mother of bloodbath wanted to break through to myth 3, it undoubtedly would need a large amount of blood chi energy. The blood energy in these 3 red water blood snakes was simply too scarce and undoubtedly not the least bit useful to the mother of bloodbath. Did the mother of bloodbath want to buy these 3 mother of bloodbath and treat them as spicy sticks? As if the mother of bloodbath had sensed Lin Yuan's strange expression, its peculiar yet pleasant voice explained with a trace of helplessness. I don't want their blood energy. I want to nurture them. Upon hearing that, a strange thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The mother of bloodbath wasn't going to carry out the plan of nurturing 3 bad husbands at the same time, right? These 3 red water blood snakes would not take a short time to nurture, and their genders were unknown. What if she raised her husbands into sisters? God damn it! This is simply a big loss. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard the mother of bloodbath say, I can finally use the exclusive skill that I comprehended after becoming a myth breed. This was now Lin Yuan's second time hearing the mother of bloodbath mention its exclusive skill. He had previously heard it mention its exclusive skill on the long-backed swan's back. At that time, the mother of bloodbath had said that it was good at stealth with its exclusive skills. Lin Yuan had not used Morbius True Data to check the mother of bloodbath's exclusive skills. This time, he couldn't resist his curiosity and used it. Fey name, Mother of Bloodbath, Fey species. Tarantulas/Calycerata, Fey grade. Suzerain, 7 out of 10. Fey type, Blood, Fey quality. Myth 2, Blood Law. Abilities? Execution Sting. Through the 8-sharp Calycery, the blood energy is injected into the target to control the target's blood. Eyes of Sunluo. The spider eyes look directly at the core of the blood inside the target and anticipate the target's next movements based on the blood flow. 8. Direction blood. Shock and solidify the blood inside the target's body and damage the target's body using the change of blood form while controlling the blood to flow of the target's body through its 8 apertures. Spider form attachment. Condense its own blood energy into a blood core, which can overload the attacks from the outside world. Blood grip. When manipulating the blood in the target's body, it can briefly control the target's body for movement through the blood flow. Blood embrace. The surrounding blood energy will be devoured into its own body. It will briefly improve its strength and slowly recover from injuries through blood energy. Exclusive skill. Desire spider form. Increase its affinity for blood energy so that its body will not reject excessive blood energy but will transform it into a new sac to store the blood energy. After devouring the blood energy for purification, the blood energy can be absorbed directly into its body. Concealed spider shadow. Stop the flow of its own blood energy, conceal its aura, and transform into the form of nothing. External blood bone. The chelicerae will be fused into other young phase bodies so that the phase can become its own blood bones. The strength of the external blood bone cannot be higher than its own strength. After Lin Yuan saw the mother of bloodbath's attributes, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Yuan knew that when phase became myth breeds, the willpower runes would turn into law runes, and the power of the law would be added onto the phase abilities. Therefore, the abilities the Fae had previously comprehended fused with the law it had comprehended to produce a qualitative change. After looking at the mother of bloodbath's true data, Lin Yuan knew that the red crystal spider that it had given him before was the blood core condensed from its ability, the spider form attachment. Lin Yuan seemed to understand why the mother of bloodbath was qualified to say it could reach myth 3 when it had just reached myth 2. Although the blood embrace ability that the mother of bloodbath had comprehended at Diamond was an enhancing and recovery ability, after it was combined with desire spider form, the mother of bloodbath could constantly devour blood energy and let the blood energy become its own strength without hindrance. This was Lin Yuan's first time seeing the true data of a myth breed Fae. After really seeing that, based on the abilities and exclusive skills, he knew how powerful myth breed Faes were. Those 3 red water blood snakes should be the phase that the mother of bloodbath was going to use to nurture into its external blood bones. The mother of bloodbath's myth breed exclusive skill, the external blood bone, needed its chelicerae. Spider phase would shed their chelicerae about once every 100 years. The mother of bloodbath needed 3 red water blood snakes, which meant that it was at least 300 years old now. It was extremely rare for wild phase to reach suzerain/myth 2 in 300 years. This showed the mother of bloodbath's great potential. Lin Yuan went straight up to the vendor and asked, "Boss, these 3 snake phase hissed loudly just now. They look quite energetic. How much are you selling them?" The vendor's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Yuan's words. He hadn't opened his business until now. The vendor hurriedly pointed to the large water tank next to the iron cage containing the red water blood snakes and said, "I mainly sell deep-sea butterfly shells. Look how big these butterfly shells are. The pearls inside must be of good quality. After these pearls are dug out, these 2 butterfly shells can be polished and hung on water-type phase to increase their speed of advancement." Lin Yuan had long noticed the large water tank. However, he was not interested in the deep-sea butterfly shells and the pearls they produced. The quality of the deep-sea butterfly shells in this tank wasn't as good as the ones he fed to Blackie. The deep-sea butterfly shells could increase the advancement speed of water-type phase because the butterfly shells had a weak ability to gather water elements. But this speed was simply too slow, and it was better than nothing. Lin Yuan shook his head and still pointed to the 3 red water blood snakes before saying, "Boss, I want these 3 little snakes." The stall vendor's face sank and replied, "These 3 snake phase are all bronze. They're not worth it. If you want to buy them, buy 5 deep-sea butterfly shells in this tank, and I'll give you these 3 snake phase for free." When Lin Yuan had previously seen this vendor sprinkle the realgar on the 3 red water blood snakes, he thought that this vendor shouldn't know about the red water blood snakes. This vendor was supposed to do business. No matter how cruel he would not be willing to let the phase he was selling be damaged. Now it seemed that this vendor really didn't know about the red water blood snakes. Although people rarely needed the red water blood snakes due to the blood-clotting toxin in their bodies, their price on StarWeb was about 70 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan originally intended to buy these 3 red water blood snakes with 200 radiance dollars. However, this stall vendor said that as long as he bought 5 deep-sea butterfly shells from the tank, he would give him the 3 of them. This vendor was really making a loss. Lin Yuan looked at the deep-sea butterfly shells in the tank and felt he needed to cheat with true data. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard this vendor knock on the tank and say, "Take a look at the price of these deep-sea butterfly shells first before you decide. You'll have to pay first at my stall." Lin Yuan only saw a small blackboard attached to this large tank with the words, 10 radiance dollars for 1 deep-water butterfly shell. No bargaining. Any bargainers will have their rice pot explode. Lin Yuan blinked when he saw the price. This vendor was also too ruthless. How could people suffer from their rice pot exploding? It was fine if it was smothered rice that exploded, but if it was cooked porridge, that would be akin to receiving a rice scalding plastic surgery service. This vendor's deep-sea butterfly shells were just the most common ones, and they were sold for 5 radiance dollars on StarWeb at most. Such an item was actually sold at double the price in the Indigo Azure Sea Market than on StarWeb. This vendor was really not ambiguous about its price. It was a gamble to purchase the deep-sea butterfly shells. If the pearl's quality was good, one could get their capital back and earn money. After Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check the over 30 deep-sea butterfly shells in this large water tank, he found that they were actually substandard shells without pearls. Furthermore, these 30 deep-sea butterfly shells had been severely corroded in the deep sea. They could no longer be polished into butterfly shell flowers for Phase to eat and slowly stimulate the dragon species bloodline within their body. At most, they would be polished into shell powder and sprinkled in the water to improve the water environment. The substandard shells in the water tank should be the worst batch of butterfly shells left after rounds of screening. However, they were faked by the vendor through some means. This vendor had clever counterfeiting methods. If Lin Yuan hadn't used True Data to check those deep-sea butterfly shells, he would really have misjudged. He didn't expect that someone would openly sell such a quality of substandard shells that were worth less than 1 radiance dollars on StarWeb. The price of radiance dollars spent by this vendor for counterfeiting was higher than that of the deep-sea butterfly shells. He was really so black-hearted doing such a business. Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't buy such deep-sea butterfly shells. There was no difference between buying such substandard shells and spending 50 radiance dollars to buy a pile of trash. The vendor looked at the masked youth glancing at the deep-sea butterfly shells in the water tank. He was observing them seriously as if he was thinking about which one to buy. He couldn't help but hum a song. It's natural to counterfeit, and the technology is at its peak. Effortless success by the pitfalls of deception. Painstakingly for the transmission of skills. It seems to be selling one's soul for gain and self-improvement. Even if heaven strikes, I will still do my best. Just when this vendor was getting excited, the masked youth pointed at the small cages next to the large water tank of deep-sea butterfly shells and said, "Boss, I see that you're selling some marine phase apart from the deep-sea butterfly shells. That gold-green oxygen sea anemone looks good to me. Why don't I buy that? And you give me the 3 snake phase." When the vendor heard Lin Yuan's words, he hurriedly sized him up. It was as if he was looking at the strange masked youth to find out whether he had found any flaws with these deep-sea butterfly shells. This vendor noticed that the eyes behind the strange mask were gazing at him, with a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. As a result, this vendor's excitement turned into a little panic. Indigo Azure City hosted the Indigo Azure Sea Market, and the Indigo Azure Guards were solely responsible for managing it, but they were said to be very strict. Although his counterfeiting action was not so bad, if anyone found out, even if the Indigo Azure Guards did not expel him from the Indigo Azure Sea Market, if the stall vendors next to him learned about it and made his methods known, what could he gain from this Indigo Azure Sea Market? Wasn't the reason he was working so hard on the art of counterfeiting because he wanted to be able to lie at home every day during this 10-year period before the next Indigo Azure Sea Market? Chinwala, will not work part-time. The vendor hurriedly changed the subject and said, "I actually intended to trade off the green oxygen sea anemones. You're my first customer today, and we hit off. I'll sell it to you for 4,000 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan was a bit speechless. Why did it sound like we're good brothers? But I took advantage of you. At that moment, Listen, who was standing in line with Lin Yuan, said to this vendor, Boss, the Indigo Azure Sea Market is only open for a total of 3 days. You can't sell so many phase. This green oxygen, sea anemone green oxygen, sea anemone's tentacles are already a bit curled. You can't sell them if you don't do so quickly. The stall vendor looked at the gold green oxygen sea anemones, which had some cured tentacles. He hurriedly grabbed a bucket of seawater with energy or powder and poured it on the green oxygen sea anemone's bodies. However, it could only maintain the green oxygen sea anemone's state, but couldn't make its condition better. Marine phase were sold on the land, and after they left the water, their conditions would greatly deteriorate. Over time, it would even affect their roots. The vendor looked at the condition of the green oxygen sea anemone and scolded indignantly. This is really a losing deal. Give me some reaction to this water. Why are you half dead? Lin Yuan looked at the vendor handling these phase in a flurry. He couldn't help but wonder why some people were so stupid apart from being black-hearted when running a business. Although aquatic phase condition would deteriorate after leaving the water, if one put a phase that released spirit chi next to these aquatic phase for them to absorb, these aquatic phase could hold on even after leaving the water for 3 days. Even phase that were very sensitive to spirit chi like the deep-sea butterfly shells left the sea to be raised in the water tank. They could grow rapidly with spirit chi. Those stalls beside had phase that could release spirit chi, and the most common phase were the spirit siphon goldfish, but this vendor was not prepared at all. If he learned from the other stalls, he would not have been as panicked as now. Boss, have you noticed that the phase at the other stalls are more alive, and that phase like the green oxygen sea anemone don't need the seawater blended with energy or powder? When the vendor heard Lin Yuan's words, his suppressed anger was instantly ignited. He kicked on the iron cage containing the 3 red water blood snakes and cursed. These 3 trash snakes ate all 3 of my spirit siphon goldfish. What a big loss. At that moment, the vendor looked at the blackboard on the water tank with the words, 10 radiance dollars for 1 deep water butterfly shell. No bargaining. Any bargainers will have their rice pot explode. He felt it should be changed into 1 deep-sea butterfly shell for 12 radiance dollars. No bargaining. Any bargainers will have their teeth explode. The Indigo Azure Sea Market vendors were not allowed to go out once they came in. If they went out, it would be akin to giving up the right to set up a stall in the Indigo Azure Sea Market. He had bought a 3-day stall card for a full 150 radiance dollars. If he went out halfway, he would lose all the 150 radiance dollars. After the Indigo Azure Sea Market started, supplies were not allowed to be transported inside through ostrich logistics. There was nothing he could do to buy a spirit siphon goldfish. When Lin Yuan saw the vendor's reaction, he chuckled and summoned a bronze eye/elite spirit siphon goldfish from the spirit lock spatial zone. After he summoned it out, rich spirit chi immediately spread and made the masks made of completely jade-textured silk thread that Lin Yuan and Lu Jie wore on their faces, and the completely jade-textured white sandalwood rice beads embroidered on Lin Yuan's moon-white spirit chi clothes to light up with a hazy jade-textured luster. However, the concentration of spirit chi released by this bronze spirit siphon goldfish was not too high. Therefore, the luster emitted by Lin Yuan's and Lu Jie's masks was not obvious under the clear sun. However, the luster from Lin Yuan's completely jade-textured white sandalwood rice beads made the 5 kinds of blessing patterns become distinct, causing Lin Yuan to look very worldly. The vendor looked at the bright rice beads on Lin Yuan's body curiously and asked, Brother, isn't the fluorite on your body heavy? Then his eyes never left the palm-sized 5 fortune ranchu in Lin Yuan's palm. His gaze was full of hidden desire. When Listen, who was at the side, heard the vendor's words, he blinked with some dismay. This vendor was really insightful to recognize the completely jade-textured white sandalwood as fluorite. Fluorite, which emitted a luster in daylight, was generally used to make stone sculptures, and even tacky people wouldn't wear them as an accessory. Lin Yuan ignored the vendor's words and asked, Boss, Are you interested in this Bronze I/Elite 5 fortune, Ranchu? It has reached Elite at Bronze I, and has a high possibility of breaking through to Flawless or Epic at Bronze X. When the vendor heard Lin Yuan's words, he gulped and asked, "You want to trade the Spirit Siphon Goldfish with the green oxygen sea anemone? I'm willing to give you all the deep-sea butterfly shells in this water tank." The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch a little. Why was this vendor always thinking of cheating him? There are more than 600 deep-sea butterfly shells in this water tank. I'll give you the star web price of 5 radiance dollars each. If you give me 3,000 radiance dollars, I'll give you this Bronze I/Elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish. The Spirit Siphon Goldfish could be sold for around 60 radiance dollars at Elite I/Elite. If a fey like the Spirit Siphon Goldfish, which was extremely difficult to advance, reached Bronze I/Elite and was traded, the price should be around 2,500 radiance dollars. The price of the 5 fortune ranches was a little more than double that of an ordinary Spirit Siphon Goldfish because it was auspicious. It was around 5,500 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan wanted to exchange it for the gold-green oxygen sea anemone because it could constantly filter out oxygen in the seawater, just like a natural oxygen bottle that could constantly supply oxygen. The green oxygen sea anemone was very common in Indigo Azure City, a city by the sea. The green oxygen sea anemone, which was in poor condition just now, was worth around 300 radiance dollars. Lin Yuan had asked the vendor to give him an extra 3,000 radiance dollars because he clearly intended to earn 500 radiance dollars from the vendor who always wanted to make a profit from him. The vendor obviously hesitated when he heard Lin Yuan's offer. If he took out the gold-green oxygen sea anemone and 3,000 radiance dollars to exchange for the Spirit Siphon Goldfish, if he didn't make a large sum of money from selling everything at the Indigo Azure Sea Market, then he wouldn't be able to spend his days lying down but asking to work for other people for the next decade. At that moment, Lin Yuan said to the vendor, "The Spirit Siphon Goldfish is considered a good product and is very marketable. Even if you want to sell this after the sea market, you can still easily do so. Furthermore, as long as the Bronze I/Elite Spirit Siphon Goldfish successfully advanced to Flawless, its price can be increased by more than 10 times in the blink of an eye." The vendor felt that the youth in front of him, who was luring him to buy the Spirit Siphon Goldfish, was like a devil. He was luring himself to the cliff edge with a big cheese and then kicked. For some reason, the vendor suddenly had a sense of crisis. However, it was soon suppressed by desire. This big chunk of cheese smelled too good. The vendor gnashed his teeth, slapped his thigh fiercely, and replied, "Brother, I'll buy it." Lin Yuan then exchanged with this vendor. At that moment, Lin Yuan had the 3 red water blood snakes with the horned dragon bloodline and the gold-green oxygen sea anemone that the mother of bloodbath required. A very gentle voice sounded not far away at this moment. "Brother, are you willing to part with these 3 red water blood snakes? I'm willing to pay 100 radiance dollars for each." This gentle voice made the eyes of the vendor, who had been in love with the 5 fortune ranchu in his hands, widen. At that moment, the vendor thought, this person isn't trying to act along with this strange masked youth, right? But immediately after, the vendor replied, "Fuck! He seemed to be giving away the 3 trash snake phase for free just now. Why was the person paying 100 radiance dollars each?" Lin Yuan turned around and saw a thin youth sitting in a wheelchair with an elegant scholarly aura. However, he used a fleece blanket to cover his legs, so he must have some leg problems. Upon seeing the youth's thin appearance, Lin Yuan felt that his legs were not injured but had been disabled for many years. Lin Yuan said, "I'm very interested in these 3 red water blood snakes, so I really can't part with them." After saying that, Lin Yuan stored the cage containing the 3 red water blood snakes and the gold-green oxygen sea anemone into the diamond face storage box. At that moment, he felt several sharp auras sweeping toward him and heard a middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face standing behind this thin youth say in a deep voice, "Why don't I talk to our young master? The red water blood snake is only about 70 radiance dollars. You—" Before he could finish, he froze. The thin youth frowned, glanced behind at him and said, "Uncle Fu, it's not the same outside as being at home. Control your temper." The thin youth turned and nodded apologetically at Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan didn't care. When he was about to leave with Lu Jie and listen, Lin Yuan saw the vendor show a smile that was worse than crying. You knew before that those 3 snake fays were some kind of red waterblood snake? Lin Yuan nodded at his words and thought, not only did I know that these 3 snake fays are red waterblood snakes, but I also know that they have the horned dragon bloodline. If he told this vendor, Lin Yuan was really afraid that he would start wailing. Despite thinking so, Lin Yuan said, Boss, we're leaving. You should nurture that bronze eye/elite spirit siphon goldfish well. Upon hearing that, the vendor stomped his feet in anger. However, when he saw the indistinct smile on Lin Yuan's face, this vendor's hair stood up. Then the vendor felt an unusual headache. He had actually wanted to make a big sum of money, but he earned nothing in the end and even lost 300 radiance dollars. If he hadn't complied and given the 3 red water blood snakes, he could have earned 300 radiance dollars from them. He might also have been able to use these 3 red water blood snakes to sell the deep-sea butterfly shells to the little cripple on the wheelchair. The more he thought about it, the more this vendor's heart ached. He carefully placed the spirit siphon goldfish in the tank where the deep-sea butterfly shells were kept. Only when he felt that the condition of his aquatic phase had improved did he feel much better. He was waiting in the middle of the stall for cash cows to come. Lin Yuan was communicating with the mother of Bloodbath. Why do you have an evil smile on your face? Is there something wrong with the spirit siphon goldfish you gave that vendor? Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head and answered, Don't wrong me. This spirit siphon goldfish is healthy and has a good exclusive skill. The mother of Bloodbath had not carefully observed the spirit siphon goldfish that Lin Yuan had traded out. However, seeing the strange smile on Lin Yuan's face, the mother of Bloodbath knew that there must be something wrong with them. It just didn't know where the problem lay. Lin Yuan felt that the next time he saw this vendor would definitely hit him. The exclusive skill that those spirit siphon goldfish had was dirt removal. It could remove the dirt on the other phase within the range. The substandard shells were coated with a layer of artificial glaze that was almost indistinguishable from the superior class butterfly shells. With this exclusive skill, he believed that the glaze attached to the surface of the substandard shells would be stripped off in less than 2 hours. Lin Yuan had specially picked the spirit siphon goldfish with dirt removal from the school of fish in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He felt that Indigo Azure City should send him a banner printed with Cheater Killer on it. Lin Yuan felt the condition of the 3 red water blood snakes in the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box, and they were significantly better than before when they had just been sprinkled with realgar. He turned to the mother of Bloodbath and asked, Mother of Bloodbath, do you have any requirements for the quality of those 3 red water blood snakes? The mother of Bloodbath answered with some melancholy. These 3 red water blood snakes have the hornless dragon bloodline and are fantastically gifted. The best way is for them to awaken the hornless dragon bloodline at bronze and reach epic. My nurturing of the 3 red water blood snakes is actually similar to you humans' nurturing phase. However, they don't need to comprehend the willpower rune, but can instead share my blood law. Hearing the mother of Bloodbath's words, Lin Yuan said, Leave these 3 red water blood snakes with me first, and also awakening their bloodline and enhancing their quality. The mother of Bloodbath was silent for a moment and then gently replied, Okay. It thought that the youth that needed its protection back then in Millstone Town had now begun to help take on a big burden, which was something difficult for itself to do. In just 6 months, the youth had long grown up without realizing it. The skinny youth sitting in a wheelchair in front of the stall noticed that the person behind him did not move and asked, Uncle Fu, since we're rarely outside for once, push me to the front. The thin youth's words seemed to have woken up the middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face. When the middle-aged man was awakened, he subconsciously pushed the wheelchair with force, causing the thin youth sitting in the wheelchair to bump. The middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face hurriedly said, I lost focus and have disturbed third young master. The thin youth didn't care and asked with some curiosity. I remember that even though Uncle Fu's ice heart lionfish has not yet become a myth breed, it has already broken through to suzerain. Why did you lose focus? The middle-aged man with 3 scars on his face answered with a grim expression. When I oppressed that masked youth with my aura just now, the blood in my body went out of my control in a flash. The blood flooded into my brain and heart, causing me to lose focus. The eyes of the thin youth that was called Third Young Master lit up. An evil and unrestrained smile hung on his scholarly, gentle face. Blood flowing backward and losing focus? How interesting. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Listen had bought a lot of things in the few hours in Indigo Azure Sea Market. Lu Jie and Listen watched Lin Yuan purchase a lot of phase and spiritual materials that grew in the sea. He only bought the marine phase that were of special quality or have mutated. Lin Yuan had mostly purchased all kinds of rare spiritual materials that were only produced in the sea. After purchasing a large amount of resources, Lin Yuan had a rich harvest. Even though Listen and Lu Jie had long known how deep Lin Yuan's foundation was, they couldn't help but have a new perception of it again and again at this moment. When Lin Yuan purchased the phase and spiritual materials, Listen noticed the difference between Lin Yuan and those other young masters of the major factions. Lin Yuan had a deep foundation, yet he didn't squander it in the slightest. When he was purchasing those, he had a good grasp of the price and did not let himself be at the losing end. It could be said that although he looked like he was buying a lot of goods in a large number, each transaction was a steal at a closer look. In the eyes of Listen, Lin Yuan was earning resources while spending money. Through the purchase of phase and spiritual materials, the snowball of the resources he could control was rolling bigger and bigger. Such a vision and ability made Listen feel very admirable. At this moment, Lin Yuan said to the old man in front of the stall, "Boss, the blood coral crystals you sell here are now mine." The old man who traded with Lin Yuan looked at the blood coral crystal heartbreakingly. Then he looked at the 2 pieces of completely jade-textured agarwood that were like black crystals and said with a big wave of his hand and some heartache, "You lucked out with the blood coral crystals." Lin Yuan chuckled and replied, "Boss, you're refined. Otherwise, you wouldn't have preferred this agarwood with a subtle and imperceptible scent and could calm the mind." Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the old man at the stall was visibly flabbergasted and asked, "I love the completely jade-textured agarwood. What does it have to do with its smell?" It was Lin Yuan's turn to be stunned. "Boss, don't you want this completely jade-textured agarwood for burning?" The old man looked at Lin Yuan with dumbfounded eyes and shouted with trembling lips, "Don't pretend after the transaction. Only a fool would be willing to burn this completely jade-textured agarwood. Making it into a large thumb ring is the best use of it." The old man in the stall only felt that the more he looked at the masked youth in front of him, the more he felt stuffy in his heart. "You're tactful about the money. Burning the agarwood? You're so impressive, so why don't you raise a few legend phase at home?" When Lin Yuan heard the old man's words, he took the blood coral crystals he had exchanged and pulled Listen and Lu Jie to leave. When they reached the depths of the Indigo Azure Sea Market, most of the phase and spiritual materials sold by the vendors were good stuff that was hard to find outside. Such good stuff was naturally not sold casually but used by the stall vendors to exchange for the spiritual materials or phase they needed. This old man wanted to exchange for completely jade-textured agarwood, and Lin Yuan fancied the blood coral crystals that contained a lot of blood energy. These blood coral crystals contained extremely majestic blood energy, which was exactly what the mother of bloodbath needed. So Lin Yuan made the exchange. Lin Yuan originally thought that he had met an enthusiast who liked the same agarwood as himself. This enthusiast was actually so unrefined that he wanted to make the agarwood into a large thumb ring. He might as well crush the completely jade-textured agarwood into ink to practice calligraphy. At this time, Lu Jie pointed to a distant stall and said, "Lin Yuan, there's really someone selling water world dimensional lifeforms flesh. However, it's at an outrageous price. He actually goes as far as using the flesh of dimensional lifeforms of the same level from the Abyss Dimensional Rift in exchange for the water world dimensional lifeforms flesh with a 1:10 ratio. Quite a few parts from the demons in the Abyss Dimensional Rift are not cheap. The flesh of the water world dimensional lifeforms corrode directly in the air and emit a foul gas, which can be completely defined as a disgusting biochemical weapon. In Lu Jie's opinion, Taking the flesh of the demons in the Abyss Dimensional Rift in exchange for the Waterworld Dimensional Lifeform's flesh was inappropriate, even if it was a ratio of 1 to 100. When Lin Yuan heard Lu Jie's words, he looked into the distance, and his eyes lit up. Lin Yuan had been looking for vendors selling the Waterworld Dimensional Lifeform's flesh on this journey, but he hadn't found a single stall. He knew that the Waterworld Dimensional Lifeform's flesh was too invaluable, and few people would keep it. However, he didn't expect to not find a vendor selling it in the Indigo Azure Sea Market, a place that specialized in marine resources that happened once every decade in Indigo Azure City. Fortunately, he found one now. Lu Jie glanced at the surrounding stalls and said to Listen and Lu Jie, "Big brother Lu, listen, you two also wander around. If you come across any spiritual materials that contain a huge amount of blood energy, help me buy them. And you guys can also buy any suitable resources you find." After saying that, Lin Yuan gave each Listen and Lu Jie a golden silk brocade pouch that was fully stuffed. Then, Lin Yuan went toward the vendor who wanted to exchange the Waterworld Dimensional Lifeform's flesh for the Abyss Dimensional Rift Lifeform's flesh. Lu Jie and Listen glanced at the pouch Lin Yuan handed over, and they almost dropped it on the ground. The two brocade pouches were filled with 30 fire-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish. This was a huge fortune. Lu Jie saw that Lin Yuan had already walked to the stall and said to Listen, "You go to the left side and I'll go to the right. We'll both exchange for resources on each side." Upon hearing that, Listen suddenly smiled mysteriously and replied, "Big brother Lu, why don't we compete to see who can exchange more resources with these 30 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls in the pouch?" Lu Jie smiled straightforwardly and answered with a grin, "Sure. I lost the bet last time, and you made me eat 30 lemons. We'll bet this time, and whoever loses will have to eat 50 gold chili peppers." Listen felt his mouth begin to become numb as if his cheeks had swollen up, hot and painful. Listen hurriedly said, "Big brother Lu, 50 gold chili peppers will kill someone. Why don't we change it into bronze ones?" Lu Jie glanced at him and snorted. "Since we have to gamble on something exciting. If you think the gold chili peppers are too much for you, we'll change it into silver ones." Lu Jie's compromise excited Listen, and he clapped his hands. "Since we pursue excitement, we'll do it all the way. I request to change the 50 gold chili peppers into 1 platinum ghost pepper." "Big brother Lu, do you dare to do it?" Lu Jie was now full of only one thought. Wouldn't he have to sleep on his back for at least a month after eating a platinum ghost pepper? This was simply mutual harm. However, Listen, who was afraid to eat spicy food, was not afraid. Why did he have to be scared? "We'll do it. You're not allowed to drink milk an hour after eating." Listen didn't expect Lu Jie to be so daring and had actually thought of not letting him drink milk. Listen had an idea and added another one. "Not drinking milk is nothing. If you have the guts, drink iced cola immediately after eating the platinum ghost pepper." Lu Jie and Listen glanced at each other, and both felt that the other was a ruthless person. But once they remembered the taste of the platinum ghost pepper, they hurriedly set off in both directions and used the Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish in the golden silk brocade pouch to exchange for resources. The old man, who had thought Lin Yuan was pretentious, once again doubted life. He had thought that these two youths who had just bet in front of his stall were just two childish people. He didn't expect that they actually suddenly became ruthless. The combination of these three people was one pretentious person and two ruthless people. It was simply too strange. Lin Yuan had already reached the Indigo Azure Sea Market's core area. Most of the phase and spiritual materials sold at the border of the Indigo Azure Sea Market were relatively ordinary, and very few were eye-catching. However, the more he walked to the core area of the Indigo Azure Sea Market, the rarer and better the quality of the spiritual materials and phase he could exchange. Previously, there was only one way to the outer area of the Indigo Azure Sea Market, but the roads to the core area had become more. This made Lin Yuan increasingly feel that this Indigo Azure Sea Market was like a huge maze. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the layout of the core area was not friendly to those with a bad sense of direction. This large stall was the coldest in front of the middle-aged man who exchanged water-world dimensional lifeforms' flesh for abyssal world dimensional lifeforms' flesh. This middle-aged man was also happy and sized up the stalls around, just like a patroller patrolling a territory. Several platinum Fey storage boxes were placed beside him, and he saw Lin Yuan walk over. The middle-aged man hurriedly stood up and asked, "Do you want to exchange for the water-world dimensional lifeforms' flesh?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Uncle, you should have flesh of Class 3 water-world dimensional lifeforms that are equivalent to gold phase, right?" As soon as the middle-aged man heard Lin Yuan's words, he raised his hands, and Lin Yuan saw he was wearing 2 exaggerating rings on his hands. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "I have 2 diamond phase storage boxes of water-world dimensional lifeforms flesh, from Class 2 to Class 5. However, I'll have to say this beforehand. If you exchange for the water-world dimensional lifeforms flesh without a diamond phase storage box, you have to buy these platinum phase storage boxes in front of me. I don't want to be driven out by my own people." When Lin Yuan heard this middle-aged man's words, he nodded in deep understanding. Lin Yuan had smelled the water-world dimensional lifeforms flesh, and this smell couldn't be covered even by the shellfish vapor coral's shellfish vapor. If he took out the water-world dimensional lifeforms flesh, the spirit chi professionals in this indigo azure sea market would experience a chain reaction of dissolved materials in the stomach. At the same time, Lin Yuan also learned this middle-aged man's identity from his words. This middle-aged man had said that he didn't want to be driven away by his own people, which meant that he should be one of the Indigo Azure Guards. The Indigo Azure Guards managed the Indigo Azure Sea Market. At the same time, it could also explain why this middle-aged man had 2 diamond phase storage boxes full of high-class water-world dimensional lifeforms flesh. As long as an open water-world dimensional rift appeared in the sea near the Indigo Azure City, and the water-world dimensional lifeforms that gushed out from it threatened the safety of the residents on the shore of Indigo Azure City, the Indigo Azure Guards would have to exterminate these rebellious water-world dimensional lifeforms. This middle-aged man should also represent the entire Indigo Azure Guards. He wanted to take advantage of this Indigo Azure Sea Market to see if he could exchange the water-world dimensional lifeforms flesh that had been accumulated during this decade for some relatively useful resources. "Uncle, I have the Fey storage box that contains the abyssal demon's flesh. The amount I want may be a bit more." The middle-aged man was happy to hear that and replied cheerfully, "As long as you don't take the gold dimensional lifeforms flesh for land reclamation, I have enough here." Lin Yuan took a platinum phase storage box out of the amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box and started to put the gold abyssal demon's flesh from the leaf-shaped diamond phase storage box into the platinum phase storage box. He filled it with half of the remaining 3000 Class 3 demon's flesh from his leaf-shaped diamond phase storage box and handed the platinum phase storage box filled with 1500 demon's flesh to the middle-aged man in front of him. This middle-aged man took a look at it and coughed. Then he asked with some surprise, "You're exchanging so much Class 3 demon's flesh for Class 3 water-world dimensional lifeforms flesh?" Lin Yuan nodded. It was the most suitable for Red Thorn to devour Class 3-dimensional lifeforms flesh to raise its grade and quality at Silver/Fantasy breed. It was not a picky eater and absorbed the flesh energy from the dimensional lifeforms flesh. Therefore, there was not much difference in nature eating the demon dimensional lifeforms flesh and the water-world dimensional lifeforms flesh. Red Thorn had devoured a large amount of the unique acidic and withering inherited of the demon's flesh and had a grasp on it. It could also be inherited from the child ramets and ramets produced by spore growth. Thus, eating the Class 3 demon's flesh only served to digest the blood energy for Red Thorn. During this period, Lin Yuan discovered in his observation of Red Thorn that it had previously devoured the flesh of nearly 100 gold water-world dimensional lifeforms. In addition to making the 12 1-meter useless petals of Red Thorn mutate into gill-shaped petals, it also vaguely controlled the decaying characteristics of the water-world dimensional lifeform. This decaying characteristic didn't mean that Red Thorn would cause the target to decay after striking it. Rather, after death, the child ramets and ramets summoned by Red Thorn would quickly decay and become nutrients for other living child ramets and ramets to absorb. Although Red Thorn's endurance had been greatly enhanced with Eye of Relinquish, if it completely mastered the water-world dimensional lifeform's decaying characteristics, then there was no doubt that Red Thorn could again increase its endurance. The endurance was a guarantee that red thorn spawned a lush and stable sea of flowers. So naturally, the more, the better. Lin Yuan and this middle-aged man finished exchanging this large batch of Waterworld dimensional lifeforms flesh in a short while. After the exchange, besides giving Lin Yuan 15,000 gold Waterworld dimensional lifeforms flesh, this middle-aged man also gave him an additional 500 gold Waterworld dimensional lifeforms flesh. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan asked this middle-aged man, "Uncle, I wonder if we can exchange contact numbers? I may need more Waterworld dimensional lifeforms flesh in the future, so it'll be convenient for us to trade again then." The middle-aged man was naturally very happy to hear that, and said with a cheerful laugh, "It's a deal. You can use any kind of dimensional lifeforms flesh in exchange for the Waterworld dimensional lifeforms flesh here. But if you take the flesh of alien insects and Waterworld dimensional lifeforms, the exchange ratio won't be as large as the abyssal dimensional lifeforms." Lin Yuan was indifferent. As long as he could exchange for the Waterworld dimensional lifeforms flesh, Lin Yuan would gain no matter what the ratio was. He couldn't help but have the idea of exchanging all the dimensional lifeforms flesh in the leaf-shaped diamond phase storage box for Waterworld dimensional lifeforms flesh. But immediately after that, he dispelled that thought. Anyway, he could contact this middle-aged man in the future. Even if he left the Indigo Azure Sea market, there were still plenty of opportunities to make the exchange through Ostrich Logistics. 500 gold Waterworld dimensional lifeforms flesh was enough for Red Thorn to digest and devour for a long time. Lin Yuan left this middle-aged man's stall before heading toward the different areas where Lu Jie and Listen went. Along the way, he purchased nothing. There were extremely many treasures in this world. At the core area of the Indigo Azure Sea market, even Lin Yuan had to spend a lot to buy the rare spiritual materials and phase. Therefore, he would have one less bargaining chip in his hand each time he bought something. It was likely that he might not be able to get the capital to compete on prices with others when he encountered phase or spiritual materials he really needed. Lin Yuan saw many buyers were competing on prices for the same fey or spiritual material in front of many stalls. Even if the price competition between the two buyers offered spiritual materials of the same value and were equally good, there were always phase and spiritual materials suitable for the stall owner. The final exchange, in the end, would have to be decided by the stall owner. As Lin Yuan walked, the mother of Bloodbath's peculiar and pleasant voice was filled with urgency. "Lin Yuan, there is extremely dense blood energy ahead, which is tremendous and pure. It will be of great use to me." Lin Yuan hurriedly followed the mother of Bloodbath's directions and reached a stall. He noticed that a man and a woman were standing in front of the stall. The short-haired young woman was carefully looking at a long crimson vine. He saw many pentagonal leaves grown on the crimson vine. The leaves were dark green, with many scarlet veins like blood vessels. There was an opening on the upper branch of the vine, and the crimson sap condensed on the surface of the vine opening, just like a solidified blood scab. Lin Yuan recognized at a glance that this vine-like fey was not an ordinary one. Rather, it was a heaven and earth fey, the blood brew grapevine. This blood scab should be the wound from cutting off the bunch of blood brew grapes in advance when the stall owner came to the Indigo Azure Sea market to trade this blood brew grapevine. The short-haired woman in front of the stall was bargaining with the stall owner, only to hear him say, "I only exchanged the blood brew grapevine for 3 items. A heaven and earth fey of the similar grade to this blood brew grapevine, a bronze/epic fey, or a strategic class resource. Although your 3 broil fire worker ants are bronze/epic, such fire-type feys are of little use in Indigo Azure City. In other cities, these 3 broil fire worker ants' exclusive skills are not considered outstanding, so don't be unconvinced, little girl. Even if you take out 7 of them, I would still hesitate to exchange them with you, let alone the fact that you only took out 3 of them." The stall owner was clearly impatient as he spoke. The short-haired woman hesitated slightly before taking out 3 more source-type lifeforms. Source-type lifeforms are also considered source-type reserves in a sense, so I'll add these 3 source-type lifeforms in exchange for this blood brew grapevine. The stall owner waved his hand. 3 source-type items are at most equal to half a bronze/epic broil fire worker ant. I'll trade with you if you take out another 8 source-type lifeforms in addition to these 3 bronze/epic broil fire worker ants. The short-haired woman replied with an ugly expression. I don't have 8 source-type lifeforms, only 6. Before she could finish her words, the stall owner interrupted rudely. I'm too lazy to bargain. The offer I've given you is already the best. If not because I didn't want to raise the second bunch of blood brew grapes after the first bunch, I wouldn't exchange with source-type lifeforms. The man beside the short-haired woman was a little unhappy by the old man's impatient tone. He said to the short-haired woman, Shan Liang, how about I lend you 2 source-type lifeforms, and you exchange this blood brew grapevine first? The short-haired woman called Shan Liang's face immediately turned ugly. She replied to the youth beside her, who had dyed his hair purple. Wei de Bao, I told you I'm materialistic and I don't like you. You started not to pester me. But what's the matter with you thinking about loaning me things all day long? Even if I, Shan Liang, starve to death, I won't let you, Wei de Bao, lend me a penny again. Wei de Bao, whose hair was bleached and dyed purple, immediately became somewhat aggrieved. Shan Liang, do you have a conscience? I'm still willing to lend you despite knowing you're materialistic. Doesn't that show how much I love you? Upon hearing that, Shan Liang felt bad gas rush forth from her stomach and let out a long burp. She said indignantly, I'm lucky to be in the same class as you. Leave your things for someone else. Do you think you're the bank of heaven and earth? The interest rate is unbearable. Lin Yuan looked at the man and woman in front of him, and for some reason he instantly thought of Xianing and Zhang Xiaobai. At the same time, he could feel the extreme desire of the mother of bloodbath for this heaven and earth fae, the blood brew grapevine. This was because the mother of bloodbath had been in a state of frenzied exuberance from the moment it saw the blood brew grapevine. Although the blood brew grapevine was inferior to the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree and twin red pagoda in the spirit lock spatial zone, it was similar to the cinnabar sweet osmanthus that parasitized on the cinnabar osmanthus haworthia. The blood brew grapevine and cinnabar osmanthus haworthia also produced fruits. However, the latter's fruit enhanced spiritual energy, while the blood brew grapes from the blood brew grapevine could increase the qi and blood of the target. It also made the cells in the body of the one that consumed it abnormally active in a short period and created a lot of blood. The blood brew grapevine might not be very valuable among the heaven and earth phase, but it was definitely useful to the mother of bloodbath. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check on the blood brew grapevine. Fey name: blood brew grapevine, Fey species, grape genus / twin leaf genus, Fey grade, platinum, 4 out of 10, Fey type, blood, Fey quality. Epic: this blood brew grapevine wasn't just platinum, but even its quality was at epic. Lin Yuan couldn't help nodding with satisfaction as this blood brew grapevine was already a matured heaven and earth fae. Once this blood brew grapevine was purchased, it would grow blood brew grapes as long as massive amounts of blood were supplied to it. It didn't need Lin Yuan to spend time and effort to nurture it. Lin Yuan had already heard the resources required to make the trade earlier. As for the 3 heaven and earth phase in Lin Yuan's spirit lock spatial zone, he naturally wouldn't use them in the trade. As for the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, they would be considered strategic class resources that the stall owner wanted for the trade. However, Lin Yuan planned to use strategic class resources like the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls only if it was the last resort. After all, Lin Yuan wasn't certain if he would encounter any spiritual ingredients or phase that he or the mother of bloodbath would need in this indigo azure sea market. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan recalled that he had recently enhanced those 4 bronze/epic wind chain sparrows and the bronze/epic wind net sparrow. Lin Yuan immediately took 2 steps forward and summoned the 4 wind chain sparrows and 1 wind net sparrow. He then lifted the 5 little sparrows and asked the stall owner, Boss, are you willing to trade 5 of my bronze/epic phase with your blood brew grapevine? The elder's eyes narrowed slightly when Lin Yuan summoned the 5 palm-sized sparrows. Seeing that the elder was able to instantly identify the poor exclusive skills of the 3 broilfire worker ants with a rough glance, Lin Yuan knew that this elder should be a creation master. This elder was currently squinting his eyes and was probably trying to analyze the exclusive skills of the wind chain sparrows and wind net sparrow that Lin Yuan enhanced. When Lin Yuan enhanced phase to bronze/epic, he always had a good habit. That would be to raise the phase quality to epic when evolving to elite grade. That way, Lin Yuan would be able to choose out of 3 exclusive skills when it evolved to bronze. As such, be it the 4 wind chain sparrows or the wind net sparrow, they all had rather exceptional exclusive skills. They were exclusive skills that could strengthen the combat capabilities of the wind chain sparrows and the wind net sparrow. Lin Yuan immediately brought out extreme sincerity for this trade and didn't wish to negotiate with the elder. It was due to the great importance this blood brew grapevine was to the mother of bloodbath. Lin Yuan was afraid that the trade might just fall out. After all, there were 2 others by the side. One was a woman who called herself Green Tea, and there was another flamboyant man with purple-dyed hair that was coveting the blood brew grapevine. Once the elder finished analyzing Lin Yuan's phase, he slammed on the stall and said in a forthright manner, "Deal! This blood brew grapevine is yours." Once the elder finished his statement, Lin Yuan revealed a smile. At the same time, Lin Yuan was silently praising how quick-witted he was. After enhancing the 5 sparrows, Lin Yuan had spent close to 2 hours educating them so that they wouldn't use the voice-like wind to quarrel with vulgarity. Otherwise, once no one was overseeing the 5 sparrows, they would simply set up a stage to curse each other's ancestors. What else could he do if the stall owner didn't want to trade for these 5 sparrows? Once Lin Yuan completed the trade, the short-haired woman named Shan Liang was rather disappointed. She involuntarily bit on her lips and was obviously unhappy. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan heard the purple-haired youth yelling out. However, the yelling wasn't targeted at Lin Yuan. It was obviously targeting the rather disappointed woman, Shan Liang. "Shan Liang, I didn't believe it when you said you are green tea earlier, but I believe it now. Based on your reaction and expression, do you wish to entice me to make a move and snatch that blood brew grapevine from the masked brother for you?" When Lin Yuan heard the statement, he couldn't help blinking his eyes behind the mask. What kind of shocking assumption was that? As long as it was a human, if the trade wasn't a success, there would definitely be disappointment, right? Shan Liang's expression immediately turned black like the bottom of a pot. She then pinched on the purple-haired youth's ear and yelled, "Wei Debao, had it not been for your father who came to the school and got me demerit points after I beat you up harshly previously, I would definitely make you crawl on the floor now." Shan Liang twisted Wei Debao's ear by nearly half a round before letting go. Wei Debao's ear didn't turn too red. Instead, it was his face that turned red first as he mumbled, "Shan Liang, this is what I like about you. You are just like the catfish in the water canal. Forceful." Shan Liang immediately responded by reaching out her hands to pinch on Wei Debao's cheeks before giving 2 hard slaps on his neck. She then said, "See if my soul-snatching pinch can pinch you to death or if my fickle palm can slap you to death." Wei Debao might be pleading for mercy due to Shan Liang's attack, but his eyes were growing brighter. At present, Lin Yuan couldn't tell if Shan Liang and Wei Debao were showing their love or trying to show their grudge. They were truly a pair of old enemies and sweethearts. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to leave, he heard a rather sinister voice that echoed behind him. "Kid, don't be in a hurry to leave. I think your mask looks rather good, and I am very interested. Why don't you sell it to me?" Lin Yuan didn't turn around after hearing the question. Neither did he look at the person who spoke to him. However, Lin Yuan's brows raised slightly. Just from this statement, Lin Yuan knew that this person was specifically here to seek trouble. Lin Yuan's mouth revealed an arc. Finally here. Too slow. When Lin Yuan had asked Listen to visit the Indigo Azure Sea market together, he knew that someone would certainly look for him. However, he didn't think that this person would take such a long time. Lin Yuan really liked to see the Zheng family, one of the 3 prestigious families of Indigo Azure City, and what kind of methods they would use to deal with him. Lin Yuan knew that the Zheng family would look for him. To be frank, the Zheng family simply wanted to find out his status. After calling for the assassinations on Listen, the Zheng family had already consecutively lost 2 King-class experts. One of them was even a Pinnacle King-class expert. The loss of the Pinnacle King-class expert was already enough for the Zheng family to be apprehensive toward Listen. Therefore, before the Zheng family was able to find out the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's backer, they wouldn't make a move on listen first. Since a pinnacle king-class expert was already dead, they would need to mobilize an emperor-class expert if they had to make another move. The battle between emperor-class experts would involve law runes and power of law. It wasn't like the battle between king-class experts which could be controlled. If an emperor-class expert was to make a move recklessly, things might go overboard. At this sensitive period, Lin Yuan had appeared beside Listen. Therefore, the Zheng family was obviously trying to ensure the relationship between Lin Yuan and Listen. Lin Yuan was also waiting for this opportunity as he wanted to know if it was the Zheng family's main family or the third lineage that had been targeting the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Before Lin Yuan could turn around to talk, Wei Debao, who had been on the receiving end of Shan Liang's frenzied attacks, whistled and said, "Zhang Wenba, didn't you just receive a beating from your lineage's brothers? I heard that your father transferred you to study in the royal capital. Instead of staying in the royal capital, why did you bring your annoying shoehorn face here?" Shan Liang looked at Zhang Wenba, her eyes filled with contempt and disgust. The sinister-eyed Zhang Wenba had already noticed Wei Debao and Shan Liang, who stood beside them. However, Zhang Wenba didn't bother about Wei Debao's words as though he didn't hear him. However, Zhang Wenba, whose expression was already sinister, had turned even darker. When Lin Yuan turned around, Zhang Wenba extended his hand and pointed at Lin Yuan before saying, "It is just a mask. Give it to me, and maybe I'll let you be my friend." Seeing Zhang Wenba ignore him, Wei Debao immediately said in a loud tone, "Oh, it has just been a few months, Wenba. You know how to act arrogant now, huh? People who don't know you might think your Zheng family's third lineage has become the main family, and you, Zhang Wenba, have become the official young Master Zheng. Isn't that right?" Shan Liang. When Shan Liang heard Wei Debao mentioning her, she snorted and said, "Don't talk to me. Talk to me again, and I will hammer you to death." Wei Debao's mouth twitched, but his eyes flashed with vague expectations. Zhang Wenba's sinister face instantly turned so gloomy because of Wei Debao's words that it seemed like droplets would drip down. However, Zhang Wenba's attention was still on Lin Yuan as he thought of his father's mission. Zhang Wenba had a certain level of understanding toward Wei Debao. Wei Debao was a collateral descendant of the Wei family, one of the 3 prestigious families in Indigo Azure City. Therefore, Wei Debao wasn't that easy to deal with. If Wei Debao managed to pester Zhang Wenba, the objective of this mission might not be achieved. Lin Yuan shook his head gently as he saw how Zhang Wenba glared at him. Lin Yuan said in a clear voice, "If you are talking about being friends, then forget it. I don't make friends with just anyone. But if you are interested in my mask, I can be generous enough to sell it to you." After speaking, Lin Yuan circulated the spiritual power in his body. As soon as the spiritual power was circulated, the moon-white robes, which were embedded with completely jade-textured beads, instantly lit up. It gave Lin Yuan an indescribable noble aura. At the same time, Hu Quan's mask with completely jade-textured threads was emitting a gentle and jade-like halo under the afternoon sun. The halo wasn't dazzling, but it gave off a 7-colored jade luster. However, it was too eye-catching and didn't outshine the afternoon sun's radiance. As the spirit chi was circulated around the completely jade-textured mask, it emitted an image of a grand city. It felt like a grand city hidden in the clouds and was indistinct. The moment Lin Yuan's mask lit up, everyone's attention was attracted by the 7-colored jade luster. Wei Debao was surprised when he saw Lin Yuan's mask and thought, "Holy shit." Wei Debao then looked at Zhang Wenba with a teasing expression. Lin Yuan only circulated his spirit chi for a moment and stopped. He then looked at the sinister-looking youth and asked, "Still buying?" Zhang Wenba didn't know how to answer Lin Yuan's question. This was the Indigo Azure Sea market, and if he said he wanted to buy it, he would need to bring out something equivalent in value. Zhang Wenba would be willing to take the resources out of his vault to exchange for rare spiritual ingredients and phase. However, if he bought this jade-textured mask, it was the same as buying a luxury item with no practical value. From the jade luster of the mask, it seemed like the jade-textured wood thread was already 5 times the weight of normal wood. It had already reached the level of jade-textured wood that was of absolute grade. Furthermore, given the weaving method of the mask, only a Class 5 spirit craftsman with a fantasy breed wood weaving house centipede could do it. Zhang Wenba hadn't planned to trade for any resources in the Indigo Azure Sea market, so he hadn't brought many resources with him. He was the one that looked for trouble first but was now forced to be suspended in mid-air, making things very awkward. However, Zhang Wenba didn't understand how this jade-textured mask would emit a 7-colored jade luster. Lin Yuan spoke again. The value of my mask isn't easy to estimate. There is at least a mix of a few dozen kinds of completely jade-textured with threads in it. If you really like it, then show me your sincerity. Lin Yuan wasn't a high-profile person. He was doing this to show the Zheng family's third lineage his foundation. He was trying to tell them that he shouldn't be trifled with. At the same time, Lin Yuan wanted to find out the true objective of the Zheng family's third lineage toward the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that Zhang Wenba didn't have a way to step down, Wei Debao let out a light cough. He stroked his purple hair and gave a comment. Zhang Wenba, I know you don't have money. Stop pretending. But don't be afraid even if you don't have money. Who knew you would meet me here? Since we had been classmates for 2 hours. I can give you a loan. Zhang Wenba's sinister expression immediately broke open as he shouted. Wei Debao, can your mouth stop talking like the cotton pants of an old grandma? When Wei Debao heard Zhang Wenba berating him, Wei Debao's face revealed a vaguely excited expression. But immediately after, Wei Debao realized that Shan Liang had already left. As such, Wei Debao didn't bother about Zhang Wenba, whose expression had cracked open. Wei Debao flung his purple hair flirtatiously and chased after Shan Liang. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath's strange and pleasant voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan, the elder behind the youth, possesses myth-breed phase, and he has more than one. Lin Yuan cast a glance at the elder standing behind Zhang Wenba. The elder had a straight back and was giving off a cedar-like aura. Lin Yuan's eyes turned a little solemn. It seemed like this elder should be the emperor-class expert from the Zheng family's third lineage. From the standing position of the elder, one could see that this elder wasn't from the Zheng family's main family. If he was from the main family, he wouldn't be standing behind the young master of the Zheng family's third lineage. Since the Zheng family's third lineage had found him, they might have also looked for Lu Jie and Listen. However, Lin Yuan wasn't worried about Listen and Lu Jie's safety. With endless summer protecting them in the dark, there was probably no one in the Indigo Azure Sea market that could harm them. However, the appearance of this elder in front of Lin Yuan meant that the Zheng family's third lineage was willing to mobilize an emperor-class expert in order to take over the coastal sea in the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's control. This virtually expressed the attitude of the Zheng family's third lineage. It made Lin Yuan even more curious about the Zheng family's third lineage's passion toward this coastal sea. Lin Yuan quietly looked at this young Master Zheng with an amused expression. After hearing what the purple-haired youth said earlier, this sinister-looking youth should be the person backing the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce in the royal capital. The pinnacle king-class expert that Endless Summer had killed had probably been sent by this sinister-looking youth too. Under Lin Yuan's attention, Zhang Wenba's expression looked increasingly unpleasant. This is simply too shameful. I originally wanted to use the method of seeking trouble to test the foundation of this youth in the strange mask. But I just had to mention the mask. Now that way Debao knows, everyone within my circle will probably know too. This is the same as letting myself die in society. Just as Zhang Wenba was about to speak, Lin Yuan spoke. Since you are feeling bashful, then I shall not force you to buy it. If you wish to buy something in the Indigo Azure Sea market, you better check your capability in order not to shame yourself. Of course, it is the same logic for anything else. After speaking, Lin Yuan kept the blood brew grapevine into the amber button-shaped Fey storage box and turned away. Zhang Wenba's eyes turned serious after hearing Lin Yuan's statement. He could feel an attitude from the statement. It felt as though Lin Yuan never put Zhang Wenba in his eyes, and it sounded like a warning too. Zhang Wenba might be born in the Zheng family's third lineage, but he was still a young master of the Zheng family. When outside, everyone would address him as young Master Zheng. Zhang Wenba's anger surged as Lin Yuan provoked him. The elder with the straight back and cedar-like aura looked in the direction where Lin Yuan left and placed his hand on Zhang Wenba's shoulder. Wenba, you have already done well for the mission master gave you. Why are you unhappy? Zhang Wenba took a deep breath. His face might not be angry anymore, but his eyes were like a vulture looking at rotten flesh. Grandpa Jiao, did you feel any presence of experts beside him? The elder patted on Zhang Wenba's shoulder and said, I didn't feel any powerful presence at all, unless the enemy is stronger than me and is purposely concealing their presence. Let's go and report back to Master. See what Master asks us to do next. Zhang Wenba revealed a sinister grin and said, he doesn't have any expert's protection and dares to talk so arrogantly? Given my understanding toward my father, Grandpa Jiao might be troubled to make another trip tonight. The elder with the straight back smiled and said, no trouble. It just so happens that the cold snow pine will be breaking through tonight. Once Zhang Wenba left with the elder, a youth in a wheelchair appeared. His evil smile brightened further. A man with 3 scars on his face stood behind the crippled youth. Third young master, we have been outside for a long time. Let's go back. The skinny and frail crippled youth didn't respond to the scarred man. He looked to be in high spirits as he said, I heard that second brother is standing on the third lineage's side. Seems like second brother is truly striving hard. Huh? I can't even walk. The scarred man's back was drenched in a cold sweat when he heard the third young master's words. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to reply. He even tried his best to slow down his breathing. The frail youth in the wheelchair continued. I can't even walk, but second brother is striving so hard. He is really my good second brother. The scarred man suddenly felt his bones chilling up when the third young master said, good second brother. At this moment, the frail youth's evil smile suddenly withdrew. I have to make the second brother strive on my behalf too. The frail youth's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and cruelty. He then extended his hand with 6 fingers and looked at his palm. Earlier on, you said when you released chi prowess against that person, your blood vessels flowed in reverse, and your mind was disrupted. I wonder if such an iron plate is enough for my second brother to strive so hard that he breaks his legs. Suddenly, a breeze of sea wind blew into the indigo azure sea market. Because of the sea wind, the frail youth suddenly coughed. When coughing, his ruthless eyes turned mild like jade. The wind is here. Push me to grandfather's place. It has been a long time since I played chess with my grandfather. The scarred man lowered his head while sweat gathered at the tip of his nose before dripping on the ground and making a small splash. After receiving the third young master's command, he quickly responded, yes, third young master. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to explore the indigo azure sea market, he suddenly saw Lu Jie and Lu Jie running toward him. They looked to be rather anxious. Lin Yuan saw Lu Jie and Listen running toward him, and he rushed forward to meet them and thought, did the people from the Zheng family's third lineage really want to find trouble with Lu Jie and Listen? Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask, Lu Jie said with some urgency, Lin Yuan, come with us. There is a piece of mountain-containing embryo. When he heard that, his pupils fiercely shrank, and his eyes were full of joy. Lin Yuan now had a total of 4 fantasy breed phase: the Source Sand, Jasmine Lily, Red Thorn, and Chimey. Chimey's quality had improved after metamorphosing into a fantasy breed fae, so Lin Yuan didn't need to worry about it anymore. As long as Lin Yuan could provide enough strange flames for his heaven and earth fae, the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, it was possible to raise Chimey to fantasy V. Lin Yuan also didn't have to worry about Red Thorn. As long as Red Thorn kept eating, it could be promoted from fantasy I sooner or later. However, after Jasmine Lily and the Source Sand became a fantasy breed, Lin Yuan didn't do much in terms of quality improvement. Lin Yuan had been stuck at the C-rank Spirit Chi professional rank. He wanted to rely on the spiritual power of a C-rank Spirit Chi professional to promote a fantasy breed phase quality, but to no avail. He had tried thinking of a way, but these treasures to enhance the quality of fantasy breeds were too rare. Lin Yuan had not been able to find them, even if he tried to do so, The mountain-containing embryo that Lu Jie had mentioned was a kind of treasure that could enhance Earth-type fantasy breed phase and source-type lifeforms, and was considered a rare strategic class resource. Although the source sand was of the sand element, it was also considered a variant of the Earth element and belonged to the same element. Of course, strategic class resources like the mountain-containing embryo did not only enhance the quality of Earth-type fantasy breed phase and source-type items. However, in Lin Yuan's mind, this mountain-containing embryo's greatest use on him was to promote the source sand from Fantasy I. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Listen quickly headed toward the stall where the mountain-containing embryo appeared. Before he reached the stall, Lin Yuan noticed many people gathered around it. Seeing this situation, Lin Yuan was a little anxious. He saw that most people were watching the fun. He, Lu Jie, and Listen pushed aside the crowd to squeeze inside. He emerged from the crowd and arrived at the transaction location next to the stall. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed an old man looking through an eyepiece and carefully examining a brownish-yellow spherical object that was half the size of a fist. This brownish-yellow spherical object was very inconspicuous, like a potato. It was slowly beating in the old man's hands like an embryo with life. The stall owner was fat. When he saw Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Listen emerge from the crowd to the trading area in front of his stall, he reminded them, "If you plan to trade, you can check out these 3 items at my stall. I only exchange strategic class treasures, phase, spiritual materials, and source-type lifeforms. But listen up, only strategic class ones." When Lin Yuan heard the boss reminder, he responded, "I heard that you have a piece of mountain-containing embryo. It's something I desperately need, so I came here to take a look." Upon hearing that, this fatty stall owner made a gesture for them to go ahead and replied with a smile, "Then you'll wait for Master Jing Lu to finish viewing this mountain-containing embryo before you do so. The other 2 objects are not as rare as the mountain-containing embryo, but they are also good. You can check them out yourself." As he spoke, the fatty stall owner sized up Lin Yuan. His gaze deliberately lingered on the mask Lin Yuan was wearing on his face for a few seconds before he moved his eyes away. Lin Yuan lowered his head and skimmed the other 2 items on the stall. He did not pay much attention. However, he saw the old man, Master Jing Lu, had no sign of finishing observing the mountain-containing embryo. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check the 3 items on the stall, and they attracted his gaze. His attention was not on the mountain-containing embryo, which could allow the source sand to metamorphose into a fantasy breed and have its quality raised. Rather, it was the fairy-like spherical source-type lifeform. It was only the size of a thumb and not conspicuous at all. However, Lin Yuan didn't expect that it would actually be a fairy source-type lifeform as rare as an elemental source-type lifeform. Lin Yuan was also an experienced person and wouldn't be so attracted to ordinary fairy source-type lifeforms. Lu Jie's contracted insect queen was just a fairy source-type lifeform. Although Lin Yuan had only seen the insect queen's true form when it entered a battle, he already had sufficient understanding of fairy source-type lifeforms. This fairy source-type lifeform in front of him had attracted his attention because it was simply too suitable for Chu Ci. It was simply a source-type lifeform for his Iron Bucket Sister Plan 3.0. He could officially launch that plan with this fairy source-type lifeform. This fairy source-type lifeform might have harsher contract conditions, but it was no effort at all for Lin Yuan. When the boss saw Lin Yuan constantly staring at the fairy spherical source-type lifeform, he also ignored Lin Yuan and didn't introduce the item to him. He just sat there calmly, with a posture of, "I have good stuff, and I'm not worried about being unable to sell them." Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't let go of such a suitable source-type lifeform for Chu Ci since he had found one. He said to the fat boss, who had a satisfied face, "Boss, quote a price for this item in the middle." The fat boss patted his big belly and answered, "I refuse to bargain. Since you want to trade for the item in the middle, you should also know what it is, so you should also know the approximate price." After saying this, the fat boss chuckled and smiled unusually politely. He added another sentence which made Lin Yuan choke a little. "You can only quote a price once. I'll trade it with you if I'm satisfied with it. Otherwise, you're not fated with this item." Regardless of whether it was the usual transactions or release of the trading news in his purchase with no loss store, Lin Yuan was like a boss. Thus, he didn't think he would be treated like this right now. Lin Yuan now finally understood why most people in front of the Fat Boss stall were watching the fun but didn't come forward to trade. If their offer didn't go through with the Fat Boss, they wouldn't even have the chance to continue to talk further. Boss, this fairy source-type lifeform's contract condition is too difficult. If we can't find a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master to help with this source-type lifeform, it'll also be defective even if we can contract it. The Fat Boss rolled his eyes when he heard Lin Yuan say that. If it weren't for the contract conditions, I wouldn't have taken this fairy source-type lifeform out for trade. But even if you can't find a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master, you can contract this fairy source-type lifeform by finding a Class 4 Creation Master with some effort. Lu Jie and Listen, who were standing beside Lin Yuan, were at a loss. They didn't understand what was going on between Lin Yuan and this stall owner. When Lin Yuan heard this Fat Boss words, he shook his head and didn't approve his statement. Under true data, the contract condition of this fairy source-type lifeform, Burning Sunflower, was very special. It could not be contracted directly by a spirit chi professional and had to be nurtured like a normal fae first. When it was nurtured to Bronze/Legend, it could grow fully, but only when it reached Bronze/Epic spirit chi professionals could contract it, which was a kind of method of wasting its potential. If the contractor chose to contract it, after the contract, the black-green fairy ball-like burning sunflower would bloom a flame-like flower, from which a burning sunflower spirit would grow. The burning sunflower would crystallize and become a resting place for the burning sunflower spirit. At the same time, the burning sunflower spirit would reach normal I/normal. However, if the spirit chi professional contracted the burning sunflower at its full state at Bronze/Legend, the burning sunflower would grow two flame-like flowers that would then grow two identical normal I/normal burning sunflower spirits. These two identical burning sunflower spirits shared the same grade and willpower rune and cast abilities together. Could be said there was a tremendous difference when the contractor chose to contract the burning sunflower at Bronze/Legend and at Bronze/Epic. In Lin Yuan's opinion, no matter how suitable this burning sunflower was for Chu Ci, he would give up if he couldn't let it reach its complete state before letting Chu Ci contract it. Instead of making a compromise like this, it would be better to choose another one that could fully unleash its strength. Lin Yuan weighed the value of this fairy source-type lifeform, the burning sunflower, and was about to make an offer. The old man, who had been crouching down to check this mountain-containing embryo, stood up and said with admiration, "This mountain-containing embryo is really worthy of being good stuff that can only be produced from a Class 4 subterranean dimensional rift. I'll offer 2 young elemental shellfish, which have a slightly higher price than this mountain-containing embryo." The Fat Boss face revealed happiness. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan found that things were bad. He didn't expect this old man, who had crouched on the ground to look at the mountain-containing embryo, would make an offer after standing up. His offer was obviously slightly higher than the price of the mountain-containing embryo itself. In this case, if he didn't speak up quickly, Lin Yuan probably would not be fated with this mountain-containing embryo. "Boss, do you accept elemental pearls?" When the Fat Boss heard Lin Yuan's words, he immediately turned to glance at him and asked in surprise, "You want to exchange elemental pearls for this fairy source-type lifeform?" Although the value of a single elemental pearl was far less than that of a fairy source-type lifeform, compared to the source-type lifeform, the status of the elemental pearl was obviously higher among the foundational resources. After all, a single source-type lifeform had great limitations and was only valuable to a very small number of people. But most of the world's fays had natural properties. In addition to a few spiritual type, blood type, and poison type fays, most fays use elemental pearls at the juncture of evolution, and there was a large degree of possibility to enhance their natural attributes and even help with their evolution. It could be said that the versatility and functionality of elemental pearls were not at all comparable to a single source-type lifeform that had great limitations. The old man, who was called Master Jing Lu by the Fat Boss, frowned slightly, as his speech was interrupted, but didn't utter a word. Immediately after that, Lin Yuan's words made Master Jing Lu frown even more. "I'm not exchanging elemental pearls for this fairy source-type lifeform." Just as Lin Yuan spoke with a slight pause, the Fat Boss didn't react in time. "If you're not exchanging the elemental pearls for this fairy source-type lifeform, why did you ask me whether I accept elemental pearls?" The fat boss heard Lin Yuan's words and was between a rock and a hard place. I'm going to use the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to exchange for this mountain-containing embryo of yours. Lin Yuan's words caused the surrounding onlookers to cry out in shock. The elemental pearls produced by the elemental shellfish needed highly pure spirit chi. Through concocting the spirit fluid and inducing the spirit chi, creation masters above class 3 could help the elemental shellfish produce the elemental pearls. However, the speed of class 3 creation masters doing so was simply too slow, and only creation masters above class 3 could induce the elemental pearls normally. It was not a big deal to take out the elemental pearls, but heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were different. This was the patent of class 4 and above creation masters. A mountain-containing embryo definitely required a lot of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in exchange, which could indicate that the masked youth must have a powerful creation master behind him. The fat boss glanced at Master Jinglu and noticed that he was frowning badly, and understood the situation was bad. Master Jinglu was an advanced class 4 creation master. If Master Jinglu had a bad opinion of himself, that would be a loss. But compared to the elemental shellfish, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were a little more attractive to the fat boss. This was because even if he had the elemental shellfish, he could only at most induce elemental pearls, and the prerequisite of inducing elemental pearls was that he needed the investment of a creation master. Even if these creation masters were not used to nurture the elemental pearls to enhance phase and their quality, the benefit was not at all inferior to the value of using the elemental pearls produced by elemental shellfish. Therefore, the fat boss was still more inclined to exchange the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with Lin Yuan. Unfortunately, this would inevitably offend Master Jinglu, whose temper was not good and was known for his well-defined likes and dislikes. Those people approved by Master Jinglu could be treated as a family by him, but Master Jinglu would never go soft on revenge against those he felt disgusted with. The fat boss' eyes turned, and a thought came to mind. If he traded this mountain-containing embryo to this masked youth in exchange for the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, Master Jinglu might think badly of himself. However, if he could make Master Jinglu have the least opinion on him and transfer the hatred to this masked youth, then it would be worthwhile to exchange for the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. This masked youth was willing to exchange the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls for the mountain-containing embryo, which meant that the mountain-containing embryo was very important to him. The fat boss didn't answer Lin Yuan directly but looked at him and blinked twice. Lin Yuan saw the fat boss blink at him and understood what he meant. When Master Jinglu stood up earlier, Lin Yuan had seen the Class 4 Creation Master crest on Master Jinglu's chest. The second star rose high, which meant that Master Jinglu was an advanced Class 4 Creation Master. However, even if Master Jinglu was an advanced Class 4, he wouldn't give up on the mountain-containing embryo, which was hard to find. Instead, he was bent on getting it in his hands. At the same time, Lin Yuan couldn't help but put his mind on the two young elemental shellfish in Master Jinglu's hands and thought, if I could get the two young elemental shellfish in Master Jinglu's hands, after inducing their mutation in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, they could produce a large number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. At that time, the resources that I can use will increase greatly. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said to the fat boss, I'm willing to take out 200 fire-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the scorching elemental shellfish to exchange for this mountain-containing embryo. The expression on the fat boss immediately appeared full of surprise when he heard that. However, the fat boss hurriedly concealed the joyful expression on his face and secretly looked at Master Jinglu. He noticed that Master Jinglu didn't look at him and was relieved. Master Jinglu glanced at Lin Yuan for a long time, sighed and said, Little friend, how about you let me have this mountain-containing embryo, and I'll help you raise the source-type life form, Burning Sunflower, to bronze/epic after the trade. Master Jinglu's words caused the crowd to go into an uproar. Fuck! What's happening? Is this a deal between big brothers? What kind of divine operation is it to earn a chance to raise the quality of a source-type life form to bronze/epic for nothing with a single bid? He's worthy of an advanced Class 4 Creation Master. He offered a chance to raise a source-type life form to bronze/epic. Why aren't the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls taken out? What if there aren't any? As soon as this woman's voice sounded, the surrounding people looked at her like she was an idiot. In front of an advanced class 4 creation master, was there really someone in the world who dared to lie and swindle an advanced class 4 creation master? When Lin Yuan heard Master Jing Lu's words, he shook his head and said, "Master Jing Lu, the mountain-containing embryo is related to my strength. Given your identity, you naturally know how unattainable the mountain-containing embryo is. Since I've seen it, I naturally have to fight for it and not let it go." After saying that, Lin Yuan bowed to Master Jing Lu with cupped fists and expressed his apologies. Upon hearing that, Master Jing Lu sighed, and his expression became more complicated as he gazed at Lin Yuan. Master Jing Lu actually felt quite an antipathy toward this youth who caused a sudden disruption and wanted to snatch the mountain-containing embryo that he was about to get his hands on. However, this bidding trade was a competition of only who would take out something better. In Master Jing Lu's opinion, if it were his own choice, even if 2 young elemental shellfish and 200 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were of equal value, he would not hesitate to choose the latter rather than the former. Thus, Master Jing Lu had offered to raise the burning sunflower to bronze/epic. After hearing the rejection, a fire surged up in Master Jing Lu's heart. However, seeing this masked youth's courteous and respectful attitude toward him, Master Jing Lu could not vent this anger. It had to be said that Lin Yuan's attitude had given Master Jing Lu a bit of a good impression. Nonetheless, his antipathy was a little more than this good impression, so Master Jing Lu looked at Lin Yuan with displeasure. "Forget it. I want this mountain-containing embryo for its pure majestic earth energy and the aura of the ley line roots. Since I'm not fated with it, I'll go back and induce the 2 young elemental shellfish to mutate into thick earth shellfish and nurture the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. I'll think of a way for the aura of the ley line roots. I don't have to have the mountain-containing embryo." When Lin Yuan heard Master Jing Lu's words, he suddenly felt that he was a little cute. At the same time, he noticed that Master Jing Lu seemed to be a hidden chatterer, as he was speaking a long string of words. The meaning of his last words was quite like borrowing comic books from a classmate at school, but the classmate wouldn't lend. One clearly wanted to read a comic book, yet said that they had a novel to read and didn't care about reading comic books. What an old and arrogant person. Lin Yuan was still thinking of the 2 young elemental shellfish in Master Jing Lu's hands. Upon hearing Master Jing Lu say that he wanted to cultivate the earth-type elemental pearls, Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "Master Jing Lu, I have some heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. How about I take out 200 of them to exchange for 2 of your young elemental shellfish?" "It's also my apology." Master Jing Lu, who was still somewhat upset with Lin Yuan, was frozen upon hearing this. What did this masked youth mean? He actually wants to exchange with me? After snatching the mountain-containing embryo from me, he is now coveting my infant-stage elemental shellfish? Isn't it too much? Master Jing Lu's heart might show resistance in his heart, but his body was absolutely willing. Even though he was an advanced class 4 creation master, it would take him great effort and a very long period to produce 200 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls from the thick earth elemental shellfish. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was expressing his apology to him by using 200 heavenly maiden-grade pearls to exchange for his 2 infant-stage elemental shellfish. It was simply too sincere. Master Jing Lu said straightforwardly, "This old one has a good impression of you. Since that is the case, I agree to trade with you, and I will still help you to enhance this burning sunflower to bronze/epic." Lin Yuan quickly cupped his hands and bowed. "Many thanks for the master's kindness, but I shouldn't trouble the master for such small matters. If the master still needs heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, you can look for this junior directly." After finishing the statement, Lin Yuan flipped his hand, brought a big brocade box out of the button-shaped Fey storage box, and handed it to Master Jing Lu. Master Jing Lu opened the box to look and closed it before even counting them. He then smiled and said, "The pearl light is reserved and overflowing from within. The color is mild yet clear. The fire elements have filled up the color pores. These heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that you handed over are considered superior among other heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls." After saying that, Master Jing Lu took out his mobile phone and took the initiative to ask for Lin Yuan's phone number. He then placed the 2 infant-stage elemental shellfish in a platinum phase storage box before handing them to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't even check the elemental shellfish inside the phase storage box and simply stored them inside his button-shaped phase storage box. Master Jing Lu laughed heartily and said, "You are a good kid. This old one likes you." After speaking, Master Jing Lu turned and left the stall. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that all the spectators and the fat boss of the stall, including Listen and Lu Jie, were all looking at him as though he was some immortal. Lin Yuan was rather helpless as he simply took out another brocade box which was also filled with 200 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan handed the brocade box to the fat boss. He then looked at the burning sunflower at the stall and asked the fat boss, "Boss, I wonder what resources I can use to trade for this source-type life form with you." When speaking, Lin Yuan reached up and rubbed the back of his head. After trading for 2 infant-stage elemental shellfish and the mountain-containing embryo, Lin Yuan realized that he was now a pauper. All of the heavenly maiden-grade fire elemental pearls he had collected in the spirit lock spatial zone were those that the twin red pagoda didn't absorb. Excluding the 60 additional pearls that he had given to Lu Jie and Listen, he had spent another 400 pearls, leaving him with nothing. Lin Yuan might have used 400 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to trade for plenty of strategic class resources. Still, even if Lin Yuan had to die of hunger, he wouldn't want to trade away these strategic class resources. Lin Yuan realized that his tendency to hoard was getting severe when he had control of more resources. When something good was in his hand, Lin Yuan wouldn't feel the heartache to give them to his companions. However, if Lin Yuan were to trade them away, he would feel the same as though someone was slicing his flesh. The fat boss no longer had the expression as though nothing mattered. He quickly and passionately received the brocade box from Lin Yuan. He then slowly opened the cover of the brocade box before starting to count the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls inside. After finishing the count, the fat boss rubbed the tip of his fingers as though he was reminiscing the texture of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that he had just touched. The fat boss let out a radiant smile, however. He immediately felt a pinch by the idea that he had just thought of. "Young brother, this source-type fairy shall be given to you as a gift. I wonder if I can also exchange contacts with you? If I obtain any other good things in the future, I wish to trade for more heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with you." Lin Yuan didn't think that he would encounter such a good scenario. When did his phone number become so valuable? An exchange of contact information actually allowed him to trade for a source-type fairy. Lin Yuan had obtained 2 more infant-stage elemental shellfish and could mutate them to produce more heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls inside the spirit lock spatial zone. Those elemental pearls would then become the reserve of his strategic class resources. In the eyes of others, Lin Yuan might not be profiting and was actually incurring a small loss. However, Lin Yuan felt that once he nurtured those infant-stage elemental shellfish and placed them in the spirit lock spatial zone for a few days, he would earn back everything. Lin Yuan was planning to nurture the 2 infant-stage elemental shellfish into thick earth elemental shellfish and store up a portion of the produced elemental pearls. He was going to feed them to his contracted source-type life form, the source sand. Actually, for Lin Yuan to upgrade the source sand's quality to fantasy breed, he didn't have to use the mountain-containing embryo either. There were plenty of precious spiritual ingredients that could upgrade the source sand into a fantasy breed and continue to upgrade further. However, the mountain-containing embryo was a strategic class treasure formed after many years of transformation in the underground. They could only be found in Class 4 subterranean dimensional rifts, where the earth devoured mountain ranges. The mountain-containing embryo contained the transformation ability of mountain ranges. This transformation ability was very compatible with the source sand's 2 willpower runes. It could be slowly comprehended and absorbed by the source sand. Lin Yuan wanted to make use of the mountain-containing embryo to enhance the source sand's transformation ability once it was upgraded to Fantasy I. Even though a massive amount of resources would be required, Lin Yuan felt that the cost would be worth it if it was to increase his phase strength. After Lin Yuan exchanged phone numbers with the fat boss, the latter didn't feel the pinch of giving away a source-type life form anymore. In the fat boss' opinion, If this masked youth was able to bring out 400 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in front of his stall, it meant that this youth had an immense background. After all, one's background could be seen by how many resources could be utilized. There was a saying, when a bowl is filled with water, the surplus is called foundation. If this masked youth could casually trade 400 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, it meant that the surplus portion of the masked youth's resources could be used as he desired. Forming a relationship with such a person was naturally going to be a great advantage. Even if there wasn't any actual help, just having a stable channel to trade for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls would be a great profit. Lin Yuan was in a great mood after the trade. He was now finally able to start upgrading the source sand's quality. At the same time, Lin Yuan could feel Red Thorn inside the leaf-shaped Fey storage box devouring the Gold Water World dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan didn't think he could look at the scene directly. Lin Yuan suddenly reflected on his thoughts. Am I really a good father to let Red Thorn eat such smelly things? Lu Jie and Listen were conversing with their eyes. When Lu Jie saw how Listen was giving him eye signals, Lu Jie said, I will come clean. I didn't get to trade for anything. After speaking, he took out the gold-threaded bag, which contained 30 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. In response, Listen did the same and said, It is the same for me. Upon seeing that, Lin Yuan asked, There weren't any suitable resources for trade? Lu Jie and Listen nodded and shook their heads. Listen was the first to speak. Heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls are considered rather valuable strategic class resources. Even if I wanted to trade, I am only able to trade for resources of the same value. I feel that it wouldn't be a profit. Lu Jie agreed. I have the same feeling. As compared to those strategic class resources, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls are more convenient to use in trades. It would be more worth it to keep these elemental pearls at hand. When Lin Yuan heard the replies from Lu Jie and Listen, he finally understood the problem. He had never given great importance to the heavenly maiden-grade pearls and would use them to exchange for strategic class resources of the same value. It was due to the fact that he knew how easy it was to obtain these pearls. He just had to sleep on his bed for a night and would be able to pick up quite a few pearls in the Spirit Lock spatial zone on the next day. However, Listen and Lu Jie stood in the angle of a regular person to see the value of the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. When having such a comparison, Lin Yuan felt that he was really a squanderer. Immediately after, Lin Yuan realized that the conversation between Listen and Lu Jie sounded rather bizarre. It seemed like they had a hard time speaking. Lu Jie said in a muffled voice, If this is the case since both of us didn't trade for anything, it is a draw. When hearing Lu Jie's statement, Listen heaved a sigh of relief. However, Listen started to cough after hearing Lu Jie's subsequent statement. Since we both failed, we both lost. Listen looked at Lu Jie with a dumbfounded expression and asked, Big brother Lu, why don't you think that we both won? Lu Jie shook his head and said in a deep voice, Since we didn't get to trade for anything, it means we lost. Since we lost, we need to receive the punishment together. Listen looked at Lu Jie suspiciously and asked, Big brother Lu, do you like to eat spicy food? Therefore, you want someone like me who prefers sour food to eat spicy food with you. Lu Jie replied in an unpleasant tone, Even if I do like eating spicy food, I wouldn't just eat a platinum ghost pepper, right? This way then, we will split the platinum ghost pepper. After hearing Lu Jie's response, Listen had a feeling that Lu Jie was waiting for him to ask for mercy. Therefore, Listen ground his teeth and said, Since Big Brother Lu is so fair and just, then we need to keep to our promise of not drinking milk and to drink cold cola after eating the ghost pepper. Although Lin Yuan did not know the exact conditions of the bet, he inferred from their conversation that the duo had made a bet, and their wager was a platinum ghost pepper. Lin Yuan felt that Listen and Lu Jie were truly brave warriors. Lin Yuan was rather good at eating spicy food too, but if he ate something too spicy, his entire body would be sweating profusely while his stomach would feel as though it was on fire. Once the platinum ghost pepper entered the stomach, even if it was split in two, their stomachs would probably feel a volcano eruption. Furthermore, the most miserable thing would happen the next morning when one would probably feel like a rocket launching in the toilet. During the previous bet, Lu Jie and Listen had made the wager to eat 30 sour lemons. It was so sour that the victim had to eat kanji for several days. Therefore, Lin Yuan naturally had to persuade the duo. However, after seeing their determined faces, Lin Yuan helplessly thought of a good idea. Once we return, why don't I ask you to extract the juice of the platinum ghost pepper and mix it with honey before making it into lollipops? The sweet taste might be able to neutralize some of the spicy taste. Listen and Lu Jie looked at Lu Jie and felt that he was a demon. If they were to swallow half of a ghost pepper at once, they would be giving their mouths a quick execution. If it was made into lollipops, they would need to keep it in their mouths for over a dozen minutes. Their mouths would probably swell up and become bigger than their heads. By then, they would have to lower their heads when they walked and would still have to be cautious that their swollen lips might make them fall over. Lu Jie and Listen exchanged looks. They gave up their impartiality and integrity. I feel that since it is a draw, it should be a win-win situation. That's right, I feel so too. Lin Yuan raised his brows as he thought. Do they think that when used lollipops aren't good? Lin Yuan scratched his head in confusion. When he ate her meal previously, it was rather nice. Since Lin Yuan was now a pauper, he naturally didn't have the intention to continue shopping in the Indigo Azure Sea market. Otherwise, if he found something he wanted and couldn't buy it, he would be torturing himself for no reason. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, "It is still early. Why don't we take a look at the coastal sea? Let's see if the coastal sea has any secrets that can capture the attention of the Zheng family's third lineage." Listen was shocked when he heard Lin Yuan's words. There was probably no one else that wished to know the secrets of the coastal sea more than Listen. He had been trying to find out if the deaths of his family were related to the secrets of the coastal sea. After sensing the change of Listen's expression, Lu Jie patted him on the shoulder and said, "Earlier on, in the Radiance 100 group chat, they mentioned that a few Class 5 scholars studied the active period of the dimensional rifts and realized that it would happen 1 or 2 days earlier than expected. Therefore, it is best to investigate the coastal sea within these 2 days. Otherwise, there might be mishaps during the active period of the dimensional rifts." When Lin Yuan heard that piece of information, he felt fortunate that a Radiance 100 sequence member was by his side. It was truly convenient to find out such information in advance. He was also feeling unfortunate that he didn't have a lot of time. With Listen as the guide, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie arrived at the coastal sea near the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Once they arrived at the shore of the coastal sea, Lin Yuan's expression immediately turned stern. After using his nose to smell, Lin Yuan realized that the coastal sea under the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's control wasn't normal. There was actually such a fishy smell in this shallow coastal sea. Lin Yuan was simply too familiar with such a unique fishy smell. It was exactly the smell given off by the decaying flesh of the water world dimensional lifeforms. The sea breeze along the shore was very strong, so any smell would be instantly carried hundreds of meters away and then disappear without a trace. However, the sea breeze couldn't cover up the smell of decaying flesh of the water world dimensional lifeforms on the shore. This meant that a large number of water world dimensional lifeforms were decaying. Just as Lin Yuan's expression became more and more serious, Lu Jie said with a frown, "Could there be a water world dimensional rift that just opened on the shore? How else could there be so much water world dimensional lifeforms flesh decaying?" As he spoke, Lu Jie glanced at the calm sea not far away and frowned even more. The clear waves on the sea surface surged. There were clearly no large-scale massacres of phase and water world dimensional lifeforms at this moment in the sea. Listen pondered for a moment before saying, "I was here at this sea area before I went to the royal capital. There was no abnormality at that time." Listen was also wondering how much water world dimensional lifeforms' flesh was decaying together in such a wide space that made them, who were standing with their backs to the breeze, smell a fishy and pungent smell. Listen hurriedly took 3 light blue wax slices out of his diamond phase storage box, handed them to Lin Yuan and Lu Jie, and said, "These are the fragments from the shellfish vapor corals. Put it in your hand and cover your nose." The fragment's shellfish vapor can cover up the decaying smell of the water world dimensional lifeforms. At that moment, Lin Yuan waved his hand and replied, "Smell." The decaying smell of the water world dimensional lifeforms is becoming fainter and fainter. Let's wait a little longer. If the smell becomes fainter or disappears, we'll go forward and take a look. Lin Yuan thought, if the smell becomes faint, it means that a large batch of waterworld dimensional lifeforms have been killed and then rolled along with the current to the shore. The source sand that was on the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box on Lin Yuan's cuff landed on the sandy shore at his feet and turned into gravel that drilled into the sandy shore. Lu Jie noticed Lin Yuan's action and channeled his spiritual energy to summon the Insect Queen. After the Insect Queen was summoned, a small humanoid fairy emerged out of the beating purple flesh cocoon. It was the Insect Queen's original body. The Insect Queen had a combination of moth wings and transparent dragonfly wings on its body. After flying out of the purple flesh cocoon, the Insect Queen hugged Lu Jie's neck, relying on its little face to rub it. Lu Jie used his palm to hold the petite Insect Queen to his face and said, "Elegance, we're going to battle. Go and spread the sea of insects according to Formation A." Under Lu Jie's instruction, the Insect Queen, Elegance, turned into a stream of light and drilled into the purple flesh cocoon. The purple flesh cocoon landed and swelled to 3 meters, with many sac-like ducts unique to insect species phase on its body. These sac-like ducts pulsated, and it was as if something in the ducts was rapidly flowing. The Insect Queen's form after transformation was like an insect queen nest. When the Insect Queen transformed, the Insect Queen nest produced flesh-mincing blade insects quickly. Then the thick armored shield ladybugs and blue-purple plasma caterpillars with spiky hair swarmed out. After being produced, these shield ladybugs consciously guarded Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and listened behind them. The 2 thick armors on their backs bloomed, forming an airtight wall. Under Lu Jie's instruction, they advanced toward the coast step by step. Those plasma caterpillars consciously followed the shield ladybugs and were ready to deploy the plasma in their bodies. Those large amounts of flesh-mincing blade insects that covered half of the sandy shore scurried underneath the sand. Lin Yuan manipulated the source sand and could sense that every single flesh-mincing blade insect under the sand was in an attacking posture, ready to strike. They would launch a swift and fierce attack according to Lu Jie's instruction at any time. Then, the Insect Queen nest trembled violently as if it was stuck. When the Insect Queen nest stopped trembling, nearly 100 lightning-gathering moths and hurricane owlet moths flew out of the open hole. The lightning-gathering moths were only half the size of a palm, but the moths had a purple tentacle on their heads that was about the same length as their bodies. The hurricane owlet moth was more than twice as big as the lightning-gathering moth, and its blue butterfly wings had fine black lines. The black lines seemed to be able to absorb the bright light displaced in the world, seemingly making it as if the hurricane owlet moths were always flying at night. The moment the lightning-gathering moths appeared, the plasma caterpillars seemed to have found their main backbone and ejected the accumulated plasma from their bodies. The lightning-gathering moths absorbed the electric plasma, and blue-purple jumping lightning arcs surrounded them. The arcs jumped, and the light purple color on their bodies turned dark purple. The dark purple wings vaguely brought up a layer of silver luster with the increasingly fine electric arcs. This layer of silver luster was precisely the unique characteristics when the thunder energy reached saturation in the lightning-gathering moths' bodies. Lu Jie's Insect Queen completed the formation in less than a minute. If the swarm was compared to a war machine, then each insect unit produced by the Insect Queen was like a small part of this huge war machine. These small parts were in their positions, each with their own responsibilities, operating the sea insects that were like the war machine with the fastest and most accurate efficiency. Lu Jie, who was beside Lin Yuan, was the heart of the swarm and its sole commander. After laying the sea of insects, the Insect Queen nest once again shrunk into a purple flesh cocoon. Lu Jie took a gold protein silkworm chrysalis out of the diamond Fey storage box and fed it to Elegance, allowing it to replenish the energy it had consumed in creating the swarm. Elegance received Lu Jie's protein silkworm chrysalis and flew up, giving him a gentle peck on his face. Then it glanced at Lin Yuan and listened and burrowed into the purple flesh cocoon as if afraid to see strangers. It began to enjoy the gold protein silkworm chrysalis alone. Lin Yuan had learned how shy elegance was back at the mansion. Lin Yuan's mind suddenly gave birth to a strange idea upon sensing the flesh-mincing blade insect lurking underground. Apart from energy, how much protein was required to produce so many insect species Fei? Lu Jie could really afford to support it. At the same time, Lin Yuan's source sand was not idle. This was the shore. Although there were many reefs, the sandy beach at his feet was mostly sea sand. Therefore, it was very easy for the source sand to create sand. However, Lin Yuan found that the sand on the shore was wet. After being soaked in seawater, the sand would become heavier. Thus, controlling the wet sand was far less comfortable than when controlling dry sand. At this time, Zhou Luo, who Lin Yuan had informed earlier, had also arrived. The shield ladybugs that Lu Jie's insect queen had spawned had now gathered at the shore and erected their back armor to form a solid wall. Only a few of them still remained around for protection. When Zhou Luo saw the large group of insect species phase at the shore, particularly the combination of the shield ladybugs, lightning-gathering moths, and plasma caterpillars, he immediately thought of a person, Lu Jie, the heart of insect swarm, who had just returned to the Radiance 100 sequence and ranked number 30 just a short while ago. At first, when Zhou Luo had been interacting with Lu Jie would wear a strange mask. After that, although he had seen Lu Jie's true appearance, Zhou Luo, an inferior king-class expert who was always running around in order to improve his phase, rarely had time to be immersed on Star Web. At first, Zhou Luo only felt that Lu Jie looked familiar as if he had seen him somewhere before. He only thought that Lu Jie might look familiar and didn't think much about it. But now, he didn't expect that Lu Jie was the Radiance 100 sequence number 30 prodigy. Zhou Luo had been afraid of attracting too much attention by riding on a flying Fei to this shallow coastal sea and people keeping an eye on him. The Guild Alliance branch that Zhou Luo had visited to ask for information was near this coastal sea. So he had jogged all the way over here. Lin Yuan looked at Zhou Luo and asked, "Has the lava iguana been promoted to diamond?" Upon hearing that, Zhou Luo's eyes were filled with gratitude, and he answered, "Young master, the lava iguana has now evolved into a lava dragon lizard thanks to your flawless dragon's mouth orchid flowers and that tube of diamond dragon species blood. At the same time, it successfully promoted to diamond with the energy of this bloodline awakening." Zhou Luo then summoned the evolved lava dragon lizard. It actually belonged to the Varanus genius and evolved from the 6-meter-long lava iguana. At present, the lava dragon lizard was nearly 12 meters long. Even though it wasn't a very large lizard species Fei among the Varanus genus, it could be ranked in the upper class. The lava dragon lizard had 2 heads, one of the earth attribute, while the other of the fire attribute. However, when the energy of the 2 heads clashed and the earth and fire attributes fused, it could turn into churning lava. The lava dragon lizard's intelligence was not low, and it knew that it could be where it was today thanks to its contractor and the grace of someone. So it lowered its 2 heads in front of Lin Yuan. Feis with their dragon species bloodline had always been proud, and the lava dragon lizard situation was not common. Upon seeing the situation, Zhou Luo rubbed the lava dragon lizard's 2 necks with both hands like a feather duster. After watching his former partner, the lava iguana, mutate all the way into the current lava dragon lizard, Zhou Luo couldn't help but think of Freezing Cold, who had insulted him in the purchase with no lost store. Time had changed and only less than 10 days had passed. Zhou Luo's talent could now completely exceed Freezing Cold's. Among the 2 lizard species Fei that had awakened their dragon species bloodline, the dark snake dragon lizard had awakened its dragon species bloodline at bronze. As long as there was enough time to grow and promote the grade of the lava dragon lizard and the dark snake dragon lizard, he could go from the low-rank king-class expert to a high-rank one. Lin Yuan could completely understand Zhou Luo's joy. He was also someone who had risen from the bottom, so he could feel the joy the metamorphosis had brought to Zhou Luo. At that moment, the joy on Zhou Luo's face was replaced by a grim expression. "I managed to pry quite a lot of information without much effort in the Guild Alliance regarding this coastal sea. It's rumored to be a forbidden place in the Guild Alliance as quite a few spirit chi professionals have disappeared near this place. Since it'll soon be the Dimensional Rift's active period, The Guild Alliance temporarily did not notify the spirit guards to deal with it. Instead, it intended to wait until after the active period before letting the spirit guards investigate this. The Guild Alliance has informed the Spirit Chi professionals not to come here to undertake missions. Lin Yuan asked, "Did you inquire about the news regarding the frequent appearance of the decaying flesh of water-world dimensional lifeforms at this coastal sea in the Guild Alliance?" Zhou Luo organized what he had heard in the Guild Alliance branch and replied, "I heard from some adventurers that water-world dimensional lifeforms' flesh would occasionally appear here, and many Spirit Chi professionals thought otherwise. But in the recent 2 months, more and more flesh of water-world dimensional lifeforms has been appearing on the shore. Many people are speculating if there are some powerful fays in the sea, or if it's related to the upcoming active period." Lin Yuan dismissed the first guess. If there were powerful fays in this water, would they frequently come to the shore and attack Spirit Chi professionals? On the other hand, Lin Yuan felt it was reasonable that it was related to the dimensional rift's active period. The breeze no longer carried the smell of decaying flesh of water-world dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan took the lead and headed to the shore. After walking to the shore, Lin Yuan saw many black rotting marks in many areas of the sandy beach that were precisely caused by the decaying flesh of the high-class water-world dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and summoned Red Thorn that was having a feast in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Red Thorn was unusually elated after Lin Yuan summoned it. Its huge flowers with partial gill-like petals produced the sound, "Lin Yuan, fish meat, delicious." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned to hear Red Thorn's sound. He knew that it could rely on his huge flower to create the sound of his name. Although its grade and quality hadn't been promoted, its voice simulation ability had become stronger. Was it related to the guild petals in Red Thorn's flower? Lin Yuan realized what Red Thorn had meant immediately after that. Lin Yuan revealed a puzzled expression. As its father, he had to explain to Red Thorn what real fish meat was. How could such smelly things like the gold water world dimensional lifeform's flesh be called fish meat? Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan recalled that Red Thorn had seemed to have devoured the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh of its own accord in the Spirit Lock spatial zone back then. Apparently, Red Thorns subconsciously found the water world dimensional lifeform's flesh more to its taste. Lin Yuan scratched his head. Did Red Thorn like to eat something more, the more smelly it was? He saw that the red ribbon on its vines was a little dirty, so he untied it and replaced it with a new red ribbon specially made by Wenyu, tying it into a delicate double bow. Red Thorn was so happy that its 12 red flowers immediately moved. It was just like the sound of a naughty child playing on the keyboard. It seemed Red Thorn should interact with Chimey more to enhance its musical talent. At that moment, the acid corrosion queen bee flew out of Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish. Just as it was going to land on Lin Yuan's shoulder, Red Thorn's vine squashed it onto the ground. After being squashed, the acid corrosion queen bee hurriedly went far away from Lin Yuan. It landed on Red Thorn's corrosive cavity that had metamorphosed into a sack with an obedient look. Previously, when Lin Yuan had summoned Red Thorn, Zhou Luo and Listen had felt that the fae he had summoned looked very strange. However, after the acid corrosion queen bee flew out of its mouth of relinquish, and seeing what the acid corrosion queen bee looked like, their jaws almost dropped to the ground in surprise. Wasn't this bee-like fae one of Black's many fays that were the hottest on Star Web? If so, wasn't this strange plant fae Black's fae that could spread a sea of flowers? The very one the many scholars could not come up with a specific conclusion? This strange plant fae seemed to have evolved and was completely different from its image on Star Web. The mysterious Black on Star Web was none other than Lin Yuan. Listen and Zhou Luo only knew that Lin Yuan was the purchase with no lost store owner. A powerful faction was backing him, and Emperor-class experts surrounded him. His outstanding foundation had made them ignore Lin Yuan's strength, and Lin Yuan had never taken the initiative to show it. Now that they discovered Lin Yuan was the most mysterious, heroic youth Black on Star Web, the image of Lin Yuan in their mind changed. Not only was his foundation deep, but he was also powerful. He didn't only win back-to-back on the Celestial Stairway with no defeats. It could be said that he had vaguely reached the standard of the Radiance 100 sequence in terms of combat power. This sudden discovery of the secret mesmerized Listen and Zhou Luo. At that moment, Lin Yuan gazed at the coast and commanded Red Thorn. Red Thorn? Spread the sea of flowers all over this sea. After receiving Lin Yuan's command, Red Thorn sprinkled its spores toward the coast through the huge spore cavity on its mouth of Relinquish. The spores didn't grow vines but instead grew several child ramets that were like spore cavities. These child ramets constantly sprinkled spores. Suddenly, several blinking eyes of Relinquish on Red Thorn closed. The eyes of Relinquish were channeled into the child ramets through the roots connected to these child ramets. Then Red Thorn sprinkled a large number of spores into the sea with the child ramets. Vines emerged on the shore one after another, growing toward the sea. They would use their sharp teeth to absorb seawater and inject the spore cavity's spores in the mud and sand at the bottom of the sea through the vines. The sea of flowers composed of vines spread out in all directions at the bottom of the sea with these methods. Lin Yuan sensed the speed Red Thorn was spreading the sea of flowers and couldn't help but frown slightly. Red Thorn's spores were small and light to facilitate the dispersion in the air, but this had become a flaw in the seawater. The turbulent waves would instantly sweep away the small and light spores. Even with the aid of the vines, the speed of spreading out was still slow. After all, the vines could only grab a small amount of the spores. Lin Yuan thought, it seems that if I want to increase the ability of Red Thorn to fight under the sea, its spore cavity has to be enhanced again so that the spores can be divided into two states, one suitable for dispersing in the air while the other in the seawater. Red Thorn developed part of its spores into child ramets that were like spore cavities. However, these child ramets were also releasing spores, and the spores were swept to the surface due to the surging currents at the bottom of the sea. Since Red Thorn had yet to devour enough gold water world dimensional lifeforms to impart the ability to breathe underwater well to the child ramets, the sea of flowers it spread in the sea was not as powerful as on land. Nonetheless, the sea of flowers served as Lin Yuan's eyes and was undoubtedly enough. Since this was a seemingly dangerous sea, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't easily go into the water before he completely explored the sea. In the sea of flowers that constantly spread, he was surprised to find that there was not the slightest bit of life in this shallow nearshore sea. Red Thorn's sea of flowers range was not small, but Lin Yuan didn't see any traces of the shellfish phase, the beak-billed spiny fish, or the shellfish-eating armored turtles that Listen had mentioned. Since he didn't even find the beak-billed spiny fish, then the tail-cutting shadow sharks that ate them could not stay in this sea. However, he didn't know whether the school of tail-cutting shadow sharks left because there were no beak-billed spiny fish to feed on in this sea or some other thing had expelled or killed them in this sea. Lin Yuan asked Listen, who was standing beside him with a shocked expression, "When you came to check on the coastal sea before you left, did you go into the sea to check the shellfish phase?" Listen didn't understand why Lin Yuan asked him that. Was there something wrong with this sea? "I caught the 2 poisonous water sea eels, which I brought to the royal capital for you to enhance, before leaving Indigo Azure City in this sea," Listen calendar and said once again. There were many shellfish phase at that time. Those 2 poisonous water sea eels scampered into the large shellfish phase to hide their forms. Thus, when I sent people to capture them, it wasn't much effort at all. When Lin Yuan heard Listen's words, he could determine that the life in this sea had been cut off, and it had happened within these 3 months. Lin Yuan had always felt that Red Thorn's eyes of Relinquish consumed too much. At first, he thought it was the normal consumption of spreading its sea of flowers in the sea. After all, he had never commanded Red Thorn to launch an attack in the sea before. After sensing the state of the bottom of the sea through the sea of flowers, Lin Yuan suddenly discovered that the vine ramets were rooted at the bottom of the sea. Therefore, only those very close to the shore could draw energy from the bottom of the sea. The further they were away from the shore, the less energy the vine ramets could absorb in the sea. The energy at the bottom of the sea seemed to have been exploited thousands of kilometers away from the shore without a trace left, causing the entire sea bottom to become unusually barren. Lin Yuan pondered while letting Red Thorn continue using its eyes of Relinquish release spores in this sea. Its eyes of Relinquish had gradually been used, but one part of its sea of flowers had already exceeded the range of the coastal sea of the listening heron chamber of commerce. Lin Yuan's perception became extremely poor for this distant sea range. However, he could sense Red Thorn's other vine ramets had absorbed some faint flesh energy in other seas. That faint flesh energy feedback could have been that the vine ramets captured a fish fae. This meant that there were lives in the other seas, and there was no life just in the sea where the listening heron chamber of commerce was located. The Zheng family had suddenly started to take action against the listening heron chamber of commerce 3 months ago. The Zheng family, one of the 3 major affluent families in Indigo Azure City, would naturally investigate this coastal sea since they valued it so much. Therefore, it was impossible for the Zheng family's 3rd lineage not to know that there were no more abundant shellfish fays in the coastal sea of the listening heron chamber of commerce. Since the Zheng family was so imperative to get this coastal sea that was completely barren and had no more shellfish fays, it meant that the 3rd lineage must have a grasp of the secret of why it had become so barren. Before Lin Yuan could think about it, he suddenly sensed a dramatic change of Red Thorn's sea of flowers at the distant sea, seemingly twined by a large number of things in a flash. It was unknown what these things were. But, the moment the sea of flowers made of vine ramets were twined, Lin Yuan could sense a large amount of flesh energy being plundered by those things. He was a little horrified at the speed of the plundering of vitality. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Jie, who was at his side, and nodded at him with a very grim expression. Lu Jie commanded the flesh-mincing blade insects lurking in the sand, and they emerged one after another. Under Lu Jie's commands, these flesh-mincing blade insects seemed to be heading home, happily lining up to walk into Red Thorn's mouth of relinquish. They were like a group of sows lined up to jump into the gutter, neat and orderly. Red Thorn welcomed it, and its tongue of relinquish secreted a lot of acids to digest the flesh of the alien insects to help its mouth of relinquish digest these flesh-mincing blade insects before quickly extracting energy from their flesh. Just like this, as the eyelids of Zhou Luo and Listen jumped wildly, Lin Yuan prompted the sea of flowers to counterattack through the energy obtained from digesting the flesh-mincing blade insects. However, the more it counterattacked, the grimmer Lin Yuan's eyes became. Red Thorn's sea of flowers that had always been unbeatable was clearly not a match. Lin Yuan could feel that the things twining with Red Thorn were increasing. However, he found that these things that were fighting with Red Thorn didn't seem to move or were very clumsy. Red Thorn kept receiving attacks, and the flesh energy in the sea of flowers was also absorbed by those things more quickly. The energy absorption of the sea of flowers from this unknown life form had affected Red Thorn's ortets connected to the child ramets. Lin Yuan hurriedly let Red Thorn withdraw the remaining energy in the sea of flowers. Immediately afterward, he closed his eyes and pondered. Through the perception of the sea of flowers at the bottom of the sea, there seemed to be countless thorns pierced into each vine ramets in the previous struggle. Through these thorns, the flesh energy in the vines was rapidly and heavily plundered, and the counterattack of the vines didn't seem to have the slightest use. Lin Yuan didn't feel the vines absorb any flesh energy during the counterattack. Lin Yuan thought, could there be a large group of unknown lifeforms far from the shore, causing this coastal sea to become so barren? But if this is the case, since this coastal sea has been so barren, why don't those unknown lifeforms migrate but remain in the depths of this coastal sea? Lin Yuan could be sure that this group of unknown lifeforms' thorn attack was not considered strong through the fight just now. What was really powerful was the speed at which they devoured energy. The level of this thorn attack shouldn't be able to beat the tail-cutting shadow sharks, and even the spines of the beak-billed spiny fish that fed on the shellfish phase could not be pierced. Looking at the expression on Lin Yuan's face, Lu Jie asked with some concern, Lin Yuan, did you discover something bad? Lin Yuan opened his eyes and first shook his head, then nodded his head again. The discovery through the sea of flowers at the bottom of the sea could not be called a bad discovery. This was because those things that had devoured the energy from the vines should have nothing to do with the appearance of the flesh of high-class water-world dimensional lifeforms on the shore. However, the listening heron chamber of commerce's coastal sea destruction was definitely not some good news. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought of the speed at which those lifeforms plundered energy, the sea bottom becoming barren, and that lifeform's inability to move. He thought of a possibility. If this possibility was really as he thought, he could only say that he was really the reincarnation of the god of fortune. He had really encountered a true blessing this time. Lu Jie was a little confused by Lin Yuan shaking his head and then nodding his head. Immediately afterward, Lu Jie heard Lin Yuan say, "Big brother Lu, let your hurricane owlet moth take me to the sea 3,000 meters away from the shore to have a look." The place where Red Thorn's sea of flowers had been attacked was exactly the location 3,000 meters from the shore. So whether it was a blessing or danger, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to go down to the sea to have a look to be sure. Anyway, Lin Yuan knew that he was protected by the Mother of Bloodbath and had his master's extreme token. Even if he was in danger, he could react at once. This danger 3,000 meters away from the shore wouldn't be more powerful than the suzerain/myth 2 Mother of Bloodbath, right? While speaking to Lu Jie, Lin Yuan was also slightly embarrassed. Lu Jie, Listen, and Zhou Luo seemed to have no flying phase that they could ride on. He instead had to rely on the moths produced by Lu Jie's insect queen when he needed the flying ability now. Although he could fly with the 4-day and night spirit silver wings, flying would rely on the day and night spirit silver's weightlessness as long as the 4 wings played a defensive role. The sea breeze was currently very strong. Given Lin Yuan's spiritual power as a C-rank spirit chi professional, using the 4 wings would likely cause him to become a kite with broken strings thanks to the sea breeze. The insect queen's hurricane owlet moths could manipulate the wind and wouldn't be affected by flying in the great sea breeze at all. The sea breeze would even speed up the hurricane owlet moth's flight. The chaotic sea breeze was also one of the reasons why, in addition to the fear of attacks by marine phase, many spirit chi professionals with flying phase still didn't dare to fly above the sea. Lin Yuan wanted the hurricane owlet moths to take him over the sea because this coastal sea had been explored. It was also due to the protection of an expert like the Mother of Bloodbath. After hearing Lin Yuan's request, Lu Jie did not ask any questions. Instead, he commanded the 4 hurricane owlet moths to fly toward Lin Yuan. Lu Jie knew that Lin Yuan was not a rash person. Lin Yuan must have discovered something with such a request. 2 hurricane owlet moths grabbed Lin Yuan's shoulder, while the other 2 grabbed both sides of his waist. According to Lin Yuan's instructions, they took him into the air and headed in the designated direction. When Lin Yuan was flying above the sea with the 4 hurricane owlet moths manipulating the wind energy to take him into the air, he looked at the vast sea and was suddenly intoxicated by the blueness of the sea. Lin Yuan could see the bottom of the sea that was 100 meters under the sea surface. The barren sea at the bottom was particularly vast. The silence of no life in this sea contained the beauty of vastness. 100 rivers flow east to the sea, and when will they flow back to the west? The sea is vast, the rivers flow from all directions, and the water is gathered from 8 directions. At that moment, Lin Yuan seemed to have the feeling he had when he had first ridden on a flying fae and flown in the clouds all the way from the Xia region to Redbud City. All of a sudden, a glimpse of enlightenment appeared in his mind. It revealed a sense of inclusion and convergence. It was just like how the water in the sea never flew back to the rivers. Even if the water would eventually return to the rivers, it was through other means. When he returned to his senses, Lin Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. Previously, there was a sense of enlightenment in his head when he was reading a book. However, it was stuck at a critical point, and he had been unable to figure it out. Before he could fully understand the previous enlightenment, he had new enlightenment that was completely different. If he could fully understand both, that would mean 2 willpower runes. In Lin Yuan's opinion, although he had 2 kinds of enlightenment, he couldn't understand any of them. Rather than that, he would rather sacrifice one of the enlightenments and completely understand the other enlightenment to condense a willpower rune and not have both enlightenments divided and be unable to understand them. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice sounded next to Lin Yuan's ears. "Congratulations. You have just entered a state of epiphany." A bitter smile hung on Lin Yuan's mouth. He was just entering a state of epiphany and gaining a new understanding, not a willpower rune. What was there to congratulate him? It was really sweet distress to be stuck with 2 enlightenments. The Mother of Bloodbath sensed Lin Yuan's bitter smile and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. "You're not taking this state of entering epiphany seriously. Some people don't get such an opportunity even once in their lifetimes. Those spirit chi professionals have diamond/legend phase, but there are a few cases where they have been unable to promote their phase into fantasy breeds because they can't comprehend the willpower rune. They just lack entering a state of epiphany like this. Upon hearing the Mother of Bloodbath's words, Lin Yuan was somewhat thankful that he hadn't spoken the true thoughts. Otherwise, the Mother of Bloodbath would probably transform into the Mother of Sarcasm again and make sarcastic remarks. Lin Yuan retracted his thoughts, no longer thinking about the two kinds of enlightenment. Mother of Bloodbath, I need your help when I get to the sea later. The Mother of Bloodbath's peculiar yet pleasant voice replied, If you need anything, just ask. My combat ability in the water is not much worse than on land. When I was still at Gold, it rained continuously for 3 years in the endless forest. All the bird phase disappeared, and the forest turned into a swamp. I sank into the swamp to catch fish, and I found that these fish phase were dumb and much better to catch than birds. But the taste of fish is not as good as the finger-licking chicken a few days ago. Of course, the birds I ate before were also raw and not as delicious as cooked finger-licking chicken. The Mother of Bloodbath obviously had some flashbacks when it talked about the finger-licking chicken. When Lin Yuan heard the Mother of Bloodbath talk about what happened when it was at Gold, he thought it was long in the past. Although the Mother of Bloodbath had talked about it very easily, the 3 years of heavy rain must have made it suffer a lot at Gold. If it wasn't for the extreme lack of food, how would a bird-catching spider change the diet engraved in its genes and go underwater to catch fish? The Mother of Bloodbath had never spoken before about what had happened to it when it was at low grade, and it happened to mention it to Lin Yuan this time. Those memories that were left behind slowly surfaced before the eyes of the Mother of Bloodbath. The Mother of Bloodbath remembered how it had suffered before taking its form, and then recalled every bit about how it had now transformed into human form and was living in the mansion. The red stingers on its spider legs couldn't help but tremble with happiness twice. If the Mother of Bloodbath wasn't on Lin Yuan's head but a coconut, it would use its spider legs to crack the coconut shell to express the happiness in it. The 4 hurricane owlet moths stopped flying as soon as they brought Lin Yuan to the designation location, but he did not rush to go into the sea. Instead, he summoned the gold-green oxygen sea anemone that he had purchased earlier from the amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box. Lin Yuan had stored this green oxygen sea anemone in the spirit lock spatial zone and nourished it for nearly half an hour with the high concentration of spirit chi before putting it back into the amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box. At this moment, the green oxygen sea anemone was in very good condition and lively as it constantly stretched its short light green tentacles. It buckled on his mouth and nose while being upside down, and Lin Yuan immediately felt the uniquely fresh smell of a marine plant. Lin Yuan couldn't breathe under the sea, so he instructed this gold-green oxygen sea anemone to create oxygen in the water. He took a deep breath and plunged into the sea. The cold seawater soaked Lin Yuan, causing him to shiver. Then he felt the gold-green oxygen sea anemone's powerful oxygen-producing function. The large amount of oxygen it produced completely isolated the seawater from his mouth and nose, and he sniffed the oxygen that had the unique marine plant fragrance. He felt that the gold-green oxygen sea anemone's oxygen seemed to be slightly more than the usual oxygen content in the air. Higher-grade green oxygen sea anemone could probably be treated as an oxygen cylinder that released pure oxygen in the sea. Lin Yuan looked down at the bottom of the sea. If not for the gold-green oxygen sea anemone protecting his nose and mouth after entering the sea, his coughing action could cause him to choke on a large amount of seawater and die. When he was on the sea surface previously, due to the fine waves of the sea, Lin Yuan could only see that the barren sea bottom was almost the same color. However, he couldn't look closely at what was at the sea bottom. When he looked at the sea bottom, he felt his scalp numb. He saw the sea bottom were endless bone-carved lotus flowers. These lotus flowers were not the white color of ordinary bones but like the gray-white dead coral at the sea bottom. The bone lotus flowers were stacked layer upon layer and bloomed. Those at the top were whiter. The bone lotus flowers were endless, and this sea bottom seemed like a barren, beautiful bone lotus hell. The strange beauty of this bone lotus hell made Lin Yuan have goosebumps all over in the cold seawater. This strange natural scenery was beautiful. Lin Yuan couldn't feel the presence of any living creatures in the endless sea at this moment. It was silent, and only these bone lotus flowers were gently opening and closing in the sea. The hearts of the bone lotus flowers contained a cold flare. They must be the thorns that had pierced the vines in his perception. Lin Yuan observed the endless bone lotus flowers and understood why Red Thorn's sea of flowers hadn't absorbed the slightest flesh energy during the struggle. Lin Yuan was currently feeling ecstatic. It seemed that he was really the reincarnation of the god of fortune. He had actually guessed what was in this sea region correctly. However, he needed Morbius true data to confirm it, so he used true data to check the endless lotus flowers at the sea bottom. Fey name: Sea Burial Lotus Flower. Derivative: Fey species. Water Willow / Waterbone Lotus. Fey grade: Silver, 4/10. Fey type: Wood. Fey quality: Elite. Morbius true data showed that these bone lotus flowers were really the sea burial lotus flower. However, these endless bone lotus flowers were not the sea burial lotus flower's original body. They were just the ramets the sea burial lotus flower used to extract the energy from the sea bottom. The sea burial lotus flower was a famous carcinoma fey in the sea. The sea burial lotus flower's original body was extremely good at hiding and should be hidden among the endless bone lotus flowers at the sea bottom. Lin Yuan had heard from the Moon Empress that the sea burial lotus flower had appeared in the sea depths the last time. At that time, the sea burial lotus flower had extracted all the energy at the sea bottom, turning the deep sea into a forbidden ground where no marine phase could live. Thanks to the bone lotus flower's continuous expansion, the sea burial lotus flower had finally reached a large whalefall area of a whale beast. The sea burial lotus flower had not been polite at all. It had madly extracted the energy from this large whalefall area. As a result, 4 of the hatching island whale crystal eggs couldn't hatch due to the whalefall area's energy loss. This had angered many suzerain / myth breed marine phase in the deep sea, causing them to attack and kill the bone lotus flowers. After clearing the bone lotus flowers within 5,000 kilometers, many suzerain / myth breed marine phase had finally found the original body of the sea burial lotus flower. They had extracted the sobbing sea crystal condensed by the energy of the large whale fall from the sea burial lotus flower's roots and returned it to the 4 crystal eggs and the barren sea bottom. Under the sobbing sea crystal effect, 5,000 kilometers of the deep sea had soon been revived. Those 4 crystal eggs with the floating island whales had also used the energy in the sobbing sea crystal to successfully hatch. Back then, the Radiance Federation had brought out very valuable treasures, showing their sincerity. They had wanted to make an exchange with the high-grade marine phase in the deep sea for the carcinoma fey, the sea burial lotus flower, which the spirit guards would take. However, the high-grade marine phase had rejected them and annihilated the sea burial lotus flower, which was absolutely harmful to the sea, in front of the experts from the Radiance Federation that had gone to negotiate it. They had jointly expressed the marine phase attitude to the sea burial lotus flower. Although the sea burial lotus flower was exceptionally harmful to the sea, it also produced the indescribably rare sobbing sea crystal. At that moment, the mother of Bloodbath jumped out of Lin Yuan's hair in the sea and turned into its human form. The mother of Bloodbath, which was unusually calm and composed, couldn't help but swear, "Damn! It's actually the sea burial lotus flower. Your providence and luck are too amazing." Lin Yuan was just about to speak when he recalled that he was still in the sea at this time. The mother of Bloodbath, a myth breed fey, could breathe and speak freely in the sea. Unlike him, he had to rely on the gold-green oxygen sea anemone. Therefore, he stretched out his hand to give the mother of Bloodbath a thumbs up with a smile on his face. The mother of Bloodbath couldn't help but roll its eyes as it saw Lin Yuan's smug appearance. Nonetheless, it immediately started to help Lin Yuan search for the true body of the carcinoma fey, the sea burial lotus flower. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little thankful at this point. Fortunately, the sea burial lotus flower had appeared in the coastal sea, and its resources were far less than in the deep sea, resulting in the sea burial lotus flower's bone lotus flower's slow spreading speed. Furthermore, the coastal sea's resources weren't enough to help the sea burial lotus flower quickly spread its bone lotus flowers to other sea regions. As a result, the bone lotus flowers were hunted in other sea regions. Since the sea burial lotus flower appeared in the listening heron chamber of Commerce's coastal sea, and Listen chose to come to the royal capital to pay allegiance to Lin Yuan, the latter had the opportunity to find the sea burial lotus flower and have it for himself. The fays living at the sea bottom, like the corals, marine plants, and shellfish fays, would suffer due to the bone lotus flowers. The sea burial lotus flower would empty the energy in the sea, and these corals, marine plants, and shellfish fays, which lived at the sea bottom and could not move around, would be devoured by the bone lotus flowers. Then the bone lotus flowers would transfer the energy to the sea burial lotus flower, which would turn the energy into sobbing sea crystal. When the energy at the sea bottom had been emptied and all life had been cut off, the fays that could move would naturally flee this barren sea region and not stay there. As Lin Yuan watched the mother of Bloodbath constantly unleash blood energy at the sea bottom to destroy the bone lotus flowers, his eyelids jumped wildly, and he hurriedly told it to stop. As a carcinoma fey, the sea burial lotus flower wreaked havoc in the sea, but its original body was very weak. If the mother of Bloodbath's blood energy spread, the sea burial lotus flower's original body would probably die. Compared to the sobbing sea crystal condensed from the energy of this coastal sea, Lin Yuan wanted the sea burial lotus flower more. The energy the sea burial lotus flower extracted from the sea was not actually water element energy. It was the sea bottom's flesh energy and the ley line spirit chi deposit deep under the sea. The sea burial lotus flower would absorb all the energy and condense the sobbing sea crystal. The silver 4/elite sea burial lotus flower was wood type, so the sobbing sea crystal it condensed was also wood type. The wood-type sobbing sea crystal was a sacred item that could nourish wood-type fays but was life-threatening poison to other types of fays. When fays of other types used the sobbing sea crystal, its energy would burst in the fay's body. One could imagine the horror of the energy exploding in a fay's body. However, when the silver 4/elite sea burial lotus flower reached gold, it would get another attribute, which would broaden the uses of the sobbing sea crystal. The deep-sea sobbing sea crystal that the Moon Empress had mentioned should be of the water type and wood type. Otherwise, it wouldn't have prevented the 4 island whales in slumber from hatching out of their energy eggshells. In Lin Yuan's opinion, the most suitable place for the sea burial lotus flower to survive was his spirit-locked spatial zone's spirit pool. His spirit pool had a never-ending abundance of spirit chi. The sea burial lotus flower only needed to absorb the abundant spirit chi constantly and didn't have to plunder energy from the bone lotus flowers. It just needed to produce and condense the sobbing sea crystal at ease. Thus, Lin Yuan didn't want the sea burial lotus flower to suffer the slightest damage. When the mother of Bloodbath heard Lin Yuan tell it to stop, it gazed at him in confusion. The area covered by the sea burial lotus flower's ramets was extremely wide. If he didn't search within a certain range, it would not be easy to find the sea burial lotus flower's body that was very good at hiding. Lin Yuan had been using Morbius True Data. Although True Data didn't have the function of locating and searching, Lin Yuan could rely on it to scan a large area of bone lotus flowers while relying on the data to find the hidden sea burial lotus flower. After Lin Yuan swam toward the sea surface and emerged, he waved at the 4 hurricane owlet moths. They manipulated the wind energy to bring Lin Yuan back to mid-air and then blew dry his moon-white spirit chi clothes. Lin Yuan observed the 4 hurricane owlet moths' actions and confirmed that this was not their intelligence. Rather, Lu Jie had allowed the insect queen to impart its intelligence to the hurricane owlet moths and control them to cooperate better with his actions. The mother of Bloodbath surfaced from the sea, and Lin Yuan said to it, "I'll let the hurricane owlet moths fly me around the sea twice and look for the location of the sea burial lotus flower from the surface." When the mother of Bloodbath heard Lin Yuan's words, it only felt like giving Lin Yuan some fruits and feeding him a few big hawthorns and jujube. If Lin Yuan could find the sea burial lotus flower, hidden among the bone lotus flowers at the bottom of the sea, it would rather not eat the finger-licking chicken in the future. Lin Yuan ordered the hurricane owlet moths to slow down as they carried him in circles to search. He found that looking at the vast blue sea with the sea breeze blowing while flying over the sea felt good. The dead silence of the sea seemed to carry a different kind of romance under this blue sky and breeze. After searching for a long time, Lin Yuan locked on his target, and a happy smile emerged on his face. Lin Yuan said to the distant Mother of Bloodbath with a wave of his hand, "Mother of Bloodbath, the sea burial lotus flower is just below this location." After saying that, Lin Yuan took the lead and jumped into the sea. The Mother of Bloodbath rolled its eyes again, thinking that Lin Yuan wasn't really smart at this point. However, it also jumped into the sea. The Mother of Bloodbath subconsciously explored the sea bottom. Although the Mother of Bloodbath was doubtful about Lin Yuan's words, it still subconsciously believed him. In the middle of the search, the Mother of Bloodbath fixed its gaze on Lin Yuan like looking at an immortal, and thought, "This is really something." You can see the sea burial lotus flower's body, hidden so deep at the sea bottom from above the surface. Are your eyes magnets that are specially made for attracting the sea burial lotus flower? But right after that, the Mother of Bloodbath raged in its heart, "Damn! Lin Yuan really found the sea burial lotus flower. Does that mean that I can't eat the finger-licking chicken anymore?" While the Mother of Bloodbath was raging in its heart, it didn't hesitate with its actions. 3 intersecting crimson blood-colored waves of energy blasted at the sea bottom full of bone lotus flowers. The bottom of the sea where Lin Yuan's gaze reached was blasted by these 3 crimson blood-colored waves of energy, forming extremely deep ravines. The bone lotus flowers turned into white shreds, and the pale white powder drifted in the seawater like extremely cold snow in the sea. The Mother of Bloodbath happened to enclose the sea burial lotus flower's body at the center of the 3 intersected blood-colored waves of energy. This disconnected it from the vast majority of the bone lotus flowers. Lin Yuan then saw a strange movement in that small area. The bone lotus flowers suddenly danced at the sea bottom like spirit snakes that probed out in search of the enemy that had just attacked them. Lin Yuan knew that carcinomaphase like the sea burial lotus flower were not intelligent. A life form like it only possessed the instinct of avoiding harm. Its reaction was exactly the subconscious emergency response of a life form in the face of danger. The silver 4-sea burial lotus flower couldn't do anything with a myth-breed fae like the Mother of Bloodbath around. The Mother of Bloodbath flew into those dancing bone lotus flowers and ignored the attack from the bone lotus flower's center. It stretched out its hand and pushed aside from inside the bone lotus flowers. Lin Yuan saw the Mother of Bloodbath grab a delicate lotus flower from the bone lotus flowers. It was white in color, including its stem and leaves. This white did not have a deathly pale feeling like the bone lotus flowers. Rather, there was a glistening sense of sacredness, causing people to have reverent thoughts. It was really hard to imagine that such a small thing would be the devil that swallowed the sea and made it barren. What was under the sacred-like white lotus flowers were not the lotus roots but a green crystal smaller than Lin Yuan's thumb on the rhizome. This green crystal must have relied on all the energy in this sea to nurture the wood-type sobbing sea crystal that simply had too many uses. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of the jasmine lily, but it was a bit too extravagant to give jasmine lily, the sea burial lotus flower's sobbing sea crystal, to raise its quality. That's right. This was extravagant even in the eyes of people like Lin Yuan, who wouldn't hesitate to spend more resources to become stronger. He still needed to think about how to use this wood-type sobbing sea crystal. After all, the jasmine lily could improve its quality from fantasy eye with many spiritual materials. It was not necessary to have this wood-type sobbing sea crystal. The Mother of Bloodbath flashed to Lin Yuan's side, with its hair dancing in the seawater. Its usually expressionless face betrayed a rare and obvious hint of joy. Lin Yuan, the energy contained in the wood-type sobbing sea crystal is truly a sacred item for wood-type faes. This sea burial lotus flower can be considered the rarest item I've seen other than a sacred source lifeform. The Mother of Bloodbath could not help but exclaim. When the Mother of Bloodbath mentioned the sacred source lifeform, Lin Yuan became a little curious and asked, "Mother of Bloodbath, you've seen a sacred source lifeform? How powerful is that?" Lin Yuan had heard the Moon Empress talk about the sacred source lifeforms. Although he had learned about the sacred source lifeform's origin, he never had the chance to see them. So far, the sacred source lifeform that Lin Yuan knew was Ostrich Logistics Spatial Mother Shellfish. Upon hearing that, the Mother of Bloodbath's eyes flashed with longing. The sacred source lifeform's true power never lies in their attack ability, but in the functionality of absolute authority. I also don't know if I'll have the chance to be promoted from myth breed to creation breed or obtain a sacred source life form to contract after becoming a creation breed. The mother of Bloodbath added, although the power of a sacred source life form never lies in their attackability, none of them is weak at attacking. Lin Yuan could feel the mother of Bloodbath's longing for the sacred source life form. Moreover, when the mother of Bloodbath became a creation breed, it could contract a sacred source life form. Lin Yuan asked softly, since Fays can contract a sacred source life form when they reach creation breed and above, can they contract source-type life forms? The mother of Bloodbath shoved the sea burial lotus flower in its hand to him, rolled its eyes and said, Fays naturally cannot contract source-type life forms, but both humans and Fays can contract sacred source life forms. I mentioned striving to contract a sacred source life form after ascending to a creation breed, because it's impossible to get a sacred source life form with myth breed strength. The mother of Bloodbath felt that Lin Yuan was getting less intelligent. How could he forget such common sense that Fays couldn't contract source-type life forms? Looking at the mother of Bloodbath rolling its eyes madly, Lin Yuan touched the back of his head with some embarrassment. When he was about to speak, Lin Yuan suddenly felt an energy fluctuation coming from the space not far above his head. He and the mother of Bloodbath looked up at the fluctuating space not far away, and he thought, is a water-world dimensional rift going to open before the active period of the dimensional rift? But immediately after, Lin Yuan discarded this thought. The spatial fluctuation in front of him was simply too weak. Even the energy fluctuation when the Class 1 Waterworld dimensional rift opened was much stronger than the spatial fluctuation above his head at this moment. Therefore, this spatial fluctuation should have nothing to do with the dimensional rift. Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath headed to the spatial energy fluctuation, ready for some reconnaissance. Unexpectedly, the spatial fluctuations suddenly became stronger when they got closer. At that moment, numerous waterworld dimensional lifeforms' carcasses were spat out of this rift at Lin Yuan's face. If the mother of Bloodbath hadn't immediately pulled Lin Yuan out of the seawater and floated in midair, he would have fainted from the smell of the large batch of high-grade waterworld dimensional lifeforms' carcasses. Lin Yuan had lingering fears. If the smell had attacked his face, it would be no different than being pushed into a shithole. It might even be 10,000 times more disgusting. Lin Yuan finally discovered where the massive quantity of high-grade waterworld dimensional lifeforms came from. This place was around 5,000 meters away from the shore. The waterworld dimensional lifeforms that were below the gold grade would start to rot and submerge before reaching the shore. Only those above the gold grade would have the chance to reach the shore through the wave before rotting on the shore. Lin Yuan looked at the carcinoma fay, sea burial lotus flower, and understood why its ramets had appeared in this place. It seemed like it was due to the massive quantity of waterworld dimensional lifeforms flesh, which allowed the sea burial lotus flower to have a feast at the bottom of the seabed. Due to the problem with its mobility, the sea burial lotus flower had chosen to hide and lay roots in this place. This scene was definitely a great discovery for Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath's expression had turned serious too. She could sense a spatial wave that vanished after all the high-grade waterworld dimensional lifeforms were unloaded into the sea. She frowned and was contemplating the reason. After a moment, once there weren't any other waterworld dimensional life-form carcasses, Lin Yuan summoned the ethereal jellyfish. As a spatial-type life form, the ethereal jellyfish could feel spatial nodes even from 1,000 miles away. It had a naturally high sensitivity toward spatial movements. Lin Yuan was planning to scout with the ethereal jellyfish and find out how the spatial wave appeared and unloaded all the waterworld dimensional lifeforms earlier. After summoning the ethereal jellyfish, it shifted between the spatial zones as it appeared and vanished from time to time. Just as it wanted to land on Lin Yuan's head, it recalled Lin Yuan's stern warning. The ethereal jellyfish then quickly shifted down and landed on Lin Yuan's neck and was particularly satisfied. When the mother of Bloodbath saw the ethereal jellyfish, she immediately gulped down her saliva. She couldn't help thinking of the cold dish Lu Jie had previously prepared and that wonderful taste of the jellyfish skin and tentacle. Lin Yuan said, "Ethereal jellyfish, go and check on all the spatial energy waves in the sea and report to me." Once the ethereal jellyfish received Lin Yuan's order, it immediately flickered on Lin Yuan's neck and produced an image as though it had broken through multiple dimensions as it vanished. The ethereal jellyfish had already appeared in the sea before Lin Yuan and was vibrating the newly grown tentacle to sense the spatial energy waves hidden in the sea. Lin Yuan used this moment to start handling the sea burial lotus flower. Lin Yuan didn't harvest the sea burial lotus flower's wood-type sobbing sea crystals. The grade of the sea burial lotus flower was actually determined by the energy contained within the sobbing sea crystals. If Lin Yuan were to harvest them now, then the sea burial lotus flower would immediately drop from the current silver 4/elite to normal I/normal. Carcinoma Fae might also be contracted by spirit chi professionals like regular Faes, and could even be spirit locked by Morbius exclusive skill, Spirit Lock. However, in Lin Yuan's opinion, the sea burial lotus flower wasn't suitable to be contracted and used for battle. It was more suitable to be a production Fae like the elemental shellfish. The sea burial lotus flower didn't have intelligence and was only moving through instincts. Thus, Lin Yuan wanted to nurture it in the spirit lock spatial zone and restrict it. The best method to restrict the sea burial lotus flower was to make it develop a reliance on Lin Yuan's resources. After leaving the water, the sea burial lotus flower would constantly weaken. The sea burial lotus flower wasn't strong to begin with and was actually very frail. If it left the water for too long, it would start to wither, leaving behind the roots that wrapped around the sobbing sea crystals and falling into a narcolepsy state. Lin Yuan circulated his spiritual power at suitable timings to allow the sea burial lotus flower to absorb the pure spirit chi from his palm. Each time, Lin Yuan only released a small trace of pure spirit chi before he quickly withdrew it. Before the sea burial lotus flower could taste the pleasure, it would immediately lose the pure spirit chi that was just like honey. The sea burial lotus flower could absorb all sorts of energy at the seabed, but Lin Yuan's pure spirit chi was definitely an intoxicating attraction for the sea burial lotus flower. Every time Lin Yuan stopped circulating the spiritual power in his body, the sea burial lotus flower would shake its sacred branches and leaves to show its sadness. It threw tantrums and seemed to be telling Lin Yuan, "You are so bad. I want more spirit chi." Lin Yuan was acting just like the ultimate scumbag, causing the sea burial lotus flower to develop a reliance toward his spirit chi. He was using a withdrawing and giving method to make the sea burial lotus flower rely on him even more. After a few repetitions, Lin Yuan placed the sea burial lotus flower into the spirit lock spatial zone's spirit pool. After entering the spirit pool, the sea burial lotus flower looked as though it was drunk. It obsessively absorbed the pure and ample spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. Due to the inexhaustible spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, the sea burial lotus flower didn't have to produce any bone lotus flowers to help it absorb energy. Lin Yuan asked the gold wind speed rapid antelope to keep watch by the spirit pool. Once the sea burial lotus flower had any ideas of producing bone lotus flowers, the wind speed rapid antelope would immediately use wind energy to disturb their production process. Inside the spirit pool was the spirit drawing ichthyosaur, Blackie. It was only bronze X/legend and still unable to produce an absolute pressure toward the silver 4/elite sea burial lotus flower. Once Blackie became a fantasy breed, it would be enough to have absolute control over the sea burial lotus flower. All of a sudden, the spatial zone beside Lin Yuan shook gently. The ethereal jellyfish emerged from the spatial zone and appeared in front of Lin Yuan. It handed over a black fist-sized ore to Lin Yuan. It felt as though the ethereal jellyfish was handing over a treasure, as it was using its tentacle to gently stroke the black ore and was obviously fond of it. Lin Yuan could feel the black ore's spatial energy. As soon as the ethereal jellyfish excavated the black ore from the seabed with its two strong and thick tentacles, the mother of Bloodbath saw something in the sea that caused its eyes to turn still. The mother of Bloodbath said in a deep voice, "Someone actually used the spatial magnets to set up a magnetic field to hide a spatial zone. The spatial magnet is something that only other continents can produce. Why is it here, the sea region governed by the Radiance Federation?" After hearing the mother of Bloodbath mentioning other continents, it was unknown why Lin Yuan immediately related it with the pinnacle myth 2 Crow Fae that mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer had killed together. Once the ethereal jellyfish handed over the spatial magnet, it shook its tentacle toward Lin Yuan to transmit some hazy information. According to the information, Lin Yuan found out that there were plenty of spatial magnets in this sea region. Lin Yuan said to the mother of Bloodbath, "Why don't we let the ethereal jellyfish dig out all of the spatial magnets in this sea region? We will then be able to see what this magnetic field is trying to hide." The mother of Bloodbath nodded and said in a cold voice, "Since someone came to set up a magnetic field to hide a spatial zone in the Radiance Federation, they can be considered terrorists no matter what intentions they have. Such a person must not be left alive." As the ethereal jellyfish searched through the sea in detail, Lin Yuan's collection of spatial magnets increased and was already close to 100. At present, Lin Yuan and the mother of Bloodbath realized that the range of the magnetic field was truly too wide. As Lin Yuan followed the ethereal jellyfish in the air, they were getting further away from the shore. Soon after, Lin Yuan saw an island that was around 4,000 to 5,000 square meters in size. The island was abnormally barren, just like the seabed that the sea burial lotus flower ravaged. Lin Yuan had heard Listen mention about this barren island before. It was already out of the listening heron chamber of commerce's territory. Lin Yuan realized that the ethereal jellyfish found an extreme number of spatial magnets in the vicinity of the island. Lin Yuan then said to the mother of Bloodbath, "Why don't we use this island as a checkpoint? I will ask Lu Jie, Listen, and Zhou Luo to come over too." The mother of Bloodbath responded, "When coming over to the shore, there were plenty of eyes that were staring at you. You have already been searching on the sea for almost 4 hours now. I believe that those people with motives wouldn't be able to sit still after finding out you went out to the sea, right?" Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and let out a smile. "If they cannot sit still, they will naturally reveal themselves. We shall respond to them by remaining calm." A tall and skinny man was using a cloth made with spirit beast pelt to wipe the chess pieces that had distinct white and black color. There was a black and white sable on the creation master robe of the tall and skinny man. The sable was drooling as it looked at the chess pieces in the man's hand. Its eyes were twisting and turning as it was abnormally spirited. Zhang Jianglu looked at the sinister-looking youth beside him and said with an impatient tone, "Wenba, what are you saying? Is your grandpa Jiao someone you can command as you please?" Zhang Wenba looked like a frozen eggplant. Zhang Wenba's sinister eyes and vicious eyes would nearly ooze out as soon as he recalled what had happened during the day at the Indigo Azure Sea Market. The elder with the straight back and cedar aura used his hand to rub on Zhang Wenba's head and said, "I have watched Wenba grow up from a baby, and I understand his temperament. If he hadn't suffered a great embarrassment, he would never have talked like that." Zhang Jianglu asked softly, "Uncle Jiao, are you sure that there isn't any Emperor-class expert with the youth and Listen?" Zhang Jianglu was abnormally friendly and didn't act as sternly as he acted toward Zhang Wenba. The elder then said with a composed expression, "I didn't feel any powerful presence beside that youth. Unless the opposition strength is significantly higher than mine, I will not be able to sense their presence. Even if my cold snowpine isn't adept at sensing among the support type phase, its exclusive skill has a certain level of detection. Therefore, my senses are normally correct." Zhang Jianglu was still a little apprehensive and was hesitating on how he should make his decision. According to what Elder Jiao had said earlier, the youth with the mask wasn't someone simple. The mask he wore was made with threads of completely jade-textured wood. But after thinking that Zhang Wenba had actually had the intention to hide the opposition's foundation while asking him to send out people to kill the opposition to take revenge for his embarrassment, Zhang Jianglu was a little anxious. Why do I have an incompetent son that only knows how to act with his emotions? When recalling the loss of Elder Niu, Zhang Jianglu felt the rage building up in his heart. Zhang Jianglu turned to look at the tall and skinny man as he asked with a smile, "Second young master, I wonder if you think I shall make a move on the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's Listen now and kill their group. I can then take control of all the coastal sea resources in Indigo Azure City and quickly give the 50% profit to second young master." The skinny youth didn't even look up as he was still wiping the chess pieces. He replied without answering the question, "Third uncle, the chess pieces you brought me this time have some nice patterns. They're rather good. When Zhang Jianglu heard the reply, his smile froze. However, the skinny youth spoke again. Since third uncle is so willing to split 50% of the coastal sea's profit with me, then I cannot sit by the side without giving ideas while watching third uncle fretting. Actually, I feel that Wenba is a good child and cannot be embarrassed like that. While speaking, the skinny youth noticed the sable drooling as it looked at the chess piece in his hand. He then let out a gentle smile as before and tossed the chess piece to the sable. This little fellow, you are already hungry in less than 2 hours? I just fed you before we came, and you are already looking for snacks. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? When Zhang Jianglu saw the skinny youth tossing the completely jade-textured chess piece to the Fae, his face twitched twice. After all, he had painstakingly obtained those chess pieces. At the same time, thoughts were rapidly flying through his mind. The second young master's meaning was clear: he should make the move. However, the second young master had only said to make the move, but he hadn't said he would help. At present, Zhang Jianglu only had one Emperor-class expert, Uncle Jiao, who he could mobilize. Zhang Jianglu was still worried about making Uncle Jiao move out alone, as there might be risks. After all, the death of Elder Niu, a pinnacle king-class expert, was already a strong warning. If second young master could send an expert to move along with Uncle Jiao, it would be good. The skinny youth looked up and saw Zhang Jiangliu's serious expression. He raised his brows as though it was nothing. Just as he was about to speak, there was a knocking sound at the door. When Zhang Jianglu heard the knocking sound, he yelled, "Elder Feng, second young master is here, and you dare to knock and disturb. What are you doing?" While speaking, Zhang Jianglu was a little puzzled. The housekeeper, Elder Feng, had been working with him for at least 20 years. Why would he knock on the door to disturb him now? Something important must have happened. As expected, Elder Feng's anxious and hurried voice echoed, "Master, there is really something important to report." Immediately after, Zhang Jianglu turned to look at the skinny youth seated beside him. The skinny youth took up another white chess piece to feed his sable as he said indifferently, "Third uncle, please go ahead." After receiving the skinny youth's permission, Zhang Jianglu yelled toward the door, "Enter." After opening the door, the anxious-looking Elder Feng bowed to the second young master first before he quickly walked beside Zhang Jianglu and whispered in an extremely soft voice. After the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's listen left with the two masked youths, they headed for the coastal sea under the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's control. Our spies just came back to report that they have already visited the barren island that is at the coastal sea's outer borders. Zhang Jiangliu's eyes widened. Zhang Jianglu turned around with an abnormally determined expression that had some anxiety. Unlike the earlier hesitation, he was now like a changed person. "Second young master, if my third lineage moves out alone, there might be risks. I wonder if second young master can send an Emperor-class expert to support us in the dark." The tall and thin man ignored the sudden change in Zhang Jiangliu's attitude. He seemed to be a little sleepy, so he reached out to cover his mouth and yawn. "I can send someone to do it. I want 60% of the coastal sea resources that the third lineage controls, and you take 40%. Upon hearing that, Zhang Jiangliu's eyes became increasingly gloomy, but he promised very quickly. "We'll do as second young master says." The tall and thin man chuckled and stood up to pick up the black and white sable before saying, "Since third uncle is so enlightened, I, Zhang Kaiyuan, am not a stingy person." He then clapped his palm twice. With that, a humanoid figure covered in a cloak suddenly appeared by Zhang Jiangliu's side, startling Zhang Jianglu. Zhang Kaiyuan said, "Nightmare 6, please go with third uncle." The voice of Nightmare 6, who was clad in a black robe, was unusually hoarse, as if he was speaking with a mouthful of sand. "Yes, second young master." After saying that, he hid once again. It was as if he had never appeared before. Zhang Kaiyuan raised his eyes and looked at Zhang Jianglu as he stretched. "Third uncle, I'll be waiting for a constant stream of income from your side of the coastal sea. I hope third uncle won't have so many more accidents. What I, Zhang Kaiyuan, hate the most is accidents." After saying that, Zhang Kaiyuan left. After he left, Zhang Jianglu scanned the space in the house and felt appalled. Zhang Kaiyuan had called the cloak-wearing figure that had just appeared Nightmare 6. Could he be a member of the Nightmare Squad that the Zheng family had spent half of its resources to nurture to protect its direct descendants? Rumor had it that the Nightmare Squad had a total of 9 members. They all had Emperor-class strength, each with superior abilities. I-3 protected the eldest young master, 4-6, and 7-9 protected the second young master and third young master, respectively. He didn't expect that Zhang Kaiyuan would actually use a member of the Nightmare Squad to provide support to the third lineage. At this moment, Zhang Jianglu felt greatly settled and didn't have the slightest worry. However, at the thought of the extra 10% of coastal sea resources that Zhang Kaiyuan wanted after the development, Zhang Jianglu felt that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all hurt. Lu Jie, Listen, and Zhou Luo arrived on this deserted island all the way from the sea. When they passed by the sea, they naturally felt its desolation. Be it Lu Jie, Listen, or Zhou Luo, none of them knew what had happened in the sea that had caused it to be so desolate. After the Mother of Bloodbath had removed and taken the sea burial lotus flower out of the water, the bone lotus flowers that spread across the sea bottom had all withered and turned into a dead frost and snow that offered their final elegy for the creatures of the sea bottom. Although Lu Jie was a Radiance 100 sequence member and could go to the Radiance Sacred Hall to go through information from time to time, he didn't have much understanding of carcinoma phase. If Lin Yuan hadn't happened to hear the Moon Empress mention the sea burial lotus flower, he wouldn't have guessed that he might have encountered a sea burial lotus flower from a single encounter between Redthorn's vine ramets and the bone lotus flowers. It had to be said that he had a master with extraordinary insight and knew everything, which really allowed him to widen his horizon. If the Moon Empress, who was far away in the Radiant Moon Palace, heard Lin Yuan's thoughts at this moment, she would definitely be rendered speechless and say to him, "Disciple, compared to insight and knowledge, I'm powerful and rich. So can you stop being so independent? Isn't it good to rely on your master?" At present, the ethereal jellyfish was happily working hard at the sea bottom. However, it didn't give the spatial magnets to Lin Yuan immediately after finding one. Instead, it piled all of them in a specific location on the sea bottom. As the ethereal jellyfish dug out more and more spatial magnets, the magnetic force field became weaker and weaker. It was more difficult for the ethereal jellyfish to discover the spatial magnets buried at the sea bottom. Fortunately, the spatial magnets could attract each other, and the large number of spatial magnets piled at the sea bottom could help the ethereal jellyfish dig for other spatial magnets. This made the ethereal jellyfish's search for spatial magnets more efficient. Zhou Luo commanded his Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye Lava Dragon Lizard, trying to get it to go in the water. When the Lava Dragon Lizard had been a lava iguana, it used to find water repulsive because it had been an Earth-type fae. Furthermore, it had not been good at fighting in the sea. However, it had awakened its dragon species bloodline and turned into a Lava Dragon Lizard. All dragon species faes were amphibious faes that could deal with fighting in the water and on land at the same time. The Lava Dragon Lizard clumsily descended into the sea under Zhou Luo's command and was somewhat reluctant at first. It lowered its head and also whipped the ground with its tail from time to time, just like using a hammer on a burly man. But Zhou Luo hurriedly coaxed it. "Good boy, don't wheedle. Dive into the sea. You should be very skilled." After being forced to dive into the sea, the Lava Dragon Lizard was obviously a little panicked. After all, it was its first time diving into the sea. However, it found that the sea was so much fun after a few swimming attempts. It was unwilling to go to the shore after playing in the sea. The Lava Dragon Lizard's change stunned Zhou Luo. Lu Jie was about to let the Insect Queen set up the insect swarm on the desolate island, but Lin Yuan stopped him. The Insect Queen's sea of insects was not good at fighting in the sea. Its core unit was the flesh-mincing blade insects, which would drown in the seawater within a few minutes and was completely unable to survive in it. It could be said that Lu Jie was a non-swimmer and was only suitable for land combat. Previously, Lu Jie had created a lot of lightning-gathering moths and hurricane owlet moths, which he had also brought over when he came to this island. These lightning-gathering moths and the hurricane owlet moths were enough. When Listen saw Zhou Luo let the Lava Dragon Lizard play in the sea and recalled that there were no living creatures in this sea, meaning there wouldn't be any danger. He summoned his 2 contracted phase. Lin Yuan saw the bronze X-Pain illusory fox that he had previously exchanged with Listen had reached silver 7/fantasy I. In addition to the Pain illusory fox, Listen actually had a silver 3/fantasy I 3-tailed crimson fox. The 3-tailed crimson fox's aptitude was actually better than the Pain illusory fox's. It would grow a new tail with every huge promotion in its grade and was considered to have an extremely noble bloodline among the fox phase. Lin Yuan realized Listen's aptitude could really be called excellent. Moreover, Listen was only 24 years old this year and was a dazzling presence in the younger generation. Lin Yuan couldn't help but think about recruiting Listen into his new Dome Guild Club. After all, the Guild Club's main team for the S tournament consisted of only him and Lu Jie. At that moment, the wind suddenly picked up above the sea. The freezing sea breeze blew Lin Yuan's moon-white spirit chi clothes, and an eagle cry suddenly resounded above the sea.